Trial Marriage Husband, Need to Work Hard Chapter 625 to Chapter 715. What nonsense are you talking about? Father, you and I both know what's going on. Since you've already done it, why should you stay out of it? There was no anger or coldness in Mo Ting's voice. In fact, it sounded a little casual. Whether it was anger or coldness, it meant he still had expectations for the woman. But Mo Ting played it down, but it proved one thing. From now on, I will no longer have a father and you will no longer have a son. If this is how you treat your son, then I think we are more suited to be strangers. Or even enemies. After hearing this, Father Mo froze. He never imagined that Mo Ting would go to such extremes. For the sake of Tongning, he was willing to cut ties with him. Are you serious? Father Mo asked angrily. Do I look like I'm joking to you? From today onwards, you will witness my methods. I will show you how many people you have implicated by hurting Tongning and me. Mo Ting's voice began to sound fierce and domineering. Mo Ting's voice began to take on a fierce and domineering tone. I forgot to tell you, I've never been a lover. Before Father Mo understood what Mo Ting meant, Mo Ting had already hung up the phone. Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to advise Mo Ting that he shouldn't keep a woman like Tongning. But, who would have thought, Mo Ting already knew from the start, who was behind this despicable method. Method? What method? Was he going to swallow him whole? Father Mo did not take Mo Ting's words to heart. But, the next morning, the industry suddenly stopped gossiping about Tongning and the child. Because, the previous night, a relatively popular artist had casually discussed the child in Tongning's stomach. But, Mo Ting never expected to find out. Even if it was another artist, Mo Ting immediately instructed Feng Yu to deal with it. First, the artist was banned, then his entire family lost their jobs. In just one night, he was sent overseas and never allowed to return to Beijing again. Not only that, Mo Ting also sent out a warning through his own channels: if you want to laugh at me, then do it in front of me. If you want to continue talking about the child in Tongning's stomach, I will immediately make sure you die a horrible death. His words were firm. Most of the people in the circle knew what was going to happen. Only a few of them had a wishful thinking. In just one short night, they ended up in an extremely miserable state. That night, Hai Rui dealt with 3 artists in a row. Each artist had a different status, but they all liked to talk dirty. One had been sent overseas, another had his debts exposed by Hai Rui, causing his creditors to break his legs overnight. Lastly, the last one was arrested after they found marijuana in his house and was currently sitting at the police station. With the help of their agencies, these people originally had a bright future ahead of them. But, because they criticized Tongning, they became fallen stars. What was even more frightening was that everyone in the industry knew who was the mastermind behind this incident. But, they could only protect themselves. After all, Mo Ting was serious this time, so no one dared to joke around. So, rumors of Tongning cheating and the child in her stomach quickly disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had never happened. The management company was afraid of offending people, so it was better to avoid trouble. As for the artists, they were even more afraid to speak up. After all, their management companies were afraid of Mo Ting. Now that things had gotten to this point, the truth was no longer important. The most important thing was, they all knew how ruthless Mo Ting's methods were. It didn't take long before news of the incident reached Father Mo's ears. As the mastermind, Father Mo's face turned red as soon as he heard that Mo Ting had used such ruthless methods. He had never imagined that Mo Ting would be so ruthless. This Mo Ting is crazy. Father Mo once again used a bamboo basket to draw water, so he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Especially after seeing Mo Ting use such ruthless methods, he finally understood what Mo Ting meant when he said he would implicate a lot of people. From a certain perspective, Mo Ting did not care about his own family. Even if Mo Ting forcefully suppresses the news, everyone will still suspect the child in Tongning's stomach, Hua Wenfeng said as she grabbed onto Father Mo's arm. Plus, hubby, you need to know that our target is only Tongning. Mo Ting is our son, we can't let him get hurt. They couldn't let him get hurt. How could Hua Wenfeng say something like this? Mo Ting had already been injured by the time news of the incident started to spread. Of course, Hua Wenfeng was taking advantage of the fact that Tongning would never be able to clear her name, so she tried to convince Father Emo to do so. But, she had no idea how good Tongning was at solving problems. Out of all the problems that she had encountered, she didn't know what it meant to be unsolvable. So, Mo Ting forcefully suppressed the news from the outside and allowed Tongning to retaliate. Among the 3 people that Mo Ting had dealt with, one of them was locked up at the police station for hiding marijuana. So, Tongning asked Fang Yu to find someone to bail her out. On the surface, it was to help her, but in reality, she simply wanted to repay what she owed Tongning. Afterwards, Fang Yu brought the woman to the CEO's office. However, the person that saw her was not Mo Ting, but Tongning, who was sitting on the sofa reading her script. She was, after all, the woman that had spoken ill of Tongning. So, as soon as she saw Tongning, she couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Actually, I called you here today because I hope you can cooperate with me on something. But, you want the police to let me go. Tongning put down the book in her hands and lifted her head to look at the woman coldly. Be clear, I'm not negotiating with you. The woman was obviously intimidated by the aura in Tongning's eyes, so she lowered her head timidly. What do you want me to do? Redeem my innocence. The woman was only in her early 20s. After hearing Tongning's words, she looked at her in disbelief. How am I supposed to redeem your innocence in a matter like this? Did you think that anyone would believe me if I went out and told them about it? Tongning smiled as she returned her gaze to the script in her hands. Yes, you want to go out and tell them about it, but not like this. The woman looked at Tongning suspiciously. She couldn't understand the woman in front of her and wondered what kind of terrifying plan she had in her mind. Redeem her innocence. If she told others about her innocence, no matter how she tried to prove it, no one would believe her. So, how was she going to redeem her innocence? The woman obviously didn't believe that Tongning could actually do it. So, apart from fear, she also felt a little excited. She also wanted to know what Tongning was going to rely on to resolve this crisis. If she could really solve this problem, then she would have nothing but respect for Tongning. In reality, there were a lot of things that appeared tricky on the surface. That was why the bystanders became numb and assumed that Tongning had no choice but to accept her bad luck. But, for someone that had been through hundreds of battles, it didn't take long before the industry no longer heard any news about Tongning's child. But, within 2 days, there was a new piece of news. The news claimed that Tongning had indeed cheated and that she had evidence in her hands. Evidence of an affair. Even so, they did not dare to spread the news because they were afraid of Mo Ting's revenge. Plus, everyone felt that the person that spread the news was too brave. How dare they challenge Mo Ting's authority in public? But, where did the source of the news come from? No one knew. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen to this person. At the same time, Hai Rui seemed to be planning to investigate the identity of the person that spread the news. But this time, someone else was involved. Without a doubt, this person was Hua Wenfeng. Because she wanted to obtain evidence of Tongning's affair, she tried her best to find the person that spread the news. If she was able to obtain evidence of Tongning's affair, then, not only in front of Mo Ting, Tongning would no longer have a foothold in Beijing. Hua Wenfeng even used a private investigator to get ahead of Mo Ting. Of course, this time, her wish came true. The person that spread the news was a friend of one of the 3 artists that Mo Ting had previously dealt with. At most, she could be considered as part of the industry. Of course, Hua Wenfeng was still cautious. After all, she couldn't let the public know that she had done so much behind Tongning's back. So, she first asked for the person's phone number and hesitated for a long time before she made the call. At first, the person did not pick up. But, as soon as she heard Hua Wenfeng's intention, she scoffed. Actually, my friend told me about this. She previously had a small role in WH and saw Nzihao and Tongning being intimate. She was the one that was caught for possession of marijuana. Previously, she didn't think they had a special relationship. After all, everyone in the industry knows that they have a good relationship. So, my friend didn't think much of it. It wasn't until news of Nzihao and Tongning cheating that she realized she had obtained something amazing. So, if you want evidence, you should ask her. After all, I'm afraid of Hai Rui's revenge. You can try calling her. The other party explained, I spread it because I was drunk. I didn't expect it to cause such a big commotion. I'm going abroad to hide. It turned out, Tongming and Nzihao were really messing around behind Mo Ting's back. Hearing this, Hua Wenfeng tried her best to entice him, but not only did the woman refuse to back down, she even questioned Hua Wenfeng. Right now, everyone in the industry is trying their best to avoid Tongming's matters, yet you still insist on getting involved. How much do you hate Tongming to do this? Very much. Is it convenient for you to tell me who you are? Hua Wenfeng wasn't stupid enough to reveal her identity. So, after a brief exchange of words, she hung up the phone and contacted the young artist that Mo Ting had previously dealt with. However, the woman had just been bailed out. As soon as she heard Hua Wenfeng's request, she immediately rejected, I'm sorry, I don't dare to provoke Tongming and Mo Ting. I don't have any evidence. But, before your friend left the country, she sent me a photo. Hua Wenfeng had offered a lot of benefits in exchange for the photo. So, she obviously wanted to confirm the authenticity of the photo. In the photo, there was indeed only Tongming and another man. In fact, they were acting very intimately with their arms around each other's waists. The man's eyes had been censored, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was Nzihao. I really didn't. Please, don't come looking for me. Hua Wenfeng did not give up. She still wanted a clear version of the photo. So, she offered a very tempting offer, as long as you give me the photo, I can agree to any condition. Sorry, I still won't give it to you. The woman's attitude was firm. She had no intention of giving in. Don't think about getting something for nothing. What if I give you the photo and Hai Rui comes looking for me again? Wouldn't I be wronged? Perhaps, she was too afraid of Mo Ting's revenge, so she was extremely cautious. Hua Wenfeng thought for a moment and finally suggested, how about this, let's meet in person. Meet in person? The woman laughed in disbelief and asked, why do you want the photo in my hand? It's not like you can spread it around. Aren't you afraid of Hai Rui's revenge? I really don't understand how much you hate Tongming. You simply need to tell me. Are you going to sell it or not? $30 million and I'll give you the photo. I want to leave Beijing. After all, I can't stay here any longer, the woman thought for a moment and finally relented. $30 million. Hua Wenfeng was shocked by this number, so she did not respond for quite some time. Seeing Hua Wenfeng's hesitation, the woman immediately said, you think it's expensive? I won't force you. It's perfect, I don't need to take this risk anymore. Although I do want money, I want my life more. Plus, to prevent others from coming looking for me, I think it's best that I destroy this photo. I don't want to bring trouble to myself. After speaking, the woman was about to hang up the phone, but Hua Wenfeng stopped her, let's set a time and a place. Let me think about it first, I'll send it to you. After hanging up the phone, Hua Wenfeng held onto her phone and paced back and forth in the living room. She was nervous. It wasn't until a few minutes later that the woman sent her an address, did she finally calm down. Everything she did was to make Tongming disappear from Mo Ting's side. She wanted to see if Mo Ting would still be able to hold himself back when the evidence was placed in front of him and he saw the photo of Tongming and Nzihao. Time, 2 days later. Location, Miro Hotel. At this time, Tongming received a message on her phone, the fish has taken the bait. Everything is going according to plan. Sometimes, there was a method called reverse exploitation. Afterwards, Tongming handed her phone to Mo Ting. Can you confirm that the person who made the phone call was Ms. Hua? Mo Ting then showed Tongming a video. In the video, Hua Wenfeng bought a few phones and a few SIM cards on her own. One of the phones used to make phone calls to small artists was bought by Hua Wenfeng. Why didn't she hire a private investigator? Because she knew that the more she hired a private investigator, the more evidence they would have against her. For a matter like this, she could do it herself and it would be foolproof. Why would she hire someone else? I can understand why Ms. Hua hates me. But, what about your father? Tongming asked in seriousness. Doesn't he know that this will hurt you? I've never been an obedient person. But my appearance has intensified the conflict. They want to pull me away from you at all costs so that you will wake up. Tong Ning's lips curved upwards gently as she looked down at her stomach and shook her head. It doesn't look good. I thought I was the only one who liked to hurt myself while hurting the enemy. After speaking, the couple fell silent. After quite some time, Tong Ning continued, Tang Xian is treating me this way. At least we have a mutual benefit. But, your parents. Are they willing to go this far and are even willing to fight to the death? Is that necessary? No matter how big the conflict is, no matter how much you don't like me, do you need to go around slandering your daughter-in-law, or even your own grandson? I'm sorry, Mo Ting hugged Tong Ning tighter, the Tang family has already caused you enough trouble. What have you to be sorry for? Her eyes were filled with heartache. Actually, I once dreamed of a beautiful life as a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. I thought, if Madame Hua didn't dote on me, she would at least love you. But you are Mo Ting. In my heart, and in many people's hearts, you are omnipotent. As for your parents, they shouldn't have behaved like commoners. The things that I've done are completely unbefitting of my status. After hearing this, Mo Ting lifted her up from the sofa and carried her towards the bedroom. There are some things I'm still investigating. In reality, even Mo Ting didn't believe it himself. How confident are you? Tong Ning knew what Mo Ting was investigating, so she asked out of the blue. 9 points. It turned out, in Mo Ting's heart, the Hua Wenfeng in front of him was a complete fake. Actually, there's a simpler way. Things are not as simple as you think. Mo Ting pushed open the bedroom door and placed Tong Ning on the bed. I need to get to the bottom of this. If you don't give me an answer soon, I'll make my move at the Moreau Hotel in 2 days. I won't let go of anyone who wants to break us up or hurt our baby, even if it's your mother. She could lose her reputation and face even more serious consequences. Did I stop you? After speaking, Mo Ting minded his own business and headed into the walk-in closet. By the time he came out, he was dressed in white home clothes. Mo Ting had always known that Tong Ning knew what she was doing. And in this world, the only person who understood his difficulties and could empathize with his pain was Tong Ning. Because she didn't want to throw this dilemma to him. And, when dealing with a matter like this, the worst thing to do was to bring up the relationship between mother and son, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. After all, when Hua Wenfeng did what she did, she had completely forgotten about them. Sorry, it was fine to hurt her, but to hurt Mo Ting and the child. She would never tolerate it. Meanwhile, Hua Wenfeng was dreaming about Tong Ning being abandoned by Mo Ting. As long as she could get her hands on evidence of Tong Ning cheating, in reality, the reason why she wanted Tong Ning and Mo Ting to split up was simple, she knew. Tong Ning wasn't easy to deal with and needed to be eliminated. Otherwise, the risk of her identity being exposed would increase. As for Father Mo, he had been used by her from the start. As the fake Hua Wenfeng, what kind of feelings could she have for Mo Ting? Mo Ting wasn't even her own son, let alone her daughter-in-law. Actually, from the beginning, she had already considered putting on an act in front of Tong Ning. But, the prerequisite was that Tong Ning acted like a normal daughter-in-law without any brains. After all, Mo Ting didn't lack women. Even without Tong Ning, he was still the mesmerizing Mo Ting. Women were always throwing themselves at him. So, why did he have to stick around Tong Ning? Over the next 2 days, a woman wearing a hat and a face mask kept walking around the entrance of Hyatt Regency. This attracted the attention of the security guards, so they approached and asked, "What are you doing here? Why are you walking around here all day?" As soon as the woman heard the security guard's question, she began to stutter. Actually, I am here to look for Mrs. Mo. I have something to ask of her. Which Mrs. Mo are you looking for? Do you know where this place is? The security guard asked as he pointed to the luxurious entrance of Hyatt Regency. I suggest you leave. The person you are looking for is not here. Oh. Okay. The old woman glanced into the estate and noticed a black car driving out of the front gate. She subconsciously looked over and saw Father Mo and Hua Wenfeng inside. They were about to leave the house. 1,000 emotions rushed through the woman's heart as her eyes immediately turned red. She had once married Mo Lin Yuan because he was a peaceful man and loved his wife dearly. But, after so many years, this man couldn't even tell the difference between a real wife and a fake one. He even allowed a SL*T to bully his son and daughter-in-law. Just thinking about this, her heart could not calm down. As the car drove past the two, the security guard immediately saluted the people in the car. He then bent down and said to Hua Wenfeng, "Mrs. Mo, someone is looking for you." Hua Wenfeng looked at the woman through the thick windshield with a confused expression. "I don't know her. If she is a paparazzi or a reporter, throw her out." "Did you hear that?" "Mrs. Mo said she doesn't know you." Hua Wenfeng did not look at the woman seriously, so she did not suspect anything. However, the security guard raised his hand at the woman. "I'm sorry. I'm not looking for this Mrs. Mo, I'm looking for someone else," the woman explained. "I'm looking for Tongning. Tongning knows me. If you don't believe me, give her a phone call. If she says she doesn't know me, I will immediately leave and won't bother you again. Otherwise, if you offend me, you won't end up well either." The security guard felt that the woman's words made sense, so he nodded his head. Then, "Wait here." After speaking, the security guard entered the villa and personally knocked on Tongning and Mo Ting's door. The person to open the door was Tongning. "Mrs. Mo, there is a mysterious woman wrapped in a scarf and wearing a face mask looking for you. May I ask if you know her? If you don't, I will immediately send her away." After hearing this, Tongning was a little surprised. Of course, she didn't know this woman. Send her away. But, just as she was about to close the door, she suddenly remembered the woman she saw at Hu Jingjing's birthday party. So, she called out to the security guard, "I know her." "In that case, should I bring her in?" the security guard asked. The woman was the mother of one of Xianxia's artists. So, why would she come looking for him? "Ask her to wait in the courtyard downstairs. I'll be right down." Okay, Mrs. Mo Ting had already left for Hai Rue, so Tongning was all alone at home. If she were to bring the woman home and she had ulterior motives, it would be hard for a pregnant woman to deal with her. So, Tongning arranged for them to meet in the garden. At a time like this, Tongning didn't have to help. But, she wasn't a snobbish person. If a normal person needed her help, she wouldn't reject them. Especially since she had Xianxia. When Tongning was ruthless, she was always dealing with her enemies. She would never point her knife at an innocent person. This was what the old woman liked about Tongning. Soon, the old woman arrived at the garden in the heart of the villa. Meanwhile, Tongning arrived in the garden wearing a jacket. As soon as the two women saw each other, Tongning looked at the old woman suspiciously. Of course, at such a close distance, it was impossible for her not to notice something was wrong. "Is this a burn?" "Yes, it's been many years," the old woman subconsciously tightened her mask. Tongning smiled and did not force her. "You are the mother of the artist that Xianxia signed, right? We met once that night. But, why did you come looking for me?" "Xiaoxing is working as a stunt double for Mr. N. She is usually training and isn't at home. I heard about the rumors between you and Mr. N from Xiaoxing, so I'm afraid." "Are you afraid that it will affect your daughter's future?" Tongning seemed to have seen through the old woman's motive as she smiled gently. "You don't need to worry. This matter won't affect your daughter. I know you are innocent. I have a way to prove it." After hearing this, Tongning smiled even wider. "Auntie, you are not from the entertainment industry, you don't need to get involved. Especially since this matter has nothing to do with your daughter, you don't need to put in so much effort. I know you are friends with Mr. N and I'm a woman. If I keep clinging to Mr. N, it will negatively affect him and Xiaoxing. So, I can only look for you." It seemed reasonable to put it that way. "I don't have any ulterior motives, I simply want to help." Actually, Tongning could understand why the old woman did this. She was trying to protect her daughter's future. "I can handle this matter. Don't worry, Xianxia's reputation will not be tarnished, and your daughter will not be harmed in any way. Mrs. Mo, you are, after all, a woman and pregnant. The people around you must have their own families, so they can't protect you all the time. So, can I make a bold suggestion? I want to come to Hyatt Regency to take care of you. I can take care of all the household chores and have experience taking care of children. I can take good care of you. But I'm not used to being taken care of by others." Apart from being worried, Tongning was also speaking the truth. After all, she still didn't know this woman's background. It wouldn't be wrong to be careful. But now that you're in trouble, I can come up with a plan to help you solve the problem, as long as you don't mind my current appearance." The woman's eyes were filled with sincerity. It had been a long time since Tongning had seen such genuine anxiousness. She couldn't understand why the woman would come to her and care so much about her. "I really don't need it," Tongning replied apologetically. "Don't worry, I will tell Zihao to take good care of your daughter. I won't let her suffer the slightest bit." "Haze, forget it," the woman sighed. "If you change your mind and need someone to take care of you, let me know. I will always be ready." "Thank you," Tongning nodded her head in seriousness. After all, there weren't many people that were as passionate and kind as her. "You're welcome. You're a good actress with no airs." Tongning watched as the woman left. It was a normal thing to do, but for some reason, she felt a sense of worry in her heart. Afterwards, she told Mo Ting, "I don't know why, but rejecting her makes me feel a little bad." "What is she after?" Mo Ting's voice sounded a little hollow. "She wants a good future for her daughter. Actually, if her family background is clean and she's flexible, I can accept her suggestion," Mo Ting said. "At the very least, you are now 7 months pregnant. I'm no longer comfortable leaving you alone at home. Let me first do a background check on her." "That's right, you are 7 months pregnant." "Okay," Tongning replied. Afterwards, Tongning told Zihao about the situation. Zihao was suddenly curious, so he went to look for Chen Xingyan in private. Chen Xingyan was preparing for an interview. She was dressed in a black tank top and had no makeup on, but her martial arts moves were smooth. The little devil was capable. She simply needed to overcome the psychological barrier of not being able to face the camera. However, it didn't take long before Chen Xingyan disappeared from sight. Just as Zihao looked around for her, she suddenly dropped down from above and asked, "Why are you looking for me? Can't you make your entrance a little simpler?" Zihao asked as he furrowed his brows. Chen Xingyan leaped into the air and landed on the ground. She then sat down cross-legged. "Is it simple enough now? If you have something to say, then say it. Did you know that your mother has approached Tongning to be a maid?" "My mother?" Chen Xingyan turned around and pointed to herself in surprise. "Why would she do that? She usually lets me wash her underwear and socks. Why does she have to wash someone else's socks as soon as I leave? Is your family lacking money?" Zihao asked with his arms crossed. "I owe you $2 million. Is that considered lacking?" Chen Xingyan humphed. "Can your mother be trusted? If it's possible, I would like her to take care of Tongning." Zihao actually trusted the old woman. It was an indescribable feeling that the old woman would never hurt Tongning and Mo Ting. "Why do I feel like my mother isn't reliable?" Instead of taking care of her own daughter, she went to be someone else's maid. "Zihao, she's doing this for you, the little devil. She wants your future to be guaranteed, that's why she wants to infiltrate the enemy's ranks." With this thought, Chen Xingyan nodded her head and calmed down. She should have done this a long time ago, Zihao, but I still find it strange. No matter how I think about it, why does it have to be Tongning? Chen Xingyan didn't understand. Why can't someone else do it? Do you even need to think about it? Your mother is amazing. She directly approached the biggest backer in the entertainment industry, yet, you're still not satisfied. Zihao rolled his eyes. He was already in his 30s, but, recently, he couldn't control his temper because of this brat. "Get ready. We are about to head to the audition. You still haven't told me what kind of film it is." Chen Xingyan asked as she followed behind Zihao. "You'll know when you get there." Zihao remained mysterious as he smiled seductively. Actually, when Zihao wasn't boring, he had a mature charm. However, he always pretended to be serious. Sometimes, Chen Xingyan even wondered how cool this man would be if he knew how to smoke and race. Yet, he chose to live a serious life. Boring, it didn't take long before Zihao brought Chen Xingyan to the audition venue. It was a relatively famous training ground in Beijing. The reason why the audition was held here was because they were looking for the best action actors. Chen Xingyan immediately noticed the name of the production team, The Savage Wars. It was an American sci-fi film. Above all, they weren't looking for a stunt double, They were looking for an action actor that had to appear on screen. Chen Xingyan immediately wanted to run away, but Anzihao locked her in the car. Why are you running? I know about this film. They don't hire stunt doubles. Don't forget our initial promise. If it was Tongning and she was given the same opportunity, if she was also afraid of appearing on screen, she would think of all sorts of ways to overcome the obstacles in her heart. Because, she knows, those that run away will never see the light of day. Firstly, I'm not Tongning. Secondly, I don't like to be lectured, Chen Xingyan replied arrogantly. I hate it when people compare me to others. I like to be free and do what I like to do. Only the capable have the right to say no. Anzihao pulled out a contract and threw it at Chen Xingyan. Look at the contract yourself. Here is the 6th rule. Chen Xingyan immediately flipped it open. It clearly stated that during the contract, she could not go against her manager's reasonable arrangements. Are you trying to trick me? You can get out of the car right now. But first, place the $20 million penalty fee in front of me, Anzihao instructed. I refuse to believe that I can't tame your arrogant personality. As soon as Chen Xingyan saw Anzihao was serious and that he was even more arrogant than she was, she immediately became obedient. To put it simply, she was the type of person that bullied the weak and feared the strong. She especially liked people that could suppress her. Let me make this clear first, if you screw up, don't blame me. Although Chen Xingyan still didn't obey Anzihao, at least she didn't resist. Anzihao got out of the car and led Chen Xingyan into the training grounds. The training grounds were already filled with experts who had heard of Chen Xingyan's fame and were all ready to go. Chen Xingyan continued to act sloppily. Especially as she watched others audition, her eyes were filled with disdain. There are still 10 people in front. After that, it will be your turn. Chen Xingyan said. And Chen Xingyan did not follow. In reality, Chen Xingyan really wanted to sneak away. But, as soon as she entered the bathroom, she overheard the discussions of the people around her. Chen and Tuovan. The one who won the Fei Tian Best New Director Award. Are you trying to say that he cheated on you with Tongning? One of the men spoke in a softer voice, but Chen Xingyan could still hear it clearly. Shu, do you want Hai Rui to take revenge on you? Everyone is worried about their own safety, but Anzihao doesn't seem to care. He even brought an artist here for an audition. Did you see that young lady? She's 20 years old at most. She's not bad looking, but you can tell that she's not a proper action actress. Do you even need to ask? Where can she find any real talent at her age? Hearing this, Chen Xingyan pushed open the cubicle door and swaggered over to the sink. As she washed her hands, she lifted her head and glared at the 2 gossiping women. She was used to being shameless, but of course, she couldn't afford to be taken advantage of. It was bad enough that they were talking about Anzihao, but how dare they talk about her? Nonsense. I don't have any real talent? Do you? Chen Xingyan asked straightforwardly. The 2 women felt a little awkward after being caught gossiping behind someone's back. So, they subconsciously looked elsewhere. I have my eyes on the 2 of you. Don't let me find out your names. Otherwise, I will be the first to report you to Hai Rui. As soon as the 2 women heard that Chen Xingyan was going to report to Hai Rui, they immediately apologized. Sorry, we were just being rude. Please forgive us. Chen Xingyan glanced at the 2 women and scoffed before she walked out of the bathroom without saying a word. As the people in front were too useless, the interviews usually took a minute and some took less than 10 seconds. Just as it was about to be Chen Xingyan's turn, where was she? Anzihao lifted his left hand and looked at his watch. Did Chen Xingyan actually need 10 minutes to go to the bathroom? Did the little rascal really retreat and run away? Not long after, the interviewer called Chen Xingyan's name. It seemed, someone had adjusted the speed and moved her closer to the front. But, where was he supposed to find her? Anzihao took a deep breath. His voice was filled with disappointment. Just as he stood up to leave, Chen Xingyan walked past him. I'll go in first. I thought you ran away. Even if I wanted to run away, I should have beaten them up first. Chen Xingyan had actually returned to the lobby a while ago. Coincidentally, she saw the 2 women getting ready for their interview and assumed they were from the same group. Anzihao thought she was enlightened, so he sat back down. But, who would have thought? After entering the room, Chen Xingyan was originally supposed to wait for a notice. But, Chen Xingyan directly approached the interviewer and said in broken English, "I can fight with them and act as the villain." As soon as the interviewer heard Chen Xingyan's suggestion, he felt it was quite interesting and agreed. So, Chen Xingyan got what she wanted. The chance to beat someone up. Back when she was an extra at the film base, she loved to beat people up and then fix their broken bones. Now that she had come across two women with foul mouths, she was going to beat them to death, so she didn't care about the setting. All she cared about was beating them up. She forgot that there were cameras all around her as she walked up to them and punched them. The women sensed her seriousness, so they had no choice but to fight with all their might. So, out of all the actors present, the fight between the three women was the most realistic. Although Chen Xingyan was fighting 1 against 2, her movements were smooth and fluid. Her strength was shocking. The interviewers couldn't help but praise, "Perfect." But, Chen Xingyan didn't care. She directly beat the woman up until she had a nosebleed. She then smiled innocently under the woman's hateful gaze, "I'm sorry, my fists hold grudges." "You." Chen Xingyan rolled her eyes at the two women before she swaggered out of the training hall. Seeing her like this, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "Do you have a grudge against them?" "It's none of your business." Chen Xingyan still remembered Xianxia, so she didn't want to talk to him. Wait for further notice. Xianxia's lips curved upwards. It turned out, the little devil's mental illness wasn't completely incurable. After Mo Ting agreed to let the woman enter Hyatt Regency, he immediately instructed Fang Yu to do a background check on the woman. It turned out, the woman's surname was Bai and her first name was Li Hua. She was once from a wealthy family, but her family fell on hard times. It was also at that time that her family caught fire and her appearance was ruined. However, she met her savior, Shenboyo. Over time, they fell in love and eventually got married and gave birth to Chen Xingyan. After finding out about the woman's background, Tongning gave her a phone call. Of course, as Lu Che was still overseas, Mo Ting left the matter of making arrangements for the woman in Hyatt Regency to Long Jia. As soon as Long Jia arrived at Hyatt Regency and saw the woman, she couldn't help but ask why she kept her face covered. The woman couldn't avoid it, so she had no choice but to tell her the truth, "I was burned many years ago. That's why I'm like this." Does Tongning know? Long Jia was only concerned about whether she would scare Tongning. "Yes, she knows," Bai Lihua nodded. "Don't worry, I will take good care of her." That better be the case. Since Mo Ting had given his approval, Long Jia had no reason to doubt her character. Of course, with Tongning's abilities, she wouldn't be able to do anything to her under Tongning's nose. It didn't take long before the two women arrived at Mo Ting and Tongning's home. At this time, Tongning was practicing the script for Concubine Ning. "Since your surname is Bai, I will call you Auntie Bai from now on. Long Jia will arrange everything else for you," Tongning said politely as she put down her script. Meanwhile, seeing Tongning like this, Bai Lihua felt extremely comfortable. At home, Tongning appeared even more calm and graceful. She was as calm as a chrysanthemum flower. In fact, she appeared extraordinary and aloof from worldly affairs. "Okay, Mrs. Mo, you can just call me Tongning." She had no intention of treating Bai Lihua like a servant. "Let's go, I'll show you around." Bai Lihua nodded her head at Long Jia. Just as she was about to turn around, she suddenly thought of something and asked, "Have you thought of a way to deal with Hua Wenfeng? How could something like this be a problem for our Tongning?" Seeing that Tongning did not respond, Long Jia answered Bai Lihua's question. "That's good. If you need anything from me, please let me know," Bai Lihua said sincerely. Tongning nodded her head and allowed Long Jia to show Bai Lihua around while she immersed herself in her script. "Has Hua Wenfeng always treated Tongning so badly?" Bai Lihua asked as she suppressed the anger in her heart while familiarizing herself with the surroundings. He hasn't stopped since the first day he came back." Long Jia replied in disdain. "Her hatred for Tongning is ridiculous. You've seen for yourself how much trouble she's caused Tongning since her return. You don't know why? Who knows? She slandered Tongning for hurting her, accused Tongning of having an affair with someone else and said the child in her stomach was unhealthy. I've never seen such a disgusting mother-in-law. After hearing this, Bai Lihua clenched her fists. It doesn't matter. Just return them to her one by one in the future. After hearing Bai Lihua's words, Long Jia froze. Was she imagining things? She had a feeling that the woman in front of her hated Hua Wenfeng more than anyone else. But, seeing that Bai Lihua's expression was normal, Tongning dismissed her worries. She was probably overthinking things. Bai Lihua was just a normal commoner. How could she possibly come into contact with someone like Hua Wenfeng? By the way, can Miss Long tell me where Hua Wenfeng is staying in a moment? That way, I can be mentally prepared. Long Jia thought for a moment and felt the woman was quite thorough. So, she nodded her head. Okay, I'll tell you everything in a moment. She was finally here. Hua Wenfeng, your retribution shouldn't be too far away. In reality, Tongning was not used to Bai Lihua's new arrival at Hyatt Regency. After all, when Mo Ting wasn't around, she was the only one moving around in the big house. Now that Bai Lihua was here, she had to give it a try before she felt at ease. So, she deliberately placed her scripts all over the place and pretended to fall asleep on the sofa. It didn't take long before Bai Lihua entered the living room. Seeing that Tongning had fallen asleep, Bai Lihua retrieved a thin blanket from the guest room and placed it over her. She also placed the scripts in a hidden drawer on the coffee table because she knew they were extremely important. Tongning felt she had gone a little overboard. She was certain that Bai Lihua had entered Hyatt Regency with a motive, but Bai Lihua had no ill intentions towards her. So, Tongning slowly relaxed. Soon, Mo Ting returned home. Bai Lihua had already prepared a sumptuous meal. Taking into consideration that Tongning was pregnant, the meal was well-balanced and nutritious. Seeing this, Tongning couldn't help but smile at Mo Ting. Now that Auntie Bai is here, you'll have more time to rest. But, I don't feel tired at all. Mo Ting unbuttoned his shirt and placed his jacket on the sofa. Only after he hugged Tongning would he feel at ease. Hurry and eat. You still have a tough battle to fight tomorrow, so you need to rest early, Tongning said with a hidden meaning. I've already arranged everything for you. Mo Ting carried Tongning to the dining table and carefully placed her down. At this time, Bai Lihua was standing to one side. Of course, she did not dare to look at the couple sitting at the table because she was afraid of revealing her emotions. When it came to Tongning, she could control herself, but when it came to Mo Ting, he was her son. How could she hold back her tears? Auntie Bai, you should get some rest. There's nothing else you need to do here. After hearing Tongning's words, Bai Lihua quickly replied, Don't worry, I'll go tidy up the kitchen. I won't disturb the two of you. That's not what I meant. Auntie Bai, Mo Ting, and I are simple people. We don't have many rules at home. Relax. I know you are a good person, so I will do my best to take care of you. After speaking, Bai Lihua left the dining room and returned to her guest room. At this time, she had to think of a way to cooperate with Tongning and make Hua Wenfeng pay the price. Not only did Hua Wenfeng bully her, she even bullied her son, daughter-in-law and future grandchild. She deserved to die. Of course, as a vengeful person, Tongning had no intention of going easy on Hua Wenfeng. Everything would depend on the exciting show tomorrow. Would Hua Wenfeng win, or would Tongning be confident in her victory? The dining table had already returned to its usual warmth and tranquility. But, at this time, the food in Mo Ting's mouth had an indescribable taste. What's wrong? Tongning asked. The taste isn't bad. It doesn't lose to you or me. Mo Ting used these words to hide the emotions in his heart. Hua Wenfeng's deal at Miro Hotel was scheduled to take place at 2 p.m., but Hua Wenfeng arrived half an hour early. Her motive was to check the hotel's facilities to see if she had been followed or had been secretly recorded. But, of course, there was none. In order to destroy Tongning, Hua Wenfeng was willing to pay any price. Even if she had to spend $30 million, she did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. Inside the hotel, Tongning's previous commercial from when she was a model was still on display. As soon as Hua Wenfeng saw it, her lips curved into a contemptuous smile. She knew she was about to destroy everything Tongning had worked so hard for. Although it was going to be a good show, Tongning had no intention of leaving the house. So, she decided to stay at home and watch Hua Wenfeng's arrogance turn into a joke. Tongning, everything is ready, Fang Yu said over the phone. We have already connected to the biggest screen in the city. We can start the live broadcast at any time. I'm looking forward to a good show. After speaking, Tongming hung up the phone, put away her script and picked up the remote control beside her. 2 p.m. The woman that Hua Wenfeng had arranged to meet up with soon appeared. However, she was covered up in disguise. As soon as Hua Wenfeng saw her, she couldn't help but laugh. You don't need to be so nervous. Hai Rui is already investigating the evidence. The friend that I accidentally revealed has also gone into hiding overseas. So, I am currently trembling in fear and not knowing what to do. No matter what you are worried about, I can help you. Hua Wenfeng removed her sunglasses to show her respect and sincerity. Aren't you Tongming's mother-in-law? Are you Hua Wenfeng? Did you buy evidence of Tongming cheating to show to President Mo? The woman was obviously shocked as she immediately stood up. If I knew you were the one buying it, I wouldn't have come. Sit down first and let me finish. Hua Wenfeng grabbed the woman and pulled her to sit down. To be honest, I don't like Tongming either. So, I can't possibly go to Emoting and expose you. I don't believe you unless you can give me some evidence. After speaking, the woman pulled out her phone and pressed the record button. Are you brave enough to let me ask you a few questions? If you really answer me, then I can give you the photo. Hua Wenfeng looked deeply at the young artist in front of her. She could tell that the woman before her was easily frightened. After considering her options, she nodded her head and shrugged her shoulders. Go ahead and ask him. If you can't answer me, then there is no need for us to make a deal. After all, if word of this gets out, it will definitely cause irreversible consequences and Hai Rui will never let me off the hook. If you're not willing to pay the price, then there's no need for me to take the risk, right? Obviously, the man was being cautious because of Hua Wenfeng's half-hearted attitude. Seeing how determined the woman was, Hua Wenfeng finally said with certainty, ask me anything and I will answer honestly. Firstly, you tried so hard to find me to get photos of Tongming having an affair. You couldn't possibly have done it just to verify the authenticity of the affair, right? Hua Wenfeng thought for a moment and replied, I want to show it to my son. I want him to know what kind of person Tongming is. After all, Tongming really cheated on me. I didn't wrongly accuse her. Do you hate Tongming so much because Tongming hurt you? The woman looked at Hua Wenfeng suspiciously. I can't understand why you and Tongming have such a deep grudge against each other. Why are you willing to pay any price to find evidence of her cheating? Isn't Tongming your daughter-in-law? Hua Wenfeng thought for a few seconds and suddenly realized something wasn't right. Why do you want to know about this? I'm sorry, Mrs. Mo. If I didn't have something that could protect me, I would never have given you the photos. I've been bitten too many times, so I have to be careful. The woman looked at Hua Wenfeng with disdain. I'm sure you know about the industry and President Mo's capabilities. If he found out that I slandered his wife, he would never let me off easy. How have you slandered Tongming? It's a fact that Tongming cheated, Hua Wenfeng emphasized. Mrs. Mo, you sure are smart. You always change the topic. Please answer my question seriously. Otherwise, I will never give you the photos today. Hua Wenfeng froze for a moment before she let out a laugh. It's because Tongming is unfilial and even hurt me. I'm sure you all know about this. Mrs. Mo, let's not beat around the bush. Everyone in the industry knows that Tongming doesn't hurt anyone. The woman obviously did not believe Hua Wenfeng. If you have something to say, then just say it. I'm just a small artist that has lost my reputation. What else do I want? Knowing too much isn't good for you. After hearing this, the woman immediately stood up. I didn't take such a big risk to make a deal with you just to listen to your nonsense. Since we can't come to an agreement, I think it's better for me to stay alive. You're spouting nonsense. It's not worth anything to me. How do I know you won't betray me? Hua Wenfeng sneered. I gave you the photos. Betraying you is equivalent to betraying myself. But, you're different. If you don't want to cooperate, then forget it. There's no need to waste everyone's time. After speaking, the woman tried to stand up. But, Hua Wenfeng took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart and dragged the woman back. I cut my arm myself. Hearing this answer, the woman sat back down in front of Hua Wenfeng in satisfaction. Tongning didn't hurt me because there's no way she could hurt me. Then, does the rumor of Tongning having an affair have anything to do with you? No. Hua Wenfeng replied firmly. But, it's not like I didn't know about it. Old Mo happened upon Tongning and Nzihao discussing business in the living room that day. Who knew what they were doing so intimately? Of course, old Mo wouldn't let Mo Ting suffer, so he exposed the matter. But, he only told a few close friends and kept it within the industry. I never thought you would treat your daughter-in-law like this. The woman's voice contained a slight sense of ridicule. This has nothing to do with you. All you need to do is give me the photos of Tongning having an affair. Hua Wenfeng was unhappy with the woman's mocking expression, but at this moment, she had a favor to ask. Mo Ting doesn't need a wife like this. He deserves someone better to accompany him. Has Tongning ever wronged you? You're asking too many questions. Hua Wenfeng was a little unhappy. That's the last question. I don't like her, Hua Wenfeng replied casually. In other words, she didn't do anything wrong. After speaking, the woman put down her phone and deleted the recording right in front of Hua Wenfeng. Just now, I simply wanted to test you. Since you're willing to tell me the truth, I'm willing to make a deal with you. Seeing this, Hua Wenfeng laughed. Young lady, you sure have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. But, in the end, I deleted it. The young artist put down her phone. Seeing this, Hua Wenfeng immediately relaxed. Of course, in a corner that she couldn't see, the small camera on the young artist's body had already captured everything that Hua Wenfeng had said. Even the slightest expression on her face was captured clearly. To be honest, I don't like actors, especially not smart ones. She is my daughter-in-law. Don't you know that Tongning is pregnant with your grandson? Hearing this question, Hua Wenfeng couldn't help but laugh. My son is the big boss of the entertainment industry. Do you think he would worry that no one will give birth to his child? You are quite disgusting, the young woman replied straightforwardly. Although I did something wrong, I know I asked for it. But, the way you treated a pregnant woman was quite shameless. Alright, enough nonsense. Where's the thing I want? The young woman looked deeply into Hua Wenfeng's eyes before she sent the photo on her phone to Hua Wenfeng. You can have it, but I don't want the money. I don't think I can spend this disgusting amount of money. Good luck. After speaking, the young woman stood up and left. As soon as Hua Wenfeng received the photo, she immediately sent it to Father Mo. So, this is your daughter-in-law. Hua Wenfeng had no idea that everything she said and did in front of the young artist that afternoon was being displayed on the biggest commercial screen in Beijing. Of course, from beginning to end, the video only showed Hua Wenfeng. The young artist was nowhere to be seen, so it protected her from the media's attacks. Now, everyone knew what kind of person Hua Wenfeng was and how much Tongning had suffered during this period of time. Only Hua Wenfeng was proud that she had obtained a photo of Tongning cheating. Damn, just because she looks down on Tongning, she treated a pregnant woman like this. How shameless, the netizens began to discuss. I wonder who this kind-hearted person is. If it wasn't for her, who knows how much more injustice Tongning would have to endure. It's so pitiful. Hua Wenfeng is the most evil mother-in-law I've ever met. Didn't President Mo's father say that Tongning cheated on him? I never thought that the rich and powerful were so messy. What a great show. I feel this was all planned by Tongning. But, to be fair, Hua Wenfeng was framed and Hua Wenfeng was framed in this way. In an instant, because of the leaked video and Hua Wenfeng's true face, the people of Beijing finally understood the true meaning of a sinister person and how evil they could be. To Hua Wenfeng, the person that sacrificed herself also showed them the photo she sent to Hua Wenfeng. On the huge screen, there was indeed only Tongning and Nzihao in the photo. But, those with discerning eyes could immediately tell that something was wrong. This is photoshopped, okay? I have to hand it to Hua Wenfeng. Previously, someone even photoshopped Tongning as his wife. Was Tongning cheating on him too? Mrs. To do, too, Feng to if I was to, if I were of Tang, I ling to be to my too. Hua Wenfeng had no idea that the weather outside had changed. After speaking to Father Mo, she gave Mo Ting a phone call. Xiao Ting, do you know what photo your father just received? What? Evidence of Tongning cheating. Evidence of Tongning and Nzihao cheating. Hua Wenfeng yelled. Oh, so? So you should quickly divorce this kind of woman. How can she be my son's wife? Miss Hua, are you referring to this photo? On the other side of the phone, Mo Ting's lips curved upwards as he sent the original photo back. If Tong Ning's fans were observant enough, they would have noticed that the original man in the photo was Mo Ting. This was a photo of Mo Ting and Tong Ning. Mo Ting directly sent the original photo back to Hua Wenfeng. After seeing it, Hua Wenfeng was confused, shouting, "It can't be. It's not this photo. This photo is a photo of me and Tong Ning." Hua Wenfeng froze for a moment. All of a sudden, she didn't understand what Mo Ting meant. Very confused, right? You'll understand everything in a moment. After speaking, Mo Ting hung up the phone. At this time, Hua Wenfeng realized something must have changed, so she immediately left the hotel. But on her way out, a passerby spotted her and immediately pointed at her. I can't believe this evil woman still dares to appear. A woman's heart is the most vicious. How shameless. I hope my mother-in-law doesn't learn from her. It seemed, all of a sudden, everyone was filled with ridicule and insults towards Hua Wenfeng. In fact, someone even threw an object at Hua Wenfeng. What a jerk. Hua Wenfeng didn't understand what was happening. She wanted to call a taxi and leave. But, as soon as she flagged down a taxi, the driver immediately refused to take her. Why is it you? I won't take you. Call another taxi. Can I ask why? Why? Go to Global Square and look at the big screen. I've lived for so long, yet I've come across someone as evil as you. It's quite an eye-opener. After speaking, the driver drove off. Hua Wenfeng's arm was injured, so she couldn't drive herself. But, she couldn't get a taxi either, so all she could do was hide. Not long after, the entertainment news appeared online, reporting on Hua Wenfeng's magnificent feat. It was all over the news and there were even messages popping up. Hua Wenfeng's hands trembled as she watched her name appear on the screen of her phone. A moment later, she realized what had happened. So, this was what happened. Hua Wenfeng's body suddenly went limp as she sat on the cold ground. At this moment, the entire world realized how ugly she was inside. Hua Wenfeng lay on the ground in tears. She finally understood why the passers-by were pointing and gossiping. No, how did this happen? How did this happen? Shame and anger. It was a feeling of shame and anger. Hua Wenfeng was suddenly engulfed by this feeling. Hua Wenfeng lay motionless on the ground. It was Father Mo who found her after walking around the hotel. Wenfeng, get up. Get up. Old Mo, take me to Tong Ning. Take me to Tong Ning. Hua Wenfeng lifted her head. Her eyes were red and filled with tears. Okay, I'll take you to Tong Ning right now. Father Mo carried Hua Wenfeng into the car and the couple headed straight for Hyatt Regency. But, at a time like this, what was the point of looking for Tong Ning? Of course, Tong Ning had already expected this moment, so she said to Bai Lihua, Auntie Bai, in a moment, stay in your room. No matter what happens, don't come out. Is it because of the incident that was revealed on the big screen in Global Square this afternoon? Bai Lihua asked. Hua Wenfeng will definitely come looking for you. I can't leave you on your own. It's fine, Tong Ning smiled gently. I've already prepared myself. I won't let her bully me. Even if that's the case, I will still stay here and watch over you. Bai Lihua looked into Tong Ning's eyes with determination. Tong Ning looked at Bai Lihua and realized she had a strong desire to protect her. It was a desire that she couldn't resist. So, in the end, Tong Ning nodded her head. In that case, don't make a sound. Let me handle everything. Where's Mo Ting? Doesn't he know that Hua Wenfeng will come looking for you? Tong Ning smiled and pointed to the study room upstairs with her chin. He's upstairs. He came back as soon as the incident happened. He's currently looking at some contracts upstairs. That's good, Bai Lihua relaxed. At this time, Mo Ting's voice sounded from upstairs. Auntie Bai, go open the door. Bai Lihua was a little confused. She thought Hua Wenfeng had come to Hyatt Regency. But, as soon as she opened the door, she saw Fan Yu entering the living room with 4 bodyguards. He then turned and left. In a moment, if Tongning wants anything, help her get it. Don't tire her out. As her son, it wasn't that he couldn't be present when Hua Wenfeng and Tongning fought. But, he knew that Tongning needed to vent her anger. So, it was best for him to stay away. As for the bodyguards, they were there to prevent Hua Wenfeng from getting physical. After all, his wife was currently pregnant, so it wasn't appropriate for her to have any physical contact with others. Hua Wenfeng is here to cause trouble. As her husband, shouldn't he step out to express his stance? Bai Lihua didn't understand Mo Ting's actions. If he doesn't show up, that is his attitude. He knows that I have a lot of anger in my heart. If he's around, I won't be able to enjoy myself, Tongning replied straightforwardly. Auntie Bai, if there's one person in this world that can understand my soul, then that person is my husband. He knows everything that I want. Okay. At this moment, Bai Lihua still didn't quite understand the meaning behind Tongning's words. So, she could only wait for Hua Wenfeng to appear before she could answer her question. It didn't take long before an anxious knock sounded from the front door. Of course, Tongning didn't need to open the door herself. However, the people in the living room were a little surprised to see Hua Wenfeng barging into the house. Because Ms. Hua seemed to be doing things that didn't match her status at all times. Mom, why didn't you tidy up before coming over? Tongning asked calmly. Tongning. You're still pretending. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost my reputation. Hua Wenfeng wanted to pounce on Tongning, but she was held back by the bodyguard. I am your mother-in-law, how dare you treat me like this? Tongning. Were you the one behind the incident outside? Father Mo questioned as he helped Hua Wenfeng up. Yes, it's me. Tongning asked Father Mo calmly. She had never treated the two men as rivals. But, so what? Aren't you all very clear? I am vicious and vengeful. You can't assume that just because I am pregnant, I don't have any fighting spirit. Just because I am your daughter-in-law, don't think that I will let you bully me. I'm not a person that likes to be taken advantage of. Tongning said calmly and casually, today, I simply destroyed Ms. Hua's reputation. If she doesn't admit defeat and wants to continue, I am more than happy to entertain her. Tongning, I hope you and the child in your stomach die a horrible death. Hua Wenfeng cursed as she pointed at Tongning. Take back your filthy hands, Tongning yelled. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. For some reason, perhaps it was because Hua Wenfeng had never seen Tongning like this before, but as soon as she heard Tongning's yell, she couldn't help but tremble. Take a good look at yourself. How are you behaving like a member of the Mo family? First, you slandered your daughter-in-law, then you tried to drive a wedge between us. Now, you've cursed your grandson and used the media to disregard the Mo family's reputation. You can continue to act like this, but don't even think about harming me and our child. Otherwise, the humiliation we have suffered today, tomorrow, I will return it to you 100-fold. 1,000-fold. Let's see who is more ruthless. Today, I can destroy your reputation. Tomorrow, I can make you beg for your life. Tongning. The way you treat your mother-in-law is intolerable, Father Mo stuttered in anger. Father Mo was so angry that he began to stutter, if you dare do anything to hurt Wenfeng again, I won't. I won't let you off. Father. Take a good look at the woman in front of you. Is she really your wife? Tongning asked as she pointed to Hua Wenfeng with her chin. What do you mean? Tongning, stop spouting nonsense in front of Xiaoyuan, you cheap actress. As soon as Hua Wenfeng heard Tongning's words, she yelled in self-defense, as long as I, Hua Wenfeng, am alive, I will never acknowledge you as a member of the Mo family. Do I need your approval? Tongning asked. Or, are you so agitated because I said something I shouldn't have? You're being ridiculous. The truth will never be covered up. The world has its own justice, Tongning's words made everyone curious. Afterwards, she said to Father Mo, Father, you should keep your wife in check. When it comes to scheming, she is no match for me with her intellect. I've always been a playful person. If someone wants to risk their life against me, I will be able to hold them off for a while. You can hate me or curse me, I won't lose a single hair. But, don't try to fight me. After hearing Tang Ning's warning, Father Mo wanted to step forward and slap her across the face. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it because Tang Ning was surrounded by bodyguards. I'm currently pregnant, so I don't want to make a big fuss. I'm giving you guys some face. But, if you don't want to control yourself and continue to do ugly things, then I have no choice but to play along. What did Mo Ting say? Father Mo asked angrily. He no longer wanted to listen to Tang Ning. Did you think Mo Ting would still want to talk to you? Father Mo remained silent for a few seconds before he glanced upstairs. He knew Mo Ting was home, but just like Tang Ning said, he didn't want to see him and Hua Wenfeng. So, Father Mo swallowed his anger and prepared to leave with Hua Wenfeng. But, Hua Wenfeng suddenly broke free from Father Mo's embrace and approached Tang Ning. Were you trying to tell me that I'm a fake and that I'm not Mo Ting's mother? Did I say anything? Tang Ning asked casually. Let me tell you, USL*T. I will find evidence and make you pay for what you've done today. Hua Wenfeng's eyes turned red. It seemed she was quite angry. Of course, this made Tang Ning even more suspicious. If she didn't have a guilty conscience, why would she react in such a way? I'll wait for your evidence, Hua Wenfeng glared at Tang Ning. She then turned to look at the study room upstairs. I, Hua Wenfeng, have given birth to this unfilial son for nothing. My husband doesn't have cruel and unscrupulous parents. Tang Ning lifted her chin. In terms of aura, she naturally suppressed Hua Wenfeng. Father Mo scoffed as he led Hua Wenfeng out of Tang Ning and Mo Ting's home. Afterwards, Tang Ning took a deep breath and sat down on the sofa. Bai Lihua immediately ran over to help her. Are you okay? Tang Ning gently shook her head. A moment later, the two women heard Mo Ting's voice coming from the study room upstairs. They then saw his silhouette at the door. Auntie Bai, from now on, I want these 4 bodyguards to stand guard outside the house at all times. You will be in charge of deploying them. As long as someone comes knocking on the door, don't let them in. Yes, Mr. Mo. After speaking, Mo Ting headed downstairs and pulled Tang Ning into his embrace. Have you vented your anger? Tang Ning quietly leaned into Mo Ting's embrace as she listened to his steady heartbeat. In this world, I think you are the only person that would allow me to bully my parents like this. Xiaoning, someone was the one that went overboard first. You were simply protecting yourself. You didn't do anything wrong, Bai Lihua said from behind Tang Ning. This world has always been a place where the weak are bullied and the strong are feared. If you don't hold back, she will never stop attacking unless she achieves her goal. Your words are my words. Mo Ting did not say anything else. Mo Ting did not say anything else, he simply said calmly, whatever you want to do, is what I want to do. You. Tang Ning smiled helplessly. Even if I were to kill someone, you would probably bury the body for me. I won't allow anyone to bully you. This was something that had been true from the moment they got married. Tang Ning lifted her head and looked into Mo Ting's eyes. His pupils were like a vast sea of stars, so bright that she couldn't take her eyes off them. I'm feeling a lot better. Go back to work. I have something I want to talk to Auntie Bai about. Tang Ning gently pushed against Mo Ting's chest. Mo Ting placed a kiss on Tang Ning's lips and covered her with the blanket again. He then gestured for the bodyguards to guard the door, leaving Tang Ning and Bai Lihua alone. After Mo Ting left, Tang Ning looked at Bai Lihua and asked, Auntie Bai, have you ever experienced injustice? Hearing Tang Ning's question, Bai Lihua was immediately reminded of the 2 people that had just left. It's all in the past. It's not worth mentioning. Have you ever thought of revenge? I've thought about it for many years, but Xiaoxing is always by my side, Bai Lihua replied straightforwardly. Alright, then let me know when you feel like talking about it. Xiaoning, I have a presumptuous request. Bai Lihua took the opportunity to ask Tang Ning, when I miss Xiaoxing, can you let her into Hyatt Regency? With the mention of Chen Xingyan, Tang Ning immediately thought of the child that Nziheo protected at Hu Jingjing's birthday party. The child wasn't even 20 years old and was mischievous, but she wasn't annoying. So, Tang Ning smiled and nodded her head, I trust that you know what to do. That child has always been out of line since she was young. She has never been restrained by society. So, if Nziheo provoked her, would it be a blessing or a curse? After Hua Wenfeng followed Father Mo into the house, she crazily swept everything onto the floor. All that could be heard was the sound of utensils shattering. After quite some time, Father Mo approached her and pulled her into his embrace. Forget it, Wenfeng. We can't afford to offend that woman. If worst comes to worst, we will never see each other again. No way. Hua Wenfeng yelled. Didn't you hear what she said? She said I'm a fake and that I'm not Mo Ting's mother. She was just spouting nonsense. Did you take her seriously? I will go to the hospital tomorrow to do a DNA test. I want her to know that Mo Ting wants to get rid of me as his mother. He must be dreaming. Father Mo understood that Hua Wenfeng was still angry, so he did not try to stop her. After she calmed down, Father Mo carried her into the bedroom and placed her on the bed. Let's pretend we never had this son. Old Mo, you need to believe in my innocence. I can't allow her to slander me like this. No matter how much hatred she has towards me, my relationship with Mo Ting as mother and son isn't something that she can simply erase. Okay. Let's go to the hospital tomorrow. We will do a DNA test. No one can slander my wife. There was no doubt that Father Mo doted on Hua Wenfeng. So, it was understandable that he was tricked by her. Plus, Hua Wenfeng insisted on going to the hospital for a DNA test. So, the hatred he had for Tongning was deeply rooted in his heart. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. A DNA test. Didn't Hua Wenfeng have a guilty conscience? Meanwhile, Bai Lihua still remembered the words that Tongning had said to Hua Wenfeng. Had Tongning discovered something? Of course, Tongning had dealt a harsh blow to Hua Wenfeng this time. So, everyone in Beijing hated Hua Wenfeng, so they naturally kept an eye on her every move. This would definitely make Tongning's life a lot easier from now on. After all, with so many eyes watching over her, the chances of Hua Wenfeng acting recklessly would be very low. Although Hua Wenfeng's reputation has been completely destroyed and it's a little pitiful, I must say, Tongning, you are really satisfying. Plus, the strange thing is, no one dragged Boss into this matter. Boss, staying out of it is indeed the best choice. Seeing the smile on Long Jia's face, Tongning also let out a gentle laugh. You've been visiting me a lot lately. Is it because Lu Che isn't home and you're bored? Actually, I'm here because I have an idea, Long Jia said as she approached Tongning. Lu Che and I are both fine, but we just can't get pregnant. So, I've decided to have a test tube baby. But, I'm afraid. That's why I came to ask you if it's possible. Tongning knew that Long Jia really wanted a child, so she wasn't surprised at all. Have you discussed this with Lu Che? I'm waiting for him to come home, Long Jia replied. I'm just unsure, so I wanted to talk to someone about it. It's not a bad thing. I just think it's a little strange. Long Jia felt a little uneasy. Lu Che and I are both fine, but we just can't get pregnant. In the end, we had to resort to this method. It's hard for me to get used to it. You don't have the final say in this matter. You should ask Lu Che first, Tongning suggested. After all, this is a matter between you and your wife. You shouldn't always think that you can make all the decisions on your own. However, after trying all methods and seeing no results, I think it's feasible. After receiving Tongning's approval, Long Jia clapped her hands and said, let's do it. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on you too. I simply overheard you talking about IVF. Does Miss Long want a baby? Behind them, Bai Lihua placed a teacup in front of Long Jia as she scanned her body. Is there a problem? Auntie Bai. Does this mean you know about this? Long Jia leaned back on the sofa. She was curious about Bai Lihua. Perhaps. I can answer your questions. After all, Bai Lihua was Mo Ting's real mother. So, it wasn't a lie that she researched biotechnology. Since that was the case, she was naturally familiar with genetics. You can show me your test results. After hearing this, Tongning and Long Jia suddenly had a new understanding of the disfigured woman in front of them. Okay, I'll bring them to you in a moment. If Auntie Bai can really help me, I will be extremely grateful. In reality, Qin Xingyan had a strange personality and she also knew a few things that a quack doctor would know. So, she wasn't surprised that Bai Lihua knew about this. Long Jia simply wanted to give it a try. After all, they weren't going to get tested by a proper doctor. So, she didn't have high hopes for Bai Lihua. But, having hope was better than having no hope at all. So, Long Jia quickly handed her and Lu Chei's test results to Bai Lihua. "Auntie Bai, it's all here." Bai Lihua held the report in her hands and looked at it carefully. After comparing the results, she said to Long Jia, "According to the report, you and Mr. Lu are indeed healthy. Everything is normal. Then, why did we?" "Don't panic," Bai Lihua tried to calm Long Jia down. "There are still a lot of things that cannot be explained in the medical field. As for infertility, there are a lot of people like you who can't find a reason for it." "In that case, did the hospital tell you that the environment can affect pregnancy?" "What? What do you mean?" Long Jia obviously didn't think about the environment. "Miss Long, you and Mr. Lu should move." Bai Lihua seemed to have suddenly received an answer as she smiled at Long Jia. "When it comes to infertility, one of the main reasons is due to physical and chemical reasons and environmental pollution. The two of you have strong bodies, why don't you try a change of environment?" "There's such a thing? But the previous hospitals didn't tell me." "You all went for the checkup alone, and your bodies are fine. Most hospitals either ask you to do IVF or let nature take its course. Many doctors will ignore these seemingly secondary reasons." Long Jia's heart was suddenly filled with hope as she looked at Bai Lihua in a new light. "I never thought our Auntie Bai would be so amazing." Actually, Tongming noticed that Bai Lihua was quite knowledgeable when it came to medicinal cuisine. At the very least, when Bai Lihua took care of her current meals, she never had to look up information to understand the attributes of the food. She simply knew how to make it the most nutritious. "Go back and give it a try. If it works, you can thank me again." Long Jia excitedly pulled out her phone and gave Lu Chei a phone call. Meanwhile, Tongming looked at Auntie Bai with a serious expression. "I never thought Auntie Bai was so good at hiding things." "Not really. I learned it in the past. Xiaoxing was injured when he was young and he practiced martial arts, so I decided to learn it." Tongming nodded her head and did not continue asking. But, Bai Lihua's skills weren't something that could be learned casually. At least, Tongming was certain that Bai Lihua was very professional. "In that case, your face," Bai Lihua understood what Tongming was trying to say. She understood why Tongming didn't choose to undergo plastic surgery to restore her appearance. "My injuries are too severe and I can't recover. If I want to remove my mask, I will need at least 4 surgeries. Even if I manage to get it back, my face won't look natural. In fact, it might even look more frightening. So, I gave up," Bai Lihua explained in seriousness. "Over the years, I've been overseas a few times, but, I'm sorry, Auntie Bai. It's fine." Bai Lihua smiled. But, under her mask, her skin seemed to be stretched taut because of this smile. Too much time had passed. All that was left were scars. But, this hatred and vengeance was etched deep into her heart. The next day, the production crew of the Savage Wars gave Xianxia a phone call. They were very satisfied with Chen Xingyan's performance and wanted to sign her as one of the villains. It seemed, the ruthless way she hit people left a deep impression on the interviewers. So, the production crew contacted Xianxia and requested him to bring Chen Xingyan along when they went to the US. Instead of securing a main character, they secured the female villain, and Xianxia looked at Chen Xingyan in the distance. He felt this woman was quite unbelievable. It was bad enough that she acted casually, but was her life also so casual? And, don't look at me like that. Over the past 2 days, Chen Xingyan had gotten herself a video game console. Instead of playing with cash, she insisted on playing something that was hard to find on the streets. "Are you going to act as the #1 villain? It's not like you don't know that I can't face the camera." "But, during the audition, you were surrounded by at least 10 video games. I was there to beat someone up. I had no intention of going for the audition." Chen Xingyan rolled her eyes. "Plus, why would I go overseas? All I know is how to say that I'm not gay. Do you want me to embarrass myself? You can stop pretending." And Xianxia clearly saw Chen Xingyan speaking to the interviewer in English that day. Although her English was a little lacking, she wasn't completely clueless. "Hey, there's no need for you to turn me into an international superstar. I think I'm doing great right now. There's no need for me to change. Don't you have any goals in life?" "Of course I do. I like excitement, Xianxia replied in seriousness. I like the impossible. So, don't ask me to act as a villain. I've already experienced that feeling. I'm not interested. At this moment, Ziheo's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't understand why he had signed Xianxia to torture himself. What are you living for? Xianxia pointed her middle finger at Ziheo in disdain. Seeing this, Ziheo was immediately enraged as he walked over and smashed Xianxia's game console into smithereens. You don't act like a living person. What a waste of resources. Xianxia. Ziheo had no intention of continuing the conversation with Xianxia. He turned around and said, in a couple of days, another artist will be moving in. When that time comes, you guys should take care of each other. I'm not used to living with people I don't know well. Fine. Give me $20 million first. Otherwise, you can create some value for me. Xianxia. Since you don't want to go to the savage wars, I will get someone else to do it. If you don't want to go, there are plenty of people who are willing to. So, you can continue being a stunt double. After speaking, Ziheo turned around and left the apartment, leaving Xianxia all alone with a stuffy chest. She had the urge to punch someone, and Ziheo was, after all, a top manager in the past. So, when it came to dealing with a stubborn and mischievous person like Xianxia, he naturally had his methods. However, this little brat had no idea of her value and was still wasting her youth. If she had entered this industry unconsciously, why had she been an extra for so many years, a stunt double? Did she really like this dangerous and unrewarding profession that much? Hua Wenfeng was making a fuss about getting a DNA test done. So, early in the morning, she called Father Mo over to get a sample from Mo Ting. At that time, Tongning was still resting. So, the person who opened the door was naturally Bai Lihua. The two had never looked at each other in private before. For some reason, when Father Mo looked into Bai Lihua's eyes, he felt there was a complicated look in her eyes that made him feel suspicious. I've seen you since yesterday. You are? I am a servant that Tongning hired, Bai Lihua replied with her head lowered. After answering, she turned around. Have we met somewhere before? Father Mo asked naturally. No, Bai Lihua replied firmly. If she had a choice, she would rather they had never met. In that case. Can you give me a sample of Mo Ting's hair? Sorry, no, Bai Lihua's tone was a lot colder. Father Mo glanced at Bai Lihua and thought that she wanted some benefits. So, he pulled out some money and handed it to her. Is this enough? Bai Lihua looked at the cash in Father Mo's hands. At this moment, her eyes were filled with ridicule. Although many years had passed, the man in front of him did not know his real wife and colluded with a swindler to frame his son and daughter-in-law. Every time Bai Lihua thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a sense of ridicule. Nowadays, DNA tests can be faked. If you really wanted to prove something, you would have to go to the DNA test center with Mr. Mo. Who would believe a one-sided test? What do you mean? All of a sudden, Father Mo furrowed his brows. Did you think my wife would create a fake DNA test to fool others? I'm just stating the possibilities. He is indeed one of Tongning's people. He is wholeheartedly helping her. Seeing that Bai Lihua was picking on Hua Wenfeng, Father Mo's tone turned harsh. Why don't you remove your mask? Don't tell me you're the same as that performer, shameful? It's no wonder. That performer's heart is as evil as a snake. Anyone that she keeps by her side is obviously a jackal of the same tribe. We are all evil people. Only your wife is innocent. You and I both know who is right and who is wrong, Father Mo said angrily. Since you are just a servant, then get out of my way. At least, I am still Mo Ting's father. Bai Lihua did not respond. They had been married for so many years, yet this was the situation they were in. So, she did not want to continue arguing with Father Mo. Instead, she gestured to the bodyguards with her chin. If they didn't chase Father Mo away now, what were they waiting for? The bodyguards immediately stepped forward and grabbed onto Father Mo. But, before he could be thrown out of the house, Tongning's voice could be heard. Auntie Bai, give it to him. But. Give it to him. Tongming walked over to the sofa and said in a calm tone, "Since father wants it, I naturally have to give it to him." What was so trustworthy about a DNA test done by Hua Wenfeng alone? Bai Lihua thought to herself. It seemed, even if she revealed her identity right now, Father Mo would only speak up for that woman. So, she shouldn't place too much hope in him. So, a DNA test was a must. Since Father Mo insisted and Tongming agreed, Bai Lihua had no choice but to head to the bathroom. A moment later, she handed Father Mo a toothbrush. Since Hua Wenfeng liked to do a DNA test so much, then she was going to let her do it. Tongming watched as Bai Lihua handed Father Mo the sample. But, after Father Mo left, she said, "Auntie Bai, you didn't give him Ting's sample." "I gave him my toothbrush," Bai Lihua replied straightforwardly. Tongming looked deeply into Bai Lihua's eyes. She did not say a word, but, deep down, she couldn't help but praise Bai Lihua's actions. "In that case, it looks like we're in for a good show." Although Father Mo had retrieved the sample, he was still thinking about what Bai Lihua had said to him. "Wenfeng, do you know what Tongming's servant said to me? She said that even if we were to do a DNA test, no one would believe us. Because, with the advancement of technology, DNA can be faked." After hearing this, Hua Wenfeng wanted to smash the house up again. That SL*T, Tongming, deserves to die a horrible death. Even her servant is so well trained. I'll immediately get someone to take the sample for testing and film the entire process. I need to prove my innocence. Seeing Hua Wenfeng's confident expression, Father Mo immediately hugged her. "You didn't need to do this. I trust you no matter what." "Old Mo, I'm already so old, yet I'm still being treated like this by my daughter-in-law. Just the thought of it makes me angry. Now, I've even been ruined by her. Does this mean that I'm going to live the rest of my life in fear? Don't be afraid, I will definitely get justice for you. A DNA test and a film to ensure the authenticity of the results. Do you really think that Ms. Hua won't tamper with the DNA?" That night, Tongming asked calmly as she lay in Mo Ting's arms. However, there was a hint of a smile in her voice. "Filming the entire process. It seems she is very confident in herself. Once the results are out, we will know whether she is fair or not." After all, they both knew that the sample that Hua Wenfeng took did not belong to Mo Ting. If that was the case, Hua Wenfeng would still receive a 99% positive result. All they could say was, they were completely convinced. "If I think about it carefully, it will be a little funny," Tongming said as she waited for Hua Wenfeng to reveal the results. Over the next couple of days, Hua Wenfeng took what she thought was Mo Ting's sample to the hospital's forensics department for testing. In front of Father Mo, she requested the forensics department to film the entire process and not let the sample leave the camera lens. "Mrs. Mo, we are indeed unable to comply with your request," the forensics department replied. Seeing Hua Wenfeng's determination, Father Mo simply treated it like a mother that had been forced into a corner. So, his heart ached for Hua Wenfeng's desire to regain her innocence. "Wenfeng, it's been hard on you," Father Mo comforted. "If I had known you would give birth to such an unfilial son, I wouldn't have stopped you from getting rid of him. Now, he has become so lawless and has even found himself a poisonous wife." Thinking of this, Father Mo felt a little frustrated. So, he pulled out his phone and gave Elder Mo a phone call. He then told Father Mo everything that Tongming had done during this period of time. "Father, Wenfeng and I have been forced into a corner by this woman. If you don't step out and teach us a lesson, the Mo family is going to be destroyed by her." Elder Mo wasn't retarded, nor was he deaf or blind. Although he didn't personally witness what had happened to the Mo family during this period of time, he was well aware of it. Especially the incident that had appeared on the big screen in Global Square 2 days ago. He knew better than anyone what kind of person Tongming was. "When will the results of the DNA test be out?" Elder Mo remained silent for a moment. Originally, he wanted to stay out of the matter, but since things had already gotten to this point, if he didn't step out and say a word, it wouldn't be right. The hospital said it would be the day after tomorrow at the earliest. "In that case, let's do it the day after tomorrow. I will visit Hyatt Regency then." It had been a long time since he had seen Tongming and his great-grandson, Elder Mo thought to himself. Father Mo had no idea what Elder Mo was thinking. He simply assumed that Elder Mo was still protecting his son. But, he had no idea that Elder Mo had put in a lot of effort to understand Tongning's personality. So what if his own son was present? Elder Mo would only help the side that he felt was right. Otherwise, if both sides were close to each other, how could he settle the score? Wenfeng, I've already called Dad. He will definitely help us. Hua Wenfeng nodded her head. She had forgotten that the Mo family still had Elder Mo+. Elder Mo was extremely protective of his own people. How could Tongning have a good ending after stirring up so much trouble? The day after tomorrow, let's just wait and watch the show. And Zihao had mentioned that a newcomer would be arriving at the apartment in the next 2 days. At first, Chen Xingyan thought he was just joking. But, who would have thought, early that morning, a luxurious van arrived at the apartment. It was a girl the same age as her who had just won the National Youth MMA Championship. From the sound of it, the two girls were evenly matched. But this treatment was worlds apart. The apartment was split into 2 floors. She lived on the first floor, which was the guest room, while the master bedroom was upstairs. Sometimes, when Chen Xingyan was unhappy, she would go upstairs to lie down. The furnishings in her room were on a completely different level. Originally, she thought Zihao had left it for her so she could stay there from time to time. Who would have thought? And Zihao actually allowed the other party to move in. Are you Chen Xingyan? Hello, I am Annie. From now on, we will be roommates. The woman wasn't as tall as Chen Xingyan, but her figure was definitely well trained. However, Chen Xingyan didn't like the woman's smile. She couldn't tell if it was real or fake. So, she did not extend her hand. Instead, she crossed her arms and sat down on the sofa. Hello. Annie did not respond. But, Annie's assistant was furious as she questioned Chen Xingyan, who do you think you are? Our Annie is greeting you because she thinks highly of you. Can't you tell that Mr. N values Annie more? You better not provoke me, Chen Xingyan warned as she picked up the repaired game console without turning her head. I heard you were successful in your audition and had the opportunity to play the villain in an American film, but you rejected it. I'm sorry, Mr. N has already given this opportunity to our Annie. The assistant was not afraid of death as she threw herself at Chen Xingyan. Not only is she afraid of the camera, she is only a stunt double. Our Annie has never been a stunt double. What's the point? Making a wedding dress for someone else? From what I can see, you are only fit to make a wedding dress for someone else. That's enough, little 5. Don't speak nonsense. Only after he finished speaking did he ask them to stop talking nonsense. Chen Xingyan was used to these methods of ridicule, so he just smiled coldly. She's being rude to you, the assistant called little 5 yelled. It's okay. Mr. N gave Xingyan's resources to me. It's natural for her to feel uncomfortable. You are just too kind. Chen Xingyan continued to play with her joystick. She did not throw a tantrum because Zihao was the main culprit behind all of this. Afterwards, Chen Xingyan gave Zihao a phone call, but his phone was turned off. But, was Chen Xingyan the one that was at a disadvantage? It didn't take long before night arrived. Chen Xingyan was cooking in the kitchen when Zihao personally visited and took Annie out for dinner with the excuse that he was taking her to see the director. Chen Xingyan put down her bowl and chopsticks. It would be a lie to say that she felt comfortable. But, at this time, Bai Lihua suddenly gave Chen Xingyan a phone call. Xing Er, do you want to come to Hyatt Regency? Mom will cook something delicious for you. Yes, Chen Xingyan emphasized with a wrong tone. It didn't take long before Chen Xingyan hailed a cab and arrived at Hyatt Regency. Bai Lihua was already waiting for her at the entrance. Although Chen Xingyan still felt a little uncomfortable about entering someone else's home, it was still better than staying in the apartment. Xiaoning and Mr. Mo are both very nice people. You don't need to feel awkward. Okay. Chen Xingyan lowered her head and followed Bai Lihua into Hyatt Regency. At this moment, Tongming was sitting in the living room reading through her script. As soon as she spotted Chen Xingyan standing behind Bai Lihua, she couldn't help but say gently, I've long heard from your mother that you are a mischievous spirit. You don't need to act so serious. I don't eat people up. Chen Xingyan lifted her head. As soon as she saw Tongming, the legend of Beijing and the person that everyone loved to talk about, she couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. So, she scratched her head awkwardly, I'm not used to it. Tongming let out a gentle laugh as she lowered her head and continued to flip through the script in her hands. At this time, Xianxia approached her and knelt down beside her. Do you need a stunt double? Xing Bai Lihua yelled. Xianxia had never felt that she was inferior to others. She naturally treated Tongming as a senior. This made communication easier and more comfortable for Tongming. So, she asked back, isn't it good to follow Zihao? Xianxia did not say a word. She simply looked at Tongming with a wronged look in her eyes. Xing get up first. It's fine, Auntie Bai. I've actually liked her from the start, Tongming replied straightforwardly. She had never been biased when it came to judging people because she believed in magnetism. If two people were attracted to each other, they would definitely be fated to be friends. So, Tongming did not feel that Xianxia should follow any rules. Xianxia did not respond as she sat down on the sofa. Seeing this, Tongming did not pursue the matter any further. She simply replied, I don't need a stunt double. Why not? Because I've always done things on my own. But, it's very dangerous. And Zihao was confused. Did Tongming need to put on a show for others to see? Firstly, you should know better than anyone that being a stunt double is a very dangerous job. Your body and life are not guaranteed. I don't care if others need it or not, but I'm certain that I don't need it, Tongming replied in seriousness. Secondly, the role belongs to you and the script belongs to you. Only when you step into the role yourself will you know how it feels and how you feel. There are some things that can't be imagined. If a character doesn't complete a scene on their own, then don't you feel that their life is incomplete? After hearing Tongming's words, Xianxia fell silent for a few seconds. Although she felt that Tongming was being too serious, she liked it. I don't like people that follow the rules. So, can you tell me why you want to be my stunt double? Xianxia thought for a moment. She was used to being shameless. Why would she need to protect that B*TCH's reputation? So, Xianxia explained everything that Zihao had done to Tongming and Bai Lihua. He included how he smashed her video game console and how he found a newcomer to bully her. He told her everything. After hearing everything, Tongming felt that Zihao didn't seem like someone like that. But, on the other hand, she wasn't immune to things like this. She couldn't stand to see someone she knew being bullied, even if the person that had bullied her was her good friend. Since you can't continue, then don't do it, Bai Lihua replied. But, that jerk has written it in the contract. If I break it, I will have to pay him $20 million. Are you worse than Annie? Tongming asked straightforwardly. She didn't care if it was $20 million or not. Are you kidding me? I've been in the entertainment industry since I was 7. Xianxia was obviously unconvinced. Plus, when it came to martial arts, Annie only learned mixed martial arts, yet she knew all sorts of tricks. If they were to really fight, she would never admit defeat. Then why do you bear it? If you are really as fearless as you say, then you shouldn't let the people that look down on you live a good life. To put it bluntly, I don't like people robbing me. Even if I don't like it, it depends on whether I want it or not. If it was me, if I really didn't want to go abroad, then I wouldn't go. But, the opportunity. I'm sorry, I don't want it, but it won't be yours. After speaking, Tongming paused for a moment and looked at Xianxia again. In this industry, people always support the strong and step on the weak. Even if you are only a stunt double, you should be the best stunt double. Only then will you have the right to say no to others. When that time comes, even if you don't agree with Zihao and don't want to follow his arrangements, even if he sends someone else to anger you, you don't have to care. Xianxia listened to Tongming quietly. From what she knew, Tongming was a quiet person that relied on righteousness to get to where she was. Especially at the beginning, when Tongming mentioned her opinion of stunt doubles. At that time, Xianxia felt that Tongming was a normal person. But, after hearing the rest of her words, why did Xianxia feel like Tongming was a little cool? Above all, Tongming's words ignited a fire in her heart. In the entertainment industry, defeating the unknown is exciting. Xianxia understood what Tongming meant. If she wanted to look down on something, she needed to make it look up to it first. Seeing that Xianxia understood, Tongming did not say anything else. She simply asked, "Did you say that Zihao smashed your video game console?" "I have the latest German video game console here. There are only 2 in the entire world. One is a test product and the other is at home. You can take it home in a moment as a gift." Chen Xingyan looked at Tongming as they smiled at each other. "Is it fun?" "I'm not sure if it's fun or not, but I'm sure it won't be broken." "In that case, I'll gladly accept." Chen Xingyan did not hold back. Seeing that the two were like old friends, Bai Lihua felt a lot more at ease. Originally, she was afraid that Chen Xingyan would anger Tongming, but she was overthinking things. Tongming was good at manipulating people's hearts. No matter what kind of person stood in front of her, they would have no choice but to lower their heads. Chen Xingyan wasn't stupid. In fact, she was extremely smart. She knew why Tongming had given her a video game console. So, while Zihao was driving Annie home, Chen Xingyan was sitting in the living room playing with Tongming's video game console. Zihao was annoyed. "You got another one?" Chen Xingyan replied arrogantly, "Why do you care? It looks fun." Annie was envious and wanted to fight for Chen Xingyan's favor. She wanted Chen Xingyan to know her place. So, she pretended to be weak and spoke with a hint of desire. "I'll give it to you another day." Zihao was used to seeing fights between artists, so he naturally understood Annie's motive. "But..." Chen Xingyan smiled as she crossed her arms, "I'm sorry, but there's only one in the entire world. Don't tell me Miss N wants the one in my hands?" "Mr. N," seeing that Zihao was serious, Chen Xingyan replied, "I'm sorry, Tongming gave it to me. Why don't you ask her for it?" Hearing this, Zihao clenched his teeth. This brat, she finally knew how to be arrogant. Most importantly, what was Tongming getting involved in this? "Tongming? Do you know Tongming?" Annie's eyes burned with jealousy. "Go get some rest. It's getting late," Zihao reminded Annie. He felt it was time to stop playing such childish games. However, as soon as the two women turned around, Chen Xingyan suddenly stopped them. "Wait. What is it?" Zihao had already reached the door. But, as soon as he heard Annie's voice, he turned around. "I'll take the script for the Savage Wars," Chen Xingyan said as she raised her eyebrows and looked at Annie. Chen Xingyan raised her eyebrows and looked at Annie. Seeing Annie's unhappy expression, she added, "Tongming is right, there's no reason not to take something that belongs to you." Xingyan, you've already rejected him. Now that you're accepting it again, it doesn't seem right." Annie was extremely timid in front of Zihao. In fact, she even stuttered a little. Pretending to be weak, especially when a beautiful woman was pretending to be weak, would most men not be able to stand the pitiful expression on their faces and give in to her? But, when it came to people like Zihao and Mo Ting, only they knew how disgusting a woman like this was. Especially since Annie thought that Chen Xingyan would tolerate it for the sake of her pride. However, Chen Xingyan wasn't the type to let her pride get the better of her. She was willful and arrogant, she did whatever she wanted, her pride had nothing to do with what she did. On top of that, she was now able to enjoy Annie's acting, so Chen Xingyan's heart was filled with excitement. She thought to herself, listening to Tongming was indeed the right thing to do. What's not right about it? I have $10 on me. Sometimes, when it takes up space, I'll just put it somewhere else and say that I don't want it anymore. But, just because of that, doesn't that mean the $10 isn't mine anymore? Chen Xingyan used a hooligan analogy. But, in Zihao's mind, this analogy was not valid. But, Mr. N has already spoken to the producer that he wants to replace me. He can always say he wants to replace me. After all, I was the one that was originally booked for this role. Plus, if he can't even do something like this, then what's the point of being a manager? Why don't you let me do it instead? Chen Xingyan rolled her eyes at the two men. As soon as Chen Xingyan said this, even Zihao was speechless. This brat was merciless when it came to scolding others. Mr. and Annie couldn't win against Chen Xingyan, so she quickly looked for help. She was certain that Zihao would help her. Zihao originally wanted to leave, but after hearing Chen Xingyan's words, he suddenly decided not to leave. He turned around and sat down on the sofa. That's right, Xianxia is right. Annie was shocked. Mr. and but, Annie's words aren't unreasonable. Xianxia, the resources originally belonged to you, but the opportunity belongs to everyone. If you say you don't want it, the opportunity will naturally slip away. This is something that neither you, Annie nor I can control. So, it's not appropriate for you to use your money as an analogy. Xianxia wished she could bite Xianxia to death. Annie couldn't help but relax a little. So? Since you said that you don't want to be a stunt double even if you die, then as your manager, it's only reasonable for me to optimize my resources. So, I will still make a phone call to the production crew. As for who they choose in the end, it's not up to you or me to decide. Xianxia glared at Xianxia but didn't say another word. She put down the game controller and turned to return to her room. Damn man, stinking man. Go to hell. Xianxia treated the pillow as Xianxia. Apart from punching and kicking it, she also threw it on the ground and stomped on it. You're heartless, so I'm heartless. Go get some rest, Xianxia said to Annie after seeing Xianxia return to her room. Thank you, Mr. And Annie thought Xianxia was trying to help her, so her smile turned even sweeter. However, behind her back, Xianxia had already given the production crew a phone call and informed them that Xianxia had accepted the role and agreed to play the villain of the Savage Wars. He understood Xianxia's temper, so he did not mention to the production crew that Xianxia had rejected the role. Plus, the person that Annie went to see was not the director of the Savage Wars. From start to finish, he simply wanted to provoke Xianxia. But, it was obvious that Xianxia was more willing to listen to Tongning due to her rebellious nature. Although it had nothing to do with his efforts, at least the outcome was good. This brat was currently in her room. She must be itching to tear him apart and eat him alive. The next morning, Xianxia stepped out of her room after a good night's sleep. To her surprise, she saw Annie's assistant, Little Five, playing with a poodle in the living room. The dog was very lively as it ran around the living room. In the end, Little Five caught up to the dog and placed it on top of Xianxia's game console. Xianxia walked over to Little Five and glared at her coldly. Little Five knew that the game console belonged to Xianxia, but she felt that Xianxia was lying and that it wasn't a gift from Tongning. So, she decided to bully him with the dog. Xianxia did not say a word. He simply pulled out his phone and made a phone call in front of Little Five. After the call connected, he pressed the speaker button. Tongning Jia, are you still resting? I'm reading a script. What's wrong? Tongning asked. Can you tell me how much the game console you gave me is worth and where I can get it repaired? It was gifted to me by a friend of Ting's. It's a German handmade game console and it's the latest product from a famous video game company. I heard it's worth over $3 million. It's impossible to get it repaired in China, so it needs to be sent directly to Germany, Tongning replied honestly. Of course, as soon as Little Five heard this, her entire body began to tremble. Not only did Xianxia know Tongning, he had actually gifted her a game console. And this game console was worth over $3 million. Okay, thank you, Ningjia. Sorry to disturb your rest. After speaking, Xianxia hung up the phone. Before Little Five could react, she took a photo of the toy standing on top of the game console. Xiaowu immediately threw the dog on the ground and stuttered, What? What are you doing? Evidence collection. Xianxia said straightforwardly as she gestured to Little Five to look at the controller. Haven't you noticed that your dog has already bitten through my controller? You heard what Tongning said just now. This console is worth around $3 million and there's no way to repair it in China. Tell me, what should we do now? This? Little Five was so scared that his face turned pale. He stammered, no. There are photos in my phone, do you think you can still deny it? Little Five was so shocked that she immediately knelt on the floor and begged, Miss Chen, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know Tongning really gave it to me and I didn't know it was so expensive. I'm just a worker, I have no money. Can you let me off this time? Xianxia looked down at the kneeling Little Five and glared at her, Get up. Leave this matter to Xianxia. If he says you don't need to pay, I won't hold you accountable. Annie was originally resting in her room. When she heard a commotion outside, she immediately stood up to check. Seeing little Five kneeling in front of Chen Xingyan, her eyes immediately turned red. Chen Xingyan, how did I offend you? How could you treat him like this? Chen Xingyan couldn't be bothered talking to Annie, so she gave Nzihao a phone call. Something has happened. Come over and deal with it. Nzihao had just left Director Chen Feng's home when he received a phone call from Chen Xingyan. He immediately rushed over to the apartment. As soon as he arrived, he saw Chen Xingyan sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed while Annie comforted the crying little Five. Mr. N, you're here at the right time. Hurry and help me talk to little Five. He broke Xingyan's game console and Xingyan said it costs $3 million to fix it. Little Five can't afford it, so all he can do is sell his home. Chen Xingyan and Nzihao both knew that Annie was pretending to be weak, but Annie knew better than anyone else. Nzihao glanced at the game console and then looked at Chen Xingyan. As their gazes met, Chen Xingyan's eyes were clearly telling him to try and help them. Of course, Nzihao was cunning as he asked straightforwardly, how did the game console break? It was. Someone jumped around on my game console while hugging their dog, Chen Xingyan shrugged. Chen Xingyan shrugged her shoulders. I already told you yesterday, this was a gift from Tongning. Unfortunately, some people thought I was lying and thought I stole the limelight from their boss. So, they wanted to play around. But, they accidentally messed things up. Chen Xingyan understood little Five better than anyone, so she wasn't going to give them any face. Little Five, is this what happened? I'm Mr. N, Little Five, and I don't have much of a background, so it's impossible for us to fork out a few $1,000,000. So, I'm willing to return the role in the Savage Wars to Xingyan. I hope Xingyan won't blame Little Five. Little Five is still young and doesn't understand much. Xingyan, please don't take it to heart. Pfft, Chen Xingyan thought to herself. Do I need you to let me go? It's reasonable for you to return something that originally belonged to me. Plus, it's reasonable for your people to compensate for the damage they caused. Who allowed you to use something that belonged to me to compensate for my losses? Chen Xingyan asked straightforwardly. Don't turn a good character into such a disgusting thing. Characters are characters, and game consoles are game consoles. Nzihao, what do you say? The game console. I'll take it back to the factory and have it fixed in Germany. There's no need for compensation, Nzihao said as he crossed his arms and looked at the game console. Annie and Little Five heaved a sigh of relief. But Little Five can no longer do this job. Annie doesn't have any power yet, and you're already bullying her. Then, if she becomes famous one day, are you going to look down on me? Nzihao said coldly to Little Five. Annie and Xiaowu were stunned at the same time. Mr. N, I will find you a new assistant. What about you, Chen Xingyan? Is there anything else to say? Humph, Chen Xingyan scoffed without saying a word. At least, Nzihao had fired Little Five. If you're going to find an assistant, do it properly. Don't find someone with too many tricks up their sleeves. Do you really think I'm a pushover that anyone can bully? Chen Xingyan said as she threw the game console at Nzihao. You said it yourself. Go and fix it. Nzihao held on to the game console and raised an eyebrow at Chen Xingyan. After all, Little Five was in the wrong, so Annie was no longer in the position to argue on her behalf. All she could do was watch as Little Five left. She clenched her fists and swore to herself that she would definitely impress Nzihao and bring Little Five back to her side one day. Has the production team given us an answer? Chen Xingyan asked. Now that the matter had been resolved, she began to care about her role. Nzihao glanced at the two and shook his head. The production is still considering it. It's possible that the two of you won't accept it. You need to be prepared. Okay, Chen Xingyan nodded her head and returned to her room. However, Annie looked extremely wronged as her eyes filled with tears. Mr. N, you were indeed in the wrong and Xingyan caught you in the act. There's nothing much to say, you need to endure it, Nzihao replied straightforwardly. As for the role, the production is currently considering it. You need to be patient. At this time, Chen Xingyan assumed that Nzihao was completely fair, so she swallowed her pain. However, after Nzihao left, she pulled out her phone and gave her cousin a phone call. Brother, can you help me find out if Director Matt has decided on me for the Savage Wars? The man had some connections in the industry, so after hearing his cousin's request, he naturally had to lend a hand. Don't worry, I'll immediately help you find out and give you an answer very soon. However, if he were to give an answer like this, it was going to cause another uproar. A day later, Hua Wenfeng finally received the DNA report from the hospital. Seeing the results, her eyes filled with tears as she handed it to Father Mo. I can finally prove my innocence. Silly, you were innocent to begin with, Father Mo said as he held on to Hua Wenfeng's shoulder. I'll give Father a phone call right now. When he arrives, we'll head to Hyatt Regency together to demand an explanation. Okay. Hua Wenfeng probably thought that with Father Mo's trust and Elder Mo's support, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage if she went to Hyatt Regency like she usually did. This time, she wanted to see Tongning suffer. But, as soon as Elder Mo received a phone call from Father Mo, his expression was the same as his own. Oh, is this the result of the DNA report? Father, why don't you care? He should have been indifferent about this matter. Yet, just because Tongning appeared to be suspicious, he insisted on doing a DNA test. What kind of mother would do that? After all, this was not the point of conflict. So, Elder Mo was extremely indifferent towards this result. That's enough talking. Come and pick me up. It's been a while since I've seen Tongning. As soon as Father Mo heard this, he immediately led Hua Wenfeng and Elder Mo to Hyatt Regency in a grandiose manner. In reality, Tongning had already lost her patience from waiting. Hua Wenfeng's efficiency wasn't very good, however, Tongning never expected that Elder Mo would follow along. As usual, Auntie Bai opened the front door and Tongning's bodyguards were still there. As soon as they entered the living room, Tongning immediately stood up and offered her seat to Elder Mo. Grandfather, Elder Mo scoffed as he sat down beside Tongning. He had no intention of saying anything. Meanwhile, Hua Wenfeng threw the DNA report at Tongning's face. See for yourself. The DNA test report did not land on Tongning's face because Elder Mo blocked it. Wenfeng, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't touch me. Father. That's because you don't know how much this actress has crossed the line, Hua Wenfeng said as she leaned against Elder Mo's leg. Who are you calling an actress? Elder Mo furrowed his brows. Father, this woman actually said that I am not Mo Ting's mother. In a fit of anger, I went to get a DNA test done. I can't take this lying down, Father. After speaking, Hua Wenfeng stood up in agitation. She pointed at Tongning and said in a shrill voice, since everyone is here today, let's settle this once and for all. Tongning, I won't hold it against you for bullying me and slandering me, but the fact that you said I am not Mo Ting's mother is too hurtful. So, what do you want to do? Elder Mo asked. Father, this woman can't continue to stay in the Mo family. She will only worsen the conflict between us. Think about it, before she married into the family, our family was harmonious and never blushed with each other. This is all because of her. I want to kick her out. Elder Mo did not say a word, but his eyes were filled with annoyance. Meanwhile, Tongning walked over to Elder Mo's side and picked up the DNA test report. She looked at it carefully as if she was reading it word by word. Ms. Hua, aren't you making a big deal out of nothing? However, before you did the DNA test, I simply said it casually. I didn't really think you weren't Mo Ting's mother. But, after you did the DNA test, I began to have my doubts. Tongning placed the 99.9% paternity test report on the table and lifted her eyes to look at Hua Wenfeng. Otherwise, why would you fake it? What do you mean? Hua Wenfeng stared into Tongning's eyes. What are you trying to say? I think I've made myself very clear. You have faked this report. Hua Wenfeng was furious. Hua Wenfeng was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. I have always been Mo Ting's mother. Why would I need to fake it? You slut, don't make irresponsible remarks. Can you guarantee that this report is accurate? Tongning asked in seriousness. Of course. Even if it was tested 100 times, the result would not change. Do you think I'm like you? You're so fond of scheming. Madam Hua, I will ask you one last time. Are you sure of the authenticity of this DNA report? UB*TCH, you're indeed difficult to deal with. Previously, you accused Wenfeng of not being Mo Ting's biological mother and tried to drive a wedge between mother and son. Now that Wenfeng has presented us with the DNA test, you're accusing her of falsifying it. Let me tell you, we just received the report, there's no way we could have tampered with it. Seeing that Tongning refused to admit her mistakes, Father Mo pointed to her nose and started cursing. That's impossible. Tongning repeated these 3 words in a firm manner. You. Father Mo was furious as he reached out his hand to give Mo Ting a slap. But, he was stopped by the bodyguards. Tongning sneered as she looked at Father Mo. She then picked up the report and said to everyone, why would I say it's impossible? Because the sample that Auntie Bai gave you did not belong to Mo Ting. The toothbrush belonged to Auntie Bai. Everyone in the Mo family, including the bodyguards, knows about it. Are you telling me that the relationship between the two of you is 99.9%? Isn't that a bit too funny? After hearing Tongning's words, Father Mo and Hua Wenfeng were stunned. How? How is that possible? Why is it not possible? Auntie Bai simply wanted to teach you a lesson after seeing how you kept causing trouble for me. Who would have thought that you would actually fake the report? No, it's not like that. I didn't. This time, Hua Wenfeng did not tamper with the report. But how could she explain the results of the DNA test? No, you must have spouted nonsense. This is Mo Ting's to begin with. It's up to you whether you want to believe me or not. Things like this can be exposed with a second test. Why would I need to hide it? Tongning threw the report back at Hua Wenfeng. You said you didn't fake it. Then, how do you explain the results of this report? Hua Wenfeng's eyes grew wide as she took a few steps back. I didn't. The truth is right in front of us. If you didn't have a guilty conscience, why would you tamper with the DNA test? Tongning, don't be so aggressive. Father Mo saw Hua Wenfeng being pushed around, so he immediately stepped forward to protect her. Seeing Hua Wenfeng being forced into a corner, Father Mo immediately stepped forward to protect her. This report doesn't count. Let's do another test. Tongning sneered without saying a word. Meanwhile, Father Mo turned to look at Elder Mo. Father, what do you say? Are you going to sit back and watch as this woman bullies your son and daughter-in-law? Right now, I want to know why Wenfeng tampered with the DNA test, Elder Mo asked straightforwardly. Father, you can't just listen to Tongning's side of the story and choose to believe her over your son and daughter-in-law, Father Mo said angrily. Father, I am your son. Are you going to turn against your son and daughter-in-law for the sake of an outsider? But, compared to Hua Wenfeng, I am indeed more willing to believe in Tongning, Elder Mo shrugged innocently. Father. Enough. Elder Mo's sudden shout finally made everyone quiet down. Afterwards, Elder Mo stood up and walked over to Father Mo and Mrs. Mo. Seeing the two of you makes me lose all my face. Who would do a DNA test just because they were angry? If the media finds out, do you want everyone to think that Mo Ting has an alternate identity? Let's not talk about the incident at Global Square anymore. As an elder, isn't it bad enough that you framed, poisoned, cursed, schemed, and wronged your daughter-in-law? Even if an animal bit your own child, you wouldn't distort the truth, would you? Are the two of you worse than animals? Elder Mo questioned the two men standing in the living room. Don't think that just because Mo Ting is your child, he has to listen to you. Since the two of you are my descendants, does that mean I can order you around? If that's the case, then I'll tell you to immediately get a divorce and get Hua Wenfeng out of my sight. What do you think? Father Mo looked at Elder Mo in shock. I'm not going to make a move today and I can't be bothered to hit you two old fogies. You've never done anything well, yet you dare to cause a scene here? What is there to cause a scene about? What right do you have to cause a scene here? Don't you feel embarrassed that you're acting like this in front of so many people? How dare you ask me to uphold justice? If I was also an unreasonable old man, what would you have done to me? Father Mo asked as he approached the two women. You've never fulfilled your responsibilities as a parent, yet you have the audacity to ask Mo Ting to do things for you. Who gave you the confidence to do this? Hua Wenfeng, stop stirring up trouble for me. From the moment you changed your name and refused to acknowledge your ancestors, I no longer wanted you as my daughter-in-law. In fact, I don't even want my useless son anymore. Who do you think you are? Just because you've learned a little bit of technology, you can look down on this and that. If you weren't so old, I would have slapped you across the face a long time ago. Father Mo and Hua Wenfeng's faces alternated between green and white. They had no words to refute. Who do you want to kick out? This is Mo Ting's home. Even your luxurious place was bought by Mo Ting. Aren't you ashamed to chase someone out? Father. Don't call me father, Elder Mo ordered. From now on, Mo Ting doesn't need to call you father either. Since you're so arrogant and look down on your son, daughter-in-law, and father, from today onwards, you will follow Hua Wenfeng's surname, Hua. You don't need to use the surname Mo anymore. I can tell you've been mesmerized by this vixen for many years. After hearing Elder Mo's words, Father Mo and Hua Wenfeng were both shocked as their hearts began to panic. After all, Elder Mo's authority was inviolable. Even someone as heartless as Hua Wenfeng had no choice but to admit defeat in front of Elder Mo. However, she never imagined that the relationship between Elder Mo and Tongning would be so deep and good. Tongning, from now on, if you see these two causing a scene here, don't hold back. Just get the bodyguards to beat them up. Whether they die or get crippled, they deserve it. This is what grandfather said. If anything happens, grandfather will take responsibility. Elder Mo obviously felt he wasn't ruthless enough, so he continued to speak up for Tongning. Don't think that just because they're being polite to you two jerks, they're actually afraid of you. Mo Xiaoyuan, after we get home, you better give me a reason as to why Hua Wenfeng falsified the DNA test report. If you can't give me a reason, you can get a divorce. There is no room for negotiation. Father Mo never imagined that he would be taught a lesson by Elder Mo in front of so many people. In fact, he was humiliated in front of so many people. Hua Wenfeng was angry, but she did not dare to say anything. Her eyes filled with tears, but she did not dare to make a sound because Elder Mo was standing in front of them righteously. Dad, what kind of dad wants his son to get a divorce? Then what are you doing here? What do you think you're doing here? Hearing this question, Father Mo fell silent. That would be like slapping himself in the face. Father, you can say whatever you want. I didn't fake the DNA report. Hua Wenfeng continued to be stubborn. If you don't believe me, I can use my life to prove my innocence. Stop talking about death in front of me. You won't scare me. If you die, the worst that can happen is that you've committed suicide. It has nothing to do with any of us. I'm sure you know better than anyone whether it's worth it or not. Hua Wenfeng was infuriated, but there was nothing she could do. The old man had already stopped her from putting on a show. After all, he had been an experienced actress for so many years. Hua Wenfeng's little tricks had already been used many times in her dramas. If there's nothing else, then get lost. Just looking at you makes me angry. Father Mo was humiliated, but there was nothing he could do. All he could do was glare at Tongning as he supported the frustrated Hua Wenfeng and left. As for the others, they were secretly laughing at the two of them in their hearts. What did it mean to shoot oneself in the foot? These two were acting with their own strength. Grandfather, you didn't need to do this. After the couple left, Tongning helped Elder Mo sit down on the sofa. After all, I was also at fault. Stop pretending. Don't we see too many people like this on TV? I really don't want to admit that he's my own son. It's so embarrassing, Elder Mo scoffed. From now on, if these two cause trouble again, you don't need to hold back. If they die, I'll take responsibility. Grandfather. I'm really angry. Elder Mo took a deep breath. Elder Mo took a deep breath. He was disappointed with Father Mo for not living up to his expectations. When did that rascal become so unable to differentiate right from wrong? Grandfather. If I hadn't done this, did you think that Mo Ting would have stayed in the study room without showing his face? Elder Mo was well aware of how much Mo Ting cared about Tongning. Of course, as her grandfather, he also doted on Tongning. Tongning smiled and did not say another word. She knew that Elder Mo had always been a man of steel. This time, Bai Lihua did not show her face. She simply watched from a hidden corner. In fact, she even watched from the window as Hua Wenfeng was carried out by Father Mo. She struggled and yelled, I didn't fake anything. The DNA test was real. Old MO, trust me. I really didn't fake anything. This was the first time that Bai Lihua felt that Hua Wenfeng's expression was so sincere that she couldn't help but believe that she was telling the truth. Today was just a small test. From now on, there were more exciting days waiting for Hua Wenfeng and Mo Xiaoyuan. Meanwhile, Zihao received the final notification from the production crew. They immediately sent him a contract. Needless to say, the role still belonged to Chen Xingyan. That night, Zihao sat calmly on the sofa in the living room. He looked at the two women with a serious expression as he handed the contract to Chen Xingyan. I've said it before, I can't influence the final decision of the production crew. They have decided to use Chen Xingyan. Annie, you need to accept this result. Annie was of course upset, but Zihao had already used the production crew as a shield, so there was nothing she could say. With tears in her eyes, she turned around and returned to her room. After receiving the contract, Chen Xingyan flipped through it carelessly. In reality, she did not care about the contents. Are you satisfied? Zihao had been biased towards Chen Xingyan the entire time, but he couldn't let this brat see through him. I can only say that I'm more capable than others. Chen Xingyan held up the contract proudly. Hey, if you give me the contract this time, your little sweetheart is going to be angry. Why are you acting like you're the one who got the best deal? I'm just worried about you, Chen Xingyan said before she placed a kiss on the contract and took it away. However, not long after, Annie received a phone call from her cousin. My dear cousin, from what I know, Director Matt has only invited Chen Xingyan. He has never even heard of your name. That's impossible. Mr. N said that my chances were the same as Chen Xingyan's. How could Matt not have heard of my name? Why don't you ask him again? Annie was anxious. She felt like she had been struck by lightning. She never imagined that Zihao had set her up behind her back. I've already asked him clearly. He has never heard of your name before. This is the truth. I'm still busy, so I won't talk to you any further. Cousin, help me find out what happened. I really want to know what happened, Annie said in a serious tone as tears welled up in her eyes. Hearing her cry, the man was put in a difficult position. But, in the end, he still agreed. Okay. Tell me everything that happened and I'll help you find out later. After a while, Annie explained everything that had happened over the past few days to her cousin, including how she had been bullied over the past few days. After listening to everything patiently, the man finally shared his intuition with Annie. Little cousin, according to your brother's many years of experience, you should have been tricked by someone. Cousin, I don't quite understand. Why are you so stupid? I need you to explain yourself. What I mean is, your manager has never fought for a chance for you. He simply used this as an excuse to teach your opponent a lesson. No, Mr. N treats me very well. Annie retorted. Think about it carefully and see if this is the case. After speaking, the man hung up the phone and Annie fell into deep thought. She never expected that Zihao would treat her in such a way. So, she immediately pulled out her phone to ask Zihao for an explanation. But if this was really the case, wouldn't she be put at a disadvantage if she went straight to Zihao? After careful consideration, she decided to hold back. The next morning, Chen Xingyan was looking at a contract in the living room. As soon as Annie stepped out of her bedroom and saw Chen Xingyan's back, she couldn't help but approach her and ask, Xingyan, you and Mr. N must have known each other for a long time, right? Chen Xingyan felt like the sun had risen from the west. How could Annie speak to her in such a serious manner without a hint of pity? I met him a little earlier than you. I can tell that he treats you very well. Fine? Chen Xingyan humped as she pointed her middle finger at the air, which eye of yours saw this? But no matter how you deny it, it's still good. Chen Xingyan suddenly felt it was impossible to communicate with Annie at this moment. If there's nothing else, can you not disturb me while I'm reading the contract? Just as the couple were speechless, Zihao knocked on the door and entered the apartment. Without even glancing at Chen Xingyan, he said to Annie, pack up, there's an important audition. Annie froze for a moment, but she didn't feel happy at all. She felt like she could no longer trust Zihao anymore. What? You don't want to go? Mr. N, please wait for me. After speaking, Annie stood up and returned to her room. She quickly changed her clothes. Today's tolerance was for tomorrow's pride, Annie told herself in her heart. Meanwhile, in the living room, Xianxia watched as Xianxia flipped through the contract. He couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, sign the contract. I won't sell you out for the audition. That's hard to say, Xianxia twirled the pen in her hand. It's better for me to be cautious around you. Whatever you want. Soon, Annie stepped out of her room dressed in a formal gown and followed behind Xianxia. Xianxia watched as the two left without any expression. She simply continued to read through her contract without taking Annie seriously. A moment later, the couple boarded the van. Xianxia looked at the silent Annie and couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so quiet today? Are you still upset that you didn't get the role? A little. There's no need for that. Today's resource is on par with the Savage Wars. You should know that I went to the US to study for a period of time. During that time, I'd built up a lot of connections in the US. So, you need to cherish this opportunity, Xianxia said as he handed a script to Annie. This is the audition clip. Have a look first. Annie's eyes once again lit up with hope. Of course, there were two reasons why Xianxia arranged this. Firstly, he wanted to train Xianxia, and secondly, he wanted to take Annie down a peg. He wanted her to know that her results at school were nothing. Is this better than Xianxia's script? Xianxia looked at Annie. To be exact, there was a warning in his eyes. Annie, I treat all of you equally. However, you all have your own flaws and need to be polished. Okay, Mr. And after speaking, Annie calmed down and looked at the script Xianxia had given her. She couldn't be worse than Xianxia in any way, especially when it came to status and background. Xianxia was nothing. Of course, this was because she had no idea that Xianxia had another identity. To ensure that there were no issues with the contract, Xianxia directly brought it to Hyatt Regency for Tongning to look through. Don't worry, Xianxia may be training you, but he won't trick you in these important areas. Tongning put down the contract and winked at Xianxia. But, I don't actually want to go overseas. Who told you that I wanted to go overseas? Tongning raised an eyebrow. The contract has already stated that the filming location will be in Beijing. The crew of the Savage Wars wants to borrow some of our special sets for filming. Okay, since you've clarified everything, you should go home. Don't disturb your Ningjia. She's been very tired these past few days, Bai Lihua said after seeing Xianxia's mischievous behavior. It's fine, Auntie Bai. Go ahead. Mr. Mo has already instructed me to remind you to get some rest upstairs. Hearing that it was Mo Ting's instructions, Tongning had no choice but to stand up and head upstairs. In that case, help me take care of Xingyan. After speaking, Tongning entered the bedroom. At this time, Mo Ting was already lying in bed as he waved at her. Come here. Her steps were light as Mo Ting helped her sit down on the bed. When did you come back? Why aren't you working at Hai Rui? I missed you. I came back halfway through. I was afraid I wouldn't be by your side when you had an afternoon nap. Huh? Tongning was confused. I've had a little cramp over the past few days, Mo Ting said as he looked at Tongning's legs. Did you think that if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't know? It's not a big deal. Pregnant women are always a little stressed. Tongning leaned against Mo Ting's chest and breathed in his unique scent. But, for you to notice. I am still very happy. If you still have cramps this afternoon, let me know. I'll give you a massage and you'll feel better. Okay, hubby. Tongning closed her eyes and fell asleep in Mo Ting's embrace. Perhaps it was because her lover was by her side, but Tongning did not have cramps and slept peacefully. When she woke up, she could still see Mo Ting in the same position as before. Tongning's heart ached a little as she sat up in his arms. She then twisted her body to place her pillow under Mo Ting's head. However, just as she bent over, Mo Ting opened his eyes and looked at her lovingly. You're awake? She wasn't sure why, but seeing Mo Ting like this, Tongning leaned over and kissed him. She sucked on his lower lip and kissed him endlessly. Mo Ting froze for a moment as his body tensed up. A moment later, he gently wrapped his arm around Tongning's shoulder and began to respond. It wasn't until they both found it hard to breathe that Mo Ting finally pulled away. Seeing this, Mo Ting maintained his awkward position and smiled at Tongning. "Did you miss me?" Tongning understood that Mo Ting had left out the word want, so her face turned slightly red. "Let me take you to the shower." Tongning looked down at her stomach, but Mo Ting insisted on hugging her. "Don't worry, I will be very gentle. I won't hurt you or the child." After a long time, it was impossible for a couple to not want to merge into each other's bodies. After all, they needed a sense of belonging. They needed to have each other in their hearts. In reality, Bai Lihua remembered the words that Hua Wenfeng shouted as she left Hyatt Regency. She didn't know why, but this time, she was willing to believe that Hua Wenfeng wasn't lying. In that case, she would have to reinterpret the DNA test results and explain why they were 99.9% related. In order to find out the truth, Bai Lihua needed to get a new sample of Hua Wenfeng's DNA. So, while she was cleaning the living room, she paid extra attention to whether or not Hua Wenfeng had left a strand of hair behind. Sometimes, there were some things that even she did not understand. Of course, DNA was only one aspect. She still needed to return to the Bei family to investigate the unknown reasons behind this. Perhaps it was God's blessing, but Bai Lihua managed to find Hua Wenfeng's hair in the living room. As Hua Wenfeng was the only one who had dyed her hair brown, it was easily recognizable with the naked eye. It didn't take long before Bai Lihua secretly sent samples of herself, Hua Wenfeng and Mo Ting to the hospital. She wanted to know the truth behind all of this. The next day, Bai Lihua asked for leave from Tongning and Mo Ting. Although Mo Ting allowed it, after Bai Lihua left, he asked, "Don't you think there's anything suspicious about this Auntie Bai? Many of Aunt Bai's actions can't be explained, but she really didn't mean to harm us. Plus, you've already done your research. She's just an ordinary woman." "That's right," Tongning replied in seriousness. "Do you really think so?" Tongning looked at Mo Ting with deep meaning. The couple understood each other, so of course, Tongning didn't think the same way. But, there were some things that she still didn't understand and needed some time to understand. "If you're still worried, you can ask someone to follow her. Yesterday, I saw her carefully picking up Ms. Hua's hair and changing my toothbrush." "What are you trying to say?" Tongning's eyes grew big. "Did she do another DNA test?" "We'll know when the results are out." So, all they could do now was wait. "Since the truth is right next to us, let's transfer Luce back. I don't want you to be so tired. Plus, Long Jian needs a husband," Tongning suggested as she put down the glass of milk in her hands. "He's already on his way back." In reality, Tongning didn't even need to say anything. The production crew that Nziheo took Annie to for an interview gave them a response the next day. In the end, they booked a 10-year-old girl to play the supporting female lead because she was exactly what the crew needed. Annie once again missed out on a role. So, in a low mood, she approached her cousin for a drink. Inside the club, the sound system was deafening. Meanwhile, Annie was singing and dancing with a few men in a private room. From the looks of it, a place like this was a walk in the park. "Cousin, I didn't get a role again." As soon as the man heard Annie's complaint, he looked at her suspiciously. "According to Nziheo's current status, he wouldn't allow you to lose everything. Are you not serious?" "I'm extremely serious. But, as long as there's a good opportunity, he will immediately give it to that woman." "What can I do?" Annie lay on the table, crying and laughing at the same time. "I'm just a newcomer with no power or influence in the industry. My only backer is you. Cousin, can you understand the pain in my heart? I know someone like Nziheo. Logically speaking, he wouldn't be biased. After all, he's made quite a few models famous over the years. Could you be overthinking things?" Annie shook her head as her eyes turned red. "I'm not overthinking things. He only has eyes for Qin Xingyan." "How about this, I'll do you a favor and help you test him," the man whispered in Annie's ear. "I'm going to give it a try. I want to see if Nziheo has the intention to train you. If he doesn't, then you should leave as soon as possible. With your qualifications, you can definitely find a better manager." After hearing her cousin's words, Annie nodded her head. Her future was something that would last a lifetime. So, she couldn't allow Nziheo to bully her like this. And Ziheo doesn't know about our relationship, does he? No, he doesn't. That's good. Annie looked at the expression on Tongning's face and felt a little uneasy. She had no idea what her cousin was going to ask and how Nziheo was going to hand in his answer. Cousin, I think you're overthinking things. With your qualifications, you're many times better than Chen Xingyan. Plus, you've already won so many awards. Don't tell me you're afraid of an extra? Annie looked at the man with a deeper meaning. Okay, I'll help you find your next job. When the time comes, you can decide for yourself. Thank you, cousin. Whether Nziheo was biased or not, he was probably the only one who knew in his heart. In the middle of the night, Nziheo's living room was still lit with a yellow light. This was because he had dismantled Chen Xingyan's video game console and was currently learning how to reassemble it. The next morning, Nziheo received a phone call from the boss of Hongchuan Film and Television inviting him to lunch. Nziheo had never interacted with anyone from Hongchuan before, but Hongchuan had a certain status in Beijing. So, he arrived on time and used it as a way to build connections. Nziheo had no idea that this was a trap set up by Annie and her cousin. He simply thought they invited him because they wanted to work together. Annie's cousin's surname was Xia. Even though he said he was the boss of Hongchuan, it was only because he had shares in the company. The one who had the final say was actually his father. But, his father didn't like Annie, so he never helped her. Director In, you've been quite popular in the industry lately. Xia Tong stood up from the dining table and extended his right hand towards Nziheo. Thank you so much for coming. As soon as Nziheo stepped into the hotel, he understood the man's status, so he did not prepare to work with him. He originally thought someone from Hongchuan was here to discuss a collaboration. Who would have thought, it was a powerless person. Thank you, young master, you're too polite, and Nziheo extended his hand and shook the man's hand. Actually, I know you have a stunt double that signed a contract with the Savage Wars. But, the role was originally reserved for my agency's artist. So, I wanted to ask if it's possible for your man to give up the role, Xia Tong asked in a serious tone. Xia Tong pretended to be serious. That role is very important to us. So, you can name your conditions. After hearing this, Nziheo did not say a word. Oh, by the way, I also know you have an action actress called Annie. If you're willing to give up the role, I can help Annie secure a good role. Nziheo smiled and asked Xia Tong in return, you came prepared? Young Master Xia, are you asking me to sacrifice my artists? How is this considered a sacrifice? Chen Xingyan still has plenty of opportunities. Didn't I agree to give Annie a role that's not inferior to the Savage Wars? After all, she's working for you, so this shouldn't be a problem for you. Why aren't you compensating Chen Xingyan? Nziheo asked as he got straight to the point. Because the starting point of the production is quite high. According to Chen Xingyan's request, she can't go, Xia Tong replied straightforwardly. Director In, no matter how I look at it, this matter is beneficial to you. Don't tell me you still want to reconsider? By sacrificing Chen Xingyan, the three of us can achieve our goals. After you compensate Chen Xingyan, wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Nziheo's eyes were originally focused on the table, but after hearing Xia Tong's words, he remained calm. I won't be touching Chen Xingyan's role. So, I don't think we can go through with this deal. What if I could give Annie a better role? I don't need it, Nziheo replied. Xia Tongkai looked at Nziheo with a serious expression. The two men stared at each other for quite some time. In the end, Xia Tongkai leaned back in his chair and glared at Nziheo. For Chen Xingyan, her role in the Savage Wars isn't that important. I'm sure you know this, right? Yet, you're not willing to give a better opportunity to Annie? Young Master Xia, this is my business. Aren't you afraid that Annie will find out about this? Xia Tong asked with a deeper meaning. I really feel sorry for Annie. Plus, Director In, I don't think you're as rational as the rumors say. If you had a brain, you wouldn't have rejected such a generous offer so easily. Annie, I have my own plans. If young Master Xia has nothing else to say, I won't stay any longer. I still have something to do in the afternoon. After speaking, Nziheo buttoned up his suit and stood up from the sofa to leave. Not long after, Annie approached Xia Tong from a nearby booth with a gloomy expression on her face. "It seems, it's time for you to get a new manager," Xia Tong said straightforwardly. "And Zihao has no intention of training you. At least, for the time being, all his energy is focused on Xianxia." Annie understood what Xia Tong was saying. But, and Zihao had signed her on, yet he didn't train her properly. Why was he doing this? At this moment, Annie still didn't understand the reason. Afterwards, Xia Tong pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Annie. "If you've thought it through, give me a call here." After speaking, Xia Tong also left the hotel, leaving Annie all alone in her seat in a daze. Not long after, Annie returned to the apartment to find Zihao installing a game console for Chen Xingyan in the living room. At that moment, she thought Zihao had always been high and mighty and would never do something so small for anyone. But, her judgment was obviously wrong. "Mr. And today, I received a phone call from Hongchuan Film and Television. They want me to audition for a role." "I'm not going," Zihao replied without turning his head as he picked up his tools. "But why?" Annie questioned. "Why can't I attend the audition? Hongchuan is only barely reliable. Plus, it's only during the chairman's reign. The higher-ups are currently in a mess. If you go, you might fall into a trap. Mr. And are you trying to stop me from developing?" Hearing this question, Zihao finally stopped what he was doing and lifted his head to look at the serious Annie. "Trust is the prerequisite for cooperation. Do I need to stop you from developing?" Annie did not respond. However, she thought to herself, if there was no prerequisite, he wouldn't have done it. But, with Chen Xingyan, he would. "If there's nothing else, get some rest. Don't think too much." Annie clenched her fists and headed upstairs to her room. She then pulled out the business card that Xia Tong had given her. It wasn't like she had no choice but to follow Zihao. Plus, the way Zihao treated her, it was obvious that he had never treated her like an artist that yearned for success. From start to finish, he made her wait. In order to protect Chen Xingyan's role, he even rejected Xia Tong's offer. Annie couldn't understand what was going on, so she gave Little Five a phone call to complain. At this time, Little Five reminded her, "Annie, I think Mr. N only appears to value you on the surface, but he has a motive. Did you know? I have a feeling that he brought you back because he wanted to provoke Chen Xingyan." Hearing this, Annie froze in shock. Because Little Five's words had woken her up, Chen Xingyan had never been obedient to Zihao's teachings, so he found her to motivate Chen Xingyan. This was also the reason why Zihao didn't care about her future. Reality was cruel. Annie thought bitterly. So, in a fit of anger, she directly called another agency. "Don't expect me to back out so easily. Since you played me, then I will return the favor." Late at night, as Chen Xingyan returned to her apartment, she noticed the game console on the table had been repaired. She couldn't hide the excitement on her face. But, didn't they say they were going to send it back to the factory? How did it get repaired so quickly? Regardless, she decided to give Zihao a phone call. "Are you asleep? Tell me." Zihao was sitting in the living room sipping on a glass of red wine. "How did the game console get repaired so quickly? Who's so amazing? Even something from Germany can be repaired? I want to worship it." "Me." Perhaps it was because Zihao had a little too much to drink, but under the influence of alcohol, he was not as reserved as when he was sober. "You? Why don't I believe you?" Chen Xingyan scoffed. On the other end of the phone, Zihao chuckled. It wasn't clear what was wrong with him, but he directly invited Chen Xingyan over. "Do you want to come over and have a drink with me?" "Huh?" Chen Xingyan immediately covered her chest. "Are you trying to sleep with me? I need to be able to defeat you before I can sleep with you." Although Zihao didn't want to admit it, when it came to strength, he was much weaker than Chen Xingyan. "You. What's wrong?" Chen Xingyan keenly noticed there was something wrong with Zihao's emotions. "Who could provoke you?" "It's nothing. Go back to sleep. Although the game console has been repaired, it's just for you to look at, not for you to play with." After speaking, Zihao hung up the phone. However, after hanging up the phone, he suddenly felt empty inside. He had never felt like this before, especially on a day like today. Perhaps it was because he had been lonely for too long. Chen Xingyan was a little surprised. For the sake of the game console, she decided to do some research on Nziheo. She actually didn't know Nziheo that well, did she? After searching Nziheo's name, apart from the awards he had won and his feud with Qing Tian, there was also a trending topic about him and his model girlfriend. Looking at the date, Chen Xingyan understood. Today was the day his model girlfriend, Xianxia, passed away in a car accident. No wonder an alcoholic would drink himself into a delirious state. Thinking of this, she felt relieved. Nziheo was already an adult, so there was no need for her to worry about him. Moreover, it had been so many years since that incident, it was time for Nziheo to withdraw from it. However, she didn't know why she couldn't fall asleep after taking a shower and jumping onto the bed. She tossed and turned, thinking about what Nziheo had said about going over for a drink. To prevent herself from thinking about it any further, Chen Xingyan put on a set of black sportswear and headed out the door. After arriving at Nziheo's apartment, she did not press the doorbell. Originally, she wanted to climb over the wall and take a quick glance at him before leaving. However, as soon as she climbed over the window and entered the living room, she thought she would be able to climb over easily. Who would have thought, her head would get stuck in the gap between the window and she couldn't advance or retreat. Damn you! Nziheo was sitting in the living room, enjoying a small drink. When he heard the commotion, he immediately walked over to the balcony. There, he saw Chen Xingyan stuck at the window, clutching her stomach and laughing out loud. What are you laughing at? Help me. Instead of using the door, you chose to climb over the window. This is karma, and Nziheo quickly opened the window and let her in. People with good martial arts don't want to use the front door. How can I show off my abilities? Chen Xingyan was extremely disdainful. Especially when she smelled the alcohol on Nziheo's body, she pinched her nose and asked, "How much did you drink?" A 19-year-old young lady, "It's very dangerous for you to enter a single man's home," Nziheo said as he walked towards the front door. "If you dare to move, I will paralyze half of your body." In reality, a threat like this did not have any effect on Chen Xingyan. But, before she could notice, Nziheo pressed her against the wall and trapped her between his hands. No matter how strong you are, you're still stuck against the wall. Chen Xingyan's face turned red as she used the iron head technique. All that was heard was a loud bang as the couple held on to their heads and cried out in pain. "Chen Xingyan, I've realized that you're quite violent. Since I know you're fine, I'm going to go back." Chen Xingyan did not want to stay with this man that reeked of alcohol. "It's time to go back. Otherwise, I wonder what the news will write about us." Nziheo returned to the sofa, picked up a wine glass and continued to drink on his own. Chen Xingyan understood that Nziheo was referring to the incident with Xianxia. "Let's go back, through the front door." For some reason, under the moonlight, Nziheo had a different kind of charm. Especially his languid appearance. Finally, he wasn't as serious as he used to be. Instead, he looked more like a person. Chen Xingyan did not move. Women were born to comfort men, it gave them a great sense of achievement. "Why aren't you leaving?" "I want to comfort you," Chen Xingyan said involuntarily. "How? Use your body?" Nziheo smirked as he stood in the dark. Chen Xingyan was a little surprised. "I don't want to commit a crime. Plus, I will never repeat my previous mistakes." Did Nziheo mean that he would never develop feelings for an artist again? Hearing this, Chen Xingyan didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a little upset. It didn't take long before Nziheo fell asleep on the sofa. Chen Xingyan leaned over and looked at him. She couldn't help but kick him a few times. "Stupid man, you've finally given me a chance to get revenge." Not only did Chen Xingyan kick Nziheo, she also used Nziheo's Mont Blanc pen to draw a large picture of a tortoise on his face. Actually, Chen Xingyan had no idea that this was going to be the only time she and Nziheo had a relaxing and simple relationship. Because, on the night that Nziheo was drunk, Annie went to see someone else behind their backs. In fact, they came to an agreement and agreed to pay Nziheo's compensation for breaking the contract. However, they wanted Annie to do something for them first. Annie was more than happy to do this. After all, when Nziheo first approached her, she was full of hope for her career. But now, all she felt for Nziheo was hatred. So, she wanted Xianxia to experience the same pain. The night quickly passed and dawn arrived, and Zihao woke up from his sleep feeling a sharp pain in his hip bone. He then entered the bathroom to wash up. As he looked at his reflection in the mirror, he couldn't help but smile helplessly. But, a moment later, he couldn't smile anymore. The production crew had given him a phone call. Chen Xingyan's role had been retained, but a new role had been added to the script. This role was also going to be played by an Asian, but the role had already been confirmed. And Zihao had no idea who this person was. As long as Chen Xingyan wasn't replaced, everything was fine. Since it wasn't an open audition, it was easy to understand that they were bringing money into the cast. Of course, he had no idea that this role was specifically created to counter Chen Xingyan. That afternoon, on an old street, Bai Lihua went to the hospital that was related to the Bei family. But, because it had been a long time, the hospital had already moved and the staff was nowhere to be found. So, it was impossible for her to find any information. The Bei family obviously did not know about this incident. Otherwise, they would have caused a huge commotion. There was no way they would remain silent. But, if Hua Wenfeng had nothing to do with her, then the DNA test would not show that they were related. But, who in the world could give her an answer? The explosion 19 years ago was obviously deliberate. Yet, Hua Wenfeng did not seem to be afraid of having her DNA tested. This proved that she had nothing to fear. As it was urgent, Bai Lihua received the test report earlier than Hua Wenfeng. But, to everyone's surprise, even the doctor was stunned by the report. Madam Bai, sample number 3 is related to sample number 1 and sample number 2. In fact, it is a 99% match. Did you use 2 of your samples for the test? Doctor, are you certain that sample number 1 and 2 are highly similar? What if I told you that this DNA came from 2 different people? Bai Lihua asked. If they are of the same age, then you would have to consider that they are twins. Plus, the DNA is highly similar, so they should be identical twins, the doctor replied in seriousness. Are you saying that if the DNA of the child of an identical twin is highly similar to that of the twin and that there is no way to determine who is the real mother? In theory, that is indeed the case, the doctor replied as she looked into Bai Lihua's eyes. So, under normal circumstances, if a twin were to impersonate one another, it would be very difficult to tell them apart. The only way to find out is through fingerprints. Fingerprints. Bai Lihua looked at her burnt finger. Did this mean that her only hope was gone? Hua Wenfeng was indeed her sister, this was an undeniable fact. But, why didn't the Bei family know about this? Worst of all, the explosion 19 years ago was obviously planned by Hua Wenfeng. She wanted to replace her. In other words, Hua Wenfeng knew everything. In order to change her fate, she was willing to kill her own twin sister. She stole her identity, she stole her husband, she stole her son, she stole her career, she stole everything she had and she even stole her fate. This was too scary. Bai Lihua couldn't believe it. She never expected things to be so complicated and Hua Wenfeng's identity to be so special. She wondered how many years she had been hiding behind the scenes to plan the show from 19 years ago. Hua Wenfeng was unimaginably evil. Although Bai Lihua didn't know how she had suddenly gained a sister out of nowhere, she returned to Hyatt Regency in a daze. She had a lot to say to Tongning, but in order not to alert her, she held herself back. Although they were blood-related sisters, Hua Wenfeng had stolen Tongning's identity in a bloody manner. Aunt Bai, what happened? Why are you so distracted? Tongning could sense the change in Bai Lihua. She could also tell that Bai Lihua's mood had changed a lot after returning from her trip. Xiaoning, do you think the scenes that often appear in movies also happen in real life? Bai Lihua asked. Tongning sensed something, but she did not directly ask Bai Lihua. Instead, she smiled and replied, art indeed originates from life, but it doesn't surpass life. Actually, we see a lot of news every day. In this world, there are many complicated lives that can't be portrayed in movies. Aunt Bai, why do you ask? I mean, if your family took everything away from you, what would you do? Tongning looked at Bai Lihua. The answer was actually quite simple. Tang Xian once tried to take everything away from me. But, in the end, everyone in Beijing saw what happened to her. Aunt Bai, you know very well that no matter if it's a parent, a sibling or a child, no one has the right to take something away from another. This is the fundamental right of a person, because they are an individual. But, what if they were taken away from you? They would take it back the way they took it. What Hua Wenfeng had done wasn't called a robbery, it was a deliberate murder. Bai Lihua was well aware that it was time for Hua Wenfeng to pay her back for all the pain that she had endured over the years. Worst of all, Bai Lihua guessed that Hua Wenfeng was afraid that one day, she would come back and take everything back. That's why she decided to use an explosion to bury the truth. This was the only way she could destroy Hua Wenfeng's face and fingerprints, leaving her with no way to prove her innocence. What a vicious scheme. Thank you, Xiaoning. Auntie Bai, if you have ever been wronged, feel free to tell me. Bai Lihua immediately shook her head. After all, she was going to personally ask Hua Wenfeng for every single cent of the debt. At the same time, Tongming was almost certain of Bai Lihua's true identity, but she did not expose Bai Lihua. After all, the whole thing was too unbelievable. That night, just as Mo Ting returned home, Tongming whispered beside Mo Ting's ear, Auntie Bai asked me a lot of questions today. I'm sure she already has an answer in her heart. Plus, it seems she has only just figured out a few things. This was the first time Tongming had encountered something like this, so she couldn't make up her mind. Let's see what Aunt Bai wants to do. Mo Ting replied as he gently stroked Tongming's hair. If things are really as we predicted, then Auntie Bai's injuries and all the pain she has suffered over the years, she must have hidden them deep within her heart. Let's pretend we don't know anything, Tongming nodded her head, just thinking about it makes my hair stand on end. In that case, the person who helped me get out of trouble and diverted the public's attention should be Aunt Bai, right? After speaking, Tongming lifted her head and met Mo Ting's gaze. Seeing his calm and piercing gaze, she immediately wrapped her arms around his neck. It's okay, the truth will be revealed sooner or later. Mo Ting did not say a word. He simply looked at his watch and reminded her, it's time to rest. And I'm just saying if Hua Wenfeng has really treated Auntie Bai in such a way, then she should be cut into 1,000 pieces. Mo Ting did not say a word. He simply helped Tongming lie down and placed his hand on her bulging stomach. Did the baby kick you today? She has been very good. She has been quietly staying in my stomach. Go to sleep. After speaking, Mo Ting prepared to get up. But, Tongming grabbed onto his wrist, Ting, and I'm just saying if the baby really has a congenital illness like Hua Wenfeng said. What should we do? Don't trust her words. Mo Ting placed a kiss on Tongming's forehead and coaxed her to sleep. Before he left the bedroom. However, as he stood in the hallway on the second floor and looked down at Bai Lihua, who was tidying up the living room, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Not just Bai Lihua, but both Mo Ting and Tongming were not people to be trifled with. The next morning, Bai Lihua stepped out of Hyatt Regency with the intention of heading to a nearby mall to buy some daily necessities. However, at the entrance of the estate, she was stopped by a security guard. Ms. Bai, someone has sent me a letter asking you to go to the underground garage. Bai Lihua didn't need to think to know who it was. But, the security guard said in a rare tone, Ms. Bai, can I ask you for a favor? Otherwise, the owner will make things difficult for me. Bai Lihua was well aware of Hua Wenfeng's tricks. 19 years ago, Hua Wenfeng had always liked to play tricks like this. So, she replied coldly, you can look for whoever makes things difficult for you. It has nothing to do with me. After speaking, Bai Lihua turned and left. Hua Wenfeng did not dare to seek revenge on Tongming and Mo Ting, so she could only find trouble with her servant. Who would have thought, even Mo Ting's servant wasn't someone that she could easily bully. After Bai Lihua returned from her shopping trip, she casually explained the situation to Tongming. She simply wanted to give her a heads up. After hearing this, Tongming realized that she had neglected Bai Lihua's safety. So, she gave Mo Ting a phone call and told him to be careful. At this time, Tongming could clearly feel. Bai Lihua could no longer hide her hatred towards Hua Wenfeng. That afternoon, at the Hilton Hotel. Although Annie had already signed with someone else, she remained calm and collected in front of Chen Xingyan and An Zihao. She was the actress that had been selected for the Savage Wars. The new owner that Xia Tong had introduced to her was actually quite rich. Actually, I've thought of another way for you to vent your anger. however, you will need to pay a small price for it. The new owner's surname was Wang and he was a middle-aged man in his 40s. As he sat on the sofa, he was dressed in a suit and held a glass of wine in his hand. He looked very polite. But, no matter how stupid Annie was, she could tell what the scene in front of her meant. Previously, when she had signed the contract, it was because of her hatred towards Xianxia. But today, her mind was very clear, so she could understand what this man in his 40s was thinking. Chief Wang, I think I should go home. After speaking, Annie was about to get up, but Chief Wang stopped her. You are already assigned artist of my agency. Do you think I would harm you? Annie took a few steps back in fear. Just as she was about to ask for help, the man pounced on her and carried her on his shoulder. You want fame, but you don't want to pay for it. What kind of logic is this? You have no power and you can't give me any benefits. What else do you think I like about you other than your face and body? In her panic, Annie had completely forgotten to resist. By the time she reacted, she had flipped over and pinned President Wang under her. Then, she threw a punch at him. If you dare to make a move today, your reputation will be ruined. Not only will you lose your role, you won't even have a place in the industry. After hearing President Wang's warning, Annie hesitated. Because of this, President Wang seemed to have seen through Annie's thoughts as he continued to tempt her. Did you think that your opponent is clean? In some dark corners, she is merely Xianxia's bedmate. Otherwise, why would Xianxia be biased towards her? Don't tell me you actually think that someone will admire your abilities? In this industry, there is no lack of abilities. As long as you follow me, the role of the villain in the Savage Wars will be yours. I will directly pay for Xianxia to be replaced. Of course, if you reject me, you know what will happen to you. Thinking of Xianxia and looking back at herself, Annie finally lowered her arms and looked at herself coldly. At this time, President Wang knew Annie's weakness, so he bravely pinned her under his body again. Afterwards, President Wang stood by the bed and put on his clothes. He turned his head to look at Annie, who was curled up on the bed. His voice was completely different from when he was on the bed. From now on, you will be my mistress. I promise to give you everything you want. You promised me that you would replace Xianxia, Annie said as she buried herself in the blankets. Also, you will destroy Xianxia's reputation. If it wasn't for these two, she wouldn't have let her guard down and allowed President Wang to take advantage of her. If it wasn't for Xianxia, she would still be a simple university student. Of course, no problem. I can let you sign with my agency in a grand manner and give you the best resources. Annie knew that this President Wang was simply trying to make her fresh. Once a new person appeared, she would be nothing more than a pair of used shoes that would be tossed aside sooner or later. Even so, she was going to make Xianxia and Xianxia pay the price first. Nighttime in Beijing was bustling and lively. Xianxia was preparing a contract with the U.S. agency when he received another phone call. Xianxia has been replaced due to her dirty background. You shouldn't have hidden it from me. She has a history of lying. Xianxia had never come into contact with such a fickle production team before. He felt a fire burning in his heart that was about to ignite. But, the contract has already been prepared, we're not signing anymore. We've already signed an action actress from another agency. Xianxia held his forehead as he reminded himself not to lose his temper. I think the production team should give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will have to see you in court. We have the most professional team in the U.S. If you want to go to court, then be prepared to waste your time. Plus, it won't affect the progress of our production in the slightest. I'm calling you today to let you know. Do you have any respect for the contract? Xianxia couldn't hold back his anger anymore. Let's talk in person. Otherwise, if the matter gets blown up, it won't do you any good. No need. Who do you think you are? You're just a new director. After speaking, the man hung up the phone, ignoring Xianxia's anger. Xianxia almost threw the phone in his hand on the ground. These Americans were complete jerks. Their so-called history of lying was simply an excuse to replace Xianxia. He wanted to know who was so arrogant as to replace Xianxia. As it was late at night, Xianxia did not return to Xianxia and Annie's apartment. Instead, he called Xianxia to tell her about the change in production. He wanted her to be prepared in case the Savage Wars made a shameless announcement and upset her. However, Xianxia did not know how to tell Xianxia. So, he simply asked, "Have you ever been replaced for no reason when you're an extra?" Xianxia was smart. From Xiao's tone, she could tell what he was trying to say. Her lips twitched. "Can I still trust you as a manager? You can even be replaced when you're just an extra. The other party directly called to fire you and even overturned the contract that was already in the process. I'm sure someone is manipulating things from behind the scenes. I haven't spoken to the production crew yet, but you need to be prepared. I still don't know if this incident is aimed at you or me. So, be careful." Xianxia rolled her eyes as she lay in bed. Perhaps, Xianxia didn't have many strong points, but she had been through a lot. So, even though she was replaced, she didn't feel defeated like Annie. That's why I've always been against acting in an American sci-fi film. It's impossible to trust the Americans. That's because I want you to gain experience. Although I don't like the Americans, I still need to acknowledge the difference between myself and them. After speaking, Xiao suddenly thought of his throbbing hip. "Did you kick me yesterday?" "I did." Xianxia replied without hiding anything. "Didn't I tell you that I'm a vengeful person?" "Xiao, you should count yourself lucky that I kicked you 3 times. Did you know that? Did you know that I've already recorded everything that you've done to make me angry?" Xiao let out a gentle laugh. When it came to someone like Xianxia, he felt an inexplicable headache. After all, it was impossible to tell what her intentions were and what she was feeling from her actions. Fine. He felt that taming someone like this was a challenging and exciting task. Xianxia was in the living room when she received her phone call, so Annie overheard the entire conversation between her and Xiao. After all, Xianxia wasn't a secretive person, so she did not hide anything during the phone call. Was it replaced? Annie stood in front of the dining table, holding a glass of milk in her hand. Of course, she wasn't going to give up on the opportunity to mock Xianxia so easily. "Yes, it has been replaced, if you wish." Xianxia did not feel disappointed or discouraged. She simply turned around and looked at Annie with a calm expression. "Not sad?" "It depends on who I'm in front of." Xianxia smiled. "Xingyan, I didn't mean anything by it. It doesn't matter whether I have it or not. Since it's not important, how about a drink to celebrate our loss?" Originally, Xianxia thought that she had made it clear that she didn't want to talk to Annie anymore. But, Annie took the initiative to bring her a glass of red wine. In fact, it was an expensive red wine. "This bottle of red wine was prepared by my father to celebrate my role, but..." Annie said as she filled Xianxian's glass. Xianxia didn't move at first. What a joke. She had learned to be wary of others since she was young. So, she pretended not to accept Annie's kindness and sat upright on the sofa. Annie completely relaxed. She didn't care what Xianxia thought as she picked up the glass of wine and gulped it down. Seeing that Annie was fine, Xianxia picked up the glass of wine and took a small sip. The 2 women did not say a word as they continued to drink. By the time it was almost midnight, the 2 women sat on the floor hugging their wine glasses with flushed faces. Xianxian's alcohol tolerance was average, so after drinking, her body began to heat up. Seeing this, Annie felt that the timing was perfect. So, she gave Xiao a phone call. "Mr. N, are you asleep?" "Speak." Xiao was actually in the study room, trying to figure out how to deal with Xianxian's replacement. Xingyan isn't in a good mood after being replaced. So, we drank a little tonight and her body is currently burning up. I originally wanted to take care of her, but I'm not feeling well either. So, I wanted to ask if you could find someone to take care of her. I'm afraid she might have alcohol poisoning." "Okay, go to sleep." After listening to the phone call, Xiao told Annie to go to sleep. He then picked up his jacket and headed straight for the couple's apartment. As soon as he entered the apartment, he saw Xingyan sitting on the floor hugging a bottle of wine. He couldn't help but shake his head. Didn't she not care about being replaced? Actually, Xingyan didn't care about being replaced. He was simply drunk. And Zihao crossed his arms and let out a gentle laugh. He then knelt down in front of Xinyan and patted her on the cheek. Wake up. Drunkard. Xinyan slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she saw the man in front of her, she couldn't help but poke him. It's just a dream. Why does it feel so real? It even feels so sexy. And Zihao. Don't think that just because you've entered my dream, you can bully me as you please. Let me tell you, I'm still going to bite you. After speaking, Xinyan pushed Nzihao onto the floor and bit down on his neck. Nzihao could not make a sound, so he could only endure. Are you a Tibetan Mastiff? After biting him once, Xinyan was satisfied as she lay on top of him. From the looks of it, she had fallen asleep. But, just like Annie had said, her body was burning hot. It was likely alcohol poisoning. Nzihao immediately carried her into the room and tried to lower her body temperature. However, in Annie's eyes, such a simple brawl was especially glaring. As a result, the intimate scene between the two was turned into a photo and stored on Annie's phone. Nzihao, just wait for your reputation to be destroyed. Annie was determined to destroy the two women. Plus, she felt she was going to deal a direct blow to Nzihao. But, she never imagined, one of the people she provoked was Mo Ting's sister and the other Tongming's best friend. Tongming's mistress male lead releases another scandal. He played with a stunt double. Revealed to be Nzihao's manager, he slept with a young model. Revealed Yun Xian's death was because of his philandering. By buying a trending search engine, posting a GIF and using the news from the past to create hype, Nzihao and Xinyan's intimate video easily made its way onto the headlines. People in the entertainment industry are all dirty. Is this Nzihao the director of WH? I originally liked him, but I never expected him to be so open. The stunt double is too open. She directly pounced on him and bit him. Paparazzi, please learn from this type of evidence. You have to hug, kiss, and enter a room together. That's what you call exposure. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the crew of the Savage Wars were a step ahead of Nzihao as they announced the reason for their replacement. Due to the discovery of an inappropriate relationship between the two, the crew of the Savage Wars had decided to replace the actor. At this moment, the sky was not completely bright yet. Clouds could still be seen on the horizon, but the nearby houses were still a blur. Hai Rui was the first to receive news of Nzihao's scandal. As soon as Tongming heard about it, she subconsciously looked at Auntie Bai. Bai Lihua didn't understand what was going on. She took a look at Tongming's phone and saw her daughter playing a dirty game with Nzihao. Her face turned pale. Afterwards, she pulled out her phone and gave Nzihao a phone call. However, after taking care of Xinyan for an entire night, Nzihao was lying on the sofa without making a sound. Bai Lihua paced back and forth anxiously in the living room. Afterwards, Tongming tried to calm her down. Auntie Bai, I can guarantee on my honor that things aren't what you think they are. But Bai Lihua was a little speechless, but trust me, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Tongming pulled Bai Lihua over to sit beside her. That better be the case. Otherwise, how is Xiaoxing going to face the world in the future? Bai Lihua did not care whether Xinyan would become famous or not. She simply wanted Xinyan to be innocent and not be blamed. Why did something like this happen so soon after signing a contract with a good character? Would Mr. N really not do anything to her? Don't worry, he really wouldn't. Tongming definitely had the right to guarantee Nzihao's character. Bai Lihua looked at Tongming in seriousness and forced herself to relax. She didn't know Nzihao well, so she couldn't trust him. But she trusted Tongming. Seeing the worried look on Bai Lihua's face, Tongming already had a plan in her mind. If Bai Lihua was Mo Ting's biological mother, then Xinyan was Mo Ting's half-sister. Plus, she liked Xinyan's personality. So, no matter what happened, she wasn't going to sit idly by. Thinking of this, Tongming immediately gave Feng Yu a phone call. Help me find out more about the Savage Wars from the front to the back. Tongming wasn't going to directly use Hai Rui's name. Firstly, she was merely an actress under Hai Rui. Secondly, Mo Ting was merely her husband and manager. At times like this, she needed to draw a clear line between herself and Hai Rui. There was no reason for Hai Rui to help a director that had nothing to do with the film. Xiaoning. Don't worry, I won't sit idly by, Tong Ning promised in seriousness. Nzihao woke up from Annie's shout. She looked anxious as she handed the phone to Nzihao. Mr. N, look. Nzihao got up from the sofa. After seeing the news, he immediately woke up. What's going on? I don't know. I saw the news early in the morning. Nzihao immediately looked at his phone and realized he had 20 to 30 missed calls, including from Bai Lihua. Nzihao headed to the bathroom to wash his face and organize his thoughts. In the end, he discovered that the only person that could capture a photo of him and Xianxia at such a close distance was. So he walked out of the bathroom and grabbed Annie's wrist. Why did you do this? Annie was stunned for a moment. Mr. N, what do you mean? I didn't do it. Apart from you, is there a fourth person in this house that can capture such a clear image of me and Xianxia? Mr. N, it really wasn't me. If it really was me, I would have left a long time ago. Why would I wait for you to catch me? It really wasn't me. Annie's expression was very sincere and innocent. Seeing her cower, Nzihao couldn't help but suspect that there was a ghost in the house. Afterwards, Nzihao let go of Annie's wrist and warned coldly, if I find out that you stabbed us in the back, I will return the favor to you for how you treated Xianxia today. Annie's eyes filled with tears as she hid to one side in fear. At this time, Xianxia walked out of the bedroom and looked at the two. What's going on? Nzihao glanced at Xianxia and did not say another word. He simply picked up his jacket from the sofa and reminded Xianxia as he walked out, it's best if you don't leave the house today. What's going on? Nzihao did not respond as he walked off into the distance. Xianxia looked at him confusedly, but Annie gestured for her to look at her phone. Of course, as soon as Xianxia picked up her phone, she explained, it really wasn't me. Unless, I don't want to live anymore. Xianxia glared at Annie without saying another word. After she finished looking at the news, she asked in a serious tone, do you think this scandal will destroy Nzihao's reputation? Annie shook her head, indicating that she didn't know what the consequences would be. Then this question, I think you should be able to answer me. That is, these photos, who took them? And how did they get leaked? I honestly don't know. Fine, I know you're good at pretending to be innocent. Let me put it this way, since it wasn't you, isn't it reasonable for Nzihao to step out and clear his name? Annie's expression turned ugly. After a few seconds, she finally replied, last night, you had a fever and I threw up quite a bit. So, I gave Mr. N a phone call. But, before he arrived, I went to bed and had no idea what happened between the two of you. How am I supposed to step out and clear my name? Xianxia looked straight into Annie's eyes, trying to see through her. But, she couldn't figure out what this woman was thinking. If I find out it was you, I will drag you down with me. After speaking, Xianxia turned her head and wanted to step out to see what was going on. But, the apartment was already surrounded. So, how did Nzihao leave without anyone knowing? I am willing to testify for Mr. N. Perhaps it was to prove her innocence, or perhaps it was because she wanted to help Nzihao, Annie said to Xianxia a moment later, I am willing to testify for him. Originally, nothing happened between the two of you. So, I will definitely prove my innocence to the two of you and to myself. Another person was about to prove her innocence, you said it yourself. Let's wait for Nzihao to make the arrangements, Xianxia said to Annie. Annie nodded her head and quickly returned to her room to calm herself down. But, when it came to proving Nzihao's innocence, when the time comes, they'll be in trouble. Xianxia naturally understood that Annie didn't feel bad, so she called Hyatt Regency and briefly explained the situation to Tong Ning. After hearing this, Tong Ning suddenly laughed, why did you ask Annie to clarify this matter? I don't quite understand, to the public, Annie's words are not convincing at all. Plus, since you're certain that Annie was the culprit, it means she's not ready to fall out with you yet. The reason is simple, she hasn't achieved her motive yet. If she does something even more outrageous, it's only because you still keep her under your eyes. Every move you make is clearly seen by her. After hearing Tong Ning's words, Xianxia finally felt helpless. Although she had seen plenty of examples in the entertainment industry over the years, when it actually happened to her, she still found it hard to handle. She was normally wild and arrogant, but when it came to a critical moment, she couldn't do anything to help. What should I do? Chen Xingyan asked. What should I do so that I don't drag Xianxia down? What? Do you feel that what you've done to him previously was too much? Tongning couldn't help but laugh. Chen Xingyan was stumped by Tongning's question. All of a sudden, she couldn't help but ask herself, where did this worry come from? She was well aware that Xianxia was talented. But, she was just a stunt double that didn't seek to improve herself. If Xianxia's reputation was ruined because of this scandal, then she would have to live with guilt for the rest of her life. She didn't like the feeling of owing someone. Ningjia, tell me, what should I do to help Xianxia? You don't need to do anything. Just wait patiently and you will be helping Xianxia, Tongning replied. Don't give Annie another chance to attack you or Xianxia. Am I supposed to do nothing? At a time like this, there's no point in doing anything. Tongning was relatively straightforward with her words. It was a warning to Chen Xingyan that she had entered the industry on her own and ignored the people around her. If she continued to be stubborn like this from now on, not only Xianxia, but a lot of other people would suffer along with her. Okay then, I won't do anything. After speaking, Chen Xingyan hung up the phone. She originally wanted to give Xianxia a phone call, but she felt it would be useless. Afterwards, she walked into the living room and looked around. She discovered that the photo was taken from the entrance of Annie's room. Chen Xingyan suppressed her anger and pretended to be calm as she knocked on Annie's door. Behind the door, Annie was holding on to her phone. As soon as she opened the door, she handed it to Chen Xingyan. Worse news, Director Chen Feng's production team, concubine Ning, have announced that they have terminated their contract with Mr. N. According to this speed, I'm afraid Mr. N won't be able to find work for a long time. After reading the message, Chen Xingyan handed the phone back to Annie. She then pulled out her own phone and showed Annie a photo. Only where you are standing right now and at your height would you be able to capture the sign in this way, am I right? Annie looked at the photo that Chen Xingyan had taken of her doorstep and fell silent. Even if you don't admit it, I can still show you more evidence. Annie, can you stop acting? Annie lifted her head. Her eyes were red, as if she was trying her best to hold back something. Then Annie nodded and suddenly laughed arrogantly. It's me, so what? But now, does it still matter who the informant is? Or, if you go and arrange for a press conference and tell the reporters that I arranged everything, do you think they would believe you? Chen Xingyan did not say a word as she threw a punch at Annie and knocked her to the ground. I know you hate me, but why are you treating Xianxia like this? Annie lay on the ground and held on to her injured face as she sneered. Don't you think he's always been biased towards you? I don't think so. That's because you're stupid. Can't you tell that Xianxia asked me to come back to motivate you? Previously, when the Savage Wars was hiring, you refused to sign a contract with him. He said he would give the opportunity to me. But, what happened in the end? He never mentioned a single word about me to the director. From the beginning, he was waiting for you to change your mind. What equal opportunity? Let the director decide? Actually, the opportunity has always been yours. It has never been mine. Do you know how much this has hurt me? I'm just a university student. I thought I was about to make a comeback and debut. But, what happened in the end? Even though he gave me a chance to make up for it, he ignored the fact that I wanted to have the same starting point as you and develop my career overseas. As soon as he found out that I didn't pass the interview, he didn't even try to fight for me. Don't you think he's not biased enough? After hearing Annie's words, Chen Xingyan was completely dumbfounded. She had no idea that Xianxia had done so much for her behind the scenes. When you said you wanted to fix your video game console, he immediately took it home and fixed it himself. You look more pitiful than I do, but you are actually the one that he loves the most. So, why do you think I'm treating Xianxia like this? Because he brought this upon himself. Chen Xingyan knelt on the ground and grabbed onto Annie's shirt. She then raised her fist, ready to hit her again. This time Annie did not dodge. She lifted her head and prepared to receive the punch. However, at this time, the apartment door was suddenly kicked open. 5-6 men barged into the apartment. As soon as they entered, they gave Chen Xingyan a heavy beating. It was impossible for Chen Xingyan to fight against 5 professional bodyguards, so she lay motionless on the ground. Annie was helped up by the leader of the group. "Are you okay?" "Grab her," Annie said to the bodyguards without caring about her pain. The bodyguards did as they were told and lifted Chen Xingyan up. At this time, Annie walked over and threw a punch. "This punch is for you." Not long after, she threw a second punch. "This punch is for you." Annie then stood up, brushed off the dust on her body and changed her appearance as she looked down at Chen Xingyan. "Did you think that's it? Actually, I was the one that stole your role in the Savage Wars. If I don't replace you, how could I be satisfied? Didn't you want to be a stunt double? Weren't you very stubborn? From now on, you can be stubborn as much as you want. The best is yet to come. Without Xianxia, let's see who else can save you." After speaking, Annie turned around to leave. She then said to the leader of the group, "Let's teach her a lesson. Take care, Miss Annie." Afterwards, Chen Xingyan no longer remembered what happened. She simply didn't want to remember what happened afterwards. A lesson from the industry. It turned out to be a group of men surrounding her and peeing on her. The disgusting smell spread from the top of her head to the rest of her body. As soon as Chen Xingyan closed her eyes, she thought of killing someone and taking Annie down with her. Although there was no way to prove that Annie was the one who started the scandal, everyone knew that she was the culprit. Tongming asked Long Jia to investigate the industry. Long Jia's response was that Annie had been in close contact with the CEO of a new entertainment agency over the past 2 days. In fact, they had even booked a hotel room together. "I've asked my friend to meet up with President Wang and get some information. Wait for me tonight," Long Jia replied. For a nouveau riche like him to open an entertainment agency, he only has one motive: to sleep with as many newcomers as he can. So, he will stop at nothing and prioritize sex and money. "Do you understand what I mean?" Tongming said with a hidden meaning. "Make sure you do it discreetly. It's best if you can find evidence." "I understand," Long Jia replied. She couldn't hide the excitement in her voice. How long had it been since she had exercised in the industry? For someone like President Wang, there was no need for Tongming to personally meet with him. But, for the director of the Savage Wars, she could meet with him. "Lastly, help me make an appointment with the American director. I have a few questions I want to ask him." "No problem," Long Jia agreed. After all, after going through so much with Tongming, she was used to Tongming's way of doing things. As long as Tongming made an appearance, the one to suffer would always be someone else. And Xianxia did not have a team. So, after the scandal was exposed, his weakness was completely exposed. At this time, he had no PR resources. As for Director Chen Feng, he had already explained everything to him. Director Chen Feng also told him that if he couldn't clear up the scandal, then he would have to resign from his position as assistant director. He understood Chen Feng's character, so he promised the director that he would give him a satisfactory explanation. He had to admit, he wasn't cautious enough. At a time like this, the slightest mistake could have cost him his life. Yet, he still allowed Chen Xingyan to do as she pleased, resulting in a disaster. Thinking of this, he didn't explain everything to Chen Xingyan before he left home. He wasn't sure what kind of trouble she would cause with her temper. Because of his worries, Xianxia gave up on going home and headed straight for Chen Xingyan's apartment. However, as he stepped out of the elevator, he noticed the front door was unlocked. Xianxia immediately opened the door and walked in. He saw Chen Xingyan lying in a pool of smelly liquid, twitching all over. Xianxia was shocked as he hurried over to help her up. However, at this time, Chen Xingyan suddenly yelled, "I'm going to kill Annie." "What happened?" Xianxia immediately grabbed onto Chen Xingyan and questioned her. He then noticed the obvious scars on her face and neck. Chen Xingyan broke free from Xianxia's grip and pushed him to the side. "It's none of your business. You just need to tell me where Annie is." There was no need to ask the answer. Xianxia had already guessed what had happened after he left. Seeing the look on Chen Xingyan's face, Xianxia thought to himself, how much has she suffered to make her so angry that she's about to go crazy? On the ground, there was the smell of urine, and Xianxia couldn't imagine what Annie had done to Chen Xingyan. "Tell me." "Calm down. You won't be able to change anything like this. In fact, you will only bring more trouble to yourself, and Zihao hugged Xianxia tightly. I don't care. I care. And Zihao yelled. Endure it. Just endure it for a little longer. I will definitely make Annie pay you back 100-fold for everything she has done. To you. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot. It seemed, it took all the strength in her body to hold back the anger and grievance in her heart. And Zihao lifted Xianxia in his arms and carried her into the bathroom. He placed her in the bathtub and washed her from head to toe with warm water. Trust me, trust me. Hearing Zihao repeat these 3 words over and over again, Xianxia suddenly looked at him like a child. Seeing this, Zihao felt even more guilty. I shouldn't have left you on your own. From now on, I will take you with me everywhere I go. I will never leave you on your own again. Xianxia had already given up on the idea of getting revenge on Annie. But, she still balled her hands into fists and cracked them. I will definitely kill her. I definitely will. In this aspect, Xianxia and Tongning were very similar. When they were wronged, they would never show weakness in front of others. This was the difference between them and other women. But, the difference between Xianxia and Tongning was that the quieter Tongning was, the more dangerous she was. Because, in her mind, she was always thinking about how to defeat her enemy. On the other hand, Xianxia was much more explosive than Tongning. If Annie was standing in front of Xianxia, he was certain that Xianxia would tear her apart without hesitation. And Zihao's heart ached. It reminded him of the time when he failed to protect Xianxia and caused the people he cared about to get hurt. Come, I'll take you to get some rest. After helping Xianxia bathe, Zihao carried her into the bedroom. Get some sleep and calm yourself down. Go do what you need to do. I won't cause you any trouble, Xianxia said as she sat on the bed. Zihao originally wanted to say something, but at this moment, he received a phone call from Bai Lihua. Zihao picked up the phone and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia lowered her head and called out pitifully, Mom. As soon as she called out, not only Bai Lihua, but Zihao's heart also tightened. Hand the phone to Zihao, Bai Lihua said angrily. After hearing Bai Lihua's words, Zihao took the phone from Xianxia's hands. Of course, he was already prepared to be scolded. Prove my daughter's innocence. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Auntie Bai, don't worry. Even if I have to go through fire and water, I will make sure Xiaoxing returns to how she was before. You better keep your word, Bai Lihua warned coldly. Although we don't have a man in our family, no one is easy to bully. If you don't have the ability to protect my daughter, then return her to me. I'll take care of her myself. Auntie Bai, trust me. Go comfort my daughter. After speaking, Bai Lihua hung up the phone. Of course, Tongning, who was sitting in the living room, heard the entire conversation as a smile appeared on her face. This was how Imoting's mother should be, this was how domineering she should be. She wasn't like Hua Wenfeng's embarrassing behavior. Of course, no one in the Imo family was easy to provoke. Since they had offended them, they needed to pay the price. After putting down his phone, Zihao gently patted Xianxia on the head. It's all my fault for not protecting you properly. Why did you do so much for me behind my back? Xianxia asked confusedly, why would you do something like this when it comes to the character, the game console and all sorts of other things? Because you are my signed artist. What's wrong with me doing this? Xianxia looked at Zihao and stared hard into his eyes, not wanting to miss any expression on his face. After a while, she said weakly, you're biased towards me, that's what Annie said. You are my signed artist, so I am biased. What is she going to do? Zihao said with a hint of a warlord's aura. There were some things that even he couldn't explain. Xianxia looked at Zihao in seriousness. She did not say another word. She simply let out a sob and lay down. Go do what you need to do, I want to sleep. Zihao originally wanted to say something, but, at that moment, he had no time to relax. Outside, there was a bloodbath. Xianxia felt conflicted. On one hand, she was humiliated. On the other hand, she was confused by Zihao's attitude towards her. In this world, was there really someone that would help you for no reason and be biased towards you from the bottom of their hearts? The next morning, Long Jie gave Tongning a reply. She had already made an appointment with director Matt of the Savage Wars and had already booked a room at the Intercontinental Hotel. Apart from a few close friends in the industry, it was hard to invite Tongning to attend even major events. Yet, because of Qin Xingyan, she had personally made an appearance. If word got out, no one would believe her. After all, who was Tongning? And who was Qin Xingyan? Do you want me to go with you? Mo Ting asked as he put on a retro-striped suit. Tongning picked out her clothes and turned to look at Mo Ting as she shook her head. There's no need for you to make an appearance at a small event like this. Listen, no matter when, no matter how big the occasion, I'm only worried about your body. Tongning smiled as she hugged Mo Ting from behind, even though she could only use a little strength. Did you know? I like hugging you from behind because it allows me to be completely buried in your broad back. It's like the most reliable wall in the world. After hearing this, Mo Ting did not move as he allowed Tongning to hug him, giving her a sense of security. The Americans aren't easy to deal with. If you have any problems, remember to give me a call. Okay, Tongning nodded her head gently. Not long after, Tongning stepped out of the house. But, at the door, she ran into Lu Che, who she hadn't seen in a few days. You're back? Madam, get in the car. The president asked me to take you there, Lu Che said as he pulled open the car door. Tongning nodded her head and boarded the car. However, after closing the door, she couldn't help but ask, did you find anything useful overseas? No, everything is normal. When Hua Wenfeng escaped from the fire, she was actually injured and was hospitalized. When she woke up, she was quite different from before, but the doctor said that it was just a side effect. Apart from that, there was nothing else, Lu Che replied. Fire. At this point, Tongning finally understood why Bai Lihua had been burned. It seemed their identities had been swapped from that time. But, this wasn't the time to think about this problem. The person she needed to help first was Bai Lihua's daughter and Mo Ting's sister. It didn't take long before the three of them arrived at a private room in the Intercontinental Hotel with their bodyguards. At this time, the director of the Savage Wars and the main person in charge were already waiting on the sofa in boredom. Tongning. Matt was excited to see Tongning. After all, he had already heard about Tongning from quite a few people in the industry. I never thought that I would actually get to meet this legendary woman. I'm very surprised. Tongning smiled as she shook hands with the two men and said in fluent English, I'm also very honored. But, we don't even know each other. Why would you want to see us? Matt asked as he held his chin. Tongning gave them a friendly smile before she pulled out her phone, placed it on the table and showed it to the two men, because of her. In the photo, Qin Xingyan was smiling brightly, but it gave the two Americans a headache. It's her again. This woman has nothing to do with us anymore. We've already replaced her. I know. Not only did director Matt replace Qin Xingyan, he even took advantage of this opportunity when Qin Xingyan's scandal broke out, Tongning said with a deeper meaning. I won't beat around the bush. I am here for Qin Xingyan. Wait, can I ask, what is your relationship with this woman? No matter what our relationship is, she is not someone that can be bullied. Tongning's tone became a little more forceful. But she has indeed been replaced. Plus, she and her manager are still having an affair. I'm sure the production is well aware of the truth. Tongning began to argue with the other man. Director Matt, did you know? You're being extremely unwise. Firstly, the Qin Xingyan that you replaced is definitely a top talent when it comes to acting. You're getting on in years and have filmed a lot of films, but I'm sure you know how many awards you've received. A shoddy production can never win an award. You wouldn't want to rely on crappy films to survive when you're old, would you? Secondly, Qin Xingyan is Nziheo's artist and Nziheo is a good friend of mine. Even if it's based on this relationship. You shouldn't have chosen benefits over benefits. After hearing Tongning's words, Matt thought for a few seconds before saying, I don't think I need you to teach me anything. The scandal between Qin Xingyan and her manager is a fact, so it's reasonable for me to replace Qin Xingyan. Miss Tang, or rather, Mrs. M.O., I know your husband is a big boss of the entertainment industry, but you don't have the final say in the American entertainment industry. Fine, it seems Mr. Mad is hoping for me to say something harsh. Tongning did not get angry. Instead, she crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair, appearing calm and collected. Chen Xingyan passed her interview. But, before the scandal started, she had already been replaced. She didn't start the scandal first and was replaced afterwards. As for the new replacement, you didn't mention it in your statement, but you couldn't hide it from me. You replaced Nziheo's other artist with Annie. If Nziheo's relationship with his artists isn't clear, then Annie should be a target that you all reject. How could you directly replace Chen Xingyan? Plus, what right does Annie have to replace Chen Xingyan? Is it because the person backing her, President Wang, gave you a large amount of benefits? Director Matt, your agency sure is impressive. You've taken all the benefits, yet you've left the scapegoat for someone else. What a perfect way to kill someone. What nonsense are you talking about? Matt tried to defend himself with an ugly expression. You and I both know that I'm not talking nonsense. But, it's fine if you don't want to admit it. I didn't come here today to make peace with you, Tongning said gently. I simply came here to tell you what I plan to do next. You can bully anyone, but Chen Xingyan. No. Matt's expression turned even uglier, but he tried his best to hide his emotions. To be honest, although you are quite famous, you have received a lot of controversy. If I were to go to the US and promote you, I don't think your overseas career would be saved. I don't care, Tongning replied straightforwardly. Of course, before you achieve your goal, you need to have the opportunity to do so. You've always thought that Nziheo is easy to bully because he is a new director with no power or influence. But, you have no idea that Nziheo has the best lawyer in the US. Do you know Darcy? Matt was a little surprised. He didn't know why Tongning would mention this person. Darcy was an authoritative lawyer in the US and had never lost a case. But, what did this have to do with Nziheo? He is Nziheo's cousin. I'm sure Darcy will be able to find out how many loopholes your agency has and how many immoral things you've done for the sake of money. I'm sure Darcy will be able to get to the bottom of this when he's in the US, when that time comes. Your entire agency may be destroyed. I don't know. Of course you don't know. All you care about is money, Tongning continued. Did you think he would let you off after slandering him like this? Not only did you slander him, you even replaced his artist. I'm sure the amount of hatred he has towards you is enough to force him to shut down your agency. Matt could no longer sit still. He felt like his heart was being bitten by ants. But, Tongning did not stop. In my country, there is a saying that goes, don't judge a book by its cover. Apart from being used on Nziheo, this saying also applies to Chen Xingyan. On the surface, she may appear to be an unknown stunt double, but at the same time, she is the Mo family's treasure. You've offended her? That's the same as offending me and my husband. My husband and I can't stand to see the people around us get hurt. Our methods are extremely vicious. I'm sure, no matter how far away you are from the US, someone must have warned you not to provoke us. At this moment, Tongning's aura was extraordinary and intimidating. But, everything that Tongning said was the truth. If anyone wanted to develop their career in the Asian film and television industry, the answer would be Hai Rui without a doubt. Was there a need to ask? Let me think. Nziheo's lawyer should be here in a few hours. Mrs. Mo Matt was indeed frightened. His attitude immediately softened as he said, if you have something to say, we can discuss it. There's nothing to discuss. First, withdraw your statement and admit your mistakes. Second, get Annie out of here. Apart from that, I will not accept any refutation. Do you think this place is the same as the US where you can get whatever you want? Isn't this too much to ask? You want them to publicly admit their unspoken rules? Wasn't that equivalent to self-destruction? How was this possible? In that case, there's nothing else I can do. After speaking, Tongning stood up to leave, but Matt quickly stopped her. Wait, Mrs. Mo, can we discuss this? Apart from the first condition, we can discuss anything else. I can get Annie out of here. I can also agree to any other condition, apart from the first. Seeing the fearful look on Matt's face, Tongning laughed and returned to her seat. I can promise you that I won't make a move, but you need to do as I say. Tell me, I'll wait for the Savage Wars to hold a press conference. I want you to announce on the spot that Annie has been turned into trash. After hearing this, Matt made an okay gesture with both hands. No problem at all. In that case, I'll wait for your good news. Is it that simple? Matt asked. It's that simple, Tongning replied. After all, she wasn't the one that was hurt. She had simply shown her face, but the person that truly wanted revenge was yet to come. Since the Americans wanted to play this game with them, they were going to play it to their heart's content. Plus, Matt couldn't prove Xianxia and Xianxia's innocence. At most, he would be an accomplice. The key to this entire incident was President Wang, but did a person with a status like that need her to make a move? Annie must be feeling proud right now. She thought she was about to get what she wanted. But she forgot one fact: her status had simply changed from a newcomer to a mistress. But she wasn't the only woman that President Wang had. Across all of President Wang's mansions and hotels, he had slept with countless women. At this time, one of his mistresses found out that President Wang doted on Annie, so she was filled with hatred. But, of course, this was the best person that Long Jia could use. Babe, you're thinking too much. Annie is just a newcomer. Compared to you, she's nothing. I don't believe you, unless you can prove it to me, the woman said as she sat on President Wang's lap. Someone like her is obsessed with being a celebrity. For the sake of fame, she's even willing to betray her own boss. Look, didn't she sign on with me behind Xianxia's back? Plus, someone like her is extremely scheming. For the sake of revenge, she tricked Xianxia into her apartment. The two were obviously fine and were simply taking care of each other when they were drunk. But, look at the photos she took. She ruined Xianxia's reputation. A woman like her is just for a night. I wouldn't dare to keep her by my side, President Wang coaxed as he hugged the woman in his arms. Does that mean all the rumors about Xianxia are fake? Of course they're fake. Annie did it to get revenge, President Wang laughed. It didn't take long before the video that only President Wang was sent to Long Jia. After paying the man a sum of cash, the deal was done. After a day and night, it was finally time for the drama to come to an end. The crew of the Savage Wars had so many scenes to film, Annie had so many scenes to film, and President Wang, who had designs on her behind her back, were probably all going to die soon. At the same time, Xianxia did indeed give Darcy a phone call. However, they weren't cousins. In reality, they were just normal friends. When Tongning contacted Matt, she deliberately set him up. Of course, everything else may have been fake. But, there was one thing that was definitely true, Xianxia was definitely not going to let Matt off. There was no doubt about it. In fact, the entire crew. That night, Xianxia was immersed in her own world. As soon as she closed her eyes, she would think of the way the men had humiliated her. She tried her best not to seek revenge on Annie. Because of this, she ended up running a high fever in the middle of the night. Xianxia only realized that Xianxia was seriously ill in the wee hours of the morning. She hadn't eaten anything the entire day and her stomach felt empty. Xianxia was worried that she would starve. But, after entering her room and feeling her wrist, Xianxia realized that he was wrong. Xianxia's body was already twitching. Let me take you to the hospital, Xianxia reached out his arms to carry Xianxia, but she resisted. I don't need it. This isn't the time for you to be stubborn, Xianxia said as he held on to her burning hot body. You need treatment right now. You have a fever. I said I won't go, so I won't go. When Xianxia was stubborn, no one could change her mind. You better get out of here. I just can't take it anymore. My heart feels terrible, that's why I have a fever. Xianxia immediately fell silent. He knew that the humiliation that Xianxia had suffered during the day was unimaginable. A naive girl like her had suffered such a heavy blow because of him. Xianxia couldn't help but wrap his arms around Xianxia. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I don't care whose fault it is, I want Annie to pay for it. I know. I will personally deliver this opportunity to you. Xianxia vowed. Don't torture yourself like this, I won't be able to take it. In the past, Xianxia had a loud argument with me like this and ended up in a car accident. I don't want history to repeat itself. Damn it, I'm not your girlfriend that died 800 years ago. Even if I have to die, I'm going to drag someone down with me. Chen Xingyan was obviously not someone to be trifled with. She was strong to the bone. And Zihao understood her stubbornness, so he hugged her tightly and refused to let go. Let others die. Let them pay. Chen Xingyan hugged Zihao tightly as her hands trembled uncontrollably. After quite some time, she finally said, I miss my mother. I'll take you to Hyatt Regency tomorrow. The next day, Zihao kept his promise and took Chen Xingyan to Hyatt Regency. As soon as Bai Lihua saw Chen Xingyan, she hugged her daughter lovingly. Why do you look so pale? Mom, sleep with me for a bit. Chen Xingyan would only reveal her feminine side in front of Bai Lihua and act coquettishly. Okay, Mom will take you there. Bai Lihua glanced at Tongning before leading Chen Xingyan into the bedroom. Zihao watched helplessly as the two men left. In the end, he placed his gaze on Tongning. Tongning, I have a favor to ask of you. You haven't begged me yet. Tongning closed the script in her hands and said to Zihao, tell me, as long as I can do it. It's not appropriate for me to do something like this. Plus, Chen Xingyan doesn't trust me. So, you are the only one left. Zihao paused for a moment before he explained everything that happened at the apartment. On the way here, I already did some research. The man named Wang will be taking Annie to an event soon. And, the only event that is worthy of your status is this. Before I make my move, I hope I can arrange for Annie and Xingyan to meet and personally get revenge. What event? Tongning asked. In the end, protecting Chen Xingyan was the Mo family's responsibility and Zihao was also a victim. So, he shouldn't be shouldering this responsibility on his own. The pre-screening of Wolfman. This is Lin Xing's new film. It's only right for you to show your support. But, Chen Xingyan might not go with me, Tongning was worried. I'll mention it to Auntie Bai and ask her to help Chen Xingyan, Zihao replied in seriousness. Tongning, I don't trust anyone else. Seeing how serious Zihao was, Tongning nodded her head. Why do you care so much about Chen Xingyan? Because she reminds me of the Xianxia of the past. Not being able to protect Xianxia is one of my biggest regrets. But, I can't let Chen Xingyan get hurt for no reason, Zihao opened his heart. Also, Chen Xingyan is like a little wolf cub. She is filled with bravery. I'm afraid that if I don't help her vent her anger, she will do something that no one would ever expect. I'll make arrangements for this. In reality, Tongning felt that Zihao was overly protective of Chen Xingyan and cared for her too much. Perhaps, even he didn't realize it. The little wolf cub was indeed full of blood. Because of this, the little wolf cub would never allow herself to get hurt. As for the incident that happened at the apartment, Annie deserved to die. Thank you. Seeing Tongning agree, Zihao felt relieved. But, he still felt that what he had done for Chen Xingyan was far from enough. I know you have a lot on your plate. You can go back to work. Tongning could see Zihao's ambition. This time, because of Chen Xingyan, he was truly angered and was prepared to bring down Matt's entire agency. After handing Chen Xingyan over to Zihao, Zihao was naturally relieved. So, he quickly stood up and left. Actually, getting Chen Xingyan to attend the pre-screening wasn't a difficult task. All it required was a little bit of planning. Tonight, Tongning will be attending a pre-screening of a film. But, Mr. Mo won't be able to leave and bodyguards aren't allowed inside. Since you are quite skilled, why don't you help Mr. Mo protect Tongning as Tongning's assistant? That afternoon, as soon as Chen Xingyan woke up, Bai Lihua tried to coax her. As you can see, on the surface, I'm a maid at Hyatt Regency. But, in reality, I'm being taken care of by the couple. If you don't help them out, I'll feel bad. In reality, Chen Xingyan did not think too much about it, nor did she have the mood to think about it. She simply lay in bed and nodded her head. I'll listen to you. Okay, in that case, I'll prepare some clothes for you. In reality, the guest list for Lin Xing's film had already been confirmed. But, Tongning asked Lu Che to contact Lin Xing's manager. As soon as the manager heard it was Tongning, he was overjoyed and immediately made arrangements for Tongning as a mystery guest. Tongning. When she first worked with Lin Xing, she was still a nobody. But, now, she was a widely recognized actress in the industry. Tongning, the fact that you're here is the best way to support Xing. Our Xing will remember this favor. But, the manager had no idea that Tongning was attending the pre-screening with a very important mission and a very clear motive. She was going to show Annie the true meaning of bullying. The pre-screening was to take place at 8 p.m. at Beijing's biggest cinema. As one of the most influential actors of the current generation, Lin Xing was, of course, not a small number of people would be there to support him. There were friends from both inside and outside of the industry, big names in the industry and, of course, people like President Wang who relied on his connections to get his hands on a ticket. Tongning did not walk the red carpet or accept any interviews. After all, she was pregnant and was a mystery guest. So, she naturally had to enter through a secret passageway. However, the only difference was, the person accompanying her tonight was not her husband, Mo Ting. Instead, it was the talented young lady, Chen Xingyan. At this moment, Chen Xingyan was wearing a black dress to match Tongning. Although she wasn't as elegant as Tongning, no one would have imagined that the body that was usually hidden beneath the loose clothing was actually so curvy. On the way to the pre-screening, Tongning spotted Chen Xingyan sitting opposite her in the van. She couldn't help but smile. With you protecting me today, I feel a lot more at ease. As long as you're not afraid that I'll cause you trouble, Chen Xingyan replied honestly. What kind of trouble are you going to get me into? Tongning teased. For example, embarrassing myself or something. Xingge is my friend and can be considered my mentor. I think, on his home turf, even if you cause trouble, he will still give me some face. Of course, that is, if you simply hit someone and don't kill them, Tongning teased. I know you don't like situations like this and neither do I. So in a moment, you just need to follow me quietly. It will be over soon. Okay, Chen Xingyan nodded. Tongning arrived at the cinema around 7 p.m. But, because she was a mystery guest, Lin Xing's manager arranged for her to stay in a special waiting room. While Chen Xingyan was in the bathroom, Tongning turned to Lin Xing's manager and said, I'm afraid I need you to do me a favor. Ayo, my Tongning, what do you mean help? We are family after all, just say the word. Lin Xing's manager was a man with a sharp voice. He resembled an exaggerated supporting actor from a Thai drama. He was extremely fashionable, but don't be fooled by his effeminate appearance. In the industry, he was extremely smooth and thoughtful. This was another reason why Lin Xing was able to rise to the top so quickly. Tongning pulled her manager closer and whispered something in his ear. After hearing this, the agent made an okay gesture. The person that you're going to scold must be extremely hateful. Don't worry, today's pre-screening will definitely be exciting. But won't this affect Xingge in a bad way? Of course not. The manager waved his hand and winked at Tongning. This is before the show starts. Plus, a nobody like that will only be scolded by Xing's fans. Thank you, brother Luo. Why are you being so polite? Our Xing used stupid to secure a lot of international resources. It could be seen that Lin Xing's manager was a grateful person. From the script to all other aspects, Hai Rui had put in a lot of effort. Otherwise, they wouldn't have achieved such legendary results. Although Lin Xing was a 3-time Fei Tian Best Actor, he kept a low profile. Like Bai Chendong, he did not have any international resources. Bai Chendong was a weirdo, but Lin Xing still hoped to come into contact with more outstanding people and secure better roles. So, he didn't mind going overseas. And, stupid gave him this opportunity. In that case, I'll wait for your good news. Not long after, Chen Xingyan emerged from the bathroom. At this time, Tongning was the only one left in the waiting room. Wait a moment. Go to the pre-screening first. Luoge has arranged a special seat for you. At this moment, Chen Xingyan was still clueless. So, he simply nodded his head, okay. At 7:40 p.m., the guests entered the venue. Whether it was a big shot or a small fan, they all entered in an orderly manner. Of course, Chen Xingyan was given a VIP ticket, so the staff were naturally more polite than the average person. It didn't take long before Chen Xingyan found the seat with his name on it. But, a moment later, someone else found the same seat. As soon as their eyes met, Xianxia's face immediately turned red. It was Annie. President Wang had already sat down beside Xianxia as he gestured to Annie, asked her to stand up. When enemies met, their eyes were filled with hatred. But this was not the right place. So, Xianxia had already decided to get even with Annie after the screening was over. Annie did not expect to see Xianxia at a place like this. As she thought back to how pathetic Xianxia looked the day before, she couldn't help but laugh. You sure are persistent. Who gave you permission to enter this theater? Plus, Xianxia, are you serious? You're sitting in my seat. After hearing Annie's words, Xianxia glared at her coldly. She stood up and pointed to the name on the seat. Open your dog eyes wide and see whose seat this is. Annie lowered her head and looked at the name on the seat. As soon as she confirmed it was indeed Xianxia, she looked at her in surprise. She then scanned her surroundings and realized there were no seats left. How was this possible? Xianxia, what right do you have to enter this place? You have * king stunt double, you obviously took my seat because you wanted to get revenge on me. Get out of my way. Seeing that the two women had started a fight, President Wang immediately stood up and said to Xianxia, this is my female companion's seat. Are you sitting in the wrong seat? Do you want me to call security? As soon as Xianxia heard this, she laughed, go ahead and call security. Xianxia, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. After speaking, Annie raised her hand and gestured for the security guard to come over. This is my seat, but it's been taken by her. As soon as the security guard saw this, he immediately apologized. Sorry, let me verify it. Hurry up, Annie urged. She didn't want to stand there for too long, it was too embarrassing. As for President Wang, he directly dragged Xianxia out of her seat, removed her name from the seat and placed Annie on top. Xianxia looked at Annie, who had a smug expression on her face. However, at this time, the security guard that had just left ran back and apologized to Annie. I'm sorry, this is indeed Miss Chen's seat. Could you please return it to her? Annie's face immediately turned green and white. But, where's my seat? Annie asked, get the person in charge to come here. I'm sorry, but our person in charge has already said that, firstly, the seats are prepared for VIPs and Miss Chen is our VIP. As for Miss Annie, I don't think you have the right to see our person in charge. What do you mean? Annie asked with a pale expression. Miss, this is Linxing's pre-screening. Everyone here is a big shot in the entertainment industry. Forgive me for being straightforward, but what is your identity? The security guard asked. Fine, I indeed have no identity. But, what about her? Annie asked as she pointed to Xianxia. Does she have an identity? Of course Miss Chen has an identity. She is representing Linxing's good friend, Tongning. Since she is representing Tongning, she is also Linxing's VIP. If Miss N doesn't return her seat to Miss Chen, I will have to call security to clear the venue. Annie glared at Xianxia, but she had no choice but to stand up from her seat. Here I was thinking. It turns out, Tongning was indeed on good terms with you. But, if Tongning really treats you well, why hasn't she helped you clarify your scandal? If Tongning really treats you well, why hasn't she introduced you to some good people? Actually, this seat was originally prepared for Miss N. But, since Miss Chen is attending, it naturally belongs to Miss Chen, the security guard said politely. This is how Miss Tang treats Miss N, the head of security said politely to the group. It turned out this seat originally belonged to her. But, Tongning actually snatched it for Xianxia. She was getting revenge. Tongning was getting revenge for Xianxia. Xianxia was also stunned. She never expected that this was all arranged by Tongning. It turned out, this was Tongning's motive for attending the pre-screening. In that case, where should I sit? Annie asked as she held back her anger. Don't tell me you want me to sit on the floor? If Miss N wants, you can do that. Of course, there are platforms at the front and back of the theater. I think Miss N can give it a try. You guys have gone too far. Annie yelled in a loud voice. I'm sorry, but our security guard has already said that we are bullying you, the security guard said with a smile. The person in charge said with a smile, if Miss N can't stand it, you can choose to leave. Annie's hands had already turned white as she gripped her bag tightly. It was obvious how much force she was using. She had already signed with a new agency and hooked up with President Wang. But, who would have thought, when it came to the entertainment industry, President Wang could only watch as she was bullied and couldn't do anything to help. No, I won't leave like this. In that case, please go ahead. The manager smiled as he leaned over and said to Chen Xingyan, Miss Chen, if you need anything, please let me know. I will do my best to serve you. Thank you, but I don't need it for now. Chen Xingyan was indeed satisfied. It turned out, this was the feeling of stealing from someone else. Especially since the other party was Annie. Alright, then I'll retreat. After speaking, the manager turned around. But, before he left, he said to Annie, everyone here is famous in the industry. I'm sure Missin wouldn't be so bored as to block the view of others, right? In that case, don't blame me for not warning you. When the time comes, you'll offend even more big shots, and it won't be as simple as having your position stolen. To them, dealing with you will be as easy as crushing an ant. Annie was furious, but all she could do was look at President Wang. However, President Wang was still a newcomer in the industry. Against Lin Xing's home turf, he did not have the ability to resist. So, no one paid any attention to her. She could only retreat to the back of the theater. Everyone had a seat, but she didn't. No, it wasn't that she didn't have a seat, it was simply stolen by Chen Xingyan. Quite a few people turned their heads and pointed at Annie. Annie could obviously sense the ridicule in their eyes. She was so tempted to dig a hole and hide in it. This was all thanks to Chen Xingyan. No, she hadn't lost yet. Even though Tongning stood up for Chen Xingyan, she was still an actress of the Savage Wars. Chen Xingyan still had nothing and was surrounded by scandals. But, it didn't take long before Annie couldn't feel happy anymore. Because, before the film started, Lin Xing stood on stage to give a speech. However, before he could say much, Tongning walked onto the stage from the other side of the theater. As the mystery guest, Tongning's appearance naturally caused the audience to scream. Whether they were familiar with her or not, everyone was in awe of her legend. Oh God, I can't believe it's Tongning. I can't believe Tongning is here. Am I seeing things? It's really Tongning. She's still so beautiful even when she's pregnant. The pair of legs that the entire world is praising, they are so long. As Chen Xingyan listened to the exclamations around him, he finally realized that a person could be so charming that the entire world could cheer for them and not take their eyes off of them. Of course, Lin Xing was also surprised. After all, with Tongning's current status and body, the fact that she had appeared on his home turf made him extremely moved. From the look in Tongning's eyes, he could tell that she was still the same Tongning that would do anything for the sake of filming. She hadn't changed at all. Most importantly, she knew how to be grateful. Shenggu, congratulations on your film's success. Tongning rarely made an appearance in public. Even when she was slandered by Hua Wenfeng, she never made an appearance in public again. So, one could imagine how much face she was giving Lin Xing. I'm surprised that you made it, Lin Xing gently hugged Tongning. I've always remembered the help you've given me, Tongning replied with a smile. It's not even worth mentioning. Today, I'm here to give you a present, Tongning said into the microphone as she placed her gaze on Chen Xingyan. I heard from Luoge that you've been looking for a martial arts master. I have a very good candidate in mind. Although she is very young, she is a master of martial arts. I'm sure she won't disappoint you. After hearing Tongning's words, Lin Xing understood her motive. It turned out, she wanted to introduce him to someone. Of course, if someone else had said this, Lin Xing would have been disgusted. But, Tongning cleverly mentioned that she was very young. So, how young could she be to be so skilled? Xingyan, come up here. Use your own method to wish Xinggu great box office success, Tongning said to Chen Xingyan after seeing that Lin Xing did not object. Everyone understood that Tongning was helping a younger generation. So, what kind of younger generation could receive Tongning's attention? Soon, a 10-year-old girl stood up from the crowd. Everyone looked at Chen Xingyan in surprise, but not many people recognized that she was the female lead of the scandal within Zihao. Everyone was curious, what could a young girl like her achieve? Chen Xingyan walked onto the stage and bowed to Lin Xing. She then faced the audience and finally, Annie. This was a chance that Tongning was giving her. She was giving her a chance to showcase herself and defeat Annie. But, the dress she was wearing was quite restrictive. Above all, she looked so weak. To everyone's surprise, Xianxia tore open her dress and revealed her black safety pants. Afterwards, in a matter of seconds, she knocked out all the bodyguards behind Lin Xing. Ah! Everyone screamed in astonishment. Was this just a 19-year-old girl? How could she have such explosive power? However, after a brief moment of surprise, everyone laughed. This girl didn't seem to be very smart. At an event like this and with the support of Tongning, if she was someone else, she would have grabbed the opportunity to show off her abilities in front of Lin Xing. Yet, her performance was so lackluster. Even Annie, who was standing at the back of the stage, couldn't help but mock, idiot. But, Tongning didn't think so. Xianxia was a smart person in certain aspects. Today is Xingji's pre-screening, so I can't steal the spotlight. Plus, the pre-screening is about to start, so I can't waste everyone's time. I wish Xingji's film a box office success. After speaking, Xianxia bowed to the crowd. Not fighting or snatching seemed to be in line with Tongning's teachings. Yet, she had already managed to win Lin Xing's attention and curiosity. You've let down Tongning's efforts. Because I know you like people who are capable, not people who play tricks. Lin Xing smiled at everyone before he turned to Tongning and Xianxia. Sit beside me. Let's have a good chat. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. As a result, Xianxia successfully moved from the back to the front. Of course, everyone simply treated this as a show. No one was jealous. Although Xianxia was skilled, she obviously didn't pose much of a threat to the entertainment industry. The young girl's abilities were indeed rare. Most importantly, whether she was a stunt double or an action actress, it didn't have much of an impact on the audience. This young girl is quite interesting. At such a young age, her skills are not bad. On top of that, she has Tongning's support. She has a bright future ahead of her. From the looks of it, we may get to see her in Lin Xing's next film. Translator, Uni editor, Uni the audience in front of the screen were already in a heated discussion about Xianxia. As a result, Annie couldn't help but feel a little jealous. She had sacrificed her body and her conscience. In the end, she would rather have a friend like Tongning that could help her reach the heavens in a single step. No, she hadn't lost yet. The production team of The Savage Wars would soon announce that she was the female lead villain. She firmly believed that was her starting point. What's going on? You never do things like that. As soon as Lin Xing saw Xianxia sitting on his left, he leaned over and whispered into Tongning's ear, a very important person? Brother Xing, both you and I have been slandered and ridiculed, let alone drenched in urine. Every time I think about this, I feel that if I don't help this child, I will feel very uncomfortable. This industry is filled with bloodshed every day, but we still need to maintain our own character. After Lin Xing heard this, he nodded his head. This is exactly what makes people admire you. This child is not bad. But, are you sure she will live up to your expectations? Whether she lives up to her expectations or not, we can talk about it after she gets her revenge. Tongning turned her head and pointed to the person standing at the back with her chin. No wonder. I thought I didn't arrange enough seats. It turns out, it was all your doing. Is that the culprit? If I didn't see it, it would have been fine. But, it happened right beside me. As you know, I can't stand to see things like this, so I had to clean it up. Strangely, as long as they were Tongning's friends, they couldn't help but share the same hatred. Tongning hated Annie. Even Lin Xing felt a sense of disgust towards her. Don't be too harsh. As you know, this is my place. Don't be polite. As for the young master, I think I'll find someone else. Otherwise, won't Nzihao be angry? Lin Xing finally realized who Xianxia was and remembered her relationship with Nzihao. If Xingyan is really placed with you, he would be more than happy. How could he possibly be angry? The couple looked at each other and smiled. At this time, Xianxia couldn't help but run to the bathroom. However, the bathroom was already bustling with noise. I just remembered. Isn't Xianxia the stunt double that's currently rumored to be in a scandal? No wonder Tongning stepped forward. She has a good relationship with Xianxia. That's true. But, hasn't everyone in the industry been talking about Tongning and Xianxia's illicit relationship for a long time? Isn't this relationship a bit too messy? It makes me speechless. Their relationship is actually not messy. Let me help you sort it out. The three female celebrities stood in front of the sink, touching up their makeup and chatting excitedly. At this time, Annie appeared behind them with her arms crossed. Xianxia and Tongning have always maintained a relationship. But Xianxia doesn't want to be left out, so he keeps looking for new prey. So, Xianxia took the bait. The three women turned around and saw Annie. She was the woman standing in the last row. And who are you? How do you know so much? Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I know Xianxia and Xianxia have slept together. Plus, because Xianxia offended someone, she was forced to drink urine. The three women laughed without hiding their laughter. Is this true? It's absolutely true. Annie nodded. She was surrounded by a few men. Don't tell me. She was raped by that, the three women asked nosily. Who knows? She's a rotten B*TCH to begin with. At this time, the bathroom door suddenly swung open. Before anyone could see who it was, they simply watched as the woman grabbed Annie by the hair and pushed her into the sink. Everyone was shocked by the woman's actions. They quickly hid to one side and did not even dare to take a deep breath. Xianxia, let go of me. However, Xianxia did not let go. She once again grabbed Annie by the hair and dragged her over to the toilet and pushed her into the sink. From today onwards, you are also a woman that has eaten *T. Even so, the role in the Savage Wars is still mine. You are nothing. Hearing these provocative words, Xianxia originally wanted to hit Annie again. But, at this time an extremely powerful voice called out from the bathroom door, Xingyan, stop. The three women looked towards the bathroom door and saw Tongning standing there with her stomach in her hands. The three gossipy actresses' expressions changed. Just as they were about to sneak away, Tongning placed her gaze on them and lifted her chin with a natural sense of nobility and arrogance. The three women couldn't withstand the pressure as they immediately apologized. Sorry, we won't do it again. But, I heard everything you said. We didn't do it on purpose. Don't worry, I wouldn't dare to touch you. Otherwise, if word got out that I humiliated you and broke your arms and legs, wouldn't I be the scapegoat again? Tongning said with a deeper meaning. We won't. We won't go around talking about it, the women waved their hands. Tongning, please let us go. We don't actually believe the rumors that are going around. We simply can't hide our gossipy hearts. Get lost. Tongning did not waste any time on the women. Of course, she didn't allow Xianxia to waste any time on Annie either. You come over here and leave with them. Xianxia was still holding on to Annie's hair. After hearing Tongning's words, he forcefully let go of Annie's hand. Xianxia, we are irreconcilable. Annie stood up with a head full of filth as she threatened Xianxia, as long as I, Annie, am around, you will not have a good life. Xianxia turned around and looked at Annie. Just as he was about to speak, Tongning suddenly said, in the entertainment industry, it's best not to be too confident. Annie turned around and looked at Tongning. Her eyes were filled with anger and humiliation. Let me wish you success in advance. After speaking, Tongning gestured to Xianxia that it was time to restrain himself. Do you believe that? This world is all about retribution. If retribution isn't satisfying, why should you dirty your hands when dealing with people with bad intentions? Did you think I would be afraid just because you said that? Sooner or later, I will climb higher than you. Annie vowed. Tongning smiled gently, waiting to see what would happen. Of course, seeing how weak Tongning was and how she wasn't as strong as the rumors made her out to be, the fear in Annie's heart slowly disappeared. She thought, after Xianxia pushed her into the toilet, Tongning would break her arms and legs. But, in reality, Tongning did not do anything. What did she mean by revenge? Tongning was simply a hypocritical person. Tongning, why did you go easy on that B*TCH? Chen Xingyan asked as he chased after Tongning. You've already made her eat sh*t, isn't it time to vent the anger in your heart? Tongning asked as she turned around. Chen Xingyan stood behind Tongning. Obviously, she didn't think it was enough. Even if you conquer her in terms of physical strength, she won't be convinced. Even if you let her eat sh*t for an entire night, the result won't be any different. After hearing this, Chen Xingyan suddenly felt that it made sense. If you want others to be convinced by you, you must first have the ability. If you really want to know where your abilities lie, you should hide your brilliance or listen to Xianxia's arrangements. Tomorrow, there will be even worse news. You better be mentally prepared, Tongning warned Chen Xingyan. You were the one who did it. You will bear the consequences yourself. At that moment, Chen Xingyan didn't seem to understand the meaning behind Tongning's words. Plus, someone had indeed witnessed Chen Xingyan making a move. So, rather than being discovered in the future, it was better to let nature take its course. But that bitch looked down on you, Tongning did not say a word. Her expression was as calm as ever. The two quickly returned to the theater until the pre-screening was over. Tongning explained to Lin Xing, Xingyan made a move in the bathroom a moment ago. It may have caused you trouble. In that case, you saved me quite a bit of publicity money, Lin Xing replied casually. He was a 3-time best actor, how could he be affected by a small matter like this? Tongning smiled and pretended nothing had happened. After all, Chen Xingyan needed to get her revenge and vent her anger. But, Chen Xingyan still needed more practice. So, Tongning decided to let the incident continue to ferment and teach her a lesson. Shocking news. Chen Xingyan hit someone. Who gave the stunt double the courage to be so arrogant? Tongning has bad taste. Not only did she fail to help a younger generation, she ended up getting herself into trouble. She wants to be famous. Stunt double reveals another bad record, hit someone in the bathroom, humiliated her, and forced her to eat sh*t. This was the entertainment news the next morning. As soon as Bai Lihua saw it, she was shocked. She looked at Tongning in surprise, but she didn't know what to say. Auntie Bai, is there something you want to say to me? Tongning asked without lifting her head. She knew Bai Lihua was sneaking glances at her. About Xingyan. I'm afraid the child will, don't worry, Auntie Bai, everything is under control. Actually, if you looked at the news carefully, you wouldn't notice that Tongning was mentioned in the article. Basically, it was a retelling of the truth. What is Tongning thinking? Why would she want to help a younger generation? This doesn't seem like Tongning's style. How could Tongning not be able to handle a situation like this? The internet was already in a heated discussion. In the end, everyone had two opinions regarding Tongning's handling of the incident. The first was that it wasn't that she didn't want to get revenge, but that it wasn't the right time yet. The second was that Tongning had really gone crazy from pregnancy and was slowly losing her aura in front of the public. Annie also began to cry in front of the public about her tragic experience and how she no longer had the courage to continue living after being humiliated by Chen Xingyan. Faced with the situation, Chen Xingyan suddenly felt flustered. She had no idea how to handle the situation. This was because the matter was like a snowball that was getting bigger and bigger, and more people were being implicated. She didn't know how to help herself and Xianxia. Worst of all, Tongning was also dragged into the mess and everyone was scolding her for being pregnant. After seeing the news, Chen Xingyan thought for quite some time. In the end, she gave Xianxia a phone call. I want to work. I want to take a role as an action actress. It would be best if it's a big film. I can handle hardships. Why do you suddenly want to work? Xianxia asked. Is it because you want to escape? If I wanted to escape, I could have just left. Chen Xingyan explained anxiously. It's because I think it's time for me to change. Only if I receive a better job offer than Annie would it be a real blow to her. Who do you think would still want you? Xianxia asked. Oh. Chen Xingyan lowered her head in disappointment. Wait, I'll help you fight for a job. But, you need to work hard. I will. At this time, Annie was still being interviewed by the reporters. Tongning really didn't bully me. She was the one that stopped Chen Xingyan. She's actually not as scary as the rumors make her out to be. This time Annie did not slander Tongning. She simply described Tongning as a retarded person that no longer had the ruthlessness and elegance she once had. She seemed to be very pleased with herself. I think President Mo must be helping her from behind the scenes. Are you referring to the reason why she has gotten to where she is today? The reporters couldn't help but help Annie perfect her story. They wanted to watch a good show. From what I know, Tongning is not such a gentle person. Director Matt watched Annie's interview through the screen. He rubbed his chin with his right hand, looking like he was deep in thought. Director, why don't we ignore Tongning's threat? No. Director Matt waved his hand at his assistant. That's not how things should be. But, everyone is saying that Tongning is just a paper tiger. No, no. Director Matt repeated. Don't be fooled by the surface. This move was probably made by Tongning herself. I've never seen such a realistic entertainment news report. Even their stance was clearly stated. Don't entertainment news only care about the results? With such a good topic, why didn't they exaggerate it to attract the attention of the audience? I can't possibly offend Hai Rui and Tongning over a small-time actress. It's unreasonable. After the assistant heard this, he felt it made sense. This Annie really didn't know her place. Seeing that Tongning hadn't made a move yet, she thought Tongning was afraid of a small character like her. Where did her confidence come from? This Annie sure is brainless. Inside Hyatt Regency, Long Jia was in a good mood because Lu Che had returned. So, she was enjoying the show that was going on. However, this move of yours is quite a big blow to Chen Xingyan. I'm sure she's feeling guilty right now. It's about time you stopped. I even thought of a series of ways to help her vent her anger. In the end, she went straight to the bathroom and gave her a beating. She completely ignored me and Lin Xing. How could I possibly let her off easy? Forget about me, that was Xingji's home ground. Luckily, Xingge didn't blame me. You make it sound good. I refuse to believe that you didn't know Chen Xingyan pushed Annie into the toilet. You simply want to see Chen Xingyan pay back a tooth for a tooth. But, that brat was quite cool. She actually threw someone into the toilet. How creative. Not only did she push someone into the toilet, she even said, you can be considered someone who has eaten sh*t before. Tongning rolled her eyes at Long Jia. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who did Chen Xingyan's temper resemble? Really? Ha ha ha. Long Jia rocked back and forth in laughter. What a genius. Tongning was helpless as she couldn't help but laugh. It's fine as long as it's not bad. I really want to see Annie's frustrated face now. I won't get tired of seeing her face being slapped even after 100 years. Although Long Jia had heard Annie's joke, she still hoped Tongning would clarify the matter as soon as possible. After all, Annie was at the peak of her arrogance. Now was the perfect time. What's so difficult about that? In reality, Tongning had indeed arranged this entire show. It was a simple scheme. How hard could someone like Annie be to deal with? Last night, although there were indeed eyewitnesses that witnessed Chen Xingyan hitting someone, none of them had the guts to expose the truth. So, the person that leaked the news was indeed Tongning. What she revealed was what she saw with her own eyes. Then, there's more to the Violence Gate incident. I didn't know that the one being beaten deserved it. The truth about Annie being flushed down the toilet is all here. Just after noon, the news released a new piece of information. It turned out, the witnesses had stepped out to speak. Firstly, they admitted they were in the wrong for gossiping in the toilet. Then, they heard Annie slandering others and slandering Tongning, which led to the disaster. She said that Chen Xingyan is a SL*T and that she was forced to drink urine. As a result, the media understood why Chen Xingyan had said that she had also eaten sh*T. I think there's a huge grudge between the two. Plus, since Annie mentioned it, it's possible that she was the one that arranged the incident. So, if I was in Annie's shoes, I wouldn't have been able to hold back and hit her. In that case, what did Tongning say at the time? The reporter asked. Tongning, what did she say at the time? Karma must be bad. The group thought for a moment before replying confidently, actually, Annie's mouth is too cheap. Plus, we witnessed the entire process with our own eyes. There were no punches or kicks as she claimed. Annie simply pressed her down a little. That's the truth. We can't stand the criticism in our hearts. I hope everyone can forgive us. It was precisely because of the clarification of these few witnesses that the public opinion was biased in an instant. Originally, everyone was scolding Xianxia for being stupid. But, after hearing their clarification, they suddenly felt that Xianxia was just an impatient newcomer in the entertainment industry. Although being violent isn't right, there's nothing wrong with pressing down on her. It's no wonder that her mouth is being pushed down the toilet. All I want to say is, well done. Annie had cried so many times and put in so much effort to put on an act. Who would have thought, in just half a day, the tables would be turned? Not only that, everyone found out that she had hired someone to humiliate Xianxia. This was the taunting that Annie said had no killing power. Annie, now you know how gentle taunting is. The entertainment critic laughed. For her, she doesn't need to be as heavy as crushing an ant to deal with you. As soon as the full article appeared, Annie smashed everything in her hotel room. It wasn't easy for her to find an opportunity, yet Xianxia had turned the tables around. How shameful! After getting over her anger, Annie pulled out her phone and gave Director Matt's assistant a phone call. Mr. Assistant, when will we be holding a press conference? As soon as the assistant heard this, he immediately covered his phone and said, It's Annie. Put it on speakerphone, Matt said. As soon as possible, the assistant replied. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just wanted to confirm that when the time comes, I will be sure to dress up. The assistant actually wanted to say that Annie didn't need to dress up. Even if the role wasn't controversial, it was merely an antagonist, not a real female lead. So, there was no need to put on so much effort. But, Matt reminded his assistant to maintain his composure. So, the assistant cleared his throat and said, Okay, dress up. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Assistant. Annie seemed to have been cured by her own imagination. But, neither Matt nor his assistant understood why she was so full of herself. Just like that, the entire day passed in excitement. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office, Lu Che stood in front of Mo Ting and said, Today, the madam. I know, Mo Ting replied. Take good care of Tongning's mood. Arrange for whatever she wants. It will help relieve her boredom. It turned out, the reason Mo Ting allowed Annie to cry was because he was afraid she would be bored and wanted to relieve her boredom. Although Lu Che knew Mo Ting doted on his wife to no end, his bottom line was still being broken every day. Xianxia wanted a big film. Even if Nziheo tried his best, who would dare to give it to her? Even if someone dared to, she had already missed her chance. In the end, Nziheo brought Xianxia to DK Agency for an interview. If there was anyone that was willing to give her a chance, it would be Lin Xing. Of course, Lin Xing only recommended Xianxia to DK because of Tongning. Lin Xing's new film, Mega Beast, is currently recruiting actors. The female lead has not been confirmed yet. Go ahead and give it a try. Female lead? Xianxia pointed to herself in disbelief. I can't act as the female lead. You can act as a stunt double for the female lead, Nziheo explained calmly with his arms crossed. Nziheo crossed his arms and explained calmly, Lin Xing's male lead, did you think anyone could be like Tongning? Do you think they can obtain his approval? Even if it's just a stunt double, there are still people fighting over it. Previously, when I asked you to be an action actress, you wanted to be a stunt double. Now, when I asked you to be a stunt double, you want to be an action actress. What do you want? Xianxia looked at Nziheo from behind. As she watched his back, she suddenly felt a little upset. Now that things have gotten to this point, it's already good enough that someone is still willing to hire you. Hearing this, Xianxia suddenly stopped in her tracks. It's bad enough for others to humiliate me. Do you have to be so harsh with your words? Nziheo also stopped in his tracks, but he did not turn around. If you want me to continue spoiling you, then you will forever be stuck between an action actress and a stunt double. Be realistic, you can't survive in this industry if you're naive. It didn't take long before the two women saw the CEO of DK Agency. However, the way he looked at them made Xianxia feel extremely uncomfortable. Since Xingu has spoken, then I have nothing else to say. I will give you a chance, but only once. Follow me. And Zihao gestured with his chin, gesturing for Qin Xingyan to follow him in while he waited outside. Qin Xingyan was not confident, so she maintained a 1-meter distance from the man. But, she still heard him say, "You don't need to act like you've done something wrong. In this industry, I've seen a lot of things like this. For the sake of getting ahead, there's nothing you can't do." Qin Xingyan originally wanted to say something, but when she thought about Tang Ning's words, she realized her words weren't convincing enough. "Since it's a stunt double, of course we'll be looking at your skills. I will arrange for an experienced stunt double to spar with you. Let me see your abilities first." Fighting was her forte, so it wasn't difficult at all. However, when she finished her fight with the other stunt double and returned to the person in charge to ask for the result, the person in charge was playing with his phone. "SOSO. You can go now." Qin Xingyan wanted to slap him across the face, but she resisted the urge. She knew the director had no intention of using her. The only reason they agreed to let her audition was because of her relationship with Lin Xing. At that moment, Qin Xingyan really wanted to return to the film base and be an extra. She didn't need to put up with these people and didn't need to be bullied everywhere. But, when she thought about what Zihao had done for her and how he had been implicated by her, she quickly gave up on the idea of retreating. So, she took a look at the person in charge's phone and found that he was playing a game that she usually played. So, she said to him, "If I can beat you in the game, can you promise to give me a chance to audition?" As soon as the man heard this, he lifted his head and looked at Qin Xingyan. He was suddenly interested. He then nodded his head and replied, "Sure, as long as you can beat me." Qin Xingyan also pulled out her phone, logged into her account and began to compete with the man. The man had never expected a little girl to be so good at a game like this. Within a few moves, she was defeated. But, after the game, he was about to leave. "Wait, didn't you say you would give me a chance to audition?" Qin Xingyan immediately grabbed onto the man's arm and asked. "What chance?" "I've already given you a chance." The man refused to admit his mistake as he left without a care in the world. Qin Xingyan realized she had been tricked, so her eyes filled with anger. But what could she do? However, at this time, just as the man was about to leave the room, Lin Xing suddenly appeared in the doorway and said to the man, "I have decided on her role." "Huh?" The man obviously did not expect Lin Xing to see this, so his attitude immediately changed. "Xingguo, look. I said, I will let her be the female lead." Lin Xing said to the man. "I will take responsibility for all the consequences." After hearing Lin Xing's words, Qin Xingyan's eyes filled with tears because of Lin Xing's loyalty. "Thank you, Xingguo. I've seen your performance just now. If you can't maintain this standard during filming, I will ask you to leave at any time." Lin Xing said the harsh words first. Once upon a time, Tang Ning also fell from the sky. But, her acting surprised me. What about you? How much determination do you have to prove yourself? "I will not disappoint Xingguo." Qin Xingyan bowed to Lin Xing. "Everyone knows how to say nice things. Let's see how you perform when the time comes." After speaking, Lin Xing left, leaving Qin Xingyan with a cool silhouette. It was from this moment onwards that Lin Xing left a deep impression in Qin Xingyan's heart. And Zihao waited outside the entire time. In reality, he did not have much confidence in Qin Xingyan. Until he saw Lin Xing approach. "The little brat has been tormented quite badly by you. She asked for it." And Zihao replied. "But, I have a feeling that she will be able to create a new you." Lin Xing shook his head as he patted Zihao on the shoulder and turned to leave. Of course, judging from Lin Xing's expression, Zihao could tell that Qin Xingyan had successfully secured the role. However, he never expected Qin Xingyan actually secured the role of female lead. The reason Lin Xing had the right to speak was because he was the producer of Mega Beast. Lin Xing is very strict with everyone. If you have the slightest dissatisfaction with him, he will definitely kick you out. Of course, he is also a very good teacher, and Zihao explained to Qin Xingyan. "Remember, this is your only chance to prove yourself. Don't let Tang Ning pay the price for your reckless behavior." Qin Xingyan was like a hurt child the entire time. Ever since that incident, she had become a lot quieter than before. If you had signed a more obedient person, things would have been a lot easier. Hearing this, Nziheo suddenly laughed and replied, "Are you talking about people like Annie? The Savage Wars is about to hold their press conference. It's an undeniable fact that Annie stole your role. You may even be hurt." Chen Xingyan lifted her head and looked at Nziheo. At this time, Nziheo stretched out his hand and gently patted her on the head. "Very soon, I will definitely get justice for you." "No, I can get it back on my own," Chen Xingyan replied stubbornly. "You can say this to me after you become famous." After speaking, Nziheo led her out of DK Film and Television and drove her to Hyatt Regency. As soon as she saw Tongning, Chen Xingyan stood in front of her with her ears drooping. It turned out, the matter that she was so worried about was nothing to Tongning. It was something that could be resolved in the blink of an eye. "You were quite capable today. You secured the role of the female lead of Mega Beast." After hearing Nziheo's words, Tongning looked at Chen Xingyan. "Why aren't you happy?" "Shunge, it's because." "Did you think that Shunge gave you this opportunity because of me?" Tongning interrupted Chen Xingyan with a smile. "Shunge is indeed loyal, but he's not the kind of person you think he is. He never makes decisions based on who is close to him. In his world, roles are not to be messed with. If he doesn't think you are suitable, then no matter how much I take care of you, it would be useless. Let her find her own troubles." Nziheo had no intention of relieving Chen Xingyan of her burden. The Savage Wars is about to hold their press conference. She should be feeling a little pressured. Tongning looked at Nziheo without saying a word. Apart from Long Jia, practically no one knew that she had met with Matt. Although Nziheo cared about Chen Xingyan was still Mo Ting's sister. So, their motivations were different. "Let's wait for a good show." Chen Xingyan was tired. After sitting for a while, she headed over to Bai Lihua's room to get some comfort. However, Bai Lihua wasn't in her room and her computer was turned on. Chen Xingyan couldn't help but take a closer look. But, as soon as she saw it, she was shocked. She had no idea that Bai Lihua was going to visit a famous domestic entertainment forum. "Xiaoxing." Bai Lihua suddenly returned to her room. As soon as she saw Chen Xingyan sitting in front of the study table, she immediately ran over to block the laptop. "Mom, are you playing a spy game?" Chen Xingyan had already finished reading the post. "So, you're the kind-hearted person that caused an uproar online?" At this time, Chen Xingyan had no time to think about why Bai Lihua had previously gone online to help Tongning divert the public's attention. She simply felt that Bai Lihua was too amazing. She had no time to think about anything else. This included why Bai Lihua did what she did and why she said what she did. "Mom is just trying to help." Bai Lihua tried to cover up. "No, wait, when the incident with Tongning was revealed, you didn't even know her. Actually, Mom is a fan of Tongning." Bai Lihua went further and further away from the topic. "I just can't stand seeing people slandering her, so I registered a username and made it up. I never expected it to have such an effect. Don't go around spouting nonsense, browsing the forums is Mom's only hobby. I didn't expect you to be a hardcore fan. You really hit it well." Bai Lihua broke out in a cold sweat. If Chen Xingyan continued to question her, she wouldn't know how to respond. After all, if Chen Xingyan found out the truth, she would probably grab a knife and chop Hua Wenfeng up into pieces the next day. Bai Lihua couldn't take this risk. Before she defeated Hua Wenfeng, she couldn't let Chen Xingyan find out about her true identity. Chen Xingyan did not overthink it. After all, in her subconscious, Bai Lihua was just a normal woman. It was impossible for her to have anything to do with a wealthy family. So, she believed everything that Bai Lihua said. In fact, Bai Lihua's ability to use the internet to secretly help Tongning was quite miraculous. "Don't tell Xiaoning, I'll be embarrassed." "Aya, don't stress it. I understand." Late at night. Mo Ting had not returned home yet. Although Tongning was pregnant, she still asked Lu Che to drive as she headed straight to Hai Rue to pick him up. However, after arriving at Hai Rue, she did not disturb Mo Ting. Instead, she slept in the waiting room and waited for him. "Madam, I've heated up a glass of milk for you," the secretary outside said gently. "It seems President Mo has been a little busy lately. The agency has a few newcomers that are quite popular and have a lot of new plans." Do you want me to notify the president? No need. I'm just a little bored waiting. You can keep me company for a while, Tongning replied. What would you like to know, madam? Is there anything interesting? Tongning asked. Nothing interesting. A couple of days ago, the agency signed a secret weapon, the secretary replied after thinking for a few seconds. The secretary thought for a few seconds. Before replying, it seems she is extremely talented, beautiful, and has a great figure. Apparently, this newcomer is only 22 years old and has already written many popular songs. On top of that, she is also a scriptwriter. The currently popular palace drama Luan Feng was written by her. In the future, the agency will definitely put in a lot of effort to groom her. But, when she realized Tongning wasn't interested, she simply laughed. Of course, you are still the president's biggest treasure. But, who knows, you might end up acting in her script. That would definitely be interesting. While the secretary was talking, Mo Ting had already stepped into the waiting room and looked at Tongning. Why aren't you being obedient? Huh? I'll excuse myself first. The secretary immediately stood up and left as soon as she saw Mo Ting. Tongning wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's neck and said, I heard a lot of interesting things from your secretary. Apparently, the agency signed a secret weapon. Fang Yu is in charge, Mo Ting replied. Dealing with artists is now his responsibility. Aren't you afraid he'll take his artist and jump ship? Tongning blinked. First of all, he needs to be able to afford the penalty. Mo Ting helped Tongning up. It's already been 7 months. Don't do anything that will make me worry. How is it dangerous to pick my husband up from work? Tongning asked as she hugged Mo Ting. I miss you. Our baby also misses you. Let's go home. Mo Ting wrapped his arm around Tongning's arm and left the underground car park. However, he had no idea that behind him, 2 women had also entered the underground car park. Is that Tongning? One of the women asked her assistant with a deeper meaning. Yes, that's Tongning, the assistant replied respectfully. Interesting, the woman watched as Tongning left before she boarded her sports car. She's no longer young. Actually, whether she was young or not wasn't up to her to decide. A few days later, the Savage Wars held a grand press conference. That afternoon, Annie attended the press conference wearing a long silver dress. Perhaps it was because she was young, but she didn't seem to know how to restrain herself. Instead, she completely treated herself like the female lead of the film. To put it bluntly, her name was only in a small corner and couldn't even appear on the promotional photos. But, she was arrogant and complacent, so she overestimated the Savage Wars. Backstage, Annie bumped into Matt in the corridor and greeted him warmly. But, Matt had no idea who she was. It was only after his assistant mentioned her that he had a slight impression of her. Hello, director. I will definitely work hard. Matt did not take another look at Annie as he walked past her. After a few steps, he finally asked his assistant, why do I still see this woman? Director, you told her to dress up. Yes, I agreed. Matt waved his hand and shoved his right hand into his pocket. How troublesome. Hurry up and get rid of her, Matt said impatiently. He couldn't understand what Tongning was thinking. Was there a need to teach such a small character a lesson? The press conference is about to start. Even after Annie walked away, Matt was still cursing. But, Annie was in a good mood. In fact, she imagined that if she successfully completed filming this film, she would be approached by plenty of other films in the future. Not only that, she would also be offered commercials, variety shows and fashion resources. But, while she was fantasizing, the press conference had already officially started. No one told Annie when she was supposed to appear on stage. By the time she reacted, the press conference had already started 20 minutes ago. The main cast and crew were already standing on stage, but there was no place for her. So, she walked up to Matt's assistant and told him that she was still there, but Matt was too busy to talk to her. Go away. Mr. Assistant, I am the villain. Are you kidding me? The assistant was annoyed, so he turned around and glared at Annie with disgust. All the actors are already on stage. Who are you? That's impossible, I am also one of your actors. Didn't you already give me the role of Xianxia? After hearing what Annie said, the assistant came to a sudden realization. "Oh," she replied. "Another replacement." "What?" Annie obviously couldn't accept the other party's answer. It was clearly decided that it would be me. "How could you just change the person? Who do you think you are?" The assistant was infuriated by Annie's words and pushed her to the ground. "It's normal to be replaced if the actress isn't suitable." "No, that's impossible." After speaking, Annie rushed onto the stage and squeezed herself in front of the actors. Everyone looked at her in surprise, their eyes full of questions. Matt shouted, "Where did this lunatic come from? Security! Protect them!" Because almost all the actors were foreigners, they were puzzled by the sudden appearance of this Asian face. Then, the security guards went on stage and took Annie away. They took her backstage and sent her to her assistant's room. "Are you sick? I was obviously your chosen actress," Annie yelled. "Why are you still denying it?" Seeing how agitated Annie was, the assistant gave her a tight slap. "Get lost right now. Liar. Liar. Didn't President Wang tell you that we've already handed the contract to him? You should be looking for your boss, not making a scene here. I don't have the right or responsibility to inform you. Do you really think of yourself as an actress? You're only suited to acting as a corpse, yet you want to act as the villain? You sure know how to flatter yourself." After hearing this, Annie was stunned. She pulled out her phone and gave President Wang a phone call with trembling hands. "President Wang, did you know that the Savage Wars has been replaced?" "I know," Director Wang replied lazily on the other end of the phone. "But, you didn't tell me. Plus, a couple of days ago, I called my assistant to ask if I wanted to dress up for the event." "Annie, let's just leave it at that. I only received the contract termination that night and made a small profit from it. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I never expected you to cause a scene at the event," President Wang replied heartlessly. "The film company has terminated their contract with me. It's time for me to say goodbye to you. I don't want to offend Tongning because of you." "What did you say?" Annie felt extremely angry and humiliated. "I'll get my lawyer to send you a contract termination letter in a moment. You shouldn't be so naive from now on. Take care of yourself." Annie never imagined that the new chapter in her life that she thought was about to open up was all for naught. She could never have imagined that the Savage Wars was actually teasing her. What was even more hateful was that CEO Wang had forcibly taken over her body and forced her to walk on the path of unspoken rules. In the end, he had kicked her away and consigned her to eternal damnation. Not only that, the news of her breaking into the press conference was spread around like a joke. No one notified the actress that had been replaced. As a result, the actress caused a scene at the press conference and her fate was as expected. It was extremely embarrassing. Isn't this a bit too funny? Isn't this the woman that had a lot of drama a couple of days ago? I feel really embarrassed for her. She didn't care what other people thought, but she wanted to know what Chen Xingyan was thinking. Every time she thought about how Chen Xingyan was waiting to laugh at her, she felt helpless. The only good thing was, although the role ended up with someone else, at least she managed to snatch it from Chen Xingyan's hands. Even if she didn't get it, it wouldn't have gone to Chen Xingyan, but God didn't let her get what she wanted. It didn't take long before a rumor began to spread that Best Actor Lin Xing's film had a new actress. Official Weibo speculated about all the popular actresses, but no one expected that the female lead would end up with a new newcomer. Not only that, this newcomer turned out to be the young girl that Xianxia was currently involved in a scandal with. It was none other than Chen Xingyan. No one expected that Chen Xingyan would end up as the female lead of Mega Beast. What was Lin Xing thinking? This made Annie crazy with disbelief. That's impossible. This is just Chen Xingyan's way of creating hype. How could a best actor possibly act with her? But, when the reporters interviewed Lin Xing and asked him about Chen Xingyan, he simply replied, "Nothing is impossible." In other words, he admitted that the public speculations were true. As for the two actresses that once worked under Xianxia, their futures were suddenly revealed. But, for Annie, this wasn't the worst blow. Because it didn't take long before a recording of President Wang's conversation was leaked to the public. As for the rumors between Chen Xingyan and Xianxia, they were all self-directed by Annie. This was a result that no one, including President Wang, expected. In fact, even Xianxia. After all, when Tongming did this, she did not mention it to anyone. Annie was like a street rat that was stepped on over and over again. From being discovered by Xianxia to being abandoned by the entertainment industry, only a few days had passed. It was like a dream. Annie lost everything, including her pure body. Yet, in the end, she ended up like this. She really wanted to see Xianxia or Xianxia again. But, with their current status, she no longer had the right to do so. Annie even returned to the apartment with the intention of stopping Xianxia. But, after the incident, Xianxia moved out of the apartment. Now that she had signed a contract with Linxing's film, her status naturally increased. In Tongming's words, Annie said, "It's already over before it's even begun." Annie wasn't willing to give up, so she went to Hyatt Regency to stop Xianxia. But, when faced with Annie, Xianxia suddenly felt her anger disappear as she sat in the van. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia and asked, "Why wouldn't you give up on such a good opportunity for revenge?" "I can already see the difference between us," Xianxia replied. "Xingji's strict training plan is still waiting for me." After hearing this, Xianxia gently patted Xianxia on the head. "Go enjoy Linxing's hellish training." But what? "But, don't develop feelings for him that you shouldn't have," Xianxia paused for a moment before he reminded her, "Linxing is crazy about acting. If you fall in love with him, you will be hurt." "I'm going to act. Don't you think you're overthinking it?" Xianxia humped disapprovingly. "If you're afraid of the bed, take this with you." Xianxia handed Xianxia a doll from home. "With this, I'm sure you won't need to call me and ask me to move a bed for you." Xianxia held the doll in her hands. She didn't know what to feel, but she immediately calmed down. Xianxia's warmth could still be felt on the doll. "Help me thank Mingjia. She seems to have done a lot for me. Just take care of yourself." Xianxia indicated that there was no need for her to worry at all. Actually, Xianxia was quite curious as to why Tongming was so protective of Xianxia. After all, the two of them had never interacted before. But, from the looks of it, Tongming had done a lot of things without his permission. It was obvious she treated Xianxia as one of her own. After escorting Xianxia to Hyatt Regency, Xianxia asked Tongming, "Don't you think the way you protect Xianxia is a little too much?" "Really?" Tongming asked disapprovingly. "That Annie suffered a terrible fate. Are you really not going to tell me the reason?" "I can only tell you to be polite to her. She's not an ordinary person." She then returned her focus to the script. "Since your innocence has been proven, it's time for you to do some homework on director Chen Feng. Don't you want the assistant director position anymore?" "No, there's one more thing that I need to do. Darcy didn't contact him for no reason. Plus, he had already promised to get justice for Xianxia, so he wasn't going to go back on his word." "What kind of feelings do you have for Xianxia?" Tongming couldn't understand, so she asked Xianxia. Xianxia remained silent for a moment before replying casually, "Of course, it's my little disciple." After hearing this, Tongming let out a laugh and did not say another word. To be exact, Xianxia's life had not completely changed yet. At this point, there was nothing she could say. But, when Xianxia's identity was revealed, it was going to scare a lot of people. Including Xianxia. If Xianxia found out that the person he was trampling on was actually the heiress of Hai Rui and Mo Ting's sister, the scene would definitely be interesting to watch. In reality, Tongming had no idea what Xianxia was planning to do. But, in just half a month, the production team of the Savage Wars announced that they were disbanding because the investment company behind them had been shut down for tax evasion. The people involved were all sent to jail. At this time, Tongming discovered something. It seemed, Xianxia had sold his villa and replaced it with his own sports car. Where did his money go? Ting. Can you help me investigate why Xianxia has been in such a tight financial situation recently? He used it to pay Darcy's legal fees, Mo Ting replied. He came looking for me a while ago, just so he could overthrow Matt. I don't understand what he's thinking. If he can't protect the people he cares about, then he is just an empty shell with no value. The fact that Xianxia is willing to spend so much money for Chen Xingyan is proof of his courage and responsibility as a man, Mo Ting said in seriousness as he removed his jacket. At least he's loyal. If Xingyan found out, how heartbroken would she be? Tongning couldn't help but sigh. Afterwards, she wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's neck and asked, since Xingyan's matter has come to an end, shouldn't we resolve Hua Wenfeng's matter? How much longer are we going to let this fake be happy for? Every time I think about how Auntie Bai has lived like this for 19 years, I can't help but feel sad. After you give birth, Mo Ting gently stroked Tongning's stomach. Mo Ting gently stroked Tongning's stomach as he closed his eyes and felt the subtle connection between them. I don't want you to be in any danger. Tongning also lowered her head and looked at her stomach. Every time she thought about how their blood flowed through the baby's body, she couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Ning, in 2 days, I will be going on a business trip. Ask Auntie Bai to pack her things and I'll take you with me. Where are we going? Tongning asked. Hai Rui's newly built film studio, Mo Ting replied. This is Hai Rui's tradition. If I don't show up, I'll be breaking the rules. It's not convenient for me to take care of the baby and I'll be a burden to you. Auntie Bai is at home now, so you don't have to worry. Tongning thought about it for a while. Every time she thought about the journey, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to handle it. No matter how much she wanted to be with Mo Ting, she couldn't disregard the baby in her stomach. It's just going to take a nap. You'll be home soon, right? Mo Ting looked at Tongning and placed a kiss on her forehead, Even if it wasn't right, he was going to make it right. The set of Mega Beast. Deep in the forest. In order to quickly adapt to the cameras and meet lynching standards, Chen Xingyan spent all her time from morning to night practicing her acting in a secluded place. Even though, in her heart, she believed that the most suitable role for her was still a stunt double. But, in order to gain the ability to protect others, she found the motivation to face the cameras again. As a result, she was the first to arrive on set in the morning and the last to go to bed at night. Needless to say, because she had some medical skills, Chen Xingyan quickly made a name for herself on set. Whether it was the director or the staff, if they had a sore back or leg, they would all look for her to massage. That night, Chen Xingyan sat on a chair while waiting for her scenes to start reading her script. As the forest was cold and the scenes were long, the crew did not return to the hotel. So, as soon as Lin Xing finished filming and saw Chen Xingyan curled up in her chair, he immediately grabbed a blanket from his assistant and placed it on her from behind. Chen Xingyan turned around to look at Lin Xing and smiled, "Thank you, Xinggu. You sure know how to play small tricks. Seeing that every time you fail, you have to do the director a favor. No wonder you can't hear the director scolding you on set." Lin Xing glanced at the clothes and blanket on the director's body. They obviously belonged to Chen Xingyan. When it comes to acting, you are miles behind Tongning. But, when it comes to taking care of people, you have even managed to tame a small stage reporter. Is this considered a skill? Chen Xingyan felt a little guilty. Xinggu. Actually, you don't need to practice in front of the mirror every day. All you need to do is act like you are. Lin Xing reached out his hand to stop Chen Xingyan from continuing. Before Chen Xingyan arrived for the audition, he had already looked through her information in detail. Of course, the reason why he chose her without hesitation was because, for others, the role would require more practice, but for Chen Xingyan, it would save him a lot of effort. Hehe, thank you, Xinggu. It's strange. You like to play small tricks and take advantage of opportunities. You should be the type of person I hate the most. Yet, I can't find it in me to hate you. Just like I said, this is also a skill. Good luck, Lin Xing said as he patted Chen Xingyan on the shoulder and turned to leave. Chen Xingyan hugged the blanket as she jumped up from her chair in joy at Lin Xing's confirmation. Hearing her cheers, the crew members looked at her with confusion. Among them was Xianxia, who had been standing not too far away from her. However, in the end, Xianxia did not approach her. He simply picked up the blanket and left. He had already seen the concern that Lin Xing had for Chen Xingyan. However, he misunderstood that Chen Xingyan was happy because of Lin Xing's concern. So, Xianxia did not tell Chen Xingyan about his visit. Instead, he quietly arrived and quietly left. Xianxia did not manage to see Xianxia. But, after staying up all night and returning to the hotel, she saw the fresh lychees in the room and knew that Xianxia must have visited. Therefore, she called Xianxia. "Why are you pretending to be alive? Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" "I'm happy," Xianxia replied indifferently as he lay on the bed. "Why are you acting so weird so early in the morning? Go die." After speaking, Chen Xingyan hung up the phone angrily. Xianxia shifted into a lying position. Even he didn't know why. He couldn't help but feel annoyed at Chen Xingyan. However, this might be better. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Tongming was keeping Mo Ting company at Hai Rui. Mo Ting's 5 p.m. flight was about to leave and he would not be by her side that night. She couldn't remember the last time they had been apart. Ever since she got pregnant, apart from work, Mo Ting had spent all his time with her. He had practically no time for himself. Thinking of this, her heart ached a little. Under the sunlight, the man's face appeared handsome and gentle. Especially his obsidian-like eyes, which constantly emitted a sharp glow, making him look particularly dazzling and charming. Not long after, Lu Che entered the office with some documents. Apart from documents for Mo Ting to sign, he also handed over an invitation. "President, this is an invitation to the GXE International Screenwriter Competition. Xianxia won first prize. Although she has only just signed with Hai Rui, the organizers have already sent the invitation directly to the CEO's office." "You." Mo Ting did not even lift his head as he gestured for Lu Che to hand the invitation to Fang Yu. "Haven't you gotten used to this?" "I'm sorry, President. Don't forget my identity." Mo Ting was reminding Fang Yu that he was still Tongming's personal manager. Plus, he was well aware that there were still female celebrities that would find all sorts of excuses to leave a good impression in front of him. "It seems, Vice President Fang wants to avoid arousing suspicion, so he asked me to ask for your opinion." It seemed that the two men, in order to reassure their respective women, had handled their female relationships very well. Tongming couldn't help but smile. "Since he doesn't want to go, throw it in the bin," Mo Ting said straightforwardly. As a member of the wife-doting brigade, Lu Che naturally didn't want to get involved in a situation like this. So, he threw the invitation away. "This is the first time I've seen you deal with something like this. In that case, do you trust me?" This was also the first time Mo Ting had asked Tongming something like this. Tongming looked into Mo Ting's eyes. After being married for so long, Tongming had never been jealous of Mo Ting when it came to women. After all, Mo Ting had never done anything that made her uncomfortable. For example, in front of her, Tongming did not respond, but Mo Ting already knew the answer. Above all, Tongming knew that Mo Ting only left Hai Rui as soon as it was time to board the plane so he could spend a little more time with her. "Who is this Xianxia?" Tongming asked Lu Che after Mo Ting left. As Lu Che escorted Tongming to the underground car park, he replied, "She's the artist that the agency recently signed." "Is she the secret weapon?" Lu Che was stunned for a second before he nodded his head. "The madam is indeed well informed. This artist is indeed talented. She has just won an international screenwriting award." As they spoke, the couple arrived at the underground car park. However, just as Tongming stepped into her car, a confident voice suddenly sounded from behind. "It is my honor to be asked about by the famous Tongming." Tongming turned around to find a woman with long, wavy hair dressed in a black trench coat standing behind them with a wild aura. She was, after all, an artist from Hai Rui. Every aspect of her had her own unique charm. Tongming did not say a word. To be exact, she didn't like people being too familiar with her. Of course, the woman looked at Tongming with great interest. After quite some time, she finally said, "But, I must say, you are getting old. After you give birth, will you only be able to take on milk powder commercials?" "Xianxia. I heard from a few people I know from the milk powder agency that they have listed you as their #1 candidate. You should feel lucky that you are about to receive a sky-high endorsement fee." Xianxia completely ignored Lu Che's warning as she rubbed her chin and continued, "As for acting, soon, you will only be able to play the role of a mother. What should I do? I can already imagine you teaching your children with your hair in a bun." I know, Tongming is famous for her good temper. Today, I told you the truth. I'm sure you won't do anything to me, right? Have we had a conflict in the past? Tongming didn't understand why Xianxia had suddenly provoked her. No, we've never met before, Xianxia shrugged. It's just that I'm used to being number one. So, when I arrive at Hai Rui, I won't just be number two. Let me give you a heads up. Xianxia, our madam has already been in the industry for 10 years. You are still a newcomer. You've been in the industry for 10 years and you've only received one award? Xianxia let out a laugh as she waved her hand at the two women. Hurry and go home. I don't want to see your 8-month pregnant belly. Although you are President Mo's lover and it's normal for you to take the best, I will use my abilities to surpass you. Lu Che looked at Tongming anxiously, afraid that she would be angry. But, Tongming's calm expression told Lu Che that even if she was angry, it wouldn't be written on her face. Remember what you said today. I will remember it clearly. Tongming took a good look at Xianxia and scanned her from head to toe. Xianxia's appearance wasn't bad, but in the entertainment industry, it wasn't decided by who had the aura. In reality, Xianxia's heart was beating like a drum. Although her words were righteous, she was, after all, in front of the calm Tongming. Tongming had fought all over the world, she wasn't someone that could be intimidated by a few words. Afterwards, Tongming boarded her car and Lu Che got into the driver's seat. The two women left through the underground parking lot, leaving Xianxia to light a cigarette. What an interesting woman. Too bad. She's about to give birth. Madam, don't pay attention to Xianxia. She is indeed talented, but she is too arrogant. The future belongs to the young. She's right. I'm not young anymore, Tongming said with a sigh. But you're only 27. 27 years old, she was no longer at the age where she could take risks and play around. Especially after marrying Mo Ting and having a child, the entertainment industry and fighting had unknowingly become a weapon in her hands to protect the people around her. She no longer enjoyed the glory and luxury. Is there really a milk powder commercial for me? Actually, Tongming was a little offended by Xianxia's words. Getting old. This was an illness that was buried deep within a woman's heart. No matter how well they hid it, it still hurt when poked. After all, time could not be reversed. No. Lu Che replied decisively. Tongming let out a gentle laugh. Lu Che was never good at lying. Soon, the couple arrived at Hyatt Regency. As it was already late, Auntie Bai had prepared a hot and nutritious meal for Tongming to return home. Xiaoning, you didn't bring your phone with you. There were several missed calls in the afternoon. Aunt Bai pointed to the bedroom upstairs and said. Tongming grabbed her phone and sat down at the dining table. As soon as she saw Hu Jingjing had called her a few times, she immediately called her back. It had been a long time since the two had spoken. Ning. As soon as she heard Hu Jingjing's voice, Tongming's expression turned serious. She could sense that Hu Jingjing was in a low mood. What happened? Nothing. I was just a little tired from attending a party. I originally wanted to go see you, but you weren't home, Hu Jingjing replied as she pulled herself together. Did you argue with Feng Yu? Tongming asked sensitively. Did you know that Hai Rui recently signed a secret weapon called Xianxia? Hu Jingjing suddenly mentioned. She's a powerful character. What happened? Previously, Feng Yu was in charge of everything related to her. But, Feng Yu is a married man, so he has to be careful of me. So, he delegated a lot of things to me. I'm not sure if I'm overthinking things, but I feel like she's very vengeful and I've fallen into a trap, Hu Jingjing said cautiously with a worried tone. This made Tongming's heart skip a beat. Hu Jingjing had already experienced a lot in the industry. If Hu Jingjing still felt something was wrong, then there was definitely something fishy going on. Tell me in detail. Previously, when we were discussing a collaboration, my assistant and the representative from the other party's company met at a hotel. Afterwards, my assistant left for a few minutes, so I didn't take it to heart. But, this afternoon, when I was having lunch with Feng Yu found a photo on his phone. I asked Feng Yu about it and he said he received an anonymous letter. Fang Yu can tell the difference, you don't need to take it to heart, Tang Ning comforted, plus, you can't use this incident to suspect Song Xian. Song Xian warned me to be careful at the agency. Otherwise, why would I think of her? Be more careful next time, Tang Ning's voice carried a sense of caution. I'm fine. It's a lot easier to talk about it. Hu Jingjing's surroundings suddenly became a little noisy. I'm going to talk to you later. I'm going to pick up Xiaoyu from school. It's getting late. Be careful on the road. Hu Jingjing's status in Hai Rui was extraordinary. If Song Xian was really ambitious, then Hu Jingjing would definitely be part of her plans. However, Tang Ning didn't know what Song Xian was capable of. To put her mind at ease, Tang Ning said to Lu Che, let me have a look at Song Xian's information. Okay, Lu Che nodded. Not long after, Lu Che returned to the agency. Apart from giving Song Xian a verbal warning, he also sent Song Xian's information to Tang Ning. After dinner, Tang Ning lay on the sofa and looked through Song Xian's information. It turned out, Song Xian had such a powerful background. She was actually a third-generation celebrity. That night, Mo Ting wasn't around. So, Tang Ning slept in the living room and had a long nightmare. She dreamed that Song Xian was strangling her neck and kicking her stomach. It didn't take long before Tang Ning awoke from her nightmare. But, she was already in bed. Mo Ting had kept his promise and was by her side the next morning. Tang Ning immediately hugged him and tried her best to calm herself down. I don't think I'm dreaming. Silly girl. Mo Ting gently stroked the back of her head and hugged her tightly in his arms. Hurry, it's time to wake up and eat breakfast. Okay. Tang Ning lifted the blanket and got ready to get out of bed. At this time, Mo Ting said in a low voice, something happened to Hu Jingjing. What happened? Tang Ning asked suspiciously. We just spoke on the phone last night. Don't get too excited. Mo Ting held on to Tang Ning as he handed her his phone. The news had already been released. Supermodel Hu Jingjing had been bitten by a vicious dog while trying to protect her daughter. As a result, both her legs were in danger of being amputated. The incident happened so suddenly that Tang Ning found it hard to accept. Could it be someone with the same name? Hu Jingjing is currently at the hospital. I'll take you there in a moment. Mo Ting knew she wanted to personally confirm Hu Jingjing's condition, so he took the initiative to suggest. Wait, Ting. I haven't recovered yet. Tang Ning sat down on the edge of the bed and once again picked up her phone to look at the entertainment news. It was an accident. The victim has already been found. She raised a vicious dog and didn't wear a leash, so. Tang Ning digested the information for a moment. She didn't feel good because of the incident that Hu Jingjing mentioned to her yesterday. But, the news had already explained the entire incident and confirmed that it was indeed an accident. The victim had already prepared compensation. Compensation, A. Model's career had been destroyed just like that. How was she going to compensate? What if? Hu Jingjing could never walk again. Seeing Mo Ting's serious expression, Mo Ting knelt down and held Tang Ning's face in his hands as he comforted. Fang Yu will arrange her work properly and try his best to minimize the impact on her. Okay, Tang Ning nodded. Tang Ning nodded her head. After breakfast, she and Mo Ting headed to the hospital Hu Jingjing was at. As the incident had happened last night, the surgery had already been completed. So, Hu Jingjing was still unconscious and had yet to wake up. Fang Yu hugged Fang Yu to sleep on the sofa. The father and son were definitely exhausted. Daddy, we have a guest. Fang Yu woke up in shock as she grabbed onto Fang Yu's sleeve. Seeing Tang Ning, Fang Yu immediately sat up from the sofa. I barely managed to save her legs, but there will be scars on her legs. This is a small matter. I don't think she'll be able to walk on the runway again. As soon as Fang Yu heard Fang Yu's words, she burst into tears in self-blame. Mommy, you ended up like this because you wanted to save me. Hu Jingjing was awoken by the sound of crying. She opened her eyes and stared at the white ceiling for quite some time before she remembered what had happened the night before. Xiaoyu. Mom, I'm here. Fang Yu immediately ran over. Seeing that Fang Yu was fine, Hu Jingjing finally relaxed. Tang Ning quickly approached Hu Jingjing and looked at her. I think you won't be able to walk the show for a while. You will end up with scars on your legs. Is that so? Hua Jingjing's face was expressionless, but Tongning could hear the sound of her heart breaking. Although she had been complaining about not leaving and not being a model, when it finally came time to leave, the disappointment and unwillingness almost overwhelmed her. Jingjing. Fang Yu also walked over and held her hand. I won't give up. Forget it, Xiaoyu is fine and I'm fine. Tongning, hurry home. What if you get infected? Don't joke around. Hua Jingjing tried to drive the people in the ward away. Hurry up and leave. Don't make me feel worse. Tongning nodded her head. She knew she needed to give her some space, so she did not insist. However, on the way home, she received a message from Hua Jingjing, don't worry about me. Actually, other than being worried, Tongning also felt that life was unpredictable. They had only spoken on the phone last night, but today. Above all, no matter how much Fang Yu and Hai Rui helped Hua Jingjing, being injured meant she had lost all opportunities to advance. The industry was filled with people coming and going every day. By the time Hua Jingjing recovered, who would remember her? Ting, Jingjing is such a proud person. You need to leave a path of retreat for her. Mo Ting was speechless. He simply wrapped his arm around Tongning's shoulder and let her lean on his shoulder. A sunny afternoon at the Song family residence. Song Xian had just woken up to find her manager waiting for her in the living room. Everything has been done. It was a spectacular show. This manager wasn't someone from Hai Rui, she had been brought along by Song Xian. The two had been extremely close since they were students. So, after Song Xian debuted, she also followed her into the entertainment industry. I've overestimated Tongning and her gang. Song Xian sat down on the sofa with her messy hair. Strangling them to death isn't as difficult as you think. Hua Jingjing is easy to deal with. No one knew the reason the dog pounced on her daughter was because she had a small bone hidden on her body. But, what about Tongning? Song Xian rested her chin on her hand as she turned her back to the sun. Let me think about it. Tongning isn't someone that a dog can deal with. The child. Song Xian suddenly remembered. Seeing how much Tongning cares about this child, if she suddenly loses it. What do you think she'll do? But, the child is almost 8 months old. When my mother took my father's mistress to get an abortion, nothing happened to her. It was just a mental blow, Song Xian replied. In her heart, as long as the child wasn't born yet, it wasn't considered a life. But we have no chance to make a move, her assistant said awkwardly. How could we not? Tongning and her mother-in-law are like fire and water. Isn't this the perfect time to get rid of her with a borrowed knife? Song Xian hinted at Hua Wenfeng. But, hasn't Hua Wenfeng been tortured badly enough by Tongning? It's because she was tortured badly that her mother-in-law has a lot of hatred. We can make use of it, Song Xian said lazily. Song Xian said lazily. Actually, this matter is very simple. All you need to do is to take action. What do you mean? Her assistant was a little confused. You are now a part of Hai Rui, so you naturally know what's going on. All you need to do is make something up and let Hua Wenfeng hear about it. But, what can I make up? For example, after the child is born, we can get Hua Wenfeng to be a maid and take care of the child. Otherwise, we can kick her out of Beijing. Or, if the child is born with a hidden health problem, we can remove Hua Wenfeng's organs to make up for it. Didn't the news mention this before? Hua Wenfeng claims that Tongning's child will be unhealthy. Her assistant looked at Song Xian for a few seconds before she finally pointed at her and said, You're still as evil as ever. That's why we're invincible, Song Xian scoffed. I hate it when people stand in front of me. I'm doing this to reduce Tongning's burden. She should be thanking me. Although her assistant shivered, she still followed Song Xian's instructions. After all, they had worked together for many years. So, she understood Song Xian's temper better than anyone else. Her target was Tongning's child. But, Tongning valued this child more than her own life. What if she failed? Although Hua Jingjing's bite had already been confirmed to be an accident, Tongning still had a lot of questions in her mind. For example, Song Xian, who had suddenly appeared, and for example, this sudden incident. Tongming had looked through Song Xian's information. Actually, to say that she suddenly appeared out of nowhere was an unfair accusation. Because Tongming didn't know about it, she rarely paid attention to it. Most of the popular songs that topped the Japanese and Korean charts were written by Song Xian. She was extremely good at writing songs. As for her editor, she was even better. After all, she was a famous author and was later invited to work on TV dramas and film adaptations. Now, she was publicly acknowledged as a talented woman in the scriptwriting industry. Apparently, her voice wasn't bad either. A talented woman like this was naturally Hairui's target. But although Song Xian was talented, she was also very arrogant. Half of this was because of her family background and the other half was because of her talent. After looking through Song Xian's work, Tongming did not say a word for quite some time. She then contacted Fang Yu in secret. Have you checked the surveillance footage of the apartment? Yes, Fang Yu replied in a low voice because Hu Jingjing had just fallen asleep. Can you let me have a look? Tongming suggested. Do you think there's something fishy going on? Fang Yu suddenly understood what Tongming was trying to say. No, I've already looked through the footage multiple times. This incident was indeed an accident. Just let me have a look, Tongming insisted. It wasn't that she doubted Fang Yu's abilities or his concern for Hu Jingjing. It was because they were husband and wife that Tongming was worried that Fang Yu would be overly concerned. Fang Yu couldn't argue with Tongming, so he sent the surveillance footage to Tongming. If you discover anything new, let me know as soon as possible. Even though, I feel like you're overthinking things. Whether she was overthinking things or not, she would have to watch it first. After receiving the footage, Tongming did not play it on her computer. Instead, she watched it carefully on the projector in the study room. In the footage, Hu Jingjing did not drive her car directly into the underground parking lot. Instead, she handed it over to the security. The real reason was because Xiaoyu did not like the smell of the underground parking lot and was afraid of the darkness. Hu Jingjing held on to Xiaoyu's hand as they entered the apartment. But, just as she turned around and entered the password to enter the living room, an adult bull terrier suddenly pounced over and bit Xiaoyu's jacket. Hu Jingjing reacted quickly as she removed Xiaoyu's jacket and threw it at the bulldog. However, the bulldog loosened its grip on the jacket and pounced on her again. Hu Jingjing had no choice but to carry Xiaoyu in her arms as the bulldog angrily bit her left leg. Dog owners should all know that bull terriers were actually a very ferocious breed. Moreover, once they bit down on something, they would not let go. They were very vicious. Tongming watched the video again and again. This was indeed an accident, because the dog's owner had appeared so quickly. He was so shocked that he immediately called the ambulance and sent Hu Jingjing to the hospital. It wasn't foreseen. But, the thing that confused Tongming the most was why the dog suddenly pounced on Xiaoyu. Domestic dogs were not as unstable as wild or stray dogs. Even if they were fierce, they would not suddenly go crazy. So, why did it keep chasing after Xiaoyu? Afterwards, Tongming gave Fang Yu a phone call. Do you still have the clothes that Xiaoyu was wearing when she got into the accident? I've already thrown it away, Fang Yu replied. There were so many bloodstains and Xiaoyu is only 3 years old. I'm afraid it will traumatize her. After hearing this, Tongming let out a sigh of relief. In that case, forget it. What did you find out? I don't understand why the dog pounced on Xiaoyu as soon as it appeared and refused to let go. Right now, I can only think of 2 possibilities. First, Xiaoyu must have provoked this dog. However, she just returned home and it was Jingjing who took care of her the entire time. So, this hypothesis is not valid. So, the second possibility is that Xiaoyu has something that this dog wants. Think back carefully and see if you can think of anything. Fang Yu couldn't think of anything. Because, by the time he was notified, Xiaoyu had already been treated with the help of the doctors. He directly threw Xiaoyu's dirty clothes into the bin outside the operating theater. But, in order to verify his theory, Fang Yu left the hospital room and went to the bin outside the operating theater to look for Xiaoyu's clothes. Luckily, they had not been cleaned. Looking at Hu Jingjing's bloodstains, Fang Yu's eyes turned red. But, he held back his emotions as he rummaged through the clothes. Finally, he found a piece of bone in Xiaoyu's pocket. A bone? Why would Xiaoyu's clothes have something like this? If the bull terrier smelled the scent of Xiaoyu's bones as soon as she entered the apartment, then everything would make sense. Afterwards, Fang Yu returned Tongming's phone call. I found a piece of bone in Xiaoyu's pocket. It's about the size of a thumb. Let's start investigating. Who did this piece of bone belong to? But, I don't understand. If someone wanted to hurt Jingjing, why would they target Xiaoyu? What's so hard to understand? Directly targeting Hua Jingjing would be too obvious. But, if Hua Jingjing was hurt because of Xiaoyu, then everything makes sense, Tongming explained. A lot of children's actions can't be understood by adults. Even if they did something wrong, you can't blame them. It's obvious how evil the culprit's intentions are. As Tongming said these words, she already had a target in mind. But, she needed to verify it. At this time, Tongming had no idea that the culprit had also placed its target on her. It was simply a competition to see who was faster and smarter. After Tongming finished watching the video, she looked down at Mo Ting, who had fallen asleep with his arms wrapped around her. He leaned against the sofa protectively protecting her with a tired expression on his face. Tongming knew, in order to stay at home with her for the next 2 months, Mo Ting had been working hard to complete his workload. So, when she received the video, even though he was accompanying her, not long after, Mo Ting had already fallen asleep. In reality, there were some things that she didn't need his company for, but, however, Mo Ting never cared how tired he was or how exhausted he was. Ting. I've finished watching the video. Let's go back to our room to sleep. Although she couldn't bear to wake him up, she couldn't bring a grown man back to their room. Mo Ting opened his eyes. As soon as he saw Tongming, he stood up and carried her in his arms. Did you notice anything? I just want you to go to sleep, Tongming said as her heart ached. With this clue, Fang Yu went to look for the owner of the bull terrier to find out more about it. As the chain had broken off, they didn't know what had happened. Plus, this bull terrier had a record of biting people in the past. However, it was still small at the time, so it was only a light bite. As for why Xiaoyu had bones in her body, Fang Yu had asked her. But, Xiaoyu was still young, so she definitely wouldn't be able to answer him. Afterwards, Fang Yu went to look for the kindergarten teacher. According to the teacher's recollection, the teacher's menu that afternoon indeed included pork ribs. As for why the ribs ended up in Xiaoyu's pocket, it was because children sometimes played with them. So, anything was possible. After hearing his teacher's explanation, Fang Yu's desire to find out the truth was instantly extinguished. Perhaps, Tongming was just being paranoid. Most importantly, with Hua Jingjing's current situation, all he wanted to do was stay by her side. He could only blame himself for not protecting Hua Jingjing. After hearing Fang Yu's answer, Tongming remained silent for quite some time. Although she didn't want to give up, since Fang Yu had already done his research, there was no point in continuing to dwell on it. However, in her subconscious, she always felt that this matter had something to do with that person. It had already been a few days since Hua Jingjing's incident. During these few days, the media had been updating their reports every day, draining away the last bit of Hua Jingjing's popularity. Afterwards, they were attracted by new news, and from then on, there was no more news about Hua Jingjing. It was difficult to rise up in the entertainment industry, but it was extremely easy to drown someone. Seeing the runway show that belonged to Hua Jingjing and Hua Jingjing's endorsement now belonged to someone else, Tongming's heart felt like it was being roasted by a furnace as it heated up bit by bit. But, there was nothing she could do. In order to leave Hua Jingjing with a path of retreat, over the past few days, Tongming had made a lot of phone calls on behalf of Hua Jingjing. She had called TQ's Lin Weisan, the famous French designer Fulz, and many other business partners. However, even though the woman agreed to help, Fulz told her, Ning, no one can be anyone else's savior. No matter how much your heart aches for her, she still needs to stand up on her own. There's nothing anyone can do. Tongming had always known this principle. In the end, she could only smile bitterly. I was too stubborn. Perhaps, because of the pressure Xianxia gave her, she couldn't help but worry about Hua Jingjing and herself. As for Xianxia, after winning the screenwriting award, she also won the new music award. Her popularity skyrocketed. Hence, she tightened her grip on the script. When a woman reached this age, would the sense of security in her heart really disappear step by step? It had already been a few days since Xianxia came up with her plan, but her assistant had not put it aside. Instead, she spent a lot of time trying to understand Hua Wenfeng's schedule. She understood that in order to succeed, she needed the right timing. Because she understood the importance of timing, Xianxia's assistant had been hiding around Hua Wenfeng, waiting for the right opportunity. Ever since Hua Wenfeng had been slapped in the face, it had been a long time since she had caused trouble for Tongning. Although she was very unwilling, she had no choice but to give up and devote herself to research for the time being, as the people were cursing her and the old man was exerting his power. On this particular day, Hua Wenfeng was having tea in a cafe with a few of her colleagues. As they chatted about Tongning, they secretly observed Hua Wenfeng's expression. Hua Wenfeng's expression was cold the entire time. She didn't want to comment on Tongning's matter. After enduring for quite some time, she finally excused herself to go to the bathroom and temporarily escaped from the center of the discussion. However, just as she was about to leave the bathroom with her bag in hand, she bumped into a young woman walking towards her. The woman had short hair and a tall and skinny figure. Sorry, Hua Wenfeng apologized and turned to leave. But, the woman seemed to recognize her as she pointed at her. Are you Tongning's mother-in-law? Hua Wenfeng's expression turned even uglier. She thought the woman was going to mock her, so she turned to leave. But, not only did the woman not mock her, she even responded in a friendly manner, Hello, auntie. Hello, I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. After speaking, Hua Wenfeng turned to leave. The woman did not force her. She nodded her head and sent her off with a smile. However, before Hua Wenfeng could take a few steps, the woman caught up to her and tugged on her sleeve. She said awkwardly, Auntie, actually, I've heard a few rumors at the agency. I'm not sure if they're true. What rumors? Hua Wenfeng asked. I'm not sure if I should tell you. The woman deliberately kept Hua Wenfeng in suspense. Go ahead, I won't blame you. Hua Wenfeng was already prepared to accept the bad things that Tongning had told her. But, after a moment of thought, the woman leaned over to Hua Wenfeng's ear and whispered everything she had heard at the agency. In the end, she even emphasized, Auntie, you know Hai Rui's rules. We can't reveal the agency's secrets to anyone. I originally didn't want to tell you either, but since I happened to run into you today, I decided to tell you based on my conscience. I hope you can help me keep this a secret. In reality, Hua Wenfeng's face had already turned from red to furious. She never imagined that Tongning would be so evil. She actually wanted her organs? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, Hua Wenfeng promised confidently. Okay, you better make a decision as soon as possible. The woman looked at Hua Wenfeng sympathetically and even patted the back of her hand to comfort her. Hua Wenfeng had no idea when the woman left. She simply held on to the wall as her body trembled. It took her quite some time to regain her senses. Since the B*TCH wanted to go this far, she couldn't just sit around and wait for her death. After all, she couldn't wait for the child to be born. If it became disabled, she might actually try to take advantage of her body. Above all, she couldn't tell Father Mo about this. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Father Mo would simply think that she was exaggerating. The most important thing right now was to get rid of the child in Tongning's stomach. No, she needed to think of a foolproof plan. Because of this, Hua Wenfeng began to secretly observe Tongning's daily routine. She noticed that every Friday, Tongning would go to the hospital for a checkup. Apart from that, she never stepped out of the house. As for the SL*T, she was in charge of Tongning's daily life. Most importantly, whenever Tongning went for a checkup, she would bring her bodyguards with her. It seemed this was her only chance. As long as she could sneak into the house and frame the B*TCH, she would be able to kill two birds with one stone. Apart from this, she also carefully studied the surveillance cameras around her. She knew which surveillance cameras were located in which areas and which corners she could avoid. Apart from this, she also hid in the laboratory and studied the ingredients of the medicine to make sure nothing went wrong. Over the past few days, Tongning had been feeling uneasy. She kept feeling like someone was spying on her life and monitoring her every move. Auntie Bai said that because she was getting closer to giving birth, she became more sensitive to her surroundings. Tongming thought about it for a moment and realized that Auntie Bai's words made sense. Ever since Hu Jingjing's accident, you haven't had a day of peace. If there's anything, you need to talk to Mr. Mo immediately. It's best if you don't keep it to yourself. After hearing Auntie Bai's words, Tongming nodded her head and smiled. I've already told him everything I can. But when a woman is pregnant, there are certain feelings that a man can't experience. That's true, Auntie Bai nodded her head. Back when I was pregnant with Xiaoxing, I often felt like I was easily angered. I don't know how Xiaoxing's father offended me, but he would constantly place his arm in front of me and make me bite it to vent my anger. When it came to Qin Xingyan's father, all Tongming knew was that he had gone missing when Qin Xingyan was very young. But Bai Lihua had never mentioned a word about him. Xingyan's father. He went missing while he was an extra on set. At that time, Xiaoxing was only 6 years old and has never returned. Let's not talk about him. Tongming didn't have the habit of getting to the bottom of things. She understood that it was a sore spot for Bai Lihua. So, the topic of Qin Xingyan's father came to an end. Are you going for a prenatal checkup tomorrow? What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Anything you make is delicious, Tongming comforted. Tongming had no idea that this prenatal checkup would become a disaster for her. After all, the person that was spying on her had already made preparations. The next afternoon, Mo Ting took Tongming out for a prenatal checkup. As usual, he brought bodyguards with him. At this time, Bai Lihua walked the couple to the front door and returned home. It didn't take long before a thick smell of smoke drifted through the garden, triggering the villa's alarm system. The villa's security guards immediately searched for the source of the fire and knocked on the door of their home. After a long time, Aunt Bai finally opened the door. Seeing that it was a security guard, she asked in confusion, "What happened?" "Madam, the garden is on fire, and the fire is quite big. For your safety, please leave the villa immediately." Bai Lihua froze for a moment. She had an extreme fear of fire. Then wait for me to lock the door. "Madam, you can leave first. We need to check the villa for any hidden dangers," the security guard said as he pushed Bai Lihua to his colleague. Bai Lihua was completely dumbfounded. She was led away from a safe location by the security guards. However, just as the security guards were about to enter the house to check for any hidden dangers, a figure suddenly snuck into the house and hid in the storeroom without making a sound. About half an hour later, the people in the storeroom heard the conversation between the security guard and Bai Lihua. "Madam, I'm so sorry. The fire has already been contained. Luckily, it hasn't spread. You can go home in peace." "Have you found the cause of the fire?" Bai Lihua asked. "Why did the back of my house catch on fire?" "Don't worry, we will investigate the cause in detail. As soon as we have a result, we will let you know." Bai Lihua nodded her head and did not pursue the matter any further. After entering the house, she calmed down a little and prepared a nutritious meal for Tongming as usual. 4 p.m. Mo Ting drove Tongming home before returning to Hai Rui. However, as soon as Tongming entered the house, she was immediately assaulted by an unpleasant smell. "Auntie Bai, did something burn in the house?" "No, there was a fire outside this afternoon." Auntie Bai walked out of the kitchen and explained as she wiped her hands. "Are you hungry? Sit down, the food will be ready soon. Take your time. I can still handle it." Tongming leaned against the sofa. Tongming leaned back on the sofa. The child in her stomach was now close to 8 months old. Daily activities were starting to take a toll on her. Bai Lihua could tell that she was tired, so she smiled. "Yes, it's normal for a first pregnancy. Just wait for the second one." "I haven't thought that far ahead." Tongming held the back of her head with one hand and rubbed her stomach with the other. As for the unhealthiness and abnormalities that Hua Wenfeng mentioned, they did not exist in the prenatal tests. Also, Mo Ting liked daughters, while she wanted a son. "Let's plan for the future." Bai Lihua placed a bowl of delicious chicken soup in front of Tongming. "I've already cleaned up the oil. It won't make you gain any weight." Tongming looked at Bai Lihua and felt a little touched. After all, Bai Lihua was Mo Ting's mother. Just based on this point alone, Hua Wenfeng couldn't compare. At least, Bai Lihua had always done her best for her. Tongming enjoyed the love as she received the bowl of chicken soup from Bai Lihua. But, as soon as she took a sip, she realized the taste of the soup was a little different than usual. "What's wrong?" Bai Lihua asked as soon as Tongming stopped. "Mom, it tastes weird." Bai Lihua took the bowl from Tongming's hands and had a taste. Her expression immediately changed. "Not good, there's a chemical smell." "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Tongming nodded her head. "No. I'm worried. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup." Bai Lihua studied biology, so she was naturally sensitive to drugs. So, she immediately helped Tongming up and instructed the bodyguards to take a sample of the chicken soup to the hospital for testing. At that moment, Tongming was not as anxious as Bai Lihua. So, after a checkup at the hospital, she did not notice any symptoms until the results of the chicken soup were released. "Why is there so much quinidine in this soup?" As soon as she heard the name quinidine, Bai Lihua's face turned pale. Others might not know, but she was well aware that something like quinidine didn't normally appear in people's lives. It was a medicine used to treat the heart. But, if a pregnant woman took it, it would either cause her to have a miscarriage or affect the heart of the fetus. What was even more unbelievable was, how did something like this end up in her chicken soup? In fact, Tongming had even taken 2 sips. Thinking of this, Bai Lihua trembled in fear. What should she do? What should Tongming do? What about her grandson? After receiving the results of the test, Bai Lihua's legs turned to jelly. All she could do was pull out her phone and give Mo Ting a phone call. "Mr. Mo, I'm sorry. Please come to the hospital immediately." As soon as he heard the word hospital, Mo Ting's first reaction was to think of Tongming. So, he immediately put down the work at hand and rushed over to the hospital. At this moment, Tongming was still being examined in the hospital room. As soon as Bai Lihua saw Mo Ting, she immediately pounced over and sobbed. "Tongming accidentally took a forbidden drug. I'm afraid something will happen to her." Just as Mo Ting was about to question her, the doctor stepped out and said, "It's not as serious as you think. Family members don't need to worry. She only ingested a small amount of quinidine. It won't have too much of an effect on the pregnant woman and her child." "That's fortunate." The doctor removed his white gloves and looked at Bai Lihua curiously. "Logically speaking, something like quinidine shouldn't be available on the market. Plus, it's not something that normal patients can use. So, how could it appear in the chicken soup that a pregnant woman drinks?" Mo Ting looked at Bai Lihua. Bai Lihua shook her head cluelessly. "I don't know." Bai Lihua had no idea when the medicine had been placed in the chicken soup. "Mr. Mo, please trust me. I really didn't want to hurt Tongming or the child." Mo Ting's handsome face tensed up as his expression turned cold. But, he still had a basic level of trust towards Bai Lihua. So, he simply nodded his head. "The pregnant woman's condition is relatively stable. Family members, please go in and have a look." After hearing from the doctor, Mo Ting was about to enter the room. But, just as he took a step forward, the nurse anxiously rushed out and held on to the doctor. "Doctor, something's not right with the patient." As soon as he heard the word "not right," Mo Ting immediately rushed in. But, the nurse quickly stopped him. "Sir, you can't go in right now. Otherwise, you will delay the patient's treatment. Get lost." Mo Ting moved the nurse away and quickly entered the room. Seeing Tongming's pale face, he stretched out his hand and held on to it. "Don't be afraid, I'm by your side. If anything happens to you and the child, I will make sure everyone involved is buried with you. After that, I will go and accompany you." Even though they weren't on set and words like these were only suitable to be heard in books or ancient times, the medical staff did not dare to think that Mo Ting was lying. "I'll be fine," Tongming said as she held on to Mo Ting's hand tightly. Perhaps due to the pain, Tongming's palms were covered in cold sweat. "Nothing will happen to me, Ting, don't worry." "Doctor, the pregnant woman is having contractions. We need to prepare for surgery immediately," the nurse reported to the doctor as she observed Tongming's condition. "It seems I underestimated the effects of quinidine on the patient. Hurry." Bai Lihua was completely shocked as she stood anxiously outside the room, not knowing what else to do. Meanwhile, Mo Ting had no choice but to be pushed out of the room as he watched Tongming being pushed into the delivery room. "Mo Ting. Although you didn't drug her, what about your responsibility to take care of her? Mo Ting's voice was extremely cold as his voice trembled. In his 33 years of life, he had never been so afraid, and he had never been so helpless. Bai Lihua was stunned for a moment before she lowered her head in self-blame. It's all my fault. Think about it carefully. Which part is the problem? Mo Ting did not continue to vent his anger on his own people. Because, when it came to taking care of them, he obviously had a bigger responsibility. Soon, the doctor stepped out of the delivery room. Following closely behind was Tong Ning's bed. It was a false alarm. It was just a fake contraction. After the doctor said this, he let out a sigh of relief. I suggest that she stay in the hospital for 2 days and observe more. If something like that happens again, if the pregnant woman really wants to give birth prematurely, she can be treated in time. After hearing the doctor's words, Mo Ting looked back at Tong Ning in the hospital bed. His heart ached so much he felt numb. If he could stop the pregnancy, he would rather not have the child than let Tong Ning suffer so much. As soon as Bai Lihua heard that it was a fake contraction, she began to cry from exhaustion. Family, don't worry. The pregnant woman is currently in a stable condition. It shouldn't happen again for a while. In reality, the reason why the doctor said these words was to comfort Mo Ting. He could sense the ruthlessness and coldness emanating from this man. He was filled with a dangerous aura. Afterwards, Tong Ning was sent into the hospital room. Mo Ting removed his jacket and threw it to one side. He then sat on the edge of the bed and held on to Tong Ning's hand tightly. I think she's Tong Ning. Shu, do you want to die? Can't you see how scary President Mo's gaze is? 2 nurses whispered as they passed by the door. At this time, Mo Ting finally recovered from his worry and pulled out his phone to give Lu Che a phone call. Investigate everyone that entered Hyatt Regency from yesterday to today. Don't let a single person escape. Even if they're a ghost, find them. In reality, Lu Che had no idea what was happening. President, I don't quite understand. Mo Ting held his forehead and calmed down for an entire minute. On the other side of the phone, Lu Che did not dare to hang up either. Come to the hospital first. As soon as Lu Che heard the word hospital, he could roughly guess that Mo Ting had abandoned the meeting and left. Only Tong Ning could make him forget everything around him. It didn't take long before Lu Che arrived at the hospital and found Tong Ning's room. After hearing about what happened from Auntie Bai, Lu Che was extremely shocked. Someone was brave enough to break into a house and commit a crime. Bring me 2 sets of clothes. Also, bring me a person. Who is this person? It was none other than Hua Wenfeng. Apart from this, he couldn't think of a second possibility. Who else could sneak into his home without anyone noticing and was familiar with the drug quinidine? Normally, he would turn a blind eye because Tong Ning fought to deal with it and he doted on his woman. But, it didn't mean that just because he didn't say anything, he allowed someone to do as they pleased. Hua Wenfeng had prepared for so long, but in Mo Ting's eyes, it was meaningless. That night, Lu Che arrived at Hyatt Regency and waited outside Hua Wenfeng and Father Mo's home for quite some time. As soon as Hua Wenfeng saw Lu Che, she pretended to be calm. Assistant Lu, I think you've come to the wrong place. Mo Ting's home is not here. Whether I've come to the wrong place or not, I'll ask Ms. Hua to come with me and you'll know, Lu Che said impolitely. The president wants to see you. Since when did Mo Ting become so rude to his own mother? Father Mo asked angrily. Did that woman teach you to do this? Lu Che knew that the 2 women were extremely shameless, so he gestured for the bodyguards to make a move. Hua Wenfeng's expression changed as she turned to look at Father Mo for help. But, Lu Che held him back and said, to avoid harming the innocent, it's best that Professor Mo wait here. Wenfeng. Wenfeng. Lu Che, bring the woman back here. Lu Che turned around, boarded his car and drove off with Hua Wenfeng. Father Mo was naturally afraid that Hua Wenfeng would be put at a disadvantage, so he immediately drove off and followed. The hospital corridor was long and cold. The pungent smell of disinfectant filled the air. But, it didn't take long before the sound of Hua Wenfeng's struggling could be heard. In order not to disturb Tong Ning, Mo Ting walked out of the hospital room and sat down on a chair. He then turned to look at Hua Wenfeng with a meaningful gaze. Seeing this, Hua Wenfeng began to tremble in fear. How did you drug her? What medicine? Hua Wenfeng pretended not to know. Quinidine, Mo Ting spat out. These 3 words left Mo Ting's mouth. His voice was deep, dangerous and, of course, threatening. Although Hua Wenfeng was frightened by Mo Ting's reaction, she forced herself to remain calm and denied. I have no idea what you are talking about. Mo Ting, is this how you treat your mother? Let's put my mother aside for now. Let me ask you, do you know about quinidine? Hua Wenfeng was forced to look into Mo Ting's eyes. She was so frightened by his murderous gaze that she did not dare to move an inch. In reality, there was already a voice in her heart telling her that if she continued to hold on, she would be chopped into pieces. But, there was no way she was going to admit it. I study biology, of course I know about quinidine. Mo Ting, what do you mean by asking this? Were you the one who started the fire this afternoon? What fire? What are you talking about? Mo Ting, you must at least tell me why you are treating me this way. Hua Wenfeng guessed, but Mo Ting did not have any evidence. So, she calmed down and her tone became more confident. Why are you wearing flat shoes? Mo Ting looked down at Hua Wenfeng's feet with a mocking gaze as he changed the topic. Because it's comfortable, Hua Wenfeng replied straightforwardly. You're covered in mud because you've been in the garden. In that case, all I need to do is look for muddy spots in the house and I'll be able to find footprints, Mo Ting deduced. I'm guessing, even until the day you die, you won't admit to it. I've never been to the garden. Did I say it was the back garden? Mo Ting immediately grasped the main point in Hua Wenfeng's words. I can't explain it to you. I'm currently in your hands, so you can do whatever you want. Hua Wenfeng knew that the more she said, the more mistakes she would make. She also understood that Mo Ting was a very cautious person, so she purposely kept her mouth shut. She refused to believe that Mo Ting could actually find her footprints in the house. It didn't take long before Father Mo arrived at the hospital. Seeing Hua Wenfeng in front of Mo Ting, he immediately ran over and gestured for the bodyguards to let go. Mo Ting, are you crazy? Mo Ting couldn't be bothered talking to Father Mo, so he simply raised his chin at Lu Che. Lu Che then walked over and pulled Father Mo away. Mo Ting, are you a beast? What are you going to do to your parents? What are you going to do to me? Mo Ting asked. You can leave, but this woman, I will make her pay tenfold for what she has suffered. Are you crazy? What does that slut's suffering have to do with your mother? Just because he heard the word B*tch, Mo Ting's voice turned even colder, 20 times. What kind of medicine did that bitch give you? 30 times, is that bitch, 40 times. Father Mo finally realized he couldn't scold Tongning. So, he immediately changed from the slut to the woman. I can tell you have been charmed by that woman. Let go of your mother. Lu Che. This time Mo Ting did not even want to say another word as he instructed Lu Che to send the man away. Seeing this, Hua Wenfeng finally began to panic as her hands began to tremble. What are you going to do to your mother because of that woman? You bastard. I'm going to call the police. After speaking, Father Mo pulled out his phone. At this time Mo Ting made the call before him. Bureau Chief Ren? I am Mo Ting. My wife was poisoned and almost lost her life. Please organize an investigation. After hanging up the phone, Mo Ting lifted his head and looked at Hua Wenfeng. He simply asked, how long do you think the police will take to solve this case? Hua Wenfeng froze in shock, unable to move. At this time Mo Ting gestured for the bodyguards to let go of Hua Wenfeng. But, as soon as Hua Wenfeng regained her freedom, she could not move. She never expected Mo Ting to call the police. She thought that Mo Ting wouldn't do anything out of consideration for his mother-son relationship. But, she never expected him to be so heartless. Wenfeng, let's go. Why aren't you leaving? Father Mo anxiously ran over to hold on to Hua Wenfeng's hand. But, Hua Wenfeng pushed his hand away and threw herself in front of Mo Ting. Mo Ting, son, I didn't do it on purpose. Please let me go this time. I really didn't do it on purpose. I was simply blinded by greed. Mo Ting did not move. He simply tilted his head slightly. I gave you a chance. How can you call that a chance? You were the one who didn't want it. Hua Wenfeng was so anxious that she completely disregarded her identity as she knelt in front of Mo Ting. Mom, please don't call the police. I don't want to go to jail. Wenfeng? Seeing this, Father Mo was surprised. Are you saying that you were the one that poisoned that woman? I was just being silly. Hubby, I really didn't do it on purpose. Old Mo, you need to save me. Father Mo finally understood why Mo Ting was so angry, so he sighed. His tone was no longer as forceful as before. In fact, it sounded like he was trying to persuade Mo Ting. Mo Ting, look, this is your mother. It's not nice to see so many people coming and going. Just forgive her this one time. Nothing happened to Tongning either. What if something happened? Even if something happened, Wenfeng would still be your mother. You can't send your mother to jail, right? In other words, Hua Wenfeng could hurt others, but if someone else tried to hurt her, they would definitely suffer 1,000 cuts. After hearing Father Mo's words, Mo Ting's lips suddenly curved upwards. Not only do I want to send her to jail, I also want her to suffer. Mo Ting. Before you protect her like this, you should take a good look at her and see if she is the wife that you've married. As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone froze, including Bai Lihua. What did Mo Ting mean? You should first get to know who your wife is before you ask me for her. After speaking, Mo Ting stood up from his seat like a king looking down on the world. All of a sudden, everyone had their own thoughts. Of course, the scariest one was Mo Ting. After all, Hua Wenfeng and Father Mo didn't know how angry Mo Ting was, what he wanted to do and how angry he needed to be. Mo Ting. Son, stop calling the police. I can do whatever you want, but don't call the police. Even at a time like this, Hua Wenfeng still had the cheek to call him son. Mo Ting fell silent and did not say another word. Meanwhile, the people behind him stood quietly behind him because of his imposing manner. They stood like this for an hour or two. Until Father Mo couldn't help but ask, how long are you going to keep doing this? Until my wife wakes up, Mo Ting replied coldly. Don't you think you should give her an explanation? Mo Ting, is that woman the most important thing in your heart? Mo Ting laughed in ridicule. He felt that Father Mo's question was a little childish. It's not the first time I've disregarded my family. While Mo Ting and Father Mo were arguing, Hua Wenfeng took the opportunity to slowly retreat. While no one was paying attention, she took off her shoes and secretly threw them into the bin. But Mo Ting did not give her the chance. What are you trying to do? The bodyguard grabbed onto Hua Wenfeng and snatched the shoes out of her hands. Slander. This is all slander, Mo Ting. This was obviously done by your bodyguard. How dare you try to slander me? I didn't do anything. I am innocent. Everyone was shocked by Hua Wenfeng's actions. She was so sincere in her apology that they thought she had realized the consequences of her actions. Who would have thought, she was simply playing another trick. Previously, Mo Ting had ripped off her shoes because she was careless. Now that her shoes had someone else's fingerprints on them, they could no longer be used as evidence. As for the other places in the house where Hua Wenfeng's fingerprints were found, she could easily deny that they were left behind while she was living here. The bodyguard was dumbfounded. He never expected Hua Wenfeng to be so disgusting. Mo Ting watched coldly as Hua Wenfeng put on an act. He simply grabbed onto her shirt and said in a low but dangerous voice, "You are disturbing Tongning. If you make another sound, I will make sure you will never be able to speak again." Father Mo immediately ran over and separated the couple. He then shielded Hua Wenfeng behind him. But, compared to his previous intense reaction, he was a lot calmer. He had personally witnessed Hua Wenfeng admit her mistakes and deny everything. This was completely different from the wife in his heart. She was like a stranger to him, like he didn't know her at all. Hubby, Mo Ting is trying to frame me and his mother. Shut up, you're making too much noise. Bai Lihua, who had been standing at the back, couldn't stand Hua Wenfeng's drama anymore. So, she stepped out and said, I never believed that someone like you existed in this world. But, after seeing you today, I suddenly feel like I was blind. This is the Mo family's business. What does it have to do with you? Father Mo asked impatiently as he tilted his head. Mo Xiaoyuan, you are a good-for-nothing. Father Mo couldn't stand it anymore as he raised his hand at Bai Lihua. As soon as Bai Lihua saw this, although she was wearing a mask, the ridicule in her eyes could not be concealed. To say that you are useless is an understatement. You are simply blind. Father Mo did not make a move, but Hua Wenfeng directly removed Bai Lihua's mask. Seeing Bai Lihua's festering face, she laughed. Isn't this just an ugly monster? Mo Ting did not participate in the argument. He directly entered Tang Ning's room because she had already woken up. So, the reason why he left the bodyguards behind was to protect Bai Lihua and not let her suffer. Bai Lihua covered her exposed face and glared at Hua Wenfeng. This is all because of you. Hearing this, Hua Wenfeng was stunned. What do you mean? The explosion at the research institute 19 years ago, that big fire. You've changed my identity, so you're a fake. Hua Wenfeng was shocked. She never expected that Bai Lihua was still alive. In fact, she even returned alive to testify against her. Afterwards, Hua Wenfeng hid behind Father Mo. Old Mo, this woman must be crazy. I don't understand a single word she's saying. Ugly monster, is there something wrong with your brain? How dare you slander my wife? How could I not recognize my own wife? Father Mo scoffed. Or, have you been bribed by that actress? Have you become addicted to acting? Seeing that Father Mo was still protecting Hua Wenfeng, Bai Lihua couldn't help but sneer. That summer when we first met, we agreed to go on a holiday in France. But, just as we boarded the plane, you were called away by a phone call. At that time, I told you, it seems, we are not fated to be together. After hearing this, Father Mo's heart felt like it was pounding. On the night of our wedding, I told you that I wasn't in a rush to have a child. You told me that it was fine and that I had already thought of a name. The boy will be called Mo Ting and the girl will be called Mo Xian. Bai Lihua recounted the events of the past in an attempt to refresh Father Mo's memory. Did the SL*T behind you tell you about this? All she could say was that the fire was too strong, so she suffered from side effects and lost her memory. Father Mo looked at Bai Lihua in detail. No wonder he felt a strange sense of familiarity. But that's impossible. Even if you know these details, you can't pretend to be my wife. Even if her face turned to dust, I would still recognize her. Bai Lihua did not argue nor did she have any expectations towards Father Mo. She had already given up on him. You will pay a heavy price for what you said to me today. As for the SL*T behind you, she will definitely die a horrible death. Don't try to scare us. Do you think you can pretend to be me with that face of yours? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? After waking up for a while, Tang Ning's mind was a lot clearer. Hearing the argument outside the door, she immediately asked Mo Ting, why is it so noisy outside? Mo Ting hugged her and explained everything that had just happened. After hearing it, Tang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Hua Wenfeng is indeed cunning. I'll save it for you. His meaning was simple. She could do whatever she wanted to do to her. Let's put my matter aside for now. You need to help me reclaim my mother's identity, Tang Ning said quietly. Perhaps because she had suffered a little, her body felt weak and her lips were dry. In reality, Tang Ning's intention was to first expose Hua Wenfeng's identity, tear off her mask and let her decide what to do with her. Putting her matter aside for now was simply changing the order. This time, Tang Ning had almost suffered a miscarriage and hurt her child. Compared to the incident with Tang Xian, it was even more unforgivable. Since Tang Ning had crossed her bottom line, she was going to pay the price. She was going to take everything that belonged to Hua Wenfeng. Are you feeling better? Seeing that Tang Ning was still listless, Mo Ting felt extremely guilty. If something really happened to you and the child, I wouldn't know what I could have done. I'm fine, Tang Ning quickly explained. I'm really fine. The child will be fine too. Mo Ting did not say a word. He simply hugged Tang Ning tightly as his heart was filled with complex emotions. After quite some time, he finally said, if I had known that giving birth to a child would cause you so much pain, I would have rather not had one. What nonsense are you saying? This is a stage that every woman goes through. I am already luckier than other women because you have always been by my side. Sometimes, I feel like you have it even harder than I have. After speaking, Tongming patted the spot beside her and gestured for Mo Ting to lie down. You are obviously so dazzling. I am already satisfied. Let's talk about what happened outside tomorrow. For now, keep me company and get some rest. You are very tired. However, before Bai Lihua could make a move, Hua Wenfeng had already revealed the truth. She called it the biggest joke in the world. It was already the 21st century, yet there were still people that dared to claim to be Tongming's mother. Hua Wenfeng called the reporters to make a scene. First, she admitted that she was wrong in the past and that she shouldn't have targeted Tongming. Afterwards, she revealed the real message that she wanted to convey to the reporters. Someone actually dared to say that she was a fake and that she wasn't Mo Ting's mother. Instead, Mo Ting's mother was someone else. I can't believe someone dared to say something that can be proven with just a DNA test. I'm so shocked. I have no choice. I have to expose people like this. So, Hua Wenfeng posted photos of Bai Lihua all over the internet. The public originally thought that the Mo family wouldn't have any more news to dig out. After all, they had Tongming, who was a master at handling matters. But, now that a fake and real mother had appeared, the netizens were in for a good show. So, they waited patiently for the suspenseful fight to unfold. In the current society, it was practically impossible to impersonate someone. Nowadays, medical science was very advanced. A lot of things could be quickly revealed after a DNA test. So, why did Bai Lihua say something like this? The incident had gotten out of hand. It seemed, Hua Wenfeng was relying on her unblemished face and the fact that her DNA couldn't be found. She wanted to take over Bai Lihua's husband and enjoy everything that should have belonged to Bai Lihua. In order to prove her innocence, Hua Wenfeng even decided to hold a press conference to clarify all the facts for the public to listen to. Father Mo was once again fooled by her high-sounding words. If she hadn't been wrongly accused, how could Hua Wenfeng have the courage to clarify the truth in front of so many people? So, the doubts that he originally had were easily fooled by Hua Wenfeng's little tricks. Once again, he chose to believe Hua Wenfeng. Faced with Hua Wenfeng's provocation, Bai Lihua was not afraid. Hua Wenfeng was already so evil that she had used her to hurt Tongming. Was she going to continue to stay silent? Even if Mo Ting blamed her in the future, she couldn't care less. If worst came to worst, she would simply find a secluded place and spend the rest of her life alone. She would no longer cause trouble for Mo Ting and Tongming. Yet another press conference. Why did Hua Wenfeng always resort to the media whenever there was an important incident? She had never been able to win against anyone in the entertainment industry, even a small fry. Auntie Bai, come in. Tongming already knew that Bai Lihua wanted to reveal everything to the public, so there was no need to hide her identity anymore. Bai Lihua knew what Tongming wanted to say. In fact, she was already prepared to be ignored, but... After entering the hospital room, Tongming smiled comfortingly at her. Ting and I will help you. We will help you get back everything that belongs to you and we will help you get revenge. Bai Lihua was a little surprised. As she looked at Mo Ting, tears suddenly rolled out of her eyes. So, she pounced onto Mo Ting's side and cried on his shoulder, Mom is useless. I couldn't even protect my own identity and caused you guys to be dragged down by me. Mo Ting did not say a word. He didn't know how to comfort Bai Lihua. After all, they had been apart for so many years. Even if they wanted to talk about feelings, it was impossible. But, he still reached out his arms and wrapped them around Bai Lihua to comfort her. Don't the two of you dislike my face? We already knew. That's why we were so protective of Xingyan, Tongming explained as she patted Bai Lihua on the back of her hand. Bai Lihua was stunned for a few seconds. In the end, she could only laugh and cry as she nodded her head. How smart are you two? I shouldn't have thought of hiding it from you. But, my face. Mom. Ting and I don't have any unnecessary pride, Tongming replied gently. Don't worry, okay? Don't worry, Mom will definitely take back everything that belongs to me. But, Hua Wenfeng wasn't someone that was easy to deal with. As soon as Chen Xingyan, who was filming in the woods, saw the news, she immediately jumped out of her seat. No wonder everyone looked at her in a strange way. It turned out, someone had come right up to her doorstep to bully her. She couldn't figure out what the truth was, but she couldn't let her mother be bullied. So, she directly asked for a day off from work. Director, you've seen it for yourself. But, you are the female lead. It's bad enough that you always make NGs, but this time, you even asked for a day off. Even if I wanted to make an exception, I couldn't find an excuse. Plus, what use would you be if you went back? The director asked awkwardly. Lin Xing was standing not too far away. Chen Xingyan immediately looked at him for help. Lin Xing shook his head and beckoned her over. The crew can't be waiting for you all the time. Since you're already here, you need to know how to follow the rules. But, my mom. Give her a day off. A voice suddenly sounded from behind them, shocking everyone. I guarantee she will only be given 2 days. She will not slow down the production. The director and Lin Xing both looked at Zihao. Lin Xing did not say another word, but the director was in a difficult position. Zihao, you know. If anything happens, I will take responsibility, and Zihao comforted, she only has 2 days. When she returns, she will work even harder. Is your financial situation really enough for you to take on such a big risk? Director, if Chen Xingyan is really Mo Ting's sister, I think you should leave her some leeway. And Zihao didn't want Chen Xingyan to know about his financial situation, so he had no choice but to threaten the director with Hai Rui. The director thought carefully for a moment and finally nodded his head. You said it yourself. If anything happens, you will take responsibility. Everyone here can be a witness to what I said. After speaking, Zihao gestured to Chen Xingyan, aren't you going to get changed? Chen Xingyan looked at Zihao gratefully before she turned around and ran into the waiting room. At this time, Lin Xing approached Zihao and said in a low voice, you will spoil her rotten if you do this. Having a strict teacher like you in charge is enough. I will simply do something to make her happy. After hearing Zihao's response, Lin Xing revealed a meaningful smile. Even if she is really Mo Ting's sister, she is not my type. You don't need to worry. I have confidence in you, but I don't have confidence in her, Zihao replied coldly. After all, she doesn't have a brain and has no morals. Lin Xing laughed silently without saying another word. Chen Xingyan was full of problems, but he couldn't bring himself to hate her. In fact, he wanted to dote on her like a sister. This was probably what they called fate. As for having a brother-in-law like Zihao, he was more than happy to have him. But, it seemed, the little brat had yet to be enlightened. On the way back to Beijing, Chen Xingyan's mind was filled with questions. How did her mother suddenly get rumored to be Mo Ting's mother? Who was Mo Ting, and who was Hua Wenfeng? Why would my mother provoke a big shot like that? Zihao drove with one hand as he glanced at Chen Xingyan and scoffed. If anyone else was in this situation, they would be secretly happy to be Mo Ting's sister. Let's be honest, you must be thinking the same thing. After hearing Zihao's words, Chen Xingyan turned to face him. My many years of experience have told me that I am not ordinary. You sure aren't polite. No, what I'm curious about is, why is that? How did my mother get involved with the Mo family? Deep down, Chen Xingyan did not feel that being Mo Ting's sister was a good thing. At least, she was not secretly happy about it. If I'm not wrong, before you were born, your mother was Mo Ting's mother. But how could someone that's familiar with my mother not recognize her and get Hua Wenfeng to pretend to be her mother? This was what Chen Xingyan was most curious about. You've never seen your mother when she wasn't injured, right? Zihao guessed. If you've seen her, perhaps, this question can be easily solved. Ah. Chen Xingyan dragged out her last syllable. I never thought that something like this would happen to my mother. Are you sure this isn't a movie? Life had always been more important than art. It was just that information wasn't developed in the past, so no one knew about it. The world was a big place and there were plenty of strange things that could happen. So, a fake identity shouldn't be too strange, right? No matter what, I won't allow my mother to be bullied. I'm afraid you won't need to do anything this time, Zihao said with a hidden meaning. With Tongning and Mo Ting around, no one would be able to bully anyone. I never knew I had a twin sister, Bai Lihua said as she sat by Tongning's bedside that night. That night, Bai Lihua sat by Tongning's bedside and sighed. I tried to find out from the Bei family, but no one in the Bei family knows about this. Unfortunately, my mother passed away and the hospital I was born in has long been demolished. Perhaps, the only person that knows the answer to this mystery is Hua Wenfeng. I don't know when she started scheming against me, but it's obvious that she's been observing me for a long time. You should know that even if two people look exactly the same, they would still be exposed if they spent a long time together. However, she was able to lie to Mo Xiaoyuan for so many years. It's enough to prove that she's very cunning. Tongming understood Bai Lihua's state of mind. After all, someone had impersonated her for so many years and she had nowhere to go to seek justice. It was indeed painful. The anger and unwillingness to accept the truth could swallow a person whole at any time. Of course, the reason why Bai Lihua got to where she was today, apart from having a loving husband, was also because of Chen Xingyan's responsibility. Translator, Uni Editor, Uni Tongming listened to Bai Lihua talk for half the night. At this time, Mo Ting grabbed his phone and walked out of the room to give Bai Chendong a phone call. "Where is your mother?" "I saw the news too. My mom received the news too. She's on the plane right now." She was so shocked that her jaw dropped. "She said that your family has the constitution to cause big news." "Where's grandfather?" "After receiving the news, I was shocked." "You guys handle this matter well," Bai Chendong instructed. "Elder Bai will be waiting for you to reveal the truth. It's hard to find the truth behind what happened 19 years ago. Plus, we don't have any evidence that Hua Wenfeng used me to poison you. I really don't know how to prove my identity." After all, Hua Wenfeng had taken over her identity for so many years. So, everything had been changed by her. Her name had been changed and her personality had been changed. So, it was extremely easy for Hua Wenfeng to impersonate Bai Lihua with a simple excuse of amnesia. After hearing Bai Lihua's words, Tongming gently patted her on the back of her hand and comforted, "Mom, it's possible to find out the difference between identical twins. But, the amount of work required is too large and the chances are slim." Tongming smiled meaningfully. "Hua Wenfeng is indeed cunning. But, I like cunning people to fall into my trap." In reality, Bai Lihua's emotions were complicated. In the past, she was filled with hatred. But, after having Chen Xingyan, she wanted to live a peaceful life. So, when she came into contact with Mo Ting and Tongming again, her hatred was unearthed. But, she had never been good at attacking people's hearts. At least, when compared to Hua Wenfeng, she had no chance of winning. After all, Bai Lihua had lost her appearance. This was the biggest blow to her confidence. She had crawled out from a pile of corpses. So much so that a layer of her skin had been scraped off. Tongming thought to herself, "Let's see how far Mo Ting wants to go." The news spread like wildfire. After all, it was a new piece of news and it happened in the entertainment industry. The reporters were already crying piteously and couldn't wait for the press conference to start. At the same time, Hua Wenfeng was extremely confident. She was well aware of the power of genes. Plus, Bai Lihua had nothing. Most importantly, she didn't even have a recognizable face. All she had was festering scars. If she hadn't thought things through back then, Bai Lihua would have already pushed her away. After painstakingly planning for so many years, how could she allow Bai Lihua to return to her original position so easily? "Wenfeng, don't be afraid. We have a DNA test in our hands. You don't need to be afraid. Old Mo, you treat me the best." Hua Wenfeng's biggest pillar of support was Father Mo. As long as Father Mo still trusted her, her position as Madame Mo would remain stable. "I will always stand by your side." Father Mo had completely forgotten about the past that Bai Lihua had mentioned in front of him. In his heart, the woman in front of him was truly his wife. "Don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for myself." Justice? What was justice? As Chen Xingyan entered the hospital, she did not care about the change in her identity. She simply wanted to know that her mother was fine. As soon as Bai Lihua saw Chen Xingyan, she looked relieved. "Mom is fine. You didn't need to come all the way here." "What are you talking about? If I'm not by your side, who is going to protect you? Do you think the bodyguards outside are as good as me?" Chen Xingyan rubbed her nose in dissatisfaction. "Whether it's a fight or an argument, I've never been afraid." And Zihao felt helpless towards Chen Xingyan. He was afraid that she would act rashly and ruin the image that he had worked so hard to clear. You should take care of yourself first. After all, you are still a famous person. Xianxia turned around and pointed her middle finger at Xianxia. Regardless of everything else, the people that needed to appear had already appeared. It was time. It was time for Hua Wenfeng to repay what she and Bai Lihua owed in one fell swoop. Not only did the news of a rich family and a fake identity appear on the entertainment news, it even made its way onto the social news, causing everyone to discuss it enthusiastically. How could an identity be so easily impersonated? This nameless woman must be trying to get famous. I think she is quite mysterious. I'm not sure if you guys remember, but when Hua Wenfeng said that Tongning had injured her, an old friend appeared and said that she would take back what was rightfully mine, right? I actually feel that Hua Wenfeng has something to hide. Normally, when people hear about it, they would think it was funny. No one would step out to clarify it. What's there to clarify? Isn't it obvious that she's trying to hide something? But, with the current technology, it's impossible for someone to impersonate someone else, right? The internet was already discussing the matter. This was much more interesting than a celebrity cheating. In fact, it was even more interesting than a TV series that people couldn't stop watching. If Hua Wenfeng steps out to clarify, then that woman will definitely retaliate. Let's just sit back and watch the show. Yes, let's watch the show. Since she was a celebrity, she was prepared to be exposed to the public. This was something that Mo Ting and Tongning had always agreed on. Since she enjoyed the treatment of an artist, it was normal for her to receive public scrutiny. Soon, it was the afternoon of Hua Wenfeng's press conference. Inside the fifth-floor lobby of the Hilton Hotel, Hua Wenfeng had invited reporters. She looked like she was ready to swallow Bai Lihua whole. Father Mo accompanied her the entire time like he was her strongest shield. But, apart from him, she did not have a single member of her family or friends by her side. I apologize for my poor relationship with Tongning. Hua Wenfeng suddenly became polite and dignified as she bowed to the reporters. Family matters shouldn't be shown on the big screen and disturb the audience. But, I can't tolerate this, Hua Wenfeng said with a sob. Hua Wenfeng held out the DNA report in her hands as she sobbed. Previously, Tongning told me in private that I wasn't Mo Ting's mother. At that time I wasn't convinced, so I went to do a DNA test. The results are as you can see, there is no doubt that I am related to Mo Ting. But, when I went to look for her, she claimed that the sample didn't come from Mo Ting, but from a maid. She even accused me of bribing the doctor. I felt extremely wronged. This isn't the first time Tongning has been selectively blind. Yet, when faced with something so scientific, she still managed to distort the truth. I can't take it anymore. She is indeed powerful. I concede defeat. And today, I'm going to show this evidence to everyone. What fake identity? What fake identity? This isn't a TV drama. If I'm really not me, wouldn't the people around me be able to tell? This is ridiculous. The more Hua Wenfeng spoke, the angrier she became. In the end, she threw the report on the floor. This is ridiculous. But, the person that's ridiculous is you. A raspy voice suddenly sounded from the entrance of the hall. When Bai Lihua was young, she had also injured her throat. So, if she spoke loudly, it would be very obvious. The reporters quickly turned to look at the entrance. Wearing a face mask, the legendary Ms. Bai appeared in front of their cameras. Meanwhile, Xianxia followed closely behind to protect her. You've come at the right time. I wanted to know if this ridiculous incident was planned by you or Tongning. Hua Wenfeng stepped off the stage and ran over to Bai Lihua. Which part of you do you think looks like me? No one planned it. You were simply too cruel. Bai Lihua's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Her eyes were red as tears almost rolled out of her eyes. You haven't forgotten about the explosion at the research lab from over 10 years ago, have you? What has that got to do with you? Bai Lihua sneered. She then removed her face mask and revealed her festering wound to the public. This wound was left behind by the explosion. Are you joking? What evidence do you have? Even if it's just a random wound, I can still say it was left behind by the explosion. Bai Lihua knew that Hua Wenfeng wouldn't admit to it, So she pulled out some other evidence. I know, it's been a long time and most of the evidence has been destroyed. But, look at the thing in my hand. What is this? What are you trying to use to fool the public? Hua Wenfeng shrugged her shoulders and smiled. This is our DNA test results, Bai Lihua said loudly. At the same time, she flipped open the report and showed it to the media. Because we are identical twins, we look exactly the same. Most importantly, because of this, you were given the opportunity to impersonate me. The only reason you can stand here confidently and claim that you are Mo Ting's mother is because you know that the DNA test results show that both twins are related to Mo Ting. As for me, the only fingerprint that can prove my identity was destroyed in the fire. In other words, you have no evidence to prove that I'm impersonating you. If you look at it from another angle, it looks more like you are trying to impersonate me. Hua Wenfeng laughed. Fine. Since you claim that I'm impersonating you, then no one has the right to say anything. The only person that has the right to say anything is my husband, Mo Xiaoyuan. Bai Lihua looked at Mo Xiaoyuan. Deep down, she knew that the chances of Mo Xiaoyuan helping her were slim to none. I'll give you 1 minute. Since you claim that you are Mo Xiaoyuan's wife, then prove it to me. Bai Lihua bit her lip. Just as she was about to speak, Mo Xiaoyuan cut in, you don't need to say anything. You are not my wife. My wife has always been Hua Wenfeng. I don't know what your intentions are, but I only have one word for you. Get lost. It seems that ugly people always cause trouble. Say one more word. Chen Xingyan yelled as she pointed to Mo Xiaoyuan's nose. You jerk. You don't even recognize your own wife and have been played like a fool. If you say another word, I'm going to break your spine. Father Mo, think about Mo Ting and then look at yourself. I'm starting to suspect that you are an impersonator. You, little b****, don't try to confuse us. Did you think that you would be able to help your ugly mother? Hua Wenfeng redirected the conversation back to the main topic. The Bei family has never given birth to any twins and I don't have any twins either. Stop trying to fool us. It seems, you won't give up until you see your coffin. Bai Lihua looked at Hua Wenfeng coldly. Evidence? Show me. Hua Wenfeng's expression was arrogant. You want evidence, right? A familiar voice once again sounded from the doorway. Soon, the shocked voices of the reporters could be heard. It's Tongning. It's actually Tongning. Tongning is here. But, why is Tongning sitting in a wheelchair? No one expected that Tongning would personally make an appearance. But, the most surprising thing was, Tongning appeared in a wheelchair. Seeing Tongning appear, Hua Wenfeng subconsciously furrowed her brows. She knew what it meant. As long as Tongning appeared, it meant that Bai Lihua would not lose this battle. Impossible, Hua Wenfeng clenched her fists. Bai Lihua couldn't produce any evidence to prove her identity. All she had to do was grit her teeth and endure. So, she struck first as she pointed to Tongning's nose. It's all because of you, you evil woman. Did you think you could defeat me with a series of schemes? Tongning was not Bai Lihua. Her expression was calm and collected. In fact, she looked like she was waiting to see Hua Wenfeng perform. Ms. Hua, you have overestimated yourself. Please don't add to the drama, Tongning said calmly. I really don't have the time to frame you. Then, why did you find someone to pretend to be me? Hua Wenfeng, I've told you before, this world is based on the cycle of cause and effect. As long as someone has done something bad, they will definitely leave behind a flaw. After speaking, Tongning gestured for Long Jia to show her evidence. You want evidence, right? In that case, I'll give it to you right now. Hua Wenfeng glanced at the evidence in Tongning's hands and laughed in disdain. What kind of evidence is that? I also have some. This DNA test was commissioned by the most authoritative organization. Did you think that identical twins wouldn't be able to identify Ting's mother? You're wrong. At most, it would take a bit of time and a bit of money. But after spending an entire month working day and night, the staff from the forensics department finally discovered the subtle differences in your DNA. In fact, they even found over 20 places where Bai Lihua and Mo Ting's DNA were the same. As for the DNA sequences, you weren't involved. You say I'm selectively blind. What about you? At the same time, Tongning turned to Long Jie and said, Hai Rui will soon release an accurate comparison. If you don't believe me, you can give the Beijing Appraisal Center a call. This is an appraisal from the country. It can't be wrong. I used to study medicine, so I can understand this picture. In the same scene, Ms. Bai and President Mo are the same, but Hua Wenfeng is completely different. If this happens a few times, it will be obvious who the real mother is. This is solid evidence. Ironclad evidence. Hearing this, Hua Wenfeng's expression changed. She snatched the DNA test from Tongning's hands and looked at it. Seeing the clear markings on the test, Hua Wenfeng looked at Tongning in shock. Even though she already believed it and her lips were trembling, Hua Wenfeng still yelled at Tongning, "This is impossible. Tongning, stop trying to confuse us with fake evidence." Whether they are trying to confuse the public or not, the media will naturally be able to tell. Tongning continued to play the game. That's right. Do you take us for fools? They are the most authoritative organization, a reporter interrupted. I never expected this. I originally thought this was impossible. I never expected the plot to turn around like this. Bai Lihua is actually Mrs. Mo, but what exactly is going on? Tongning, can you tell us the truth in detail? Hua Wenfeng noticed that the media's attitude had changed, so she quickly tried to stop Tongning. Tongning, how did I offend you? Why would you frame me like this? Tongning ignored Hua Wenfeng's roar as she turned to the media and looked at Bai Lihua with pity. I don't think I have the right to speak on this matter. Only Madame Bai Lihua can give you all the answers. You're all lying. You're all lying. Hua Wenfeng tried to stop Bai Lihua from going on stage, but Chen Xingyan pushed her away. Afterwards, Bai Lihua slowly walked to the front of the stage and looked at the audience. It was as if she had experienced the vicissitudes of life. 19 years ago, at noon, I was having lunch in the laboratory when there was a sudden explosion that sent me flying. When I woke up, I was already on the way to the hospital. The person who saved me told me that he found me in a remote mountain in the United States. I was covered in blood. I lay in the hospital for 8 months and received treatment for 8 months. But, by the time I left the hospital, the research lab had already moved and my identity had been taken by someone that looked exactly like me. I didn't know who she was and I didn't know what her motive was. She and my husband loved each other. She called out my name and took everything that belonged to me. But, because of my disfigurement, I couldn't appear in front of the public and I couldn't retrieve my identity. Eventually, I accepted the person that saved me and gave birth to an adorable daughter. I originally thought it was God's plan. But, I never expected that Hua Wenfeng would use my identity to hurt my son and daughter-in-law. I can't accept this. What right does she have? She's just an impersonator. What right does she have? That's why I'm standing here today. Even if my face is disfigured, I will retrieve my identity and everything that belongs to me. I am the daughter of the Bei family and Mo Ting's mother. What is she? She is an impersonator. You're lying. Hua Wenfeng immediately retorted. You're the liar. You're trying to steal my husband and everything that belongs to me. I'm not interested in your husband. I just want my son and daughter-in-law to be safe, Bai Lihua said angrily. Since I'm already standing here today, I know that I can't make a rash decision without evidence. But, you all seem to be curious as to why Tongning appeared in a wheelchair. In that case, let me tell you the answer. Someone spiked Tongning's chicken soup with quinidine and almost caused her to have a miscarriage. Bai Lihua, don't forget that you were the one that prepared Tongning's meals, Hua Wenfeng said coldly. Are you trying to frame me? No way. Knowing that Hua Wenfeng would deny everything, Tongning immediately called out to Bai Lihua, Mom, I will explain everything to the media. I was wondering why Tongning was in a wheelchair. It turns out she was poisoned like this. What is quinidine? What is it? It's an abortion drug that causes stillbirths. The media below the stage began to discuss amongst themselves. My tolerance towards Madame Hua is obvious to all, Tongning said as she sat in her wheelchair. From the moment we first met, I'm sure the media is well aware of everything she has done to me. She slandered me for stabbing her, cursed my unborn child with an illness, visited me multiple times to humiliate me and even spread rumors of me cheating on Nziheo. Finally, she spiked my chicken soup yesterday. Everything she has done has made me feel bitterly disappointed. Because I'm pregnant, I need to set a good example for my child. There are a lot of things that I don't want to deal with in public. But, all I've gotten in return is worse. But, patience will eventually come to an end. Especially since the person you're trying to hurt is our unborn child. Today, not only am I here to seek justice for my mother-in-law, Madame Bai, I also want Hua Wenfeng to give me an explanation. Are you going to admit to the fact that you spiked my chicken soup with quinidine? Right now, you have the upper hand. Whatever you say is the truth, Hua Wenfeng said in a resigned manner. In reality, she was pretending to be pitiful and pestering Tongning endlessly. She knew that Tongning had no evidence to prove anything. There was no way that Tongning could prove that she was guilty. You can even overturn a confession. I don't expect you to admit to anything, Tongning said coldly as she looked at Hua Wenfeng. Her eyes were filled with ridicule. Quinidine is not a prescription drug, it's not easy to get your hands on it. As a biological researcher, all your applications for quinidine need to be recorded. I've sent someone to your research lab and obtained a copy of your application for quinidine. Can you tell me where you used the drug? Of course I used it in my experiments. Experiments? Tongning laughed as her tone became even more frivolous. But, you've already taken a few days off work. Where have you been conducting your experiments? You didn't take any of the equipment with you, yet you took quinidine with you? How could it be such a coincidence? Simply because I applied for quinidine, you think I'm the culprit? I'm afraid that can't be used as evidence, while Wenfeng tried her best to argue. Then even if you can't tell us the use of quinidine, you can't clear your identity as a suspect, right? Tongning raised an eyebrow at Hua Wenfeng. Ask any doctor if they don't know where these drugs are. If you can't tell them what they are used for, if they're not used for illegal purposes, then what are they used for? On top of that, on the afternoon of the day of my accident, my back garden caught on fire. However, the surveillance cameras did not record the cause of the fire. Don't tell me that the plants in my garden would spontaneously combust in this weather. This proves one thing: the arsonist is extremely familiar with Hyatt Regency's surveillance system and was able to perfectly avoid it. What you're saying is also possible for Bai Lihua. Hua Wenfeng immediately pulled Bai Lihua into the room. How would I know if the two of you teamed up to frame me? Do you think, with all the crimes you've committed, will people believe you or us? Tongning looked at the media expectantly. In order to promote justice, the media naturally stood on the victim's side. Whether it was Bai Lihua or Tongning. If it was according to my personality before I got pregnant, you would have been torn apart 10 times already. I would never allow you to lie here and make up the truth. What right does a person that is fake and would kill others for the sake of riches and glory have to speak? In the end, Hua Wenfeng couldn't win against Tongning in an argument, nor could she win against everyone's ridiculing gazes. In the end, Hua Wenfeng placed her pleading gaze on Father Mo as she ran over and grabbed onto him. Old Mo, we've been married for so many years. Tell me, who am I? Father Mo had already watched the entire incident unfold. As he looked at the woman in front of him, he felt a chill down his spine. Actually, I don't really know you, Father Mo replied in seriousness. Old Mo, it's not like that. Tongning and that woman framed me. The DNA report has already been released. Are you still trying to deny it? Father Mo forcefully pushed Hua Wenfeng away and pushed her to the ground in agitation. I was wondering why you took the quinidine. I never thought you would use it on Tongning. Did you know you were trying to kill someone? After being pushed aside, Hua Wenfeng immediately crawled back and hugged onto Father Mo's leg. Old Mo, it's not like this, it's not. The truth is right in front of our eyes. You have been pretending to be my wife from the beginning. You are a SL*T. I even tried to protect you and help you deal with Tongning. Now that I think about it, it's quite ironic. Old Mo, you need to believe me. We've been married for so many years. Don't say any more. You're making me feel disgusted, Father Mo trembled in anger. I always thought that Tongning didn't see the bigger picture and that she was always targeting you. But, I never expected you to be so cruel as to harm an 8-month-old child in her stomach. Tongning, call the police. I can testify that Hua Wenfeng took the quinidine and brought it home with her. Hearing this, Hua Wenfeng broke down as she lay on the ground and cried, "Old Mo, you can't do this to me. I only did it because I was afraid of losing you. Unfortunately, I've already called the police." Seeing Hua Wenfeng's sorry state, Tongning was ready to kill her. "Hua Wenfeng, since you like to complain so much, you should talk to the police." "No, no." Hua Wenfeng was terrified as she crawled up from the ground and tried to escape. But, with the current situation, how could she run away? "I don't want to go to the police. I don't want to." However, at this time, Tongning watched as Hua Wenfeng and the reporters tangled together. She did not make a move to stop them, nor did she immediately call the police. She knew, exposing Hua Wenfeng wasn't going to let her off the hook. Father Mo then looked at Bai Lihua. Just as he reached out his hand to pull her away, Bai Lihua quickly dodged. "You're not worthy." Father Mo looked upset. It was obvious that he was blaming himself. But, Bai Lihua did not give him a chance to repent. "Since you've been married to Hua Wenfeng for so many years and you're willing to risk your life to protect Hua Wenfeng, then go ahead and chase after her. Although my face has been ruined, I am still the daughter of the Bei family and Mo Ting's mother." "Mo Xiaoyuan, you are a jerk." After speaking, Bai Lihua stepped off the stage and approached Tongning. Father Mo's expression was sorrowful. Especially when he thought about how he had previously treated Bai Lihua. But, who would have thought, the woman that had accompanied him for 19 years turned out to be an imposter. Meanwhile, his real wife had crawled out of the grave, enduring the most terrifying torture in the world. Everything had been taken away from her. Thinking of this, Father Mo's heart began to ache. He knew he had lost the right to face Bai Lihua. Hua Wenfeng was surrounded by reporters and had no way of escaping. Meanwhile, Tongning and the others left the Hilton Hotel under the protection of Qin Xingyan and the other bodyguards. At this moment, Tongning had no idea why Hua Wenfeng would suddenly become so ruthless and drug her after such a long period of peace. By the time she understood, Beijing was already in a completely different situation. Song Xian's popularity continued to rise because Hai Rui had filled up her schedule with jobs. Of course, although her popularity continued to rise, she was still a far cry from Tongning's. After Hua Wenfeng's press conference, Song Xian watched the video from her manager. She leaned back in her seat and clicked her tongue. "I never thought that Hua Wenfeng would be KO'd so quickly. I thought she would be able to hold on for a little longer. How useless. What should we do now?" This incident did not cause any harm to Tongning. Song Xian's manager put away the video and secretly glanced at Song Xian. "Are we still going to continue fighting? Tongning is currently pregnant, so it's impossible for her to do any jobs. This is the period of my rise, so I need to make good use of these few months. I want to wait until she announces her comeback. By that time, Tongning's era will have completely turned over." Song Xian smiled confidently and closed her eyes to rest. "Let's continue to observe her. She is out in the open and we are in the dark. How could we not find an opportunity? By the way, to prevent Hua Wenfeng from recognizing you, don't follow me around for a while. Or, make some changes to yourself." Song Xian's manager nodded her head and placed the electronic device to one side. But, just because Song Xian didn't make a move, did it mean Tongning wouldn't find out? Not necessarily. After the press conference, the trio returned to Hyatt Regency. However, Bai Lihua was confused as to how Tongning had managed to produce the evidence in time. What was the DNA comparison all about? "Xiaoning, when did you guys do the DNA comparison?" With the help of Qin Xingyan, Tongning sat down on the sofa with a confident smile on her face. "I tricked her. The information was compiled from information online." Bai Lihua froze for a moment. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What if the media calls the National Appraisal Center in Beijing? "I simply said it came from a Beijing appraisal center, I didn't say which one. Everything else is just the media's speculation, it has nothing to do with me." After hearing Tongning's words, Bai Lihua felt helpless. The media doesn't need the truth. They just believe what they see in front of them. What happened today is enough for them to write a news article. This was the wisdom of Tongning. Not only did she understand Hua Wenfeng's thoughts, she was also able to control the thoughts of the media. Are you going to let that be *tch off just like that? Chen Xingyan glared at Tongning. She hurt my mother and hurt you. Don't underestimate the trampling of the media. A black hole of a camera is more than enough to force Hua Wenfeng into a dead end. Of course, Tongning wasn't going to tell Chen Xingyan that there was a follow-up. After all, it was a matter between her and Mo Ting. Xiao Ning, Mom really needs to thank you for this, Bai Lihua said as she tugged on Chen Xingyan's sleeve. Call her sister-in-law. A moment later, Chen Xingyan's face turned red. She was used to living a carefree life, so she never expected to have other relatives. Chen Xingyan scratched the back of her head. She couldn't bring herself to call her sister-in-law. Just like how, if Mo Ting was standing in front of her, she wouldn't be able to call him brother either. Wild monkey, hurry back to the set. Don't keep causing trouble and letting Zihao take the blame for you, Tongning laughed. When have I ever let him take the blame? At this moment, Chen Xingyan had no idea that Zihao had been doing more and more for her in secret. However, Chen Xingyan did not delay. Although she wanted to find Hua Wenfeng and give her a good beating, she remembered Zihao's promise to the director. So, she looked at him and said, let's go. Not bad. I thought after you became a rich heiress, you would become more delicate. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Chen Xingyan approached Zihao and grabbed onto his sleeve as they left Hyatt Regency. After boarding the car, Chen Xingyan couldn't help but ask, if I want to beat someone up, can I? What do you think? Zihao asked as he put on his seatbelt. But my hands are really itchy. I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to hit me. After speaking, Zihao started up the car and sped back to the set. After all, any losses that the set suffered would all be on him. Chen Xingyan didn't understand what Zihao meant, but Zihao understood Tongning. Because, Tongning believed in an eye for an eye. Afterwards, in the cold Beijing night, Hua Wenfeng hid herself all over the place. It wasn't easy for her to get rid of the media. After confirming that no one was around, she climbed out of a pile of rubbish. At this moment, she was cold and hungry. But, she was in a sorry state and had nowhere to go. It didn't take long before two tall and strong bodyguards appeared at the end of the street. They immediately lifted Hua Wenfeng into a car and took her to an unknown location. Who are you? What do you want? Tell me everything about how you poisoned Tongning. Otherwise, I will make sure you live in darkness for the rest of your life. Hua Wenfeng looked at the bodyguards and guessed that they were Tongning's people. So, she began to tremble as she hugged herself, don't hurt me. As long as you tell me the truth. Hua Wenfeng had no way of escaping, but she was afraid that the bodyguards would use force on her. So, she explained how she hurt Tongning from beginning to end. Following the information that Hua Wenfeng provided, Tongning successfully found the bottle of quinidine. It turned out, the woman had mixed it in with the condiments in the kitchen. If she didn't admit it herself, who would have guessed? What a cunning woman. Of course, under the interrogation of the bodyguards, Hua Wenfeng revealed a lot of things that she shouldn't have. For example, why she poisoned Tongning. It was a short-haired woman. She claimed that she heard that Tongning wanted to take my organs to save her child, so I had no choice but to make a move on her. Tongning asked the bodyguards to ask for the woman's name and asked them to prepare a photo. But, even after looking through all the staff at Hai Rui, Hua Wenfeng could not recognize the woman. She could describe the woman, but Hai Rui did not have anyone who could. But there was one answer that was unquestionable, and that was Hua Wenfeng did this to her because someone was trying to sow discord. The bodyguards even took Hua Wenfeng to Hai Rui to identify everyone. But, no matter how hard Hua Wenfeng looked, she still couldn't find the culprit behind the incident. After all the questioning was over, Hua Wenfeng thought the bodyguards were going to let her go. Did Tongning really want to kill her? But, Hua Wenfeng was wrong. Did she think that after torturing Bai Lihua for so many years and almost causing Tongning to die, she was going to let it go so easily? Afterwards, the bodyguards brought Hua Wenfeng back to the small, dark room. There was nothing inside apart from a metal window. Let me go. What you're doing is illegal. Hua Wenfeng yelled at her surroundings. But, no matter how hard she yelled, no one responded. Worst of all, it was already late at night. As Hua Wenfeng knelt on the ground, she suddenly smelled something burning. It didn't take long before a bright spark appeared. Hua Wenfeng was so scared that her body turned weak. She immediately stood up and frantically screamed for help. "Is anyone there? There's a fire. There's a fire." No one paid attention to her, but the fire grew stronger and stronger. Hua Wenfeng felt like her skin was about to be scorched as her entire body was covered in sweat. But, in this enclosed space, all she could do was curl up in a corner and cry in despair. "Help! Help! I was wrong, I was wrong. Please let me out, I beg of you," Hua Wenfeng pleaded, but she didn't know who to turn to. The fire grew stronger and stronger. Was she going to die here? However, just as the fire was about to reach Hua Wenfeng's feet, the door to the small, dark room was suddenly unlocked. 2 bodyguards carried her out of the flames and threw her to the ground. "Thank you." Hua Wenfeng lowered her head weakly as she lay on the ground. However, a cold voice suddenly sounded from above her head. "No need to be so polite." Hua Wenfeng's body trembled as a sense of fear suddenly spread from her back to her entire body. She had just stepped out of the fire and her body was burning hot, but she didn't know why, but when she heard this person speak, she felt a chill down her spine. Because, the person standing in front of her was none other than her good son, Mo Ting. "The lesson just now was for the explosion you caused 19 years ago. Even though, what you're going through right now isn't even 1,000th of what my mother did back then. Of course, we can forget about what happened in the past. I won't hold it against you, but..." Drugging Tongning. Hearing the word medicine, Hua Wenfeng immediately backed away. She could already guess what Mo Ting was planning to do. "I think it's better for us to return the favor." Hua Wenfeng shook her head in fear. "No, no, please don't." "Pour it in," the cold and emotionless word floated into Hua Wenfeng's ears. Afterwards, the 2 bodyguards stepped forward. One held on to Hua Wenfeng while the other held on to her lower body. All that could be heard was the sound of water splashing as Hua Wenfeng's upper body was completely drenched. "Mo Ting. Mo Ting, if you kill me, you will also go to jail," Hua Wenfeng screamed as she lay on the ground. "Kill you? Dream on." Mo Ting squatted down and glared at Hua Wenfeng with a cold and piercing gaze. "How long have I tolerated you? But you don't know what's good for you. Of all the people you could hurt, why did you have to hurt Tongning?" After speaking, Mo Ting stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. "Don't worry, I run an entertainment agency, not a mafia. So, I won't do anything to you. But, a joke like today, before you turn yourself in at the police station, we can play any time we want. I would like to see if you are willing to endure my torture or go to jail." After speaking, Mo Ting turned around. "Let her go in a moment. Tomorrow, we will play a more fun game." The bodyguards had actually worked for Mo Ting for quite some time, but it was rare for them to see him so angry. After all, Hua Wenfeng had hurt the person that he cared about the most. So, they did not dare to disobey Mo Ting's orders. Hua Wenfeng felt like she was better off dead. Especially when she thought about how she was burned and drugged. She wanted to smash her head against the wall so she wouldn't have to endure Mo Ting's torture any longer. "Ms. Hua, we suggest that you turn yourself in. That way, you may be able to endure less torture." "Mo Ting, you are indeed ruthless." In reality, no one had ever seen such a ruthless side to Mo Ting, even though he had told everyone from the beginning that he was never kind. Of course, it all depended on how Hua Wenfeng forced him. That night, Tongning had no idea that Mo Ting had left her side in the middle of the night. All she knew was, the next morning, she received news that Hua Wenfeng had turned herself in at the police station. Turned herself in, was this something that Hua Wenfeng would do? Did she suddenly realize what was going on, although Hua Wenfeng did not reveal the identity of the person that instigated her? At least, she was going to pay for what she had done. Tongning had a feeling that it was Mo Ting's doing. But, she had no idea how he did it. As for the person hiding in the dark, Tongning built a high wall in her heart. One day, the truth would be revealed. Hua Wenfeng's surrender was unexpected to everyone. So, the media naturally rushed to the police station. But, the police station was, after all, a government agency. No matter how anxious they were, they couldn't get a glimpse of Hua Wenfeng. After all, Hua Wenfeng would be spending the rest of her life behind these walls. But, Hua Wenfeng's surrender also caused Song Xian's manager to have a drastic change in her image. The police went to Hai Rui to investigate, but Song Xian's manager was too cunning. She remained calm throughout the entire process, so it didn't take long for her to clear her name. She then followed Song Xian to her job. This Hua Wenfeng sure can't do anything right. Song Xian complained in disgust. She even left me in such a mess. It's fine. This is the only time no one suspects us, the manager comforted. Let's go, the interview is about to start. Don't get angry over someone like this. Of course, Mo Ting and Ta Ning had no way of confirming whether the person was from Hai Rui or not. But, according to Mo Ting's strict nature, as long as there was a trace of suspicion, he would not let it go. Let's see how long the person could hide. Meanwhile, Xingyan's identity as the princess of Hai Rui was also revealed. Just like that, she became the sister of the big boss of the entertainment industry. As a result, the way people looked at her changed. But, she did not feel happy. Instead, she felt a little restricted. Her ultimate goal was to become a stunt double. But, from the looks of it, it was becoming more and more impossible. From afar, Lin Xing noticed Xingyan's discomfort. He couldn't help but laugh as he approached her from behind. What? Isn't it good to be Mo Ting's sister? What's good about it? From now on, when people mention me, they will point at me and ask, are you Mo Ting's sister? Xingyan rolled her eyes. I like to keep a low profile. It seems Ziheo's sincerity towards you was for nothing. Lin Xing sighed. How did he treat me with such sincerity? Xingyan asked as she tilted her head. How would I know? You have to ask him. Lin Xing decided not to reveal the truth. He wanted Ziheo to suffer a little. Meanwhile, Ziheo obediently made up for the day's losses. Even the director felt his heart ache. It must be a headache to deal with a seedling like this. Ziheo looked at Xingyan in the distance and shook his head. She is a good seedling. She just needs time to prove herself. Among us, you're the only one that thinks she has unlimited potential, the director sighed. Ziheo smiled, not taking it to heart. Have you encountered some financial problems recently? If you need money, feel free to look for me. I can introduce you to some other jobs, the director offered enthusiastically. He simply wanted to show off his connections. Ziheo nodded his head and thanked the director with a smile. He wasn't at that stage yet. Xingyan was indeed not hardworking enough, but she lived with her own personality. At times, Ziheo felt conflicted. Should he make her shine? Or should he let her continue living her own life? Afterwards, Ziheo left the set. That night, in order to make up for the missed scenes, Xingyan had to film in the middle of the night. In fact, she had to film underwater scenes. However, Xingyan was an agile monkey. She wasn't afraid of anything but water. So, after a few dozen takes, she almost always failed. This made the director, who was covered in water, yell angrily from the shore, "Do you even know how to act?" Xingyan trembled uncontrollably. All she could do was stand in the water and tremble. But, to be honest, because she was afraid of water, she did not put in all her emotions. Director, I'm sorry. Let's try again. The director held back his anger and returned to the camera. But, this time, Xingyan was in an even worse state. Lin Xing watched from the side. His assistant originally wanted to step forward to help, but Lin Xing stopped him. Let her learn a lesson. I'm not filming anymore. I've never seen such a lazy actress. On your own, you've made it impossible for the entire crew to sleep. Xingyan lowered her head and stood up from the water. She then walked over to the director's side, completely soaked. Don't make me feel aggrieved. I feel aggrieved too. Ziheo, who paid the price for nothing, feels even more aggrieved. The director pointed at Xingyan's nose and said, I know you are used to playing around and living the life of a stunt double, but you are now the female lead. Can you not be so selfish? Can't you think about others? Previously, in order to avenge you, Ziheo made American director Matt pay the price. He practically gave up his entire fortune. Even today, because of your stubbornness, Nzihao paid yet another bill. He was a rookie director with a bright future, but because of you, he almost gave up all his fortune. Don't you feel guilty? The director almost shouted the last sentence. Chen Xingyan's spirits were lifted after hearing this. F***ck off F***ck off. I'm not filming tonight. If it wasn't for Lin Xing and Nzihao, I would have fired you. Chen Xingyan opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But, just as the words reached the tip of her tongue, she suddenly felt like she was trying to defend herself. Nzihao. For her? Scatter the family fortune. Chen Xingyan was a little helpless. She had no idea that Nzihao had done all this for her behind her back. Director, let's try one more time. I'm not filming anymore. Nzihao has done so much for you, but your performance tonight has allowed me to see how you have destroyed his trust, his efforts, and his heart. After speaking, the director left. The other staff on set also looked at Chen Xingyan with deep meaning. They were disappointed that she didn't live up to their expectations. Shunge, the director's words were too harsh, Lin Xing's assistant said after seeing the scene. After seeing the scene, Lin Xing's assistant whispered in his ear, Chen Xingyan is a little afraid of water. Since she wants to be a celebrity that everyone attaches importance to, there's nothing she can't overcome. She has a mouth, so she can ask others how to overcome her difficulties. But, she's young and arrogant, so she won't say anything, Lin Xing said as he gestured for his assistant to return to his room to get some rest. 1,000 Chen Xingyans can't compare to one Tongning. I mean, when it comes to acting. Chen Xingyan was used to being muddle-headed. She had never suffered like this before. But, this time, she didn't feel wronged at all. Because she actually felt a trace of self-blame in her heart, it didn't take long before Chen Xingyan returned to her room helplessly. However, at this time, the production director suddenly gave Nzihao a phone call. I'm afraid I can't continue filming with that sapling of yours. While there isn't much to film, I'd rather find someone else to replace her. That way, we won't end up in a more passive position. From the director's voice and the timing of the phone call, Nzihao could tell that the director had already tried his best. Who would call him in the middle of the night to complain? Nzihao remained silent for a moment before he finally said to the director, how about this? Director, I have a plan. If she still can't do it this last time, you can replace her. When that time comes, I probably won't have any reason to continue. The director took a deep breath and calmed down. Okay, go ahead. But, this will be the last time. Okay, Nzihao nodded. That night, Chen Xingyan didn't sleep well. Her mind kept replaying the words that the director had said to her. Did Nzihao really do all this for her? After a sleepless night, when she woke up the next day, she received news. The director gave your manager a phone call last night and has decided to replace you. The director's assistant knocked on Chen Xingyan's door early in the morning. For someone like you who has no sense of teamwork and doesn't know how to be grateful, the director has no way of teaching you. It's best if you go back and look for your Nzihao. Chen Xingyan had dark circles under her eyes. Originally, she was still in a daze. But, as soon as she heard that the director had decided to replace her, she froze like she had been struck by lightning. After speaking, the assistant turned and left without giving Chen Xingyan a chance to explain herself. She was replaced, just like that. Chen Xingyan sat in a daze for a few minutes before she remembered to give Nzihao a phone call. I've been replaced. I know, Nzihao replied calmly on the other end of the phone. It's perfect for you to continue your dream of being a stunt double. Chen Xingyan felt both angry and hurt at Nzihao's words. Go home by yourself. I still have things to do. After speaking, Nzihao hung up the phone. Chen Xingyan sat on the bed in discomfort. Suddenly, she began to panic. Was this all she would be like for the rest of her life? Dragging people down? Dragging people down? Chen Xingyan couldn't understand, nor did she want to understand. So, she got out of bed, tidied up a little and returned to the set. She couldn't leave, seeing that the staff had already started to set up the set. She quickly ran over to help. Let me do it, I'm strong. Miss Chen, if my sources are correct, you have already been replaced by the director, the lighting technician said as he glared at Chen Xingyan. You should go back, don't waste your time here. Chen Xingyan refused to accept it, so she continued to pester other people. But, overnight, everyone's attitude towards her changed. Worst of all, as soon as the director appeared on set, he completely ignored her and did not even look at her. Chen Xingyan had never been humiliated like this before. But, when she thought about the consequences of her own actions, she could only take a deep breath and hold back her tears. "Director, please let me come back. I will definitely do my best this time." "Let you come back? It wasn't easy for me to convince Nziheo to give up on you. How could I let you come back?" The director laughed as he spoke. But, to Chen Xingyan, his laughter was extremely sarcastic. "I once gave you a great opportunity, but you didn't take it. Instead, you fooled around all day and didn't take anyone seriously. Instead, you focused on being a stunt double. Now, you can do whatever you want. No one can stop you." Chen Xingyan endured the director's insults and held back her tears. After quite some time, she finally said, "I can be a handyman for free." After hearing this, the director scanned Chen Xingyan from head to toe. "You are just a handyman. Do whatever you want, as long as you don't appear in front of me." Chen Xingyan seemed to have seen hope as she immediately regained her energy and began to help out on set. Lin Xing spotted the lively Chen Xingyan from afar and couldn't help but smile. If she's smart enough, she will know how to turn defeat into victory. That is, to observe Xingge carefully while you act, Lin Xing's assistant laughed. Back then, even Tongning had benefited a lot from Lin Xing's notes. Lin Xing was, after all, a 3-time Best Actor winner. In terms of acting, he was on par with Bai Qindong and the others. "Let's go, it's about to start." This was exactly what Chen Xingyan had in mind. While she was doing odd jobs on set, she would sneak a peek at Lin Xing's acting. The feeling of being able to act to her heart's content made her realize just how amazing acting was. Sometimes, Lin Xing would ask the director to change roles and the director would be curious about Lin Xing's performance. But, only Lin Xing's assistant knew, Lin Xing's motive was to show Chen Xingyan how the character should be and how she should perform. That night, Nziheo busied himself for the entire day. After not seeing Chen Xingyan, he finally gave her a phone call in the middle of the night. "Why aren't you back yet?" At this time, Chen Xingyan was standing by the edge of the pool. She really wanted to overcome her fear, but she still lacked the courage to do so. "I do odd jobs on set," Chen Xingyan replied. "I need to make money to pay you back." "Alright, you don't have any shows to take on now anyway. It won't be so boring staying there." Nziheo's words were polite and cold. As a result, Chen Xingyan found them particularly piercing. This was probably Nziheo's reaction to her disappointment. "Nziheo, speak." "Forget it, it's fine." Chen Xingyan wanted to ask if Nziheo was annoying her, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. Ever since she was young, she had always been the king of children and was used to being arrogant. So, she had always been a loner and had never understood teamwork or modesty. She had always felt that as long as she was happy, it didn't matter if others were unhappy. But, how could she have imagined that there was someone like Nziheo in this world? She actually liked her loner self, but, with this thought, she did not think too much about it as she placed her phone by her side and jumped into the pool. Afterwards, she followed the instructions online and attempted to stabilize her footing in the pool. In fact, she managed to do it step by step. In the end, that night, she repeatedly jumped into the pool and came out of the pool until her hands were white and wrinkled. The next morning, as soon as Chen Xingyan saw the director, she immediately ran over to him. "Director, I'm no longer afraid of water. I can finish the rest of the scenes." However, the director scanned her from head to toe and said, "If you are afraid of water, I will give you time to practice. If you are afraid of mountains, do I have to raise them to the ground? However, this is secondary. What about your acting skills? Do you have any?" Chen Xingyan was stumped by this question, but she continued to endure. At least, she had already overcome the most difficult obstacle. Although the director scolded her, he turned a blind eye to Chen Xingyan's behavior. Under normal circumstances, the set would have to be cleared, but the director gave her the right to enter the set. As usual, Lin Xing liked to play different roles. After a few tries, Chen Xingyan understood his intentions and decided to keep a notebook on her. Seeing that she was lying on the floor taking notes whenever she had nothing to do, the director sneered during a break. The assistant director glanced at her and couldn't help but laugh. She's quite persevering. Even after you scolded her like that, she didn't leave. If she left just like that, Xianxia would probably hang himself, the director replied carelessly. The director replied nonchalantly, even if you're so serious, your acting skills might not improve. Just wait and see. So, Xianxia was extremely busy on set. On one hand, she had to build a good relationship with the crew, on the other hand, she had to observe Lin Xing's acting. At night, she had to practice on her own, and during the day, she had to do all sorts of chores. But, this training was obviously effective. Even though the director still didn't allow her to act. Soon, a new female lead arrived on set. Xianxia felt like she had suffered yet another setback. She never expected that, despite her hard work, the director still wouldn't budge. Xingyan, the new female lead is arriving today. It's best that you go home. The staff on set were afraid of provoking her. The staff present were afraid that they would agitate her, so they advised her in private. Actually, it's already a foregone conclusion. No matter what you do, you can't change it. Xianxia was actually quite upset, but she continued to smile. It's fine. Didn't you say that the lamp rack is too heavy? I'll carry it for you. But, this is too cruel. No matter how cruel it was because she didn't work hard enough. She couldn't blame anyone. Xianxia wanted to call Tongning to complain and ask what she should do. But, Tongning was about to give birth, so she didn't want to cause any more trouble. A new female lead, then, let's show her how strong her opponent is. Recently, the most famous person in Hai Rui was none other than Xianxia. Xianxia's song sales topped the charts, her script was a hit, and her variety show style made Xianxia's name very popular in Beijing. In fact, she was referred to as a once-in-a-century talent in the music industry. Hai Rui was already preparing to release her first EP. In the near future, her popularity would soar to an unimaginable level. But, unfortunately, she didn't have much of a topic to talk about. She was popular, but not as memorable as Tongning. So, even if she wanted to surpass Tongning, she didn't have the ability to do so for the time being. After the incident with Hua Wenfeng, Tongning became even more indoors. Even when there was an important event, she completely avoided it because she had to take care of the child in her stomach. Tongning continued to investigate the person that was trying to sow discord between Hua Wenfeng and Hua Wenfeng. But, if even Hua Wenfeng couldn't recognize the person, how was she supposed to find any clues or information? Over the past couple of days, Mo Ting had been leaving early and returning late. The couple didn't even get to see each other, let alone have a private conversation. Every time Tongning woke up, she would want to chat with Mo Ting. But, when she saw his tired expression, she couldn't bear to do so. Seeing this, Bai Lihua couldn't help but ask, Mo Ting is so busy, yet you don't seem to complain. Don't you think he spends too little time with you? Due to the influence of quinidine, Tongning had been reading simple medical books. Hearing Bai Lihua's question, she shook her head. What's there to complain about? I understand him better than anyone. What if he's actually doing something else behind your back? Haven't you noticed that he's been spending quite a bit of time next door lately? Bai Lihua asked with a deeper meaning. I only saw him this morning. Instead of going to Hai Rui, he went next door. Tongning put down her medical books and lifted her head to look outside. How could that be? Why don't I go with you and have a look? Who knows, we might bump into him. Although Tongning did not believe Bai Lihua's words, she still wanted to know what mysterious things Mo Ting was up to. So, she stood up from the sofa and walked out of the house with Bai Lihua. They then headed next door. A group of workers were busy working next door. As soon as they saw Tongning, they immediately called out, Madam, you are interrupting our work. Wasn't there someone living here before? Tongning asked curiously. There used to be, but it has been bought by someone else. It should be some big boss who wants to keep a mistress. The worker sighed as he turned around and continued with his work. However, Bai Lihua's expression was a little ugly, even though no one could see her expression. Xiaoning, do you want to give Mo Ting a phone call? Tongning shook her head casually, no need. When Ting wants to tell me, he will. After speaking, Tongning turned around and returned to her home. After a while, the construction worker finally remembered Tongning's name. Wasn't that Mo Ting's wife, Tongning? Could it be that she had fallen out of favor so quickly? Otherwise, why would he buy a house next door when he already had his own home? If this wasn't a ghost, then what was it? Don't you want to take advantage of your wife's pregnancy to find a lover? Shut up. Talk less and work more. The supervisor knocked on the worker's head and warned. Look at how pregnant Tongning is. She looks so pitiful. You're not allowed to say things like this. In reality, Bai Lihua had not spent much time with Tongning and Mo Ting. All she knew was that the couple got married in a flash and never had any arguments. So, she had no idea how Tongning and Mo Ting interacted and how much trust Tongning had in Mo Ting. Especially when Tongning was about to give birth at a sensitive time like this. Xiaoning, I'm sure Mo Ting has his reasons for doing this. Tongning smiled gently without saying a word. That afternoon, the new female lead arrived on set. As it was a last-minute change, the director couldn't invite a big name. After all, the schedule was a problem. So, Lin Xing was enough. As long as the female lead wasn't as half-hearted as Chen Xingyan. As soon as the female lead arrived on set, she treated everyone to a big meal. She was so generous that she easily outweighed Chen Xingyan's small favors. Most importantly, after seeing her audition, the director decided on her after just one scene. He even ordered her to change out all the scenes that Chen Xingyan had previously filmed. Chen Xingyan continued to do odd jobs on set, but everyone looked at her sympathetically. Some even asked her why she insisted on not leaving. Chen Xingyan didn't know why, but she didn't want to fail. It was just that tonight was going to be a tough night. Lighting technician, hurry up and add some light. Actors, go get some rest. Hearing the director's shout, Chen Xingyan walked onto the set. As soon as the young actress saw her, she asked, "Are you okay? You're the female lead from before, right? I've heard about what happened to you. I'm sorry for stealing your role." The other party had a blanket draped over him, and his expression was somewhat wanton. How could he possibly have the intention of apologizing? Of course, he also mocked Chen Xingyan a little. I understand you. After all, you're just a stunt double. You won't be able to adapt to suddenly having to move to the front of the stage. After speaking, the woman glanced at the clothes on the chair and said, "Could you please hand me the clothes? You are currently a staff member. I don't think you'll have any problems doing something as simple as this, right?" If this was in the past, Chen Xingyan would never have tolerated it. But now, she was like a hedgehog that had its spines pulled out. No matter how much it hurt, she had to endure her anger and hand the clothes to the woman. My assistant isn't feeling well after the long journey, so she's resting in her room. You can follow me tonight. As for your pay, I won't treat you badly. Director, okay. Seeing that the woman was about to call for the director, Chen Xingyan immediately agreed, I'll be your assistant. That's good. I'm about to film my next scene. Help me find a makeup artist. You don't need me to teach you this, right? Chen Xingyan was frustrated as she turned around and ran off set. But, after a long time, she still couldn't find the makeup artist. As soon as she returned to the woman's side, she was immediately slapped across the face. What kind of assistant are you? I told you that I was about to film my next scene, yet you spent 10 minutes looking for a makeup artist. Everyone on set was dumbfounded. The woman was too arrogant. How dare she hit Chen Xingyan? I don't care if you're Mo Ting's sister or not. Once you're on set, you're just a staff member and a useless, nameless nobody. Chen Xingyan looked back at the woman. The murderous intent in her eyes made it seem like she could rip the woman in half at any moment. What are you trying to do? Did you think I'd hit you? Chen Xingyan asked coldly. I want to see how you're going to complete your next scene without a stunt double. The woman replied, even if I don't do well, it won't be your turn. And Zihao arrived just in time to see the man slap Chen Xingyan. He had promised not to move, but seeing Chen Xingyan being humiliated in such a way and his legs not listening to him, his right foot took a step forward. However, it was only one step before he quickly retreated. He couldn't let his protectiveness ruin a great opportunity for Chen Xingyan's growth. In reality, because of Chen Xingyan's nimbleness, the director did not prepare a stunt double. She herself was the best stunt double for the role. But, after the change, the director specifically found a stunt double. It wasn't because Chen Xingyan did not have a stunt double to help her. The man looked at Chen Xingyan with ridicule, thinking that she was too naive and stupid. The one without a stunt double is you, not me. So, Chen Xingyan watched as Tongning went up on stage to look pretty, while the stunt double handled all the action scenes. This isn't fair. Chen Xingyan couldn't hold back the anger in her heart. She walked up to the director and said, "Director, can you let me act in this scene? I'll give it a try." "Go away, don't waste my time," the director said impatiently to Chen Xingyan. "Director, you should know how high Lin Xing's expectations are. Compared to a stunt double, I'm sure he'd be more willing to work with a real actor." Chen Xingyan chased after the director, trying to find an opportunity for herself. After hearing this, the director turned to look at Chen Xingyan and nodded his head. "What you say makes sense. In order to create a realistic effect, it is necessary to look at the acting skills of the actors. How about this? You and Exquisite act together." Acting together? How could there be a scene where they could fight each other? It was more like getting beaten up. "What? Are you afraid? It's fine if you don't want to act. I'll do it," Chen Xingyan said firmly as she grabbed onto the director's arm. "If I can act well with her, will you let me try out her scene again?" "You go." And Zihao stood not too far away as he watched Chen Xingyan grab onto the director's right hand. She was no longer as willful as she used to be. She was obviously using some strength. No wonder she was willing to play the role of a passerby who was beaten up by the director. Seeing that Chen Xingyan was serious, the other party was afraid that his role would be snatched away again, so he did not use a body double and went on stage himself. But, the scary thing about the setting was that Chen Xingyan could only take a beating and couldn't fight back. "Come, Linglong, be careful. Let's begin." The director reminded the actress called Linglong. He then gestured for the clerk to hit the board. He refused to believe that Chen Xingyan could endure being punched and kicked by others. But, as soon as filming began, everyone was shocked. Not only did Chen Xingyan endure Linglong's lecture, she also immersed herself in her role. In reality, when it came to action scenes, the director was very confident in Chen Xingyan. However, her emotional scenes made people anxious. Because this was what she was good at. But, not only Chen Xingyan, even the bystanders were worried. After all, Linglong's punches and kicks were stronger than anyone else's. In the distance, Zihao watched as Chen Xingyan took a beating. All he felt was the pain of all the punches landing on his body. But, Chen Xingyan held back. Not only did she not say a word, she even completed the entire scene professionally. "Director, what do you think?" The director did not say a word as he turned to leave. At this time, the majority of the crew had already noticed Zihao, including Linglong. The director approached him and said to Zihao, "You saw the scene just now. Why don't you take Linglong on as an artist as well?" And Zihao knew that the director was deliberately provoking Chen Xingyan. Meanwhile, Chen Xingyan looked at Zihao anxiously. Seeing that he did not respond, the light in her eyes slowly dimmed. But, thinking about how Linglong had deliberately tried to get revenge on Chen Xingyan, Zihao stepped forward, removed his suit jacket and placed it on Chen Xingyan. He then said to everyone, "One Chen Xingyan is enough." After speaking, Zihao led Chen Xingyan away. Chen Xingyan struggled a little as her heart warmed up. But, she still furrowed her brows. "I still need to continue filming. It's just a child's play. What else is there to film?" Zihao secured her under his shoulder and led her back to his room. He then sat her down on the sofa and lifted her shirt. "Hey." Chen Xingyan immediately struggled. "I just wanted to see if there were any bruises," Zihao explained. "Are you still going to mess around with your role from now on? If you were given the role back, would you be able to act it well?" "Of course," Chen Xingyan replied confidently. But, she didn't understand what Zihao was trying to say. "In a moment, I'll take you to do some physical therapy." Did you spend a lot of money on me?" In the quiet space, Chen Xingyan was so nervous that she could feel her own heartbeat. But She was afraid that if she didn't ask him now, she wouldn't know when she would get another chance. I spent a little, and Zihao did not deny as he nodded his head. I will definitely focus on filming and help you earn back the money you spent. And Zihao looked at Chen Xingyan from behind as he placed his hands on her shoulders. In reality, he really wanted to hug her. Perhaps because of their telepathic connection, Chen Xingyan couldn't help but lean back against Zihao's chest. I'm out of energy. And Zihao did not expose her as he quietly let her lean against him. If only you could be like Tongning and not make people worry about you. Wouldn't that be great? Chen Xingyan closed her eyes and suddenly thought of Zihao's words. He would never make the same mistakes as before. Should she restrain herself a little? What if? Thinking of this, Chen Xingyan wanted to stand up, but Zihao pulled her into his embrace. If you want to lean against me, then lean against me. Don't move. But aren't we a little too intimate like this? Did you think I wouldn't be able to tell that you like this type of intimacy? And Zihao whispered into Chen Xingyan's ear. Chen Xingyan's ears immediately turned red as she covered her burning cheeks. I think this is the first time I've fallen in love with someone. I think I've fallen in love with you. Me too, and Zihao quickly replied. You too? Chen Xingyan turned around and looked at Zihao. Didn't you say you wouldn't make the same mistakes as before? That doesn't seem to have any effect on you. And Zihao had surrendered to himself and also surrendered to Chen Xingyan. For him to do so much for Chen Xingyan, what other reason could it be? Wasn't it because he cared and liked her? In that case, what should we do from now on? And Zihao looked at Chen Xingyan's helpless expression and couldn't help but hook his arm around the back of her head as he kissed her. He didn't care about the future, he was going to steal a kiss first. Taking her in as his subordinate and training her like this, wasn't it all to turn her into his girlfriend? Over the past 2 days, Hu Jingjing's condition had improved a lot. Tongning visited her at the hospital. Seeing her complexion looked good, she gradually relaxed. However, why are you standing at the door? Aren't you tired? Isn't the thing in your stomach protesting? Hu Jingjing saw the serious expression on Tongning's face, so she tried her best to smile. Where's Fangyu? I've taken Xiaoyu to school, but she's about to go on a few days' break. I'm afraid Fangyu won't be able to take care of her, so I was about to give you a call to see if I could let you go for a few days. Hu Jingjing gestured for Tongning to sit down. What's the problem? Tongning sat on the edge of Hu Jingjing's bed. Her gaze couldn't help but fall on her tightly bandaged leg. Recently. You don't have to tell me. I know it myself. It's been so many years since I've had this much rest. Sometimes, getting injured isn't all bad. I also know what you want to tell me. When I recover, the outside world may be a different world, but what can I do? After all, I'm already this old. I can learn from you and retire and focus on taking care of Fangyu and Xiaoyu. Are you willing? I love Fangyu and I also love my family. As long as I have a family, I don't care if I don't want to or not. Hu Jingjing shrugged her shoulders. My value can't only be displayed on the runway. After all, Hu Jingjing was someone who had been through a lot. If she couldn't even see through this, then wouldn't she have suffered in vain? Back then, Fangyu didn't look down on me because I was a broken shoe that everyone scolded. He still doted on me and respected me. Actually, I want to make a little sacrifice for the sake of my family. Especially since he's so tired. After hearing Hu Jingjing's words, Tongning nodded her head in relief. As long as you can get over it. I'm really fine. As for you, just as Fangyu was about to leave, I received a phone call from Auntie. She asked me to comfort you. She didn't want you to think too much. What happened between you and President Mo? Could it be that CEO Mo has really found another woman? Tongning did not say anything. Tongning, even I trust President Mo. Don't tell me you don't trust him? Moreover, even if other women come knocking on your door, who can really defeat you? Mom has never seen the way we interact, so she's worried. Dun did not know whether to laugh or cry as he explained. Tongning accompanied Hu Jingjing until Fangyu returned to the hospital. Fangyu promised to drop Xiaoyu off at the company in the afternoon after school. In order to personally pick up the child, Tongning decided to head straight to Hai Rui and rest in Mo Ting's office. During this time, she would occasionally sneak a peek at Mo Ting, who was busy working. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, she let out a gentle laugh. Mom saw you going next door. Why did you buy next door? Hearing Tong Ning's question, Mo Ting lifted his head. I bought it for my little lover. I plan to connect the two villas together. Do you want them to live next door after the baby is born? This was what Tong Ning guessed. Although this man didn't have a lover like Bai Lihua thought, there was indeed something strange about him. I asked a lot of people around me. Everyone said that once a mother has a child, all her attention will be focused on the child, and the father will become the background. So, even President Mo is afraid of becoming a part of the background? Tong Ning couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you childish? But, President Mo, have you ever thought about it? When the child is born, you will be the one to take care of it. I won't interfere. Tong Ning's voice was filled with a sense of playfulness. You should stop doing boring things like this. You've made Mom misunderstand. Misunderstand what? Misunderstand that you found a lover behind my back, Tong Ning replied. What about you? What do you think after hearing this? My first thought was, if President Mo was truly a playful person, he wouldn't have randomly found a woman to marry before me. It's not because of my confidence, but because of other women? You didn't even bother to look at them. Tong Ning smiled the entire time. Actually, I can feel that my husband cares about me even more than before. Because he's afraid that the little one will come out and compete with him for his affection. This was Mo Ting's unique possessiveness. He was even wary of his own child. But, this also proved one thing. Tong Ning's place in his heart practically occupied his entire heart. It didn't take long before Feng Yu led Xiaoyu into Mo Ting's office. As soon as he saw Tong Ning, he thanked her tiredly. I can't take care of you anymore. Sorry for troubling you. Take good care of Jingjing. Tong Ning instructed as she took Xiaoyu from Feng Yu's hands. Seeing that she was obedient, she held on to her hand and led her to the sofa. Xiaoyu, do you like it here? Feng Yu scanned her surroundings and nodded her head. I like it. Just as Tong Ning was about to give her the candy that she had prepared, Xiaoyu grabbed onto the corner of her shirt. Auntie. Auntie, you just. Saw what? Tong Ning lowered her head and patiently listened to Feng Yu stutter. That auntie. What auntie? It's. Feng Yu didn't know how to explain, so she dragged Tong Ning out. Tong Ning was pulled by Feng Yu to the waiting room. What's wrong? You Through the half-closed door, Feng Yu pointed to a round bag with a picture of a dog on it and said, the day Mummy was bitten by a dog, you saw this bag. After hearing this, Tong Ning was a little surprised. She quickly asked, are you referring to the night Jingjing was bitten? Yes, an auntie walked past the door carrying this bag. You saw it. And thought it was beautiful. You loves it. Just a moment ago, you saw the auntie walk in carrying this bag. Tong Ning held back the excitement in her heart and did not poke her head into the room. She simply held on to Yuer's hand and left calmly. Song Xian's room number was written on the door. Children always had a deep impression of things they liked. She may not have been able to explain it, but she would remember that moment. After returning to Mo Ting's office, Tong Ning recounted everything that Yuer had said to her. Before Jingjing's accident, she had spoken to me on the phone. She was suspicious of someone, so after Jingjing's accident, I insisted on investigating the truth. At that time, all of my suspicions were overturned. But, who would have thought, after so long, the truth would come to me so easily. Hua Wenfeng also mentioned that the culprit was from Hai Rui. I think it's time to start investigating. Mo Ting closed the last document in his office and walked over to Tong Ning. He then pulled Feng Yu into his embrace. Let's go home. Song Xian would never have imagined that even though her manager had completely changed, she was still betrayed by a bag. Some people would think, why couldn't it be the same bag, but, with so many coincidences, could it be a coincidence? So, it wasn't too difficult to prove whether the person was Song Xian's manager or not. By secretly investigating her whereabouts and paying attention to her actions, one could obtain a lot of surprising information. This person is called Jinghong. She has been a good friend of Song Xian's for many years. The two have worked together for a long time. In such a short period of time, Xianxia was able to rise in the industry not only because of the platform provided by Hai Rui, but also because of her manager. Duan Jinghong knows how to use Xianxia's strengths, especially her background. She easily secured endorsement deals and is a cautious and scheming person. Because of this, she is deeply trusted by Xianxia. With their strengths complementing each other, it didn't take long for them to occupy half of the entertainment industry. In addition, Duan Jinghong has always had short hair. But, I'm not sure when she started wearing a wig and covering her nose. I heard she had a rhinoplasty. This was the result of Hai Rui's HR manager's investigation. However, Duan Jinghong's exact whereabouts could only be determined based on Xianxia's recent activities. Plus, how could she possibly let anyone find out about her secretive actions? As for the bag that the madam asked us to investigate, it is Valentino's latest product. It is a global commemorative edition and there are no more than 5 of them in total. So, the chances of us bumping into each other are very small. After hearing the manager's words, Tongming thought about other questions and asked, when did Duan Jinghong start wearing wigs? It happened a few days ago. If I remember correctly, it was around the time of Hua Wenfeng's press conference. No wonder Hua Wenfeng had no clue how to identify people at Hai Rui. Even a rabbit had 3 burrows, let alone a fox. Pretend today's incident never happened. Don't let a third person know that I asked about Duan Jinghong. Don't worry, madam, I will keep this a secret. Tongming nodded her head and gestured for the manager to return to his post. However, her expression did not look good. If her existence made Xianxia hostile, then how had Hu Jingjing offended her? Her leg had almost been bitten off by a vicious dog. Most importantly, she had used Xiao Yu'er, who was only a few years old. How could Duan Jinghong hurt such a young child? Fang Yu will naturally deal with Hu Jingjing's matter. I want to know more about how she instigated Hua Wenfeng. These were Mo Ting's exact words. However, it wasn't hard for Tongming to detect a hint of danger in his voice. Tongming did not dare to ask any further. She already knew what Hua Wenfeng experienced the night before she turned herself in. Even though she didn't find out from Mo Ting. If Duan Jinghong really had something to do with this incident, the man sitting in front of the office table would definitely not let her off easy. Since Duan Jinghong was Xianxia's manager, it meant Xianxia was well aware of this matter. In fact, she could even be the mastermind. Someone seemed to be challenging the authority of the man in front of him. So, he gave Fang Yu a phone call. From now on, create some trouble for Xianxia. Xianxia had no idea that she had already fallen into Tongming's range of suspicion. She was still dreaming of surpassing Tongming in a few months' time. She was indeed a king and enjoyed the feeling of looking down on others. But, she didn't always end up in first place without a doubt. As soon as Fang Yu received the news, he was a little surprised. He had no idea how Xianxia had angered Mo Ting. But, even so, Fang Yu still did as he was told. Xianxia originally had an appointment for her talk show that night. As a talk show that was loved by the international audience, this appointment would definitely help her gain popularity and fame. But, to Xianxia's surprise, even though she did participate in the talk show, the amount of screen time that the production crew gave her was extremely little. What was going on? She was currently very popular. Was the production crew blind? After the recording of the talk show ended, Duan Jinghong approached the producer. At first, she asked politely, "Sir, may I ask if Xianxia has offended you in any way?" No, the 40-something-year-old producer immediately shook his head. In that case, didn't you give Xianxia a little too little screen time? Oh? You think it's too little? Then, cut it all out. After speaking, the producer left without looking at Duan Jinghong. Duan Jinghong was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. But, the producer was a top producer. No matter how brave she was, she wouldn't dare to challenge him at a time like this. Unless, Xianxia didn't want to stay in the industry anymore. But, no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't accept it. A moment later, Duan Jinghong returned to Xianxia's side and explained the entire situation to her. But, Xianxia did not show a trace of anger. She simply asked, "Did you mention my background to him?" he didn't give me a chance. Give Hai Rui a phone call and tell them to contact Fan Yu. There was no doubt that Xianxia was talented. In fact, she was quite talented. But, unfortunately, she never hid her abilities. Even though it was already late at night, if she wanted to see Fan Yu, she had to find out where he was and ask him to deal with her matter. Fan Yu was, of course, at the hospital with his phone turned off. He predicted that Xianxia would look for him afterwards. But, by doing this, Xianxia ended up giving Lu Che a phone call. At this time, Lu Che was driving Mo Ting and Tongning home. As soon as he received a phone call, he immediately stopped his car by the side of the road and picked up the phone. Assistant Lu. Our Xianxia has been wronged tonight. Hai Rui can't ignore it. It wasn't convenient for Lu Che to drive. So, after hearing this, Tongning said, "Give me your phone. Continue driving." Lu Che immediately handed his phone to Tongning. Tongning glanced at Mo Ting and asked in a low voice, "What did she do?" "You are? I want to know, who taught you these rules? How did you bypass Fan Yu and contact the CEO directly?" Tongning's words were calm, but her tone was filled with authority. How high is Xianxia's status? Is she trying to gain the CEO's favor? After 2 sentences, Duan Jinghong finally recognized Tongning's voice. So, she responded calmly. "Mrs. Mo, you are just an artist of Hai Rui. Plus, the CEO didn't respond to me and asked you to answer my phone call. Is Hai Rui simply a toy that the CEO gave you? In other words, he had no right to interfere with her. If I put Ting on the phone, it will only make things worse for you." Tongning replied honestly. "What does that have to do with you?" Tongning sneered as she handed the phone to Mo Ting. But, Mo Ting did not even glance at it as he said, "Tell her direct superior to come to my office tomorrow." What an unruly brat. On the other side of the phone, Duan Jinghong's face turned green and red. She could clearly sense Mo Ting's warning: if Hai Rui could make Xianxia famous, they could naturally throw her down from her high position. This was Mo Ting's way of ruling. He could give her the best, but she better not challenge his authority. So, Hai Rui's artists were both respectful and fearful of Mo Ting. Duan Jinghong no longer dared to act rashly in fear of ruining Xianxia's future. So, she forcefully suppressed her anger. Luckily, the phone call was not made in front of Xianxia. Otherwise, the situation would have been turned upside down. After returning to the van, Duan Jinghong looked at Xianxia and replied, "Fan Yu said he will investigate the truth tomorrow. Can't he do it at night? As you know, his wife. She was crippled by me." Xianxia did not say another word as she closed her eyes and got some rest. Originally, Duan Jinghong thought that Xianxia had already forgotten about the incident. But, who would have thought, the next morning, Xianxia brought Duan Jinghong to Fan Yu's office and sat in his chair. "What happened on the talk show last night? Doesn't the other party know who I am?" Fan Yu was under Mo Ting's orders, so he naturally knew what Xianxia was hinting at. So, he smiled and asked, "What is your identity?" "My grandfather. Her producer's brother is currently in an important position in the government." "Are you talking about your retired grandfather?" Fan Yu retorted. "Xianxia, don't you feel like you don't know where you stand?" Xianxia and Duan Jinghong were both stunned. They never expected Fan Yu to rebut her in such a way. Most importantly, Xianxia realized that there would always be someone better than her. She hated the feeling of being suppressed, she hated it to the core. You didn't lose anything from this incident. You simply lost a little more screen time. How many artists have gone through this? Why can't you endure it when it's your turn? You even called President Mo's office last night. Do you know what President Mo hates the most? He hates people that think they're infallible. What do you mean by someone that thinks they're infallible? Someone that thinks they're important. If there's nothing else, you guys can leave first. Xianxia had never been humiliated like this since she was young. After being yelled at by Fan Yu, the rims of his eyes turned red. He wanted nothing more than to chop Fan Yu into pieces. "Xianxia, let's go." Duan Jinghong knew, at a time like this, it wasn't wise to fall out with the agency. After all, Xianxia was currently on the rise and Hai Rui was the best platform in the industry. If she ended up offending Hai Rui, how was Xianxia going to face the world in the future? Remember what you said today. After speaking, Xianxia stormed in front of Duan Jinghong angrily. Her aggressive manner made the staff at Hai Rui feel extremely uncomfortable. After returning to the lounge, Xianxia sat on the chair in silence. Duan Jinghong gave Tongning some time to calm down before she patted her on the shoulder. Don't be angry. This will only last for a while. Why are you doing this to me? Actually, if you think about it, there's nothing wrong with Hai Rui. President Mo has always been a ruthless man, so it's normal for him to look down on you. Didn't you join Hai Rui because of this? As for Feng Yu, his words were indeed harsh, but they did make sense. You may have a good background, but there are plenty of people with good backgrounds out there. Just treat this as a lesson. Plus, we were the ones that crippled his wife. Just bear with it for now. After listening to Duan Jinghong's advice, Xianxia tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart. I'm going to make him kneel in front of me sooner or later. Yes, our Xianxia's abilities are invincible. It was good to be confident, but one shouldn't think too highly of themselves. Feng Yu was actually quite confused. According to Xianxia's development, she was undoubtedly at the peak of her popularity. Although she was arrogant and had a stubborn personality, it wasn't enough for Mo Ting to personally restrict her development. She had no intention of revealing the truth because she didn't know what Feng Yu would do when the time came. Although she could confirm it now, it was still a fact, since Xianxia liked to play cat and mouse, then she was going to play along to the end. That morning, Bai Lihua returned to the Bei family home. After her identity was confirmed, Elder Bei found out about the hardships she had suffered over the years and was prepared to welcome his daughter home with dignity. Tongming couldn't move around freely, so she did not go with Bai Lihua. Even though she also wanted to meet Mo Ting's grandfather. Ever since Chen Xingyan and Zihao confessed to each other, Chen Xingyan suddenly looked like a young girl in love. As a result, the competition between her and Ling Long became more intense. But, the director was willing to give her more and more opportunities. As a result, her attitude towards every scene became more and more serious. To have someone compete with you for something, the feeling of racing against time was both lovable and hateful. But, Tongming's improvement was obvious to all. The director did not tell her that everything was arranged by Zihao. Nor did he tell her that every single scene she took part in was an actual shoot. At the beginning, Ling Long still had the advantage. But, with everyone helping Chen Xingyan, Ling Long had to admit that Chen Xingyan improved by leaps and bounds. That night, Chen Xingyan had to film late into the night, while Zihao had to return to the set of Concubine Ning the next day. Zihao liked to take things slowly because he had a lot of time in the future. But, this was Chen Xingyan's first time in a relationship. She couldn't wait to stick to her lover 24/7 and not miss a single second. So, Zihao successfully stayed on set for the night. Of course, he didn't stay in Chen Xingyan's room, but in an empty space outside. The couple couldn't let others know about their relationship, but they also had to exchange flirtatious glances. Acting was quite tiring. It wasn't until dawn that Chen Xingyan took advantage of the fact that no one was looking to place a kiss on Zihao's cheek and quickly moved away. Zihao couldn't help but laugh. You are indeed young. I'm finally old. What, you don't like me doing this? Be careful not to be seen, Zihao pushed her forehead. We are a couple, why can't we do this? This is my way of protecting you. Zihao stood up from his chair and rubbed his numb hands. I'm going back. Take care on set. When will you come back next time? Chen Xingyan's eyes followed closely with anticipation. It depends on your performance. After speaking, Zihao turned and left. At times, even he didn't understand why he would choose such a troublesome and young girlfriend. Perhaps. Was it because he was born to be abused? Recently, Xianxia's jobs hadn't been ideal. She either didn't have much screen time like her previous talk shows, or she was ignored after appearing on them. If this had happened once or twice, Xianxia wouldn't have thought much of it. But, after missing out on so many opportunities recently, she felt like someone was manipulating everything behind the scenes. It's already late, why are you sitting here? Duan Jinghong noticed Song Xian smoking on the balcony, so she quickly pulled out an ashtray. Haven't you noticed that my work hasn't been going well lately? I don't see any major problems, Duan Jinghong replied. Her show was still going on and her schedule was still full, but the results weren't ideal. I feel like Hai Rui is deliberately suppressing me, Song Xian said as she looked into the distance. That can't be. But, Hai Rui has no reason to do this. Don't forget, Hai Rui doesn't only have Mo Ting, they also have Tongning. It hasn't been easy for Tongning to get to where she is today. Now that I've appeared out of nowhere to steal her spotlight, it's hard to guarantee that she won't hold a grudge against me. Song Xian did not believe that the evil things that she had done had been exposed in front of Tongning. She simply believed that Tongning viewed her as an opponent, in fact, she was a terrifying opponent. What should we do now? Duan Jinghong felt that Song Xian's words made sense. Since Hai Rui dared to do this, don't blame me for being ruthless, Song Xian put out her cigarette with a cold gaze. She was indeed talented, but unfortunately, she thought too highly of herself. It was true that Hai Rui was suppressing her, but it wasn't because of the abilities that she had always been proud of. The next morning, news of Hai Rui suppressing Song Xian spread throughout the entertainment industry. Since Tongning wanted to make things so ugly, she couldn't blame her for dealing with the matter on the table. As soon as Fang Yu received the news, he knocked on the door and entered the CEO's office. He then sat down opposite Tongning. There are already rumors going around. It's not a rumor. It was originally spread by Song Xian, Tongning replied calmly, but her gaze was still on the script in front of her. She wants me and Ting to know that she isn't someone that meekly submits to adversity. Speaking of which, I don't understand how she offended President Mo. Fang Yu was confused. Fang Yu was a little confused. Logically speaking, even though she has a stubborn personality, I have always been the one to deal with her. Tongning lifted her head and glanced at Fang Yu. She did not immediately reply. Instead, she thought about what to say before replying. I have my reasons. Tongning, you rarely keep us guessing in the past, Fang Yu said helplessly. When you guys are like this, I feel very passive. The person that tried to sow discord in front of Hua Wenfeng was Song Xian's assistant, Duan Jinghong. Tongning skipped over Hua Jingjing and directly told Fang Yu about Song Xian's other crime. Now, you should understand why Ting gave the order he did. Are you sure? Fang Yu was still confused. Hua Wenfeng once came to Hai Rui to identify the mastermind, but she couldn't find the culprit no matter how hard she searched. At that time, we all assumed that the culprit wasn't from Hai Rui. But, in reality, she simply changed her appearance, Tongning explained. She did not tell Fang Yu that Xiaoyu had identified the limited edition bag. Based on this alone, we can't be certain that Duan Jinghong was the culprit. So, Ting arranged for someone to edit a photo of Duan Jinghong with short hair and no makeup before sending it to Hua Wenfeng for confirmation. Guess what happened? Needless to say, since Tongning asked this, it meant that the culprit had been confirmed. These two are really cunning. Just a little bit more and they would have escaped, but God's net has a long and wide range. Fang Yu finally understood as he nodded his head. Why didn't you call the police? Tongning put down her script and picked up her glass of milk as she replied with a deeper meaning, because it's not time yet. She wanted Duan Jinghong and Song Xian to have a taste of being bitten and poisoned by a dog. But, right now, the public are all talking about it. Just use another artist to divert attention, Tongning instructed. Fang Yu, I understand how you feel. Song Xian is indeed a talented person, but a talented person that kills without leaving a trace will only hurt more innocent people in order to achieve her own goals. Don't worry, I have never been soft-hearted when it comes to this. Because she understood Fang Yu's personality, Tongning couldn't tell him about Hua Jingjing. At least, not now. Fang Yu stood up to leave. But, a moment later, he returned to the office and said to Tongning and Mo Ting, Song Xian wants to see you. Do you want to see her? Do you want me to reject her for you? Let's stay at the office. She can't do anything to me. Hai Rui had an open-air balcony and was surrounded by staff. According to Song Xian's scheming nature, no matter how stupid she was, she wouldn't act recklessly at a place like this. Not long after, Tongning stood up from the sofa. Although Mo Ting did not say a word, he gestured with his chin to the bodyguards to keep a safe distance. Soon, Tongning arrived at the open-air balcony. Song Xian was already sitting on a chair not too far away. I never expected you to agree to see me. Speak, what do you want? Tongning sat down opposite Song Xian. After looking at her briefly, she asked, "Where's your manager?" I've realized, not only do you know how to walk the runway and act, you've also learned a new skill, you know how to flirt with others, Song Xian said as she stirred her coffee. Song Xian stirred her coffee as she smiled. Do I make you feel pressured? Must you use President Mo's hand to suppress me? Tongning let out a gentle laugh as she lifted her head and looked at Song Xian. We are not from the same industry. There is no competition between us. Why should I treat you as my opponent? You are indeed good at writing songs and your writing skills are not bad. But, it's a pity that you don't have long legs that people are envious of and you don't have amazing acting skills. How are you worthy of my attention? Song Xian froze for a moment before replying in a serious tone, since that's the case, why do you want President Mo to suppress me? It's true that I don't have long legs or acting skills, but I'm still young. When I reach your age, what achievements do you think I won't be able to achieve? Or perhaps not even half as much as I am? Tongning retorted calmly. Don't try to provoke me with your words. You won't get anything out of it. Song Xian, you better know your place. Otherwise, you may end up reaping what you sow. Hearing this warning, Song Xian suddenly let out an exaggerated laugh. So, are you declaring war on me? Based on the current you? Tongning, not only are you pregnant, you are already 27 years old. Even if you were as young as I am, you would still be no match for me. Did you think you've succeeded by using President Mo to suppress me? Let me tell you, you are far from it. This was the first time Tongning had seen such a confident person. Song Xian had broken through her limits. So, she spread out her hands and waited to see what would happen. I really hate how calm you appear on the surface, but how worried you are on the inside. You are still young. Hearing these words, Song Xian threw her chair on the floor and left. Tongning had accurately read her mind. For Song Xian, there was nothing that made her feel worse than Tongning not taking her seriously. It didn't take long before Fang Yu approached Tongning and asked, "Are you okay? What do you think she can do to me?" Tongning asked. After all, you are pregnant. Regardless of whether I am pregnant or not, Song Xian has no chance of winning against me, Tongning replied in seriousness. Plus, I like it when she looks down on me. How high was Tongning's EQ? Perhaps, after a year or two of training, it had reached a frightening level. But, Song Xian was no ordinary opponent. What did Tongning say? Duan Jinghong asked as Song Xian left. What else can she say? Of course she won't admit to it. Song Xian scoffed. I hate people that refuse to admit to doing something. They are trash. In that case, what should we do next? Duan Jinghong asked. Now that we've confirmed that Tongning was the one behind the scenes and Hai Rui is trying to suppress you, what else can we do? There's still a lot we can do. It's not like I have to stay at Hai Rui. It's a two-way street, Song Xian replied coldly. Tongning is getting old. Judging from her expression today, it's obvious she's pretending to be calm because she can't do anything to me. I would like to see how long she can last. This was Song Xian's impression of Tongning's expression. But, she never expected that Tongning was always so polite to everyone and never revealed a fierce expression. But, was Tongning getting old? Compared to others, Song Xian had a lot of tricks up her sleeves. At least, even though she was arrogant, she still knew how to judge the situation. She knew that Tongning was currently occupying all of Hai Rui's resources. If she wanted to break free, she needed to present something that would make Tongning look at her differently. What could she do? She made it seem as if other companies were also fighting for her. Due to Hai Rui's suppression, plenty of companies extended an olive branch to her. Especially the currently rising Qingtian and a few other film and television companies, they were all interested in her. On one hand, Song Xian expressed her loyalty to Hai Rui, but on the other hand, she made it seem like Hai Rui was slowly losing its professionalism. She wanted everyone to know that Mo Ting, in order to let Tongning take the top spot, had indiscriminately suppressed the other artists under the agency and treated contracts and professionalism like child's play. However, she had no idea that Tongning had already used these tricks in a place that no one else could see. She wanted to make Hai Rui nervous, she wanted them to acknowledge her importance. But after causing such a huge commotion, Hai Rui did not respond at all. But it wasn't that there was no response. At least, during Fang Yu's latest interview, he responded to the media, "Is Xianxia being suppressed by Hai Rui? No one in the company has heard of this. What about the other companies offering Xianxia an olive branch? Did the company not receive any news about this?" Who was Fang Yu? He was the former head of Hai Rui's PR department. How could he not deal with such a simple matter? With a simple move, he easily dispelled the doubts of the media. But Xianxia refused to accept it. She even released a photo of her having dinner with the bosses of other companies. I think Xianxia is very good at keeping a contract. Fang Yu revealed Hai Rui's bottom line with a simple contract. If Xianxia really wanted to jump ship, Hai Rui would only be responsible for paying the penalty. However, even Fang Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why was this Xianxia so stubbornly looking for trouble for him? To Hai Rui, she really wasn't that important. Plus, Tongning was simply trying to get revenge on her. She never thought she had the right to be her opponent. In reality, Xianxia did have the intention to jump ship. But she did not intend to leave so easily. At least, she wanted to make Hai Rui panic. Xianxia continued to release songs and the response was great. As a result, apart from appearing on the entertainment news, she also managed to make a name for herself on the charts. However, over the past few days, Hai Rui had not suffered any setbacks, but Xianxia was exhausted. In the end, it was because she did not have a true backer. Just look at the female celebrities that took on leading roles as soon as they appeared. Didn't they all do it because they had a sugar daddy backing them? In the past, she was arrogant and rejected a lot of prestigious families. But, now that she thought about it, it didn't seem worth it. "Jinghong, what do you think about me finding a backer? Have you thought it through?" Previously, Duan Jinghong had suggested to her that even if she had a bit of a background, there were plenty of people with backgrounds in the entertainment industry. So, she needed to find a more stable backer. But, Xianxia used to be very arrogant. She always felt that her godfather and mistress were dirty. But now, she did not respond. "I told you before that the heir of Kaihuang Film and Television asked you out, but you ignored him. Do you want me to arrange a meeting for you? You need to know that his family owns half of the cinemas in the country." Xianxia took a puff of her cigarette and nodded her head. "Let's meet." "Does this count as admitting defeat to Tongning?" "How does this count?" Duan Jinghong replied. "Doesn't she also have a sugar daddy, Mo Ting? What we are doing now is simply returning to the starting point. That's the only way it's fair." That's right, Tongning was allowed to have pillow talk, but she wasn't allowed to find external help. "You can arrange this." Duan Jinghong couldn't wait for Xianxia to admit that she took a shortcut. No, this wasn't taking a shortcut, this was a reward that a genius deserved. While Xianxia was causing a huge ruckus, Tongning was simply sleeping at home and reading her script. She didn't need to do anything to make Xianxia panic. What do you think Xianxia will do next? Long Jia was extremely curious as she helped Tongning peel some fruit. After all, it had been a long time since Tongning had met a worthy opponent. "I think this child has been lacking love since she was young. Only those that lack love like to gain attention. She's feeling good about herself right now. All she wants is for boss and you to regret. I think she has a lot of tricks up her sleeves." Tongning smiled casually. "I'm waiting to see how much of a commotion she can create." "Do you know what she's going to do?" Long Jia asked as she turned to look at Tongning. Seeing her eyes closed, she quickly asked. "Doesn't she want to embarrass me?" Rumor says Hai Rui is suppressing Xianxia internally to protect Tongning's status. The genius Xianxia, an artist that even Tongning is afraid of. Why is Tongning afraid of Xianxia? An analysis can tell you the truth. This was the latest headline published by Entertainment Weekly. It compared Tongming and Song Xian on the same level. As Song Xian's starting point was too high, she constantly compared herself to Tongming. It seemed, in an instant, there was no one in Beijing that was a match for her. Only Tongming stood in her way. Hu Jingjing was discharged from the hospital today. As a good friend, even though she was pregnant, Tongming still personally went to the hospital to pick her up. Whenever Hu Jingjing was bored, she would watch entertainment news. Whenever she saw the crazy news, she would get angry. Is President Mo going to let Song Xian do as she pleases? Go home and rest. This has nothing to do with you. I'm afraid the media won't let you off the hook and reopen your scars. You're just going to let an arrogant newbie like him step on you with just a little achievement? She is currently the most popular person in Beijing. Plus, I'm currently pregnant. Is there a need to argue about it? A lesson. Hu Jingjing didn't care much about her own matters, but she couldn't stand seeing Tongming get bullied. Especially when a newcomer like Tongming wanted to step all over her head. What right did she have? Go home and get some rest, okay? Tongming was a little helpless as she gestured for Fong Yu to quickly push Hu Jingjing away. Apart from Hu Jingjing's constant nagging, there was another important reason. Just looking at Hu Jingjing's legs made her feel uncomfortable. She would never forget this enmity. Even though outsiders enjoyed watching a good show, arguing, those in the industry were well aware that although Song Xian appeared to be catching up to Tongming, it was merely a show. If she had truly surpassed Tongming, then there was no need for her to use Tongming to create hype and boost her own image. If Song Xian was smart enough, she would know how to control herself so that she wouldn't attract the public's disgust. Otherwise, the market would teach her a lesson. Of course, after letting Song Xian act so arrogantly for so long, it was time to teach her a lesson. In reality, the first to react were Tongming's fans. Faced with Song Xian's aggressiveness, Tongming's fans did not think much of it. Over the past 2 years, as long as a cat or dog has grown teeth, they would want to compete with our Tongming. Their parents must have never taught them to be humble. Look at which senior our Tongming has stepped on. Actually, after watching the show for so long, I still feel that Song Xian has unrequited love for our Tongming. The two of them have taken different paths, yet the public keeps comparing them. Isn't it obvious who is trying to leech off whose popularity? Tang Ning, focus on your pregnancy. Passerby A, don't bother with him. I, Ning, should step out and make a stand. Although this Song Xian isn't an important person, the fans don't like it when you're being targeted. Show that bitch what a real red is. At the time, Tongming was in the chat group. After seeing the last message from a fan, she replied with a single word, okay. The fans didn't notice her at first, but when they realized it was her, they started screaming. What did I just see? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? It's Tongming. Tongming replied with okay. Tongming stopped looking at her fans' updates. Instead, she gave Fong Yu a phone call. What other activities does Song Xian have planned? Do you plan to retaliate? Fong Yu asked. I'm afraid if I don't make a move, Jingjing won't be able to control herself and stick her head out again. Do you want to see her like that? Tongming used Hu Jingjing as an excuse. Of course, this wasn't entirely a lie. After all, it was possible that Hu Jingjing would retaliate against the media. There will be a lot of activities over the next few days, including a charity concert. Okay, Tongming replied. She did not mention how she was going to retaliate or who she needed help with. Afterwards, she turned her gaze to Mo Ting, who was walking into the bedroom dressed in black satin pajamas. She smiled sweetly at him, hubby. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beg me. Mo Ting walked over to the bedside, lifted the blankets and pulled her into his embrace. Actually, it's nothing big. I just want to show off in front of the media. Tongming did not change her coquettish tone as she rubbed her head against Mo Ting's chest. Tongming did not change her coquettish tone as she rubbed her head against Mo Ting's chest. I promise, I won't let the baby in my stomach get squeezed. Mo Ting stretched out his hand and grabbed onto her chin, forcing her to look into his eyes. You know, when it comes to your safety, I never dare to underestimate it. But, I also don't want to stop you from doing whatever you want, so. You can do whatever you want. But, if there is a safety issue that you can't handle, from now on, you will no longer have any special privileges and will need my protection. Is it that strict? Tong Ning mumbled. What do you think? Mo Ting asked in seriousness. What if I do that? Tong Ning placed a deep kiss on Mo Ting's lips. No room for negotiation. Mo Ting remained unmoved. Then, Tong Ning lifted Mo Ting's robe and deliberately bit his chest. What about this? Thinking about Tong Ning's prank, Mo Ting's lips curved upwards as his eyes revealed a hint of evil. Even if you force yourself on me, I won't let go. Who would force themselves on you? Tong Ning leaned into Mo Ting's embrace peacefully. She was already extremely grateful for Mo Ting's understanding. In that case, do you want it? Or not? Seeing the fire in Mo Ting's eyes, Tong Ning bit her lip and nodded her head. Of course I want it. Actually, it wasn't hard to turn the tables and make Xianxia look bad. But, Tong Ning did not tell anyone about it. Because, whenever she wanted to slap someone in the face, she would never notify them. Charity music night. For Xianxia, every event was important. She had to admit that she was hardworking and serious. She was good at taking advantage of opportunities. Especially when she was being pressured by Hai Rui, she was still able to persevere. This was enough to prove how strong she was. That night, Xianxia was invited as a guest performer. This was the first time Xianxia was going to perform in public since writing her songs. It seemed she was preparing for the release of her EP. But, she had no idea, that night, she thought she could shine. Unfortunately, things in this world didn't always go according to plan. Soon, night fell. In order to leave an unforgettable impression on the charity stage, Xianxia chose a black diamond-studded train dress. Tonight will be fine. Xianxia, you can do it, Duan Jinghong encouraged. By the time the nanny van arrived outside the red carpet, the other celebrities were slowly making their way into the venue. Xianxia was currently the hottest person in Beijing, so there was bound to be a large number of reporters waiting outside to interview her. So, as soon as Xianxia appeared at the end of the red carpet, the media immediately surrounded her. Xianxia loved the feeling of being surrounded by tens of thousands of people. It was a wonderful feeling. It was so wonderful that she felt like she was taking drugs. It was addictive. She loved to be on top. Duan Jinghong followed by Xianxia's side. Seeing the reporters following closely behind her, she couldn't help but smile. This meant that Xianxia was extremely popular. How many people in Beijing could compare to her? But Duan Jinghong's happiness did not last for a few seconds, because the Rolls-Royce that stopped at the end of the red carpet attracted everyone's attention. As soon as the figure stepped out of the car, the reporters that were surrounding Xianxia immediately screamed in excitement and rushed over with their equipment. It's Tong Ning. Tong Ning's here. Hurry up and take pictures. Ah. Tong Ning. Oh God, this is the most beautiful pregnant woman I've ever seen. In just a few seconds, Xianxia finally understood what it meant to fall from heaven to hell. She had always thought that she was on the same level as Tong Ning. In fact, she was even better than the recently retired Tong Ning. But, she never expected that a simple appearance from Tong Ning would cause the reporters to go crazy. Meanwhile, the people that were originally surrounding her all ran towards Tong Ning. Tong Ning. The reporters wanted to get closer to Tong Ning, but Tong Ning simply placed her palms together and thanked them. I'm sorry, I'm pregnant and can't stand for too long. I hope the reporters can go easy on me. Hearing Tong Ning's words, the reporters immediately took a few steps back. No one had forgotten that she was pregnant. As a result, Tong Ning quickened her pace and quickly overtook Xianxia. Logically speaking, at a time like this, the reporters were supposed to grab hold of the couple and ask them questions. But, in order to catch a glimpse of Tong Ning, the reporters squeezed Xianxia and Duan Jinghong to the side. That's right, they squeezed. Their initial excitement had now turned into disdain. Most importantly, this scene was inadvertently filmed by the fans. There's a rumor online that Tong Ning is jealous of Xianxia's popularity, so she suggested to President Mo to suppress Xianxia. You actually believe such words? Why don't you see how big the gap between the two of them is? Whoever the media follows will be the king of popularity, alright? Hey, let me tell you guys a funny video. Originally, Xianxia was walking the red carpet happily and the reporters followed her to take pictures. But, as soon as Tongning arrived, no one recognized Xianxia. Not only that, Xianxia was almost pushed to the ground by the reporters. Ha ha ha, don't you guys think it's funny? This is the disparity in strength, this is the difference. Meanwhile, a few female celebrities were gossiping amongst the audience. All of a sudden, Xianxia became a huge joke. I really don't know where she gets her confidence from. Xianxia was sitting in one of the seats. Hearing the ridicule from the other artists, she couldn't help but retaliate, although I don't know where my confidence comes from, at least I'm better than you. The female artists that were chatting with each other didn't expect Xianxia to refute them, so they laughed out loud. So what if you're better than us? Are you stronger than Tongning? Didn't you say that Tongning was jealous of your talent? Didn't you say that Tongning felt threatened by you? Look at the red carpet just now. Did you realize that you were wrong? Originally, Tongning wasn't supposed to be attending this charity gala. Yet, she still showed up. What does this mean? It means that the slap across the face on the red carpet was really satisfying. Tongning is here to show you what true popularity is. Xianxia endured the provocation of 3 to 4 people, but she couldn't refute them. Because, on the red carpet, not only did others not expect, even she herself did not expect, that Tongning would give her such a ruthless and heavy blow. Xianxia's confidence took a hit. All she could do was glare at Tongning, who was sitting in the VIP seat. Because Tongning's appearance was a huge humiliation to her, Xianxia's performance was affected and she almost went off-key a few times. But, what did Tongning do? From start to finish, she welcomed everyone with a smile and did not take Xianxia seriously. Most importantly, when she was performing on the stage, there was almost no response from the audience. No response. What a cruel reality. Xianxia, what's wrong with you tonight? Is it all because of Tongning? Is this necessary? Duan Jinghong knew that Xianxia's mood had been affected, but she had no idea that it was so serious that it caused her to lose control of her performance. Don't say anything. Let me have some peace. Xianxia clenched her fists angrily. Duan Jinghong took a deep breath and patted Xianxia on the shoulder. However, as soon as Xianxia saw Tongning stand up from the audience and head to the bathroom, she chased after her. Duan Jinghong was afraid that something would happen, so she followed behind Xianxia. As soon as the two women saw Tongning at the entrance of the bathroom, Xianxia immediately blocked her way. Stop right there. There were already a few female celebrities in the bathroom. As soon as they saw Xianxia blocking Tongning's way, they stepped forward. Can't you see how big Tongning's stomach is? What are you trying to do? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Xianxia asked. You're deliberately trying to make things difficult for me, aren't you? Miss Song, I don't quite understand, Tongning replied confusedly. How have I made things difficult for you? How dare you deny it? You weren't originally scheduled to attend this event, yet you showed up tonight. Didn't you do this to put me in my place? I really have to give it to you, Xianxia. Shouldn't your worldview be reconstructed in your mother's womb? One of the female celebrities that stood up for Tongning was dressed in a light purple mini dress. She crossed her arms and smiled. We all know that you are the one that is using Tongning to create hype. Don't you feel embarrassed saying things like Tongning is afraid of you? But, you can't possibly prevent Tongning from going out just to create hype for yourself, right? Now that you've suffered a setback and you've seen the difference between you and Tongning, you're blaming her for appearing at the same event as you. I would like to ask, when you were trying to create hype, did you ever feel that it was inappropriate? Did you ever imagine that you would one day be so embarrassing? Everyone in the industry knows the difference between the two of you. You're the only one that's deceiving yourself. Perhaps it was because Xianxia's words were too harsh and unpleasant to the ears. Duan Jinghong suddenly took a big step forward and put some distance between Xianxia and the others. That's enough. It's not up to irrelevant people to comment on what my artist does. Xianxia felt that she had been greatly humiliated. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. But, what did Tongning do? Her expression remained the same. She did not care about Duan Jinghong at all. If it wasn't for the fact that your artist is making things difficult for a pregnant woman who is about to give birth, who would want to criticize her? You. Song Xian didn't want Duan Jinghong to be humiliated as well, so she glared at Tang Ning angrily and said in a trembling voice, "Is that enough?" Hearing these words, Tang Ning gently patted the shoulders of the two female celebrities that stood up for her. "Thank you, I'm fine. Don't worry, at least in a situation like this, they won't do anything to me." Since the person in question was no longer holding a grudge, the two women had no reason to continue making things difficult for her. But, they still smiled at Tang Ning and said, "It's nothing." After speaking, the two women turned around and left, leaving Tang Ning and Duan Jinghong standing at the entrance of the bathroom. Song Xian's eyes were red. From her heaving chest, it wasn't hard to tell that she was trying very hard to control her anger. "I'm going to go get some fresh air." After speaking, Song Xian left. She felt like she was suffocating if she had to face Tang Ning for another second. Duan Jinghong watched as Song Xian left and looked around. Seeing that only the two of them were around, she said to Tang Ning, "Rumor has it that you are good at attacking people's hearts. It turns out it's true. Tang Ning, you are scary. You obviously know that you are more popular than Song Xian, yet you still humiliated her at a place like this. You are scary. What about you? You obviously know that I am more popular than her, yet you didn't warn her or stop her. Instead, you allowed her to do whatever she wanted. What were you thinking?" Tang Ning asked as she lifted her chin. "From what I can see, you deliberately wanted to see her embarrass herself. Did you think everyone is like you, scheming against the people around them? Today, you have humiliated Song Xian and returned the favor for using you to create hype. From now on, we don't owe each other anything." After speaking, Duan Jinghong turned to leave. But, just as she approached Tang Ning, she heard Tang Ning sneer. "We don't owe each other anything? Are you sure? In this industry, my favorite method is to not owe each other anything. But, are you sure you've already paid me back for what you owe me?" Hearing this, Duan Jinghong felt her entire body tremble as her palms began to sweat. What did Tang Ning mean by that? Could it be that she knew something? No, this was impossible. Obviously, our understanding of this word is biased. After speaking, Tang Ning turned to look at Duan Jinghong and whispered in her ear, "This is just the beginning." Duan Jinghong's eyes grew wide. However, Tang Ning had already turned around. Of course, as people in the entertainment industry, they always liked to bluff. Especially when it came to the pregnant Tang Ning. The more insecure a person is, the more she needs to act fearless. Only then can she deter her opponent. So, Duan Jinghong did not take Tang Ning's words to heart. She simply focused on comforting Song Xian and quickly forgot about Tang Ning's words. But, Tang Ning never joked around. Tang Ning never refutes rumors. She speaks with her popularity. Charity dinner reveals true skill. Where's the popularity Song Xian was bragging about? This was the entertainment news that was released that night. Obviously, the scene on the red carpet had turned Song Xian into the laughingstock of the industry. As she was currently a little famous, there were a lot of people that were jealous of her. Now that she was being beaten up by Tang Ning in such a way, those that were suppressed by her naturally couldn't help but make a few sarcastic remarks. Perhaps even she didn't know that popularity could be destroyed in such a way. Song Xian had no idea that she wasn't as good as Tang Ning and thought too highly of herself. After returning home, Duan Jinghong noticed that Song Xian did not say a word, so she picked up her phone and said to her, "I've already arranged to have lunch with President Xiao tomorrow. Go have a shower and get some rest. Don't come out with a straight face and leave a bad impression." Song Xian did not respond. After quite some time, she finally put out the cigarette in her hand and headed to the bathroom. There was a saying that went like this: the future was long. One day, she would make Tang Ning pay the price. Late at night, Tang Ning was lying in bed waiting for Mo Ting. As soon as she saw him return from work, she sat up and said, "I want to keep a dog in my office." "Whose office?" Mo Ting asked as he looked at Tang Ning. "Your office." Mo Ting's lips curved upwards as he nodded his head. "That's fine. Tell Lu Che what kind of dog you want and let him arrange it." But, I need to let the doctor check it first to make sure it won't affect you. Of course, Tongning nodded her head obediently. A few days later, the entire Hai Rui was made aware that Mo Ting's office had a ferocious pit bull. This type of dog was known as the god of battle. Of course, since there was a dog, there was a professional dog trainer. In fact, there was a space specially reserved for the pit bull. However, no one understood why Mo Ting chose to keep such a ferocious dog in the office at a time like this. Even Fang Yu felt a little scared every time he entered Mo Ting's office. President Mo, that thing. Why is Tongning keeping it? Mo Ting lifted his head to look at the strong pit bull and replied half-heartedly, she's happy. But, it's very ferocious. It won't bite you, Mo Ting said as he looked at the documents in Fang Yu's hands. Give me the documents and you can leave. In reality, Fang Yu did not dare to stay in Mo Ting's office for too long. It didn't take long before Fang Yu left. Meanwhile, Mo Ting looked at the majestic pit bull and smiled. He naturally knew what Tongning was doing. This was, of course, a feast prepared for a certain someone. Afterwards, a small staff member appeared in Mo Ting's office. If she was in Hai Rui, no one would recognize her. But, this small staff member ended up staying in Mo Ting's office for 20 minutes. That afternoon, Xianxia was having tea with the rumored heir of a rich family as usual. Although she tried her best to hide it. It wasn't hard for the man to see the disgust on her face. Miss Song. You don't need to put yourself in such a difficult position. You came out to eat with me. The man's name was Xiaoyuhe. He was the second largest shareholder of Kaihuang Cinema and controlled half of the new cinema industry. As audiences were currently looking for better picture quality and effects, Kaihuang invested a lot of money into the industry and imported equipment from overseas to create a top-class cinema service. He was a rising star in the film and television industry. I'm just in a bad mood. Is it because of Tongning? The man was wearing brown-framed glasses and a gray striped suit. His hair was combed neatly. Did you know that her new film, The Lost Relative, is about to be released? It's been moved up. What are you trying to say? Xianxia was a little confused. It's fine. I'm happy to be able to do something for you. I can limit the box office earnings of Tongning's film, Xiaoyuhe smiled. As long as it's Tongning's film, Founding Emperor is willing to skip any screening and help you vent your anger. What do you think? Would that work? Wouldn't the other people in Founding Emperor have any objections? Xianxia asked doubtfully. As the young master of Founding Emperor, I can make the decision for a small matter like this. Let's just wait and see Tongning make a fool of herself. Xiaoyuhe lifted his cup of coffee with his fingers. He had a mysterious and meaningful look on his face. This was his way of getting on Xianxia's good side. Mo Ting was indeed powerful, but he couldn't interfere with the internal decisions of the film company, right? After hearing Xiaoyuhe's words, Xianxia finally relaxed a little as her furrowed brows finally relaxed. But, when Tongning's previous 2 films were released, what kind of problems had she not faced? That night, Hai Rui was still brightly lit. Duan Jinghong returned to Hai Rui because of Fang Yu's summons. But, as soon as she entered Xianxia's waiting room, she noticed a woman pacing back and forth. Duan Jinghong immediately felt something was wrong. So, she opened the door and looked at the woman. Which department are you from? Can you stop pacing around? The woman was in her early 20s. As soon as she saw Duan Jinghong, she once again hesitated. Say something. The woman took a deep breath like she had made up her mind. She then pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Duan Jinghong. What does this mean? Duan Jinghong asked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You'll know when you see it. You can take the money as long as you give it to me. The rest is in the president's office. Duan Jinghong was a little confused, but she still pulled out a wad of cash from her handbag and handed it to the woman. However, as soon as she opened the piece of paper in her hand, she froze. It contained the evaluation of Xianxia and Tongning from the higher-ups of Hai Rui. But, this piece of paper only contained a portion of it and it was just a draft. It must have been found by the cleaner in the bin. No wonder the woman said the rest was in the president's office. Duan Jinghong wanted to know the evaluation of Xianxia and their future plans. But, how could she see the complete version? It seemed she needed to find a way to make a trip to Mo Ting's office. The best way was to find the cleaner just now. As a result, Duan Jinghong remained calm as she secretly paid attention to the cleaner's information. It wasn't easy for her to find her, so it didn't take long before she revealed her intentions. She wanted the cleaner's credit card. The young worker simply wanted a little money and did not want to take a big risk. So, she laid down in the office and ignored her. However, Duan Jinghong took the opportunity to take the young worker's credit card and place it in her bag like nothing had happened. That night, Duan Jinghong was about to leave the house again, but Song Xian stopped her. "It's so late, where are you going? You've been so mysterious lately. Go to sleep first. I'll be back before 12 a.m. Don't ask too many questions," Duan Jinghong replied half-heartedly. Song Xian sighed. To be honest, she did not expect Duan Jinghong to take care of her all the time. After all, Duan Jinghong had her own private space. So, before Duan Jinghong could say anything else, Song Xian waved her hand and gestured for her to leave. However, she had no idea that after Duan Jinghong left, it wouldn't be so easy for her to return. Duan Jinghong was very careful. After all, she had helped Song Xian deal with situations like this many times in the past. Especially when she entered Mo Ting's office, she was extremely agile and did not attract any attention. Afterwards, she walked over to Mo Ting's desk and carefully pulled open his drawers. But, she had no idea Mo Ting's desk was equipped with an automatic alarm system. As soon as she heard the alarm, she broke out in a cold sweat. Just as she was about to get up and run away, a large creature appeared behind her. It bit down on her calf and threw her a few meters onto the ground. "Help! Help!" It didn't take long before the dog trainer was awoken and rushed out of his room. Seeing the scene in front of him, he immediately ordered the pit to let go. But, by this time, Duan Jinghong's leg was already a mess of blood and flesh. The dog trainer immediately called the ambulance, but the incident still alerted everyone at Hai Rue. Duan Jinghong was quickly sent to the hospital. After a thorough examination, it was discovered that her injury was not light. Luckily, the pit had been vaccinated against rabies. Otherwise, Duan Jinghong would not have been as relaxed as she was right now. "I want to call the police. I want to call the police." Hearing her cries, the dog trainer expressed his innocence and helped her call the police. That could be considered a good deed. In less than 10 minutes, the police arrived at the hospital and asked Duan Jinghong, "Are you sure that your company's CEO deliberately let his dog hurt you?" Duan Jinghong's eyes turned red. She was about to scream in anger, but the dog trainer said innocently, "Mr. Police, I was the one who called the police. Plus, this incident is definitely not a case of a dog injuring a person. I can confirm that this woman snuck into the president's office with the intention of taking something from the president. However, she never expected that the president's desk would automatically alert the police. Dogs are well trained, so they would definitely be on guard when a thief entered the house. I can help her apply for humanitarian compensation. But, neither my dog nor I will take responsibility for maliciously hurting someone. She was the one that trespassed into a dangerous place. Do you want someone else to take responsibility for this?" After hearing this, the police pointed to Duan Jinghong and asked the dog trainer, "What evidence do you have?" "Sir, our CEO's office is equipped with surveillance cameras. You can go and retrieve the surveillance footage," the dog trainer answered truthfully. Duan Jinghong was seriously injured and she had done something wrong in the first place. So, after the police finished recording her statement, she turned her back to the dog trainer and pretended to rest. TSK, how tragic. Duan Jinghong never imagined that she would experience what it felt like to be bitten by a dog so soon. In fact, her injuries were even worse than Hua Jingjing's. How could a bull terrier compare to a pit bull? Duan Jinghong could even imagine the ferocious look on the dog's face. It was like it wanted to tear her apart. So, what should she do now? She had clearly asked the worker if there were any surveillance cameras in Mo Ting's office, but the worker had told her that there weren't any. But, if there really were, what was she to do? What about her legs? Duan Jinghong lay in bed in tears. She was too afraid to contact Song Xian. Slowly, a terrifying thought came to her mind. Could this be Tang Ning's revenge? The more Duan Jinghong thought about it, the more frightened she felt. The more she thought about it, the more chills she felt down her spine. In the end, she found countless reasons to comfort herself. That's impossible. Tang Ning can't be smarter than Xianxia. There's no way she could have found out that I was the culprit. But everything was so coincidental. Could such coincidences even exist in this world? After the sun rose, Xianxia returned to Hai Rui on her own. However, she found out from the staff that Duan Jinghong had been bitten by a dog. Last night, someone overestimated themselves and tried to steal from the CEO's office. But, unexpectedly, they were bitten by the CEO's dog. I heard that they are currently lying in the hospital, but I'm not sure if it's true. Of course it's true. That person was none other than Xianxia's manager, Duan Jinghong. The police arrived at the CEO's office early in the morning to investigate the whole story. They even checked the surveillance footage. This is a huge joke. Didn't they go for wool and come home shorn? They were caught on the spot. Xianxia overheard the conversation between the two cleaning staff. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she immediately gave Duan Jinghong a phone call. Where are you? I need to go back to my hometown. Something happened to my family. Duan Jinghong immediately came up with a lie. Jinghong, do you know the consequences of lying to me? Duan Jinghong entered Fang Yu's office. Before Duan Jinghong could respond, she glared at Fang Yu coldly. Did my manager get bitten by a dog? Your manager, why didn't you ask yourself? Instead, you came to ask me? Fang Yu asked in a secretive manner. What did President Mo mean by doing this? Why did he release a dog to bite my manager? The CEO's dog is well kept in his office and doesn't bite anyone else. Why did it specifically bite your manager? Fang Yu asked. The police have already investigated and have seen the surveillance footage. It turns out that your manager didn't sleep well in the middle of the night and tried to steal from the CEO's office. That's why she was bitten by a dog. I don't believe you. Fang Yu predicted that Xianxia wouldn't believe him, so he turned on his laptop and showed her the surveillance footage. Whether you believe me or not, the evidence is right here. Xianxia's expression did not look good. Especially after watching the entire footage, she never expected that Duan Jinghong would be stupid enough to break into Mo Ting's office. So, she closed her eyes and turned her face to the other side. After this, Hai Rui will announce the entire story and compensate your manager. I hope she knows what to do next. By the way, in order not to affect you too much, it's best if you keep your distance from your manager and distance yourself from this matter. After hearing Fang Yu's words, Xianxia quickly grabbed onto the back of his hand. Hai Rui can't reveal the truth. Otherwise, how am I supposed to face others? Hai Rui has an obligation to cooperate with the police to find the truth. Plus, President Mo's dog is fine. Who did it provoke? Why did it have to take the blame for your brainless manager? People who don't know might think that our President Mo is a cruel person. Xianxia had no reason to speak up for Duan Jinghong. After all, she was caught red-handed and there was even a video to prove it. However, she had no idea why Duan Jinghong would do such a thing. Before news of the incident spread, Xianxia put on a complete disguise and went to Duan Jinghong's hospital. She was afraid of being associated with the word thief. Xianxia, you're here. Hurry and save me. Duan Jinghong's legs were bandaged as she lay in bed with a pale face. As soon as she saw Xianxia, she felt like she had seen hope in her life. Save you? Xianxia pushed Duan Jinghong away in disappointment. Everyone in Beijing is about to find out about the scandal you've done. How am I supposed to save you? The police have already investigated the truth and Hai Rui is preparing to announce it. Fang Yu has asked me to stay away from you for now. So, during this period of time, you will have to work hard on your own. After speaking, Xianxia pulled out a bank card from her handbag. The money on this is enough for you to spend for the rest of your life. Take it for now. Are you planning to abandon me at a time like this? Duan Jinghong was shocked by Xianxia's actions. I'm not abandoning you, I'm simply avoiding you for now. Do you want both of us to be finished? After this period of time has passed and the spotlight has died down, you can change your name and return to my side. Duan Jinghong did not say a word. After all, as soon as Song Xian arrived, she didn't ask her why she was doing this, nor did she care about her legs. She simply wanted to give her money and send her away. After quite some time, Duan Jinghong finally asked Song Xian, "Aren't you afraid that I'll bite back at you?" "You won't. We are still good sisters," Song Xian replied confidently. In reality, the two of them had evidence on each other. If they were to betray each other, both of them would suffer. How could she compare herself to the famous Song Xian, who had a government official for a father? So, Duan Jinghong simply sneered and said, "You can leave. Remember to close the door." Song Xian knew that Duan Jinghong knew what to do. So, she simply patted her on the back of the hand and told her to get some rest. Afterwards, she disappeared from the hospital room like she had never been there. It was often said that it was easy to see through a person's heart in a difficult situation. It turned out, it was actually this easy. Song Xian, I hope you continue to become more and more popular. It didn't take long before Hai Rui announced the cause and effect of Duan Jinghong being bitten by a thief. As it was an official document and it was also signed by the police, Duan Jinghong's name quickly became famous online. Of course, it was a joke that spread across the internet. This manager is such a sh*t stick. She's dragged Song Xian down quite a bit. Is she a pig's brain? She stole into Emoting's office. She deserves to be bitten by a dog. I feel embarrassed for her. She's embarrassed herself in front of the entire nation. Hai Rui dealt with the matter in a timely manner. Although this manager has sh*t in her head, they still offered a humanitarian compensation. If it was me, I wouldn't have given her a single cent. She was obviously the one that got bitten. Now, even when she sees Song Xian, she feels so awkward. Haha, you're not the only one. The internet was already going crazy. Although Song Xian kept a low profile, she was still affected. After all, Duan Jinghong was her manager. So, it was hard to tell the two apart. I have a feeling that Song Xian knows about this and she might be the mastermind. Song Xian's situation is quite awkward. Keeping her mouth shut is obviously the best choice. The public were discussing the incident enthusiastically. Of course, internally, Fang Yu also felt that there was something fishy going on. Duan Jinghong didn't seem like a stupid person, so how could she have made such a big mistake? Plus, why would a person that was about to give birth take care of a dog? Fang Yu felt uncomfortable, so he had to clarify the situation. So, he gave Tongning a phone call. But, Tongning was currently at Hai Rui. If you have any questions, come to my office and ask me. Fang Yu hung up the phone and headed straight for the CEO's office. Seeing Tongning sitting on the sofa unscathed and the fierce dog was nowhere to be seen, Fang Yu's eyes filled with confusion. The dog hurt someone, so I sent it away, Tongning replied naturally. What the hell is going on? Fang Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You should at least tell me what happened, right? Don't you think this scene seems familiar? Tongning asked as she sat on the sofa and looked at Fang Yu in seriousness. Fang Yu looked at Tongning for a few seconds. Suddenly, an impossible thought flashed across his mind, but he still said, this incident has something to do with Jingjing, doesn't it? She owes Jingjing everything. She owes her leg and her career. Although she can't compare to Jingjing, this is all she can do for now, Tongning said calmly. But, the coldness in her eyes was something that Fang Yu could not imagine. I've never asked for much, I simply want an eye for an eye. But, I still owe her one. In a moment, I will deliver it to her on Jingjing's behalf. Was Jingjing's injury not an accident? Of course not. Xiao Yu saw it with her own eyes. Duan Jinghong appeared around your apartment on the night of the incident. In this world, as long as it's done by a person, it's impossible for them to leave no trace, Tongning replied. She then looked at Fang Yu with a dark expression, you are Jingjing's husband. If you were to find out about this incident, you would definitely not be able to control your emotions. Plus, this is a fight between women, there's no need to involve you. That's why I decided to deal with the matter on my own. After all, I still have a debt to settle with Song Xian. Fang Yu was momentarily speechless. He was shocked by the truth of the matter and felt that people were evil. Of course, he would not sympathize with Duan Jinghong. What would happen to his innocent wife? I can't believe I was the last person to find out. No, there's still Jingjing that doesn't know. Fang Yu did not say anything else. After all, Tongning was simply helping Jingjing get revenge from Duan Jinghong. Fang Yu didn't know how he walked out of Mo Ting's office. All he remembered was, before he left, Mo Ting said, "Prepare the promotions for the lost relative. Since we've moved it forward, we need to make sure nothing goes wrong." Afterwards, Fang Yu arrived at Duan Jinghong's office on behalf of Hai Rui to visit. After everyone had said their well wishes, Fang Yu asked them to leave and give him and Duan Jinghong some space to talk. Duan Jinghong didn't know what Fang Yu wanted to say. Perhaps, he was simply warning her not to drag Xianxia down. But, to her surprise, Fang Yu directly asked, "Was this your idea or Xianxia's?" Duan Jinghong froze for a moment, unsure of what Fang Yu was asking. "Was it your idea to use the dogs to bite Jingjing's leg or Xianxia's?" Hearing Jingjing's name, Duan Jinghong clenched her fists nervously and shook her head. "I don't understand what you're saying. I'm sure you know why you've become like this. I just want to know whose idea it was to do this. Answer me." Fang Yu's meaning was clear enough. Duan Jinghong ended up like this because of a scheme and not because of an accident. It was all for the sake of revenge. After thinking for a moment, Duan Jinghong's eyes turned red. Since Song Xian thought so highly of herself, then she was going to let her deal with these people. "Song Xian. Hasn't anyone warned you not to provoke Tongning? I've seen too many people that overestimate themselves, but look at what happened to them. Look at yourself." Fang Yu's voice was cold like it came from hell. "I heard that you and Song Xian have also broken up. Think about everything you've done for her in the past and look at what she's done to you today. I have two words for you: you reap what you sow." Duan Jinghong was speechless. What Fang Yu said was the truth. The people in this world were scary. For example, Song Xian and Tongning. When Song Xian hurt someone, she didn't need a reason. She simply didn't like them. Yet, in this world, there was a Tongning that liked to give an eye for an eye. She didn't cause trouble, but she always took revenge. In comparison, she preferred Tongning's way of doing things. At least, Tongning was someone that held her bottom line. "I know what Jingjing is your wife. If you want to get revenge, come at me. I can handle it. No need. You are merely an enforcer. Plus, you've already paid back enough." Fang Yu's meaning was obvious. The most important person in this matter was still Song Xian. Even so, before Fang Yu left, he still gave Duan Jinghong a small gift. The originally well-protected hospital had suddenly been infiltrated by paparazzi. As she faced the cameras, Duan Jinghong's last shred of dignity was completely stripped away. Song Xian did not even dare to breathe loudly. All she could do was hide at home and not say anything about Duan Jinghong's matter. Now that Duan Jinghong was in trouble, she had no choice but to temporarily stop her work, and Hai Rui had no intention of arranging a new manager for her. As a result, the situation was stuck in a stalemate. After everything was quiet, Song Xian couldn't help but think about what happened to Duan Jinghong. From what she could tell, Duan Jinghong was not a stupid person. But, at the time, she was so focused on cutting ties with Duan Jinghong that she did not ask for the reason behind the incident. Although Hai Rui had announced the truth, what about their motive? After thinking for a moment, Song Xian gave Duan Jinghong a phone call. "Jinghong, I don't understand this matter at all. I feel like someone is plotting against us from behind the scenes." Duan Jinghong held on to her phone and sneered, "I was careless. This was all a complete coincidence." She would never tell Song Xian that Tongning already knew that Song Xian was plotting against them. Because she wanted to watch as Tongning slowly devoured Song Xian. She always thought of herself as a genius and thought that she was invincible. But, who would have thought, when it came to Tongning, she was nothing more than a mantis chasing a cicada. She didn't dare to imagine how high Tongning's EQ was. As for what other insider information Tongning knew, she didn't dare to think too deeply. "Jinghong, you need to tell me the truth. That way, I can protect both of us." "Are you trying to protect yourself?" Duan Jinghong thought to herself. "I really didn't. I was simply blinded by greed. I'm a little tired, so I'm going to get some rest." After speaking, Duan Jinghong hung up the phone. Xianxia. From now on, Duan Jinghong would deal with everything on her own. At times, Duan Jinghong even hated Xianxia. After all, she had done so much for Xianxia. But, what was the reality? She wanted to see Xianxia's fate. By the time Hua Jingjing found out about the incident, she already felt like everything had changed. When she was bitten, she was filled with courage and wanted to protect Xiaoyu, so she did not have the time to feel fear or panic. Above all, she never imagined that there was such an ugly scheme behind the scenes. Even if she knew, she wouldn't be like Tongning and lay low for so long, all for the sake of revenge. Sometimes, she admired Tongning's patience and thoughtfulness. According to Tongning, the industry was a place for people to step on others. If you didn't set the rules and set your bottom line, there would always be people that tried to use your shoulders to climb up. Eventually, there would be a day when a corpse would be left outside without anyone knowing why. If the dog incident had not happened, Hua Jingjing may not have been so affected. But, in the face of fame and fortune, if there was a shortcut, even if it meant taking someone's life, there would always be someone that would do it. Following on, there's still Xianxia. What do you plan to do? Hua Jingjing asked over the phone. Do you think she'll just sit there quietly? Tongning couldn't help but ask. But, now that Duan Jinghong has dragged her down with the theft scandal, she should at least know her place. Tongning's motive was indeed to suppress Xianxia's arrogance. But, she didn't think that Xianxia would learn to hold back after being slandered. Fine, let's not talk about this anymore. I noticed that Fengyu is preparing for the promotion for your new film. Your third film is about to be released. Congratulations. Her third film. Seemed like a long time ago. But, when she thought about the satisfied look on her fans' faces as they left the theater, she felt a sense of pride. No matter how many times she experienced it, she would never get tired of it. Because, she was an actress that had expectations for the audience. During this time, a lot happened. However, after Nzihao placed all his attention on Xianxia, he did not pay much attention to Tongning. That night, it was raining cats and dogs. After filming in the woods, the crew quickly drove back to the hotel to get rid of the cold. But, when Nzihao arrived on set, Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. So, he went to look for the director to ask about the situation. The director scratched his head as he tried to recall. After quite some time, he finally replied, "My last scene was with Ling Long. Afterwards, I was told to call it a day." Did everyone forget to tell Xingyan? Nzihao did not listen to another word from the director. He immediately went downstairs and prepared to drive to the forest where the filming was taking place. Ling Long was downstairs. As soon as she saw Nzihao, she immediately stopped him. "Director, I remember Xingyan mentioned she was returning to Beijing. Do you want to give her a phone call to ask?" After Nzihao heard this, he immediately called Xingyan's phone. However, her phone was already turned off. It was currently raining heavily. If Xingyan wanted to go somewhere, there was no way she wouldn't tell him. Afterwards, Nzihao boarded his car and drove towards Beijing. At this time, Ling Long threw Xingyan's phone into the bin. Let her be proud all the time. At this time, Ling Long had already returned to being a supporting character. Xingyan was now the main character. But, Ling Long had always held a grudge and was always looking for an opportunity to teach the woman a lesson. Now that she finally had the chance, she was curious to see how long the woman would stay in the mountains in such bad weather. On the way home, Nzihao kept thinking about Ling Long's words. There was a saying, when one is involved, one becomes confused. Why did he believe Ling Long and assume that Xingyan would return to Beijing at this time? With this thought, Nzihao immediately turned the car around and drove up the mountain. But, because of the heavy rain and uneven roads, there was a limit to how far the car could go. But, in order to find Xingyan, he couldn't care less. He didn't even have time to grab an umbrella as he got out of the car. As he stood in the rain, he searched for Xingyan. "Xiao Xingyan." A voice drifted over from not too far away. Xingyan thought she was hallucinating and that she was indeed trapped in the mountains. As no one told her to stop filming, she fell asleep on the spot. When she woke up, her phone was gone. She originally planned to spend the night here and head back down the mountain the next morning. But, who would have thought? And Zihao would personally come looking for her. Chen Xingyan wasn't weak. She simply couldn't believe it. As soon as she saw Zihao walk out of the rain, she did not hesitate as she pounced into his arms. Luckily, they were in a wooden hut built by the production crew, so she could temporarily hide from the rain. Otherwise, how was she going to survive the night? "Are you okay?" And Zihao asked as he hugged her. "I'm fine," Chen Xingyan replied in a muffled voice. And Zihao paused for a moment before he realized his clothes were completely soaked. He originally wanted to push Chen Xingyan away, but she refused to let go. "There's moisture in the air. You'll catch a cold." "I'm not afraid," Chen Xingyan replied stubbornly. "We can't stay here any longer. Let's think of a way down the mountain." And Zihao noticed that the hut was not sheltered from the wind, so he removed his jacket and wrapped it around the couple. "Let's go down like this. My car is right below. I'm not that delicate. You're now a woman with a man. If you're not that delicate, you should pretend to be a little more delicate." After speaking, Zihao wrapped his arm around Chen Xingyan and led her out of the hut. The couple were drenched in the rain along the way, so it didn't take long before they arrived at Zihao's car. After they boarded the car, Zihao immediately pulled out a blanket from the back seat and handed it to Chen Xingyan. "Dry yourself first. You're wetter than me. You dry yourself first. Stop wasting time. I still need to drive." After speaking, Zihao started the car and returned to the hotel where the production crew were staying. Half an hour later, Zihao pushed Chen Xingyan into his room and ordered, "Go have a shower." "What about you?" Zihao did not respond. Instead, he knocked on Ling Long's door. Of course, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, he dragged the hotel staff with him. Ling Long opened the door curiously. However, Zihao stretched out his hand towards her. "Give me back my phone." "I don't understand. If you do, where is Chen Xingyan's phone?" Zihao's voice carried a sense of danger. "If you don't tell me right now, I can guarantee that you will be kicked out of the production tomorrow. You should know, right? Chen Xingyan is Mo Ting's sister." Ling Long's face turned pale in fear. But, she refused to admit, I really don't understand what you're saying. Director N, I'm sure you've misunderstood." "Good, very good." After saying these words, Zihao left Ling Long's door. A second later, Zihao gave Tongning a phone call. He wanted to use Mo Ting to clear Chen Xingyan's name and get back at her. By the time Zihao returned to his room, Chen Xingyan had just finished changing her clothes. Seeing the angry expression on Zihao's face, she guessed he must have gone to find someone to settle scores with. So, she quickly shook her head. "No need. I'm helping you get back at her, yet you think I'm meddlesome?" "In the past, no one has ever helped me get back at her," Chen Xingyan laughed. "Aren't I still living well?" It was because of this sense of self-preservation that Chen Xingyan acted on her own and was extremely self-centered. That was in the past. Chen Xingyan once again pounced over and hugged Zihao. Her soft body pressed tightly against Zihao's soaked body. "Go shower and sleep." Zihao quickly pushed Chen Xingyan away, afraid that he would act on impulse and do something unforgivable. "But, you also need to shower. Don't worry about me." Zihao held on to Chen Xingyan's head, preventing her from moving. "I have desires. Do you believe that if you continue to act recklessly, I will eat you up?" Chen Xingyan froze as she stared at Zihao in a daze. Zihao sighed. Just as he was about to turn around, Chen Xingyan stretched out her arms and hugged him. "I don't believe you. Don't act like a delinquent girl. A woman's every decision should be made after careful consideration." "So, after careful thought, everything is correct?" "That depends on the type of man they meet. It has nothing to do with their decisions." This was the first time Zihao had lost to Chen Xingyan in a verbal argument. "Stay here. The production and crew will find out." "Everyone can tell that you like me," Chen Xingyan said with a blushing face. "That will ruin your reputation," and Zihao's expression was serious. "Listen to me and go to sleep. If you reject me again, I will kiss you in front of everyone tomorrow. Chen Xingyan threatened stubbornly. In the end, you don't care about your acting career, do you? Moreover, how could there be a woman as casual as you? How could you so easily let a man stay overnight? And Zihao looked like he was about to explode in anger, but Chen Xingyan rubbed her head against his back. No one has ever treated me as well as you do. You've never been so concerned about me and taking care of me. After Dad passed away, I've never felt the feeling of being protected again. I didn't keep you around because I wanted something to happen between us. I simply want to keep that feeling of being protected for a little longer. After hearing Chen Xingyan's words, and Zihao froze. After a moment, he suddenly put a jacket on Chen Xingyan. Let's go. Where to? You'll know when you get there. After speaking, and Zihao led Chen Xingyan out the door. As he walked, he made a phone call to the director. Director, Chen Xingyan has been trapped in the mountains by Ling Long and got drenched in the rain. I'm taking her to the hospital right now. Please make some adjustments for tomorrow's scene. When the director heard that it was Ling Long's trick, he immediately agreed. Okay, take good care of her. And Zihao did not say another word as he led Chen Xingyan away. He did indeed go to the hospital, but he simply grabbed some medicine to cure a cold. Afterwards, he took Chen Xingyan to a hotel by the sea to stay the night. The environment here was quiet and secluded. Plus, the hotel was owned by someone he knew, so there was no danger of them being followed or being discovered. Chen Xingyan never expected that Zihao would take her to another hotel. She simply felt a little nervous and excited. Go ahead. Can you have a shower and get some rest now? Zihao asked helplessly. If Chen Xingyan was obedient, she would have already fallen asleep by now. There's only one bed. Chen Xingyan said as she pointed to the bed beside her. You. Look at you. You're young, but why are your thoughts so complicated? Just as Zihao was about to say that he could sleep on the sofa, Chen Xingyan suddenly moved closer and bit his lips. Zihao's eyes grew big. Just as he was about to push Chen Xingyan away, she began to grope all over his body. Zihao couldn't hold back as he flipped over and pressed Chen Xingyan under his body as he continued to kiss her. The couple's faces turned red. But, after quite some time, Zihao finally released her and warned, sleep well and don't think about anything else. Kissing is my bottom line. Don't even think about doing anything else. Then, when can we go beyond kissing? You're not even 20 yet. Don't talk to me about inappropriate things, Zihao scoffed as he pinched Tongning's nose. Then, can we kiss a little more? Zihao climbed out of bed and covered Chen Xingyan with a dry towel. That depends on your performance. This place seems very quiet, Chen Xingyan murmured as she enjoyed Zihao's service. This place is owned by someone I know. The environment is not bad, Zihao replied. Then, this will be our secret base from now on. What do you think? With our identities, it seems, we don't even have the chance to go on a proper date. Hearing Chen Xingyan's complaint, Zihao's hand suddenly froze. It seemed, he had taken something away from her that he shouldn't have. A girl's yearning for love and a girl's sweet desire for a lover. As a result, Zihao originally wanted to reject her, but the words that came out of his mouth turned out to be okay. Even though he knew the consequences of being discovered, he still fell for it. Chen Xingyan was too beautiful. He didn't want to miss out on her. Meanwhile, Tongming lay in Mo Ting's arms and told him about the phone call Zihao had given her. Ting. Do you think Zihao has crossed the line with Xingyan? Isn't this something that you're happy to see? Mo Ting wrapped his arms around Tongming and placed his warm palms on her stomach to feel the energy of the baby inside. You are Xingyan's older brother. If your sister has been wronged, you should stand up for her. Mo Ting did not say anything. He simply focused on the feeling in his hands. After quite some time, he finally whispered seductively beside Tongming's ear, hurry and give birth. It's not up to me, Tongming supported herself tiredly. When will the house next door be ready? After you give birth, the child will definitely be able to move in. Won't that be bad for the baby's health? It's already been treated very carefully. There won't be any harm to the child, Mo Ting replied. I've almost forgotten what you looked like before you got pregnant. Have I gained weight? I don't look good anymore. Tongming sighed as she covered her face. Mo Ting smiled but did not respond. He simply leaned in beside Tongming's ear and said something inappropriate. It's not that I don't look good. It's just, when it comes to doing certain things, it's not as convenient. He didn't need to worry about Xianxia. Otherwise, and Zihao would have a much easier time. Recently, Tongming's new film, The Lost Relative, was about to be released. A 30-second trailer was playing on the giant screen in the Hai Rui building. Passers-by turned to look at Tongming. Although many film buffs had seen the film a long time ago, Tongming had the charm to instantly bring you into character. A cold thug was originally detached from life, but her search for her missing husband in the film was so realistic. It seemed, it was easy for women to sympathize and feel pain for this kind of thing. The film was originally scheduled to be released in the summer, but due to the recent events, the public's attitude towards it was quite negative. So, Mo Ting decided to bring forward the release date to divert the public's attention to the film. This was a film that excelled in both acting and acting. So, Hai Rui had high hopes for it. But, the film was originally scheduled to be released on April 21st and Tongming was the main lead, so it should have attracted a lot of attention. Yet, one of the theaters had no intention of showing the film at all. It was Kaihuang Theater. He was a rising star, but the speed at which he rose was shocking. Mo Ting told Feng Yu to handle it, but the other party contacted his secretary and told him that the owner of the theater had invited him and his wife to lunch. Tongming was currently 9 months pregnant, so she didn't like to move around, let alone accept an invitation. Above all, she didn't know the other party and didn't have any relationship with them. It's just a meal. Are you afraid that I will make things difficult for you? Or, could it be that Hai Rui doesn't care about a harmonious film and television industry and has never considered working with a big partner like Kai Huang? Tongming was pushed into the teeth of the storm by Xiao Yuha's words. After all, Hai Rui still had shareholders. Even if she didn't show up, there wouldn't be any serious consequences. But, it would still make the shareholders feel uncomfortable. But, the other party obviously didn't come with good intentions. In that case, let's meet up, Mo Ting replied. 2 days later, at a hotel owned by founding emperor, Xiao Yuha invited Mo Ting and Tongming to have lunch on the top floor of the hotel. President Mo and Madam Mo don't seem easy to invite. I spent quite a bit of effort on this. Dressed in a grey suit, Xiao Yuha stood tall and straight, exuding a gentlemanly aura. He indeed looked like a dragon among men. I'm about to give birth, so I don't really want to move around, Tongming replied with a smile. I'm sorry for disappointing President Zhao's good intentions. I've long heard that President Mo and Mrs. Mo's strong collaboration has made their business flourish. CEO Xiao, let's not beat around the bush. I don't think we should beat around the bush, right? Tongming spoke the entire time, acting more like Mo Ting's manager. After all, Mo Ting had no intention of negotiating with the woman, he simply didn't care. Xianxia. She is my girlfriend, I want to see her develop well in Hai Rui. I hope President Mo and Mrs. Mo can go easy on her and not suppress her too much. Seeing Tongming wasn't being polite, Xiao Yuha no longer had any reservations. Mrs. Mo's third film is about to be released. I've seen it, it's a good film, but my father doesn't think it's good. That's why it hasn't been released yet. What I'm trying to say is, can we come to an agreement? You can give Xianxia the best resources and I can give Mrs. Mo the biggest screen? So, it was because of Xianxia. I'm sure President Mo understands me the best. After all, you only have one woman, Mrs. Mo, and I can't stand to see my Xianxia suffer. Look, from the moment her manager got into trouble, no one has cared or made arrangements for her. My heart aches seeing this. This Xiao Yuha wasn't like Xianxia, who appeared calm and unfathomable. Between the lines, there was a hint of flattery and a hint of threatening. At this time Mo Ting finally reacted. He placed his right hand on the back of Tongming's chair and looked at her. There aren't many people in Beijing that dares to threaten me like this. Really? In that case, President Mo, you will need to get used to it. Xiao Yuha laughed naturally. But, President Xiao, you seem to have made a mistake. Mo Ting withdrew his gaze from Tongming. His obsidian eyes shone with wisdom. Xianxia is an artist that I have signed with. I don't like artists that go against their contracts. For example, Xianxia's contract states that she is not allowed to date during the duration of her contract. Secondly, Xianxia's matters are handled by the vice president. If I had to personally handle every artist, how tired would I be? Huh? Lastly, whether or not Founding Emperor wants to be released is up to you. But, you're overthinking it. I don't care as much as you think I do. How much did you think Hai Rui suffered? On the other hand, President Xiao, you shouldn't threaten me. From what I see, you are the one asking me for help. After speaking, Mo Ting looked at Tongning and his voice was no longer as cold as before. Drink some chicken soup. You haven't been eating much lately. Okay, Tongning nodded her head obediently as she scooped herself a bowl of chicken soup and drank it. Xiao Yuha originally wanted to put pressure on Mo Ting. But, in the end, he was left speechless by Mo Ting's words and couldn't find any words to refute. More importantly, the couple ate their meal right in front of Xiao Yuha, not bothering to be polite with him at all. Xiao Yuha didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't vent his anger, but he was unwilling to give up. All he could do was wait until he was full before asking Mo Ting, since President Mo doesn't think highly of Xianxia, why don't you do her a favor and let her go? I'm more than willing to train her. Regarding this matter, you can call Hai Rui's vice president and ask about Xianxia's contract. We will do everything according to the contract, Mo Ting replied. President Mo, don't you think your attitude is a little strange? If you act like this, it will make me feel like Xianxia has offended you. Hearing this, Mo Ting lifted his head and looked deeply into Xiao Yuha's eyes. There were some things that didn't need to be pointed out. How could he possibly let Xianxia go? How could he let someone that dared to hurt Tongning and his child off the hook? From now on, if you need help with anything regarding Xianxia, feel free to contact the vice president. Also, President Zhao's hospitality has been great. If I get the chance, I will definitely return the favor. So, after lunch, Xiao Yuha did not achieve any of his goals. He did not threaten Mo Ting, nor did he help Xianxia obtain any benefits. Most importantly, he couldn't even get his hands on Xianxia's contract. In reality, Xianxia and the three men were separated by a thin layer of glass. As soon as Xianxia heard Mo Ting's words and realized Mo Ting's attitude, she simply felt a sense of anger burn through her entire body. Because she was still being pressed down by Tongning. Ruthlessly suppressed, since that was the case, all she could do was give it her all and fight Tongning to the end. As the lost relative was about to be released, people from all walks of life were looking forward to it. After all, Tongning already had enough box office appeal and this police film was a big production. So, a mere 30-second trailer was enough to shock people, let alone the 2 hours of the main film. Everyone was looking forward to the 21st of April and fans were doing all they could to support the film. However, just before the film was released, online, a post titled, "The Lost Relative Judged to be Plagiarism, Supporting It Means Helping the Tyrant." The post attracted everyone's attention. With the awakening of copyright awareness, most people now had zero tolerance towards plagiarism. On top of that, this post contained clear evidence that the lost relative plagiarized a novel called The Tracker. From the main plot, framework and plot, it was shockingly similar. So, as soon as the post was released, it immediately caused an uproar. I can't believe it's plagiarism. I originally wanted to watch it because of Tongning's acting, but it seems it was all for nothing. Plagiarism is a disgrace. A film like this should be taken off the shelves as soon as possible. It's too embarrassing. I'm sorry, but we have zero tolerance towards plagiarism. As for plagiarism, does Tongning know about it? Or does she not? But, The Tracker. Why haven't I heard of it before? According to the information, The Tracker was an online novel that was updated 3 years ago and had a total of 540,000 words. Perhaps, because of the poor results, the author only wrote one book and never appeared online again. However, what was surprising was that such a wonderful novel, why was no one interested in it? Also, why was the search engine for this novel so poor? Regardless, this novel was written before The Lost Relative and was much more convincing. Is it because the author isn't famous that you plagiarized it? Plagiarizing AB*TCH is a disgrace. In response, Hai Rue immediately responded that they would investigate the script and reveal the truth to the public. Afterwards, Hai Rue contacted the scriptwriter. However, the scriptwriter felt angry and wronged. This is an insult to my character. I've already written so many scripts and won so many awards. How could I plagiarize and destroy my own reputation? In the end, afraid Mo Ting wouldn't believe him, the scriptwriter even pulled out all the creative materials. President Mo, although I don't know what happened, I definitely didn't plagiarize. Please investigate this matter and give me justice. I have no idea where the tracker came from. There was indeed something fishy about this. But now, the public had no idea about the truth. All they knew was that it was plagiarism and they would boycott it. It was that simple. As for how serious the consequences of plagiarism were, Tongming had experienced it firsthand when the script for Stupid was leaked. So, she used the method of publishing a book to secure the copyright. Now that the film was about to be released, something like this happened. Would it be released or not? Logically speaking, if it was anyone else, they would definitely allow the film to be released as scheduled. They would then say that they would investigate the matter, but at the same time, they would take advantage of the popularity of the film to boost the box office sales. But, this was a first for Hai Rue. The higher-ups took this matter seriously. So, Mo Ting personally ordered, before we find out the truth, the film will be delayed indefinitely. Hai Rue will not use plagiarism to pollute the eyes of the public and Tongming will not plagiarize to prove herself. Please wait for us to uncover the truth. Most people agreed with Hai Rue's decision. After all, as the big boss of the entertainment industry, Hai Rue's status was as domineering as ever. If they wanted to delay a film, they could do it without a care in the world. But, there were some that thought that Hai Rue was simply trying to escape. At least, they could save a little bit of Hai Rue's dignity. To further investigate the truth, Mo Ting sent the scriptwriter to Hai Rue. For the sake of his reputation, the 50-year-old man brought his own manuscript with him. I don't know why it's so similar. The Lost Relative was indeed written in the past 2 years, but I definitely didn't plagiarize anyone. Mo Ting did not say a word. He simply looked at Tongming. In the end, Tongming gave the man a definite answer: we believe you. On the other hand, I feel that the tracker was written according to my framework. After all, the pre-screening has already passed and the storyline is no longer a secret, the scriptwriter explained. In that case, are you familiar with online novels and platforms? Tongming asked. Yes, I have friends in this field. I've heard of a novel that is updated with a fixed number of words per day and is paid according to the number of subscriptions, the middle-aged man replied. Afterwards, Tongming fell into deep thought. At this time, Mo Ting replied, you will need to look at the tracker to find the answer. But, I did write it a few years ago. This was the crux of the problem. It proved that the timing of the story was directly related to the change of roles. As the film was delayed, the public was in an uproar. This was the result that Xianxia wanted. The reason for this arrangement was probably because she was part of the entertainment industry. Normally, authors weren't as ambitious as the scriptwriter and were more willing to accept new things in the industry. So, Xianxia knew what online novels were and was familiar with the operation behind them. Since Tongming wasn't going to let her off easy, she was going to make sure that Tongming's film couldn't be screened at home. She wanted to see how Tongming was going to win the Fei Tian Best Actress Award with a history of plagiarizing a film. Don't even think about it, plagiarism. Everyone hated plagiarism. In comparison, Tongming wasn't as shocked as Xianxia thought she would be. After all, she was already used to twists and turns. Plus, she believed that the scriptwriter didn't plagiarize their work and had other reasons. However, it took some time for her to get to know a new industry. So, she needed to seriously look for the answer. She wanted to know the reason and find the answer to this problem. Who plagiarized who? How could she prove that Elder Wu didn't plagiarize? That's enough. You're about to give birth. Can't you rest for a couple of days and let Fan Yu investigate? Long Jia couldn't stand it anymore as she watched Tongming handle the matter herself. I can rest for a couple of days, but the person that's secretly plotting against me won't, Tongming replied as she read the tracker. But, it's obvious. Plagiarism. His novel was published 2 to 3 years earlier than yours. There's definitely a problem. I need to find out, Tongming replied as she flipped through the information in her hands. Long Jia, do you think it's possible for online novels to change their publication dates? Long Jia shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she wasn't too familiar with the rules of this new industry. To find out the truth as soon as possible, Mo Ting asked Lu Che to contact the person in charge of the website and ask them to provide evidence as soon as possible. Although they weren't as large as Hai Rui, they still had a strong legal system. So, they managed to pull out files from 3 years ago. The signed contract showed that the tracker was indeed a work that existed 3 years ago. This was an undeniable fact. President. The signs of plagiarism are obvious and the other party has already provided evidence. Elder Wu's film is undoubtedly plagiarized. Mo Ting looked at the yellowed contract in seriousness before throwing it to one side. Let's continue investigating. Should we continue investigating? Lu Che asked. As soon as he saw Mo Ting lift his head, he scratched his head. What I mean is, should we think of a way to remedy the situation? If we try to remedy the situation before we have a full understanding of the truth, wouldn't Hai Rui be slapping themselves in the face if new problems crop up? Although the industry didn't differentiate between right and wrong. As the leader of Hai Rui, Mo Ting had never allowed them to use unorthodox methods to achieve their goals. But, what if the results of the investigation are the same? There will definitely be a loophole. How could he be so certain? He had chosen this script from a pile of other scripts. The reason why he gave it to Tongming, he must have done his own research. Hai Rui would never allow plagiarism to happen. But, how did the tracker appear out of nowhere? How did it even have a contract from a few years ago? He was quite curious. It seemed quite interesting. However, time did not allow them to proceed slowly. Because, after the plagiarism incident blew up, the author finally stepped out and announced that he had hired a lawyer to defend his rights. Plus, he claimed that Hai Rui was a big shark that could easily swallow up a small fish. So, he had no choice but to step out and clarify the truth to avoid future trouble. Because of this, Hai Rui was still under the scrutiny of the netizens. Because of this, they did not dare to act recklessly. He claimed that Hai Rui was a big shark. Not only that, he also demanded that Hai Rui show their attitude and stop shielding the author. Not only did he demand compensation and an apology, he also demanded that the lost relative not be screened in any theaters. This was the correct way to deal with plagiarism. Because she was the victim, it sounded so natural. At that moment, it seemed to resonate with the majority of the original authors. All the authors joined forces to boycott the lost relative and demanded that the plagiarist, Mr. Hu, apologize. Now, all the evidence proved that Mr. Hu was indeed the plagiarist. For a while, it seemed that no one could prove his innocence. Old Master Hu felt wronged and angry. Faced with the distortion of right and wrong by the outside world, he was so angry that he was bedridden. Hurry up and apologize. Don't be a coward. This scriptwriter has produced many good works in the past. I didn't expect him to make mistakes. Could it be that he has run out of ideas? No matter what, the plagiarist should explode on the spot. Seeing the comments on the internet, Elder Wu's family did not dare to tell the old man about it. They could only sigh. When Tongming heard that Mr. Hu was sick because of anger, she immediately went to visit him. Miss Tang, you didn't have to come here. It's not your fault. Plus, you're about to give birth. It's very dangerous. Elder Wu's wife said. My husband has been innocent all his life, yet he's been framed. I refuse to believe that he would plagiarize someone, but, if it's someone else, it's fine. But, when my grandson came home for dinner yesterday and saw his grandfather, he cursed at him for being shameless. Tell me, at his age, how could the old man take it? After hearing this, Tongming had no choice but to comfort, I believe in Elder Wu. Plus, I've never given up on trying to prove his innocence. I'm honored to have acted in his script. Miss Tang, thank you so much, Tongming shook her head. In reality, her heart was filled with a deep sense of guilt. She had a feeling that the entire incident was directed at her and Elder Wu was simply making it easier for the culprit to act. As for the culprit, she didn't need to think too much. Apart from Xianxia, who else could it be? Firstly, only Xianxia had such a deep grudge against her recently. Secondly, Xianxia was an author, so she naturally understood how web novels worked. But, of course, she still needed concrete evidence. So, that day, after visiting Elder Wu, Tongning returned home and locked herself in the study room. She was going to start from the beginning with 540,000 words, but Tongning had no idea how serious the incident was. Due to the threat of online violence and the distrust and lack of understanding from his family, Elder Wu ended up leaving a suicide note and taking pills 3 days after the incident. Although his family discovered him in time, because he took too many pills, his brain was damaged and he was still in a coma to this day. In fact, the doctor said that even if he woke up, there would be serious repercussions and he might even end up with dementia. Even so, online comments such as "he deserved it, he committed suicide to escape punishment, this is how it should be, why didn't he just die cleanly," and so on appeared online. *CK, the internet these days is scary. He's already been forced to this extent, yet he's still making sarcastic remarks. I feel bad for Elder Wu. After hearing Long Jia's words, Tongning slammed her hands on the study table. Long Jia was so shocked that she quickly covered her chest. This was the first time she had seen Tongning get angry in front of her. Tongning had never shown her emotions on her face. "Tongning, let me have some quiet." Long Jia understood Tongning was in a bad mood, so she nodded her head and quietly left the study room. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she saw Mo Ting's tall figure standing in the doorway. Her savior had arrived. "Boss?" Tongning was really angry just now. "I heard," Mo Ting replied calmly. "Go home, I'll take care of her." "Okay." With Mo Ting around, Long Jia felt a lot more at ease. Now that the situation had gotten to this point, no one wanted to see it end up like this. A moment later, Mo Ting pushed open the study room door. Seeing Tongning sprawled in front of the computer desk, at a loss of what to do, he quickly ran over and carried her in his arms. "You are about to become a mother, don't you know what's important?" "Ting, this time, I can't find an answer." "I can't seem to find one, you're just confused." "It's not like you can't find one," Mo Ting comforted as he carried her in his arms. Mo Ting hugged her in his arms and comforted. "Your opponent wants to see you in this state the most. The more you blame yourself, the happier she will be." "But there are no buts. The Tongning I know, nothing is too difficult for her. Even though she has never taken acting lessons, she was able to start from scratch with a single word from me. You are the same now, you are simply not calm." Mo Ting coaxed. "I've read through Elder Wu's scripts. A person's writing style is always the same. So, our only hope now lies in the 540,000 words." After hearing Mo Ting's words, Tongning calmed down and nodded her head. "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'm sure it won't go wrong. You must be tired. Go get some rest." Tongning looked at Mo Ting, trying to see if she had any room to act shamelessly. But, seeing Mo Ting's burning gaze, she had no choice but to nod her head. "Okay, I'll rest. But, I want to be by your side. That way, I can feel at ease." She couldn't rush into the book to find the answer, because she needed to sort out her emotions. A moment later, Tongning lay in Mo Ting's arms and fell into a deep sleep. It seemed she was really tired. Seeing this, Mo Ting flipped open the lid of his laptop and opened up the novel called The Tracker. Word by word, he spent the entire night reading through it. Of course, he also gained a lot from it. Early the next morning, Tongning woke up in Mo Ting's arms. Seeing him still engrossed in the book, she couldn't help but ask worriedly, "You've been reading all night? Don't worry about that for now. Come over and have a look at these." Mo Ting pulled out the screenshots and showed them to Tongning. "Take a look and see what you've discovered." Tongning leaned against the computer desk while being protected by Mo Ting's arms. She looked at the screen in detail and soon discovered something. The writing style is different and the words used are different. It doesn't seem like it was written by the same person. These were found at 200,000, 280,000, 400,000, and 470,000 respectively. Are you saying this book was written by a few people at the same time? Tongning's voice was filled with uncertainty. In fact, it was done in a very short period of time, Mo Ting explained. I've asked Luce to look into talent in this field. He found out that the fastest record for famous web novelists is 50,000 to 80,000 words in 3 to 4 days. If a few people share the workload of tens of thousands of words at the same time, a book can be completed in less than 10 days. But the contract was in place a long time ago. Tongming thought of the contract. The contract is real, but who can guarantee that the content at the beginning is the content in this book? With these words, Tongming was enlightened. In other words, the other party deliberately misled us by telling us to look for a contract. In reality, they could have made an issue out of the content. I've already told Luce that web novels are different from physical books, they can be edited at a later stage. Since we can't find any information about this book online, it can only mean one thing: it's either been edited or he didn't have that many words to begin with and added them later. After hearing Mo Ting's analysis, Tongming could only say she couldn't help but admire this man. Of course, he also had to admire Xianxia for her viciousness. In that case, as long as we can find the authors and the records of the website being edited, won't we be able to prove Elder Wu's innocence? Why do we need to do anything? Mo Ting said as he lovingly stroked Tongming's cheek and placed his chin on her shoulder. We need to release this evidence to the public. I've discovered that the author with the best writing skills is currently editing the content. This means they are still afraid of being discovered. Since someone is editing the content, then it proves that the person in charge of the website is aware. Actually, I'm willing to trust the judgment of the netizens, Tongming said after calming down. The reason why they are so angry is because they support the original work and despise plagiarism. But, Elder Wu, everything will pass, okay? After hearing Mo Ting's words of comfort, Tongming nodded her head. I don't think I can think straight anymore. I don't blame you for being stupid. Mo Ting placed a gentle kiss on Tongming's forehead. Of course, the netizens were still calling for Hai Rui to apologize and for the film to be taken off the shelves. Meanwhile, the scolding towards Elder Wu continued. Perhaps, because his family couldn't take it anymore, Elder Wu's wife angrily accepted an interview with the media. She revealed everything about Elder Wu's script, character designs, the places he had been to and the people he had visited. My elder who has done everything he could for the sake of art and film. Who would have thought, in the end, he would be slandered like this? I don't know what the person behind this is trying to achieve. But, he can forget about getting anything from me. This is the cycle of the heavens. This vicious person will definitely receive retribution. Because of the old woman's words, the people that Elder Wu had previously contacted also stepped out to speak. When Elder Wu created his character, he would definitely visit a lot of real-life events to experience the emotions of the characters. This is not something that a plagiarist can do. But there were even more people that refuted him. Plagiarism is plagiarism. There's nothing more to say. Elder Wu didn't plagiarize, but where's the evidence? There was no evidence. If there was evidence, would he have taken his own life? At this time, the author of the tracker couldn't accept being slandered, so he stepped out arrogantly. If he didn't plagiarize, I will chop off my own hands. On the surface, both parties appeared to be victims, but the evidence was on the side of the tracker. At this unexpected moment, Hai Rui finally made a statement. They released a PR article titled, "Please Remember Your Promise." The gist of the article was that Hai Rui would release evidence to prove Elder Wu's innocence at 7 p.m. that night. If Hai Rui could prove that Elder Wu didn't plagiarize, then the author of the tracker would remember his promise. He would chop off his own hands. The author did not expect Hai Rui to find anything, so he replied straightforwardly, I mean what I say. As a result, the incident suddenly escalated to a whole new level. After all, it involved a pair of hands. What other evidence can Hai Rui produce? I'm quite curious. How can he make a comeback like this? Don't tell me they're just twisting words and trying to confuse the public? Hai Rui has never done this before. They've always been straightforward. That's why I'm looking forward to it. How can he make a comeback like this? Isn't the evidence already conclusive? I refuse to listen to Hai Rui's whitewash. If Hai Rui dares to whitewash a plagiarist, I will hate him for the rest of my life. Even if the celebrity I like belongs to Hai Rui, I will not accept it. Evidence? Song Xian sat on the sofa leisurely sipping on a cup of coffee. I would like to see what evidence Hai Rui can produce. She thought that she had done it flawlessly. At least, in the eyes of an outsider, no one would be able to see any flaws. Unfortunately, the people she encountered were Mo Ting and Tongning. The author of the tracker felt a little guilty, so he called Song Xian for help. However, Song Xian calmly comforted, "Don't worry, Hai Rui won't be able to produce any evidence. As long as you insist, Hai Rui won't be able to do anything to us. But this matter involves my hands." No buts. The man had no idea that Song Xian was the mastermind, so he could only worry. This was where Song Xian was smart. She would never allow herself to be caught up in a conspiracy. Even if her plan was to be exposed, she would be able to get out of it unscathed and have nothing to do with it. Plus, she was certain that Hai Rui was simply using PR. Wasn't this how Mo Ting usually did things? On the other hand, the author was in a panic. After all, he had placed both his hands on the table. If Hai Rui were to produce evidence, what would he do? The entire public was currently paying close attention to the development of the matter. They especially wanted to know if Hai Rui would be able to produce evidence. Was the contract for the tracker not solid evidence? Could Hai Rui produce any stronger evidence than this? What a joke. Impossible. Everyone waited patiently for 7 p.m. to arrive. In particular, the screenwriters and authors that were boycotting the release of The Lost Relative were filled with righteous indignation. They wanted nothing more than to skin Elder Wu alive. If Hai Rui were to produce evidence, then their faces. Where else could they put it? Time slowly passed. It seemed like it was moving slowly, but it was also approaching. During this period of time, there was nothing else that could attract the public's attention more than whether Hai Rui would be able to produce evidence. Hai Rui, stop keeping us in suspense. Hurry up and produce the evidence. Hai Rui, stop messing with us. We've already exceeded the time limit by a minute. Where's the evidence they promised? Are they just bluffing? It didn't take long before Hai Rui's official platform released a PR statement. The evidence was long and there was a lot of evidence. In fact, it was 9 pages long. In this PR statement, Hai Rui listed out all the inconsistencies in the writing of the tracker and explained them one by one. An author's writing style should be very uniform. Moreover, in terms of words, sentences, punctuation, and tone, they should all be consistent. But please take a look at this 540,000-word novel, The Tracker, and there are several different writing styles at the same time. Could it be that the author is split into different groups? I believe that readers who love to read novels will be able to see the crux of the matter at a glance. If the author isn't a schizophrenic, then what other possibility could have caused such a result? At this point, Hai Rui suddenly stopped. They used the remaining 8 pages to list the inconsistencies and loopholes in the tracker. It seemed they wanted everyone to look at the evidence first, think it through and believe from the bottom of their hearts that Hai Rui had presented them with evidence and that they weren't making things up. Didn't the outside world want evidence? Then, Hai Rui should give it to him. Because Hai Rui didn't provide a definitive answer, everyone that was paying attention to the matter began to look at the evidence that Hai Rui had listed. Before they started reading, they didn't feel anything was wrong. But, as soon as they started reading, they began to understand how a novel could contain 5 to 6 different ways of expressing itself. Oh God! I thought Hai Rui was playing tricks. I never expected them to be so meticulous as to take screenshots. It's actually evidence. The author can't deny it. After all, Hai Rui took screenshots from the website of the author. They even have the time and address of the screenshots. There's no way they could have faked it. What the F***ck, is this a shocking reversal? The author is a godly person. This was obviously written by 5 to 6 people. Is the original author also a psychopath? Before the author accuses others of plagiarism, he should step out and explain why his novel was written by 5 to 6 people. Hai Rui even discovered this. It seems they are really diligent in finding evidence. Hai Rui's evidence is impressive. They're about to start their face-slapping routine. This was the cleverness of Hai Rui, they did not reveal their trump card yet. Instead, they created an illusion for the public that Hai Rui had the evidence to back up their claims. They were simply leaving the author and her supporters some face. 8 p.m. Let's find out why the original author was written by 5 to 6 people. This was the suspense that Hai Rui left everyone with. The truth seemed to be getting closer and closer. Because of this, the tides began to turn. The person that previously accused Elder Wu of plagiarism, the person that angrily attacked him and even forced him to take his own life, was no longer certain of the truth. At least, if the author of the tracker was innocent, he wouldn't have hired 5 to 6 popular authors to write for him. Plus, his novel wasn't well known before. Was there a need to hire popular authors? All signs pointed to the fact that there was an even bigger secret hidden within. This matter is getting more and more confusing. The original author's evidence doesn't seem fake, but Hai Rui's evidence is also real. Plus, I've taken a look at the tracker and it's just like the screenshots. Sometimes, the words don't match up. It's obvious that it was written by multiple authors. I really want to know the truth. What exactly is going on? Faced with the public's reaction, the original author's panic turned into guilt. Because, not only would this matter cause him to lose face, it would also cause him to lose both his hands, but there were still people that stubbornly supported him. Even if there's a problem with the original author, it doesn't mean that Elder Wu didn't plagiarize. Exactly. All it means is that the original author isn't a good person. Every industry has its fair share of unfairness. It's normal. What are you panicking for? Hai Rui said they would reveal the answer at 8 p.m. It takes some time to show everyone the evidence. Do you think you're a god that can make a random guess? The internet was suddenly filled with arguments. But, it couldn't be denied that Hai Rui's first step was a success. But, not only did Tongning want to punish the original author, she also wanted to tear apart the mastermind behind the scenes. But, Xianxia had not shown herself at all. What could they do to implicate her? She wasn't going to let Xianxia get lucky every time. She was going to find an opportunity to deal with Xianxia. 8 p.m. It was another unbearable time. The author paced back and forth in his home. He was truly afraid. Hai Rui wasn't easy to deal with. He shouldn't have agreed to Xianxia's suggestion from the start. He shouldn't have been greedy for this unexpected fortune. He actually trusted Xianxia and thought they wouldn't be able to find anything. But, who would have thought? Hai Rui was called Hai Rui because it wasn't something that could be tricked by someone like him. What should I do? What should I do? Because of his guilty conscience, the author gave Xianxia another phone call. But, Xianxia did not pick up. Even though she didn't believe that Hai Rui had anything else to offer, she cunningly chose not to pick up the author's phone call. That way, she could reduce the risk of being discovered. In reality, the fact that Hai Rui was able to take screenshots and discover that a few people had written the same book at the same time was already beyond her expectations. Who would have thought Hai Rui would have more to offer? Soon, 8 p.m. arrived. As a spectator, the netizens were ready to receive new evidence. They wanted to see what else Hai Rui had to offer. They never expected to see such an exciting battle. No, this wasn't a simple battle, it was about to become a huge mystery. The timing was just right. Hai Rui's official website also released an update. The newest content was a video. In the video, there was an editor from a famous online literature website. Beside her was a computer that was logged into the website's management system. Of course, what she took out was only something that could be displayed in front of the public. Actually, it was something that people in the industry could easily understand. In the video, she was working on a chapter of a book that had also been finished a few years ago. Yet, she was able to replace it with new content. This proved that the industry was flexible in this aspect. It had nothing to do with the contract, the content could be replaced at a later stage. After watching the short video, everyone finally understood what Hai Rui was trying to say. Everyone had been struggling with the content of the contract, but had never expected that the tracker had only been added at a later stage. This was also the reason why it was so popular. It was because a few people could create a novel in a short period of time. Oh God, so, this was the truth. The mastermind had only used a smokescreen and almost succeeded in accomplishing something big. The onlookers were all shocked. They had thought that this was a simple case of plagiarism, but they did not expect that there were so many schemes and secrets hidden in it. After the truth was revealed, everyone fell silent. It didn't take long before Feng Yu accepted an interview from the media and made a concluding statement about the incident. Hai Rui is sure that everyone has seen the truth of the matter. I'm sure everyone has a clear idea of the plagiarism of the tracker and the lost relative. Hai Rui promised to prove Elder Wu's innocence. So, Hai Rui fulfilled their promise. What about the original author? If I remember correctly, you firmly accused Mr. Hu of plagiarizing your work. If Mr. Hu didn't plagiarize, you would chop off your hands. I hope you remember this promise. I'm still waiting to see the result. Then, there's the mob online. Of course, Hai Rui is already used to it. After all, the majority of people in this world are heartless and brainless. We don't blame those that don't know how to think, because in medical terms, they are mentally retarded. Since that's the case, what's the point of blaming them? Oh, by the way, I also need to give a special mention to the righteous people that are boycotting The Lost Relative. The power of this so-called army of original authors cannot be underestimated. Unfortunately, what you're doing is helping the evildoer. You think you're high and mighty, but in reality, you lack the most basic ability to judge. Speaking of which, you're all high-level intellectuals. It's because of your overbearing actions that Elder Wu was forced to die. Trash. If you still have a little bit of conscience, you should find a hole to hide in right now. Feng Yu's words were extremely straightforward. He did not try to hide his true intentions. After all, there were some things online that people couldn't help but get angry. A simple sentence could steal a person's future and even their life. Could it be that as a human, he couldn't control his own mouth? Couldn't he have a little bit of judgment before speaking and doing things? Hai Rui will continue to investigate this matter. As for why the author of the tracker planned this scheme and who the mastermind was, Hai Rui will not let this matter rest. Of course, the conspirators that tried to stop The Lost Relative from being released can rest for a while. The film will be released tomorrow and we welcome everyone to watch and support us. After Feng Yu's interview ended, the internet was filled with apologies. In fact, as everyone's education level increased, people who knew how to reflect on themselves had already become the majority of people. Elder Wu, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I never thought that Elder Wu would treat me so unjustly. I'm sorry. Although I'm a little embarrassed, let's all go to the cinema and support the film. That's the best way to apologize. That's right, let's go watch the film tomorrow. By the way, the author of the tracker is really despicable. Perhaps because he wanted to protect his hands, the original author went into hiding and did not say a word anymore. He had completely forgotten about his previous arrogance. Not long after, a netizen named Little Knife admitted on the internet that she was one of the gunmen. However, she did not know that writing for the gunman would involve such a big incident and that she would be used by someone with ulterior motives. She even claimed that she had no choice but to do it for the sake of making a living. But, when she heard about Elder Wu's suicide, she blamed herself so much that she couldn't eat or sleep well. Not only that, she even provided evidence that she had written the story herself. In fact, she even had a copy of the outline in her hands. Seeing this, wasn't the situation clear enough? Everything had come to light. Elder Wu is innocent. I would like to sincerely apologize to you. Even so, the truth had been revealed. But, another question began to plague the public. Why did the author of the tracker plan such a scheme? Was it because he wanted to get a share of the profits? But, the lost relative had nothing to do with him. How did he think of using it for his own benefit? This was another question that Hai Rui had left everyone with. Of course, since Hai Rui said they would investigate, they would definitely get to the bottom of it. The matter has finally been resolved. Elder Wu's innocence has finally been proven. That's not enough. Hearing Long Jie's cheers, Tongming's expression did not relax. Don't forget, even if the old man wakes up, he will still suffer from dementia. This time I will definitely find out who the mastermind is. Let's see how she can hide. You still have a plan? Long Jie asked in surprise. She dealt with them again. What a bunch of trash. As Song Xian watched the news at home, she threw the wine glass in her hand onto the floor, trying to vent her anger. But as she watched the red liquid splatter everywhere, she became even more annoyed. Her original intention was to stop Tongming's film from being released. But, who would have thought, not only did she fail, she ended up helping Tongming create a free promotional campaign. When The Lost Relative was released tomorrow, it was hard to imagine how explosive it would be. Xianxia thought she had failed. But, to her surprise, she had already been targeted by Tongming. This time, it seemed, they were going to play a game with her. The original author of the tracker had completely disappeared. Perhaps, he was afraid that Hai Rui would force him to cut off his hands, so he went into hiding and did not dare to show himself. However, it wasn't difficult for Hai Rui to find someone. Especially with the help of people from all over the internet, it didn't take long before Hai Rui found the original author. Tongming didn't want to see the jerk, but after finding the author, she gave Fan Yu a phone call for at least half an hour. As for what she said, apart from Mo Ting, no one else would know. It didn't take long before the author was invited to the reception room by Hai Rui. Although the author was well prepared, as soon as he arrived on Hai Rui's turf, he couldn't help but tremble in fear. Fan Yu took a little bit of time out to meet with the shameless jerk, mainly because if it was someone else doing it, he and Tongming wouldn't be able to rest easy. I am Fan Yu, the vice president of Hai Rui. My name is Fan Yu, Hai Rui said to the author after entering the reception room. However, Fan Yu did not extend his hand towards the author. Obviously, he did not take the man seriously. I know. The man was 24 or 25 years old. He was skinny and had a buzz cut. On the surface, he looked like a university student. But, no one expected, this man would cause such a huge commotion in Beijing's entertainment industry. As long as you know, I won't ask any further. Hai Rui will investigate on their own. I simply want you to tell me, who instigated you and taught you how to use these methods? Fan Yu sat down on the corner of the coffee table and leaned in close to the author. I'm sure you know the consequences of not telling the truth. It's easy for Hai Rui to make you suffer. The man was obviously scared stiff. From the beginning to the end, he hid his hands behind his back, afraid that Hai Rui would remember about the bet. It's just a woman. She contacted me through the internet and gave me a sum of money to do this. I followed her instructions completely. Really, I didn't know it would end up like this. I beg you, don't chop off my hand. Chop off your hand? Fan Yu chuckled and shook his head. We are all civilized people, we wouldn't do such violent things. However, haven't you always been the one to chop off your hands? I was just joking, just joking. Then let's play another joke. After speaking, Fan Yu handed the man a document. He still remembered Hu Jingjing's grudge, it was etched deep into his heart. After meeting with the author, Fan Yu was about to head to the CEO's office with the information. However, Xianxia, who was wearing sunglasses and dressed fashionably, approached him first. How long does Hai Rui plan to leave me hanging? After entering Fan Yu's office, Xianxia removed her sunglasses and asked, my manager is currently in the hospital. Has Hai Rui forgotten all about me? As you know, your manager was arrested for theft, so the public can't help but link the two of you together. Hai Rui is simply trying to calm the matter down as soon as possible. I'm sure you don't want the public to look at you in a negative light, right? Fan Yu raised an eyebrow at Xianxia. I knew you would say this. That's why I want to cancel my contract with Hai Rui, Xianxia said as she rapped on the table. I'll pay for the breach of contract. I've already discussed this with President Mo, but he said he wants to wait until your fate with Hai Rui comes to an end. But, now is definitely not the time. After speaking, Fan Yu turned to Xianxia and said, I'm going to the CEO's office. What about you? Does Hai Rui plan to leave me hanging like this? Don't worry, President Mo has already said that he will find a new manager for you and is currently arranging other jobs for you. Go home and wait for the news. Xianxia glanced at Fan Yu and scoffed coldly. Afterwards, she put on her sunglasses and left Fan Yu's office. Fan Yu watched as Xianxia left and his expression turned cold. How could such a talented person have such an evil heart and disregard the lives of others? He couldn't imagine what her heart was made of. Wait for a job, she was going to wait for her retribution. That would come sooner. Of course, today was also the first day of the Lost Relatives release. According to the real-time box office statistics, the box office had already exceeded $100 million by 4 p.m. This was probably the fastest police film in the history of Beijing to exceed $100 million. Of course, this was all thanks to Xianxia's promotion. After watching the film, I finally understand that Old Who could never have plagiarized the script. The entire film has a strong Who style to it. I really need to apologize to Old Who and Tongning. Old Who put his heart into writing the script and Tongning put her heart into her character. Both of them deserve respect. I can't help but be amazed by Tongning's performance once again. 3 films, 3 roles, yet she was almost 100% complete. There wasn't a single trace of acting. What a shocking sight. It's so exciting to watch. Oh God, I'm getting goosebumps. Tongning's explosive power is so strong. There were a few times when she bumped into her husband, but she didn't recognize him. But, watching her fight was so satisfying. It's so rare to see an actress that puts her heart into acting. Right now, I wish I could cast Tongning in all of my favorite books. I'm sure she won't disappoint. The film is so highly praised that it deserves a second viewing. I'll go watch it with my boyfriend tonight. Because of the previous films, The Lost Relative didn't need to spend too much effort on promotion. With the addition of the fans' compensation, the box office skyrocketed and left all the other films in the dust. Tongning was trying to prove her ability and her height. Are there any characters that Tongning can't play? Meanwhile, the author of the tracker finally couldn't handle the pressure and decided to reveal the entire story of the plagiarism incident to the public. At this time, Xianxia had no idea that she was about to be in big trouble. For safety reasons, the author chose to accept an interview with a well-known media outlet and did not meet too many people. During the entire interview, he kept his head down. However, he explained everything very clearly, including the moment he received the first phone call. I was indeed instructed by someone, but I've never met the person nor know her identity. All I know is, she is also a novelist and someone from the entertainment industry. She is very young, around 22 to 23 years old. When she speaks, she is very cautious. Her ultimate motive is to stop Tongning's film from being released. I've looked into her home phone number and IP address. All I know is that she lives in the National School District. Apart from that, there's nothing else I can do. The novelist was from the entertainment industry. He was 22 to 23 years old and he had a grudge against Tongning. Most importantly, he lived near the National School District. Since so much information had been revealed about the mastermind, it wasn't hard to find his identity. With the help of the netizens, it didn't take long before they found all the candidates that fit the criteria. In the end, there was only one person that fit all the criteria. It was Xianxia. Perhaps, even Xianxia didn't expect that she would be found so quickly. In fact, before she could even react, the internet was already scolding her. Is this Xianxia the one that stole her manager? Exactly. A few days ago, she was still very popular in Beijing. But, because of the incident with her manager, her fans started to lose their support. I never expected her to be so vicious. I can't believe it. The two of them have completely different paths. Why would she treat Tongning like this? She even caused Elder Wu to commit suicide. Haha, this woman has always been arrogant. She must be jealous that Tongning is more popular than she is and envious that Tongning has better resources than her. What's so strange about that? If it's really Xianxia, I hope she dies. Son of AB*TCH. She's too vicious. I used to think that her songs were good, but from now on, I can only say goodbye to her. There are plenty of people in this world that can write good songs. I need to leave my support to those that are kind. I hope Hai Rui can ban Xianxia and stop this lunatic from harming people again. The internet was filled with scolding. As for Xianxia, she naturally received the news and was shocked. She had never thought that she would be discovered and exposed. How was this possible? A second later, Xianxia gave Fang Yu a phone call and questioned, "What's with the scolding outside? Why was I suddenly splashed with a basin of dirty water? Why didn't Hai Rui do their PR in time? What do you guys want?" Hai Rui is currently investigating the truth. The truth? The truth was, they should have protected their artists' reputations first. Is this how Hai Rui treats their artists? From what I can see, Tongming's reputation has been well maintained. Is she being treated differently? Even if something happened to Tongming, Hai Rui would only release PR after an investigation. If you are innocent, why would you be afraid of an investigation? Fang Yu asked calmly. Good, very good. From what I see, Hai Rui is only opening for Tongming, right? After speaking, Song Xian hung up the phone and gave Xiao Yuha a call. I've been framed. I feel terrible. Xiao Yuha had already found out about the entire incident online. Although Song Xian was a suspect, there was no concrete evidence, so she shouldn't be attacked by the internet. Song Xian, tell me the truth. Did you do this? Song Xian was stunned by Xiao Yuha's question for a few seconds. Although she didn't know what Xiao Yuha wanted to do, she still denied everything. What are you talking about? What does this have to do with me? Can't you be honest with me? That's the only way I can find a way to protect you. I really didn't do it, Song Xian continued to deny. Trust me. Okay, I hope you remember everything I've done for you. After speaking, Xiao Yuha hung up the phone. Song Xian froze for a moment. After putting down her phone, she placed her hand on her heartbeat. How could it be so fast? What was she feeling guilty about? She didn't know how Xiao Yuha planned to divert attention from her. All she knew was, her only hope rested on Xiao Yuha. Of course, Tongming knew that Song Xian wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Especially when she didn't have any evidence. But, when faced with a cunning woman like Song Xian, she had her ways. Inside the quiet hospital, it was currently late at night. Duan Jinghong never expected that Tongming would come looking for her. She had no idea when Tongming entered the hospital room. All she knew was, when she woke up, Tongming was already sitting on the sofa. Of course, if she found out that Mo Ting was just outside the room, she would be even more surprised. You've already repaid what you owed Hua Jingjing. But, what about what you owe me? Tongming asked as she raised an eyebrow. Duan Jinghong looked deeply into Tongming's eyes. She realized she was practically transparent in front of Tongming. It was like Tongming could see through everything that was in her heart. Are you referring to? I'm referring to how you instigated Hua Wenfeng to put quinidine in my chicken soup. Tongming blinked and did not give Duan Jinghong a chance to refute. Although you were in disguise at the time, Hua Wenfeng still recognized you from a photo in prison. Are you going to continue to deny it? After hearing this, Duan Jinghong's palms began to sweat. You don't need to be afraid. The person I'm looking for is the culprit, Tongming comforted. You probably know better than anyone how difficult it is to deal with Song Xian. She is sinister and cunning. Plus, she's good at exonerating herself. I'm sure you also hate her, right? Duan Jinghong bit her lip and did not make a sound. As for Elder Wu's plagiarism. She did it, Duan Jinghong blurted out. But, I can't help you testify against her, because that would be equivalent to testifying against myself. In that case, are you saying that you want me to expose her? At that time, would Song Xian turn around and push all the blame onto you? Huh? Tongming asked with a smile. If you take the initiative, I'm confident that you won't be implicated. In fact, you will receive the sympathy of the majority of people. Think about it yourself. Do you trust Song Xian more, or do you trust me more? Between the two, she was of course more willing to trust Tongming. There was no doubt about it. Song Xian will definitely find a way to get away with it. If she doesn't find someone close to her to testify against her, she will definitely bite back at you to prevent you from betraying her. Do you believe that? If she can't find a way out, she will push all the blame onto you. When that time comes, will you retaliate? What do you think your chances of winning are? Even though Tongming had made it clear, if she really had to testify against Song Xian, Duan Jinghong would still consider her friendship with Song Xian. Even if she didn't want to be so emotional, even if she almost lost her legs, deep down, she still didn't want to testify against Song Xian. Sometimes, people were cheap like that. Even though, there were times when she wanted to skin Song Xian alive, Tongning glanced at Song Xian from the corner of her eyes. After noticing the complex emotions in her eyes, she sighed, I'm sure you need some time to think about it. But, I need to remind you that everything Song Xian has done, it's only a matter of time before she gets exposed. After speaking, Tongning stood up from the sofa. But, before she reached the door, Duan Jinghong suddenly asked, how much do you hate Song Xian? I will use my actions to show you how much I hate her, Tongning replied without turning around. Duan Jinghong relaxed. At this moment, Duan Jinghong finally realized how scared and frightened she was when facing Tongning. On the way home, Mo Ting wrapped his arm around Tongning and wrapped his arm around her abdomen, afraid that she would suffer any bumps. On the way home, Mo Ting wrapped his arm around Tongning and protected her abdomen, afraid that she would suffer any bumps. Did your conversation with Duan Jinghong not go well? Yes, I can tell that Duan Jinghong hasn't given up on Song Xian yet, Tongning replied. Regardless, it's good that she still has a conscience. Duan Jinghong has a conscience, but Song Xian may not. If Song Xian had a conscience, she wouldn't have plotted so many inhumane things. She wouldn't even let the elderly and children off. Duan Jinghong will eventually testify against Song Xian. Although her conversation with Duan Jinghong didn't go well, Tongning was certain that Duan Jinghong's silence was because she hadn't been heard enough. So, she decided to let them continue to kill each other. To be exact, she was going to let Song Xian continue to scheme against Duan Jinghong. Ever since staying at Nziheo's friend's resort, Chen Xingyan began to return home more often. Under normal circumstances, Nziheo would deliberately stay on set to visit. Firstly, to prevent Ling Long from playing any tricks, and secondly, for convenience's sake. After filming, Chen Xingyan would take her away from the set and directly to the resort they frequented. Whether it was dealing with work or cooking home-cooked meals, as long as they were together, even if it was just sitting there in a daze, the two were satisfied. After all, this was Chen Xingyan's first relationship, so she couldn't wait to stick to Nziheo 24/7. As for Nziheo, because of Chen Xingyan's passion, he felt a lot younger. Ever since Ling Long messed with Chen Xingyan, the production crew acted like nothing had happened. But, on all sorts of occasions, she helped Chen Xingyan cause trouble for Ling Long. After that, Ling Long also experienced the despair of being left alone on the mountain. In order to highlight Ling Long's misery, the staff paid special attention to the weather while they were pranking her. Knowing that it was going to rain, they cooperated with the plan. That night, Ling Long returned in tears to get even with the director. But, she heard that someone from Hai Rui had arrived on set and was having dinner with the director. Hai Rui, needless to say, Mo Ting's brother was obviously here to seek justice for his sister. Our president Mo only has one sister. If she's bullied by a small fry like this, then, where would President Mo put his face? Of course, the director apologized profusely. We will definitely take good care of Xingyan. Don't worry, President Mo, in that case, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Miss Shen. At that time, Lingling was eavesdropping outside the door. After she found out that Hai Rui had already spoken to the director, she no longer dared to cause trouble for Chen Xingyan. Although the public was talking about Chen Xingyan being Mo Ting's sister, Mo Ting had never admitted it. So, Lingling originally held on to a sliver of hope. But now, even if someone lent her 10 times the courage, she would never dare to cause trouble for Chen Xingyan again. Chen Xingyan had no idea that Nziheo had sent someone to deal with her. Ever since she got together with Nziheo, apart from filming, all her thoughts were on Nziheo. She was constantly thinking about taking advantage of him and kissing him. That night, the couple once again rested at the resort. Nziheo accompanied Chen Xingyan as she studied her script. But, the little brat's mind wasn't on the script. Are you listening or not? Nziheo lifted his head and noticed Chen Xingyan was still staring at him. He couldn't help but ask angrily. If you give me a kiss, I can memorize everything. Nziheo took a deep breath and stared at Chen Xingyan. Knowing that her mind wasn't on the script, he had no choice but to give up. I've put in so much effort to support you. Why can't you be a little more serious? Do you know how many people wish to be as lucky as you? I've already told you, my interest is only in being a stunt double. Of course, that was in the past. Now, my interest is in you. Chen Xingyan replied. That's because you're still young and your mind hasn't matured yet. I'm starting to wonder if it's a good or bad thing for me to be with you so soon. After hearing Ziheo's words, Chen Xingyan's expression suddenly changed like she had been stabbed. Can't you not talk about work when you're with me? It's not like I haven't done what you've asked me to do. And Ziheo understood that Chen Xingyan had a temper, so he no longer refuted. He simply nodded his head. I won't talk about it anymore. Let's go to sleep. Sleep with me? Chen Xingyan, do you know how old you are? And Ziheo couldn't help but ask. Chen Xingyan took the opportunity to lay on top of Ziheo's body, place a gentle kiss on his lips and quickly jump away. And Ziheo had no choice but to help her sleep. He then pulled out a thin blanket and prepared to sleep on the sofa. However, after turning off the lights, Chen Xingyan suddenly asked, will you sign any other artists? For example, someone like Annie? I'm not sure, and Ziheo replied. If you already have a superstar on your hands, would you not consider signing anyone else? Perhaps. And Ziheo, you're actually quite disappointed in me, aren't you? This time Ziheo did not respond because he had already fallen asleep. Meanwhile, Chen Xingyan lay on the bed, unable to fall asleep. For some reason, she felt quite bored. But, she wasn't a person that was bound by anything. Now that love had arrived, she couldn't think too much about it. In reality, Ziheo had his own pressure. After all, Chen Xingyan wasn't just anyone, she was Mo Ting's sister. And, he knew better than anyone what kind of person Mo Ting was. Not everyone could be with his sister, especially when she wasn't even 20 yet. He wanted to prove to Mo Ting that he was worthy of her, but the little brat on the bed refused to cooperate. As expected, Song Xian returned to Duan Jinghong's room the next morning. Although Duan Jinghong knew why Song Xian was here, when she saw her again, she realized that she didn't hate her as much as she imagined. Even though Song Xian had abandoned her on the first day of the incident in order to protect herself. Jinghong, I need your help right now. Xiao Yuhe had already come up with a complete PR plan. But, Song Xian was worried that something would go wrong with Duan Jinghong. So, she pretended to be hated by the public and acted like a helpless person. How can I help you in my current state? Duan Jinghong asked in self-ridicule. In order to bring me down, Tongming will definitely come looking for you. But, my career has already hit rock bottom. I can't lose my last chance to make a comeback. So, can you leave Beijing and not let anyone find you? I swear, as long as I return to the past, I will definitely take you back to my side and treat you well. Duan Jinghong was not fooled by Song Xian's words. Her expression remained calm and even a little cold. President Xiao has already prepared a path of retreat for you, hasn't she? Song Xian was stunned for a moment. Her smile was a little fake. Why would you think so? Plus, Tongming has already come looking for me. Tongming wanted me to testify against you, but I didn't agree to it. I thought about our past and how we've worked together since university. Even though you've committed heinous crimes, I couldn't bring myself to punish you. Tongming came looking for you? Song Xian completely ignored Duan Jinghong's kindness. She simply focused on the fact that Tongming had already visited. So, she naturally didn't trust Duan Jinghong. He didn't believe it at all. Yes, he came looking for me last night. Tongming's offer must be very attractive, Tongming said. Song Xian suddenly panicked. Was she going to make a move on this business partner that she had worked with for many years? You must be thinking about how to deal with me right now. Duan Jinghong understood Tongming well, so she directly saw through her thoughts. I wonder, do you feel even the slightest bit of pity? Song Xian's eyes darkened as she looked at Duan Jinghong with a dangerous look. I agree to leave, Duan Jinghong finally relented, I'll leave immediately. At this moment, Song Xian felt that everything Duan Jinghong did was part of Tongming's scheme. So, even though Duan Jinghong said she wanted to leave, she was still worried. No, you'd better not leave. Go live in my house. After hearing Song Xian's suggestion, Duan Jinghong let out a laugh of ridicule, but she did not say a word. Tongming must have expected this. You won't be able to take me away, Duan Jinghong replied calmly. There are 4 bodyguards outside. They were all sent by Tongming. Astonishment flashed across Song Xian's eyes. "Come in," Duan Jinghong yelled. This meant that Song Xian had lost the chance to see her again. "In the end, you betrayed me and became Tongning's dog." After hearing this, Duan Jinghong laughed. "You have always been the one that prioritizes benefits above all else. Song Xian, don't fight with Tongning. This is my last advice as a friend. I also want to remind you that Tongning knows that you tried to kill the child in her stomach. I'm sure, even if she becomes a ghost, she will come looking for you to settle the score. You better watch out." Song Xian glared at Duan Jinghong hatefully. In the end, she had no choice but to leave. Song Xian was powerful because she was ruthless. She relied on her background as the daughter of a powerful official to act like a tyrant. But Tongning was powerful because she could attack people's hearts. Xiao Yuhe had promised to help Song Xian divert the public's attention, so he decided to find someone to take the blame. But Tongning did not give him the chance. Even if she didn't use Duan Jinghong, she still had a way to make Song Xian lose the chance to make a comeback. Let's take a look at the latest entertainment news. It's about the aftermath of The Lost Relative being accused of plagiarism. As everyone knows, before The Lost Relative was released, there was a cinema that did not schedule screenings for the film. This was the newly established Kaihuang Cinema. According to an insider, the young master of Kaihuang is actually Song Xian's follower. In order to make her smile, he has spent a lot of money. After all, The Lost Relative has already made over $400 million since its release. I wonder if the shareholders of Kaihuang have cried themselves to sleep in the bathroom. Of course, the battle between Song Xian and Tongning has been brewing non-stop. Obviously, although Tongning has never responded to it directly, it's not hard to tell that as her manager, President Mo has zero tolerance for things like this. This is obvious from how much attention Hai Rui has placed on this matter. In addition, according to an insider, the young master is reportedly willing to fork out money to help Song Xian divert the public's attention. Although I don't know if this is true or not, I'm sure it's true love. Xiao Yuhe was willing to fork out money to help Song Xian divert the public's attention. With this as the foundation, Tongning wanted to see how Xiao Yuhe was going to make a move. Even if he did make a move, the public wouldn't buy it. Hai Rui did not punish Song Xian for two reasons. Firstly, they had no evidence, and secondly, they hadn't had enough fun yet. Regardless of whether Song Xian knew what she had done wrong, Tongning was going to make her pay the price. After losing her last chance, Song Xian looked at the scolding online and her last line of defense finally crumbled. When she schemed against others, she felt good and satisfied. But, when it came to herself, she felt helpless. This also proved that being ruthless and having a high EQ were two different things. Being ruthless didn't mean you were smart, but having a high EQ meant you could also be ruthless. Coincidentally, Tongning was in the middle. Of course, Song Xian was still a little bit smart. Xiao Yuhe watched as Song Xian broke down, but there was nothing he could do. So, he was naturally furious. So, after Song Xian fell asleep, he gave his secretary a phone call and asked her to contact Hai Rui's Mo Ting and pass a message: always leave a way out. I really want to see you again. Hai Rui's secretary passed Xiao Yuhe's message to Lu Che. But, even Lu Che scoffed at it. Why didn't Song Xian leave a way out when she schemed against others? In this world, there were always people that liked to have double standards and couldn't be stopped. Of course, Lu Che still passed on the message. But, after hearing it, Mo Ting said to Lu Che, "Tell Xiao Yuhe that this matter isn't over yet. Song Xian's loss isn't even 1,000th of what others have lost." Before Song Xian debuted, she once swore to her grandfather that if she couldn't make a name for herself in the entertainment industry, she would never admit defeat. However, the Song family was still a prestigious family. Although Elder Song thought of all sorts of ways to get Song Xian involved in politics, he couldn't compare to her passion for music and creativity. Plus, Song Xian had always had a strong personality from a young age. So, Elder Song had no choice but to let Song Xian do whatever she wanted. He knew that his proud and arrogant granddaughter would only truly return to his side after hitting a wall. He had imagined that his granddaughter would be subjected to all sorts of unspoken rules in the entertainment industry, but he never expected that she would hit a wall with her reputation in tatters. So, as soon as the entertainment news was released, Elder Song immediately gave Song Xian a phone call. Xiao Xian, come back. Grandfather will help you settle everything. But, you need to promise me that from now on, you will stay by my side and learn from me. You can't get involved in the entertainment industry anymore and stay away from this foul atmosphere. Song Xian had no choice but to return home and kneel in front of Elder Song. Grandfather, I really can't take it anymore. Get up, get up. Elder Song's heart was about to shatter. He was well aware of how proud his granddaughter was. But, someone actually hurt his granddaughter so deeply. Hurry and tell me, who did this? Who bullied my granddaughter like this? Song Xian couldn't hold back her tears as she threw herself into the old man's arms and began to cry. It was Tongning and Mo Ting. Grandfather, I feel so wronged. You must get justice for me. How dare they bully my granddaughter? I will definitely make them pay, the old man said as he held on to Song Xian. This was the first time he had seen Song Xian in such a pitiful state. Xian, don't cry. You're making me feel bad. The old man had spent his entire life in politics and had dealt with all sorts of political enemies. He originally had an extremely tough heart. But, when he returned home, his children were no longer around and he only had one granddaughter. So, he naturally treated her like a precious treasure and didn't allow anyone to touch her. So, seeing her crying like this, who could stand it? But, what about the things that Song Xian did to others? She never thought about everything. As long as she was happy and comfortable, everything would be fine. After Song Xian fell asleep, Elder Song paced back and forth in the study room, trying to come to a decision. Finally, he picked up the phone by his side, put on his reading glasses and found a phone number. Hello, Chief Yang, there's something I need your help with. I wonder if you have the time to join me for a meal? Tongning pressured Song Xian step by step. Of course, she also considered Song Xian's background and predicted that Song Xian would seek help from her family if she had no other choice. This was the reason why she did not use Duan Jinghong. Even though the Tang family was a famous perfume family, the poor never fought with the rich and the rich never fought with the government. If the Song family decided to step out to protect Song Xian, that would be the time when Duan Jinghong would be of use. However, she had never thought that the Song family would act so quickly. According to reports from film fans, The Lost Relative contains a lot of bloody and violent scenes and did not mention that minors are not allowed to watch the film. As a result, on the fourth day of screening, it has been ordered to be taken off the shelves for correction. As soon as the news was released, it immediately caused an uproar. After all, the film was only allowed to be screened because of the censorship system. Since it was allowed to be screened before, why was it ordered to be taken off the shelves halfway through? No one understood why, but the correction was the truth. Since the higher-ups had issued an official order, the relevant departments had to cooperate. Not long after, director Chen Feng also received a vague notification that Tongning was to be banned from the industry. Of course, everyone knew that Tongning had offended an extraordinary person this time. The person she had offended was not an ordinary person, they had a strong backing. After seeing the correction document, Mo Ting threw it to one side. Since it was an order from the higher-ups, Hai Rui had to comply. After all, the industry and the Ministry of Culture were two separate matters. President, although the higher-ups did not explicitly say it, it's obvious that they are targeting the madam. If this is the case, who would dare to use the madam again? It seems, Elder Song has put in a lot of effort, Mo Ting replied calmly. If they want to make a correction, then so be it. It's not like they can't release it. Mo Ting was no longer as emotional as before. After all, it was within his and Tongning's expectations. But, doesn't that mean the madam can't be an actress from now on? Who said so? Mo Ting asked. Who said she can't be an actress from now on? She already has a few acclaimed films under her belt. Does it matter if people invite her or not? You need to remember, it's not that the industry doesn't accept her, it's that she doesn't care about acting in other people's films. From now on, she will only belong to Hai Rui. From now on, no matter who invites her, she won't go. Apart from acting, Tongning rarely appeared in front of the public. Most importantly, so what if the entire world betrayed Tongning? Hai Rui could definitely hold up the sky for her. Of course, after hearing about this news, Long Jia was extremely anxious as she paced back and forth in front of Tongning. However, Tongning simply held on to her stomach and laughed. What are you pacing back and forth for? Aren't you anxious? You're trapped just like that. Which eye of yours saw me trapped? Tongning asked Long Jia. You won't be able to act from now on. Who said I can't act? Tongning winked at Long Jia. I can act in Hai Rui's films. Are you saying? I'm saying, with the accumulation of 3 films, I no longer need to rush to prove myself. After the baby is born, I will focus all my energy on my family. 1 film a year is enough. As long as I act in Hai Rui's films, who can say anything about me? But, a certain bureau will be strict with me. Which rule have I broken that requires a certain bureau to be strict with me? They can only trap me for a short period of time. On the other hand, the Song family will have to pay a huge price for their actions. It's a huge price. Tongning had no sympathy for the Song family. The Song family were well aware of what kind of person Xianxia was. In other words, the Song family had tacitly approved of Xianxia's schemes. Since the Song family couldn't tell right from wrong, what was there to feel pity about? Are you planning to use Duan Jinghong? Tongning did not have time to respond as she held onto her stomach. Long Jia immediately asked anxiously, What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you going to give birth? Don't scare me. Tongning shook her head and quickly calmed down. The baby kicked me. It should be soon. Boss has been so nervous lately. Can't you just stay at home and wait for the baby to go into labor? Long Jia couldn't help but roll her eyes. I know my own body better than anyone. Tongning's expression was calm. Didn't you ask if it's a boy or a girl? Don't you care at all? Long Jia appeared to be even more anxious than Tongning. Her eyes were fixed on Tongning's bulging stomach. Her mind was filled with the thought of a little rascal coming out of Tongning's stomach. Is there a need to ask? Once it's born, we will naturally find out. Tongning wanted to give herself and Mo Ting a surprise. Regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl, it was still her and Mo Ting's flesh and blood. My godson, hurry and come out. We are all waiting, Long Jia said as she knelt in front of Tongning and leaned in close to her stomach. Long Jia knelt down in front of Tongning and leaned in close to her stomach to speak. At this time, the child in Tongning's stomach seemed to be able to hear its godmother's invitation as it immediately kicked Tongning's stomach. Long Jia felt the baby move and was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Seeing this, a blissful smile appeared on Tongning's face. With the protection of Elder Xianxia quickly disappeared from the public eye. Meanwhile, the curses and abuse towards Xianxia were drowned out by other news. For example, people were wondering who Xianxia had offended to the point that she had to submit a film for review. In reality, Tongning's situation was a lot more difficult than the public imagined. After all, the helper that the Song family had hired this time was enough to shake up Beijing's entertainment industry. Tongning wasn't only banned from appearing in front of the public because of her films. She was also banned from all of the commercials that she had previously filmed and products that she wanted to endorse or sign with in the future. It seemed, for people at that level, the entire entertainment industry was like a toy in their hands. If they wanted to suppress an artist, they could do it in the blink of an eye. Even if Hai Rui wanted to protect her, they still had to consider the consequences. From Elder Xianxia found out about Tongning's current situation. Indeed, power was a useful thing. Wasn't Mo Ting so capable? Wasn't Hai Rui so good at PR? Weren't they still unable to do anything? All they could do was watch as Tongning was restricted. However, there was one thing that always bothered Xianxia, Duan Jinghong, who was taken away by Tongning. Thinking of this, Xianxia went to the old man's study again. She sounded as wronged as ever. Grandfather, do you still remember my good sister, Jinghong? The one that's always by your side? Old Master Song put down his pen and pondered. Yes, she's currently in Tongning's hands. Can you think of a way to save her? Xianxia asked as she lay on Elder Qin's lap. I know it's already hard on you for grandfather to ask for help on my behalf. Now that you're involved in something else, it must be hard on you. Aren't you just asking for people? Don't tell me she can swallow it? Elder Song replied. Wait for grandfather's good news. But, you need to remember your promise to grandfather. Don't go back on your word. I understand, Grandpa. Song Xian nodded repeatedly. Since Elder Song had made a promise to Song Xian, he was going to keep his promise. So, as soon as Song Xian left, he put on his reading glasses and made a phone call. The next morning, the police arrived at Hyatt Regency and knocked on Tongming's door. As soon as they saw Tongming, they flashed their IDs. We received a report from Duan Jinghong's family saying that she hasn't been home for a few days. According to our investigation, while she was at the hospital, your men were the ones that picked her up. So, we are here today to understand the situation. As soon as Tongming heard this, she realized that Song Xian was here to ask for Duan Jinghong. So, she simply smiled and said, Officer, Duan Jinghong is a living person. How could I take her away on a whim? Have you contacted her? The police did not respond. Seeing this, Tongming gave Duan Jinghong a phone call right in front of the police. Jinghong, where are you? The police are looking for you. I heard that your family made a report. Has your family contacted you? To let the police hear Duan Jinghong's response, Tongming pressed the speaker button. But, Duan Jinghong replied, I'm at home with my parents. Who made a report? They must have made a mistake. The police's expression changed as they looked at Duan Jinghong awkwardly. Officer, if you want to confirm something, you can go to the Duan family home and look for her yourself. The police couldn't do anything to Tongming, so they could only apologize. Sorry for disturbing you. I understand. You are simply following orders. Of course, Tongming's words had a double meaning. The police glanced at Tongming and left the villa without a change in expression. Afterwards, Duan Jinghong returned Tongming's phone call. Is that person looking for me? What do you think? Tongming asked. Don't worry, I won't go back. I'm not Song Xian. I don't like to threaten people. If you want to leave, then leave. I won't stop you. Duan Jinghong did not say a word as the line hung up. After quite some time, Duan Jinghong finally replied, I have my own pride. I'm not someone that you can order around. Above all, Tongming had protected her family's safety. She never expected that her relationship with Song Xian would end up like this. But, she was well aware of Song Xian's temper. With a hidden threat like her around, Song Xian would have an endless number of tricks up her sleeve. If she was with Tongming, she could still believe that she had a future. But, if she was with Song Xian, she would only be used endlessly and would not end up well. Duan Jinghong knew that this was her only chance to save herself. She couldn't fall into Song Xian's trap again. She wasn't stupid, she could learn from her mistakes. Even so, you shouldn't be too stubborn. You know what Song Xian is most susceptible to. Tongming wanted Duan Jinghong to protect herself. What about you? With Song Xian trapping you like this, who else in the industry would dare to look for you? Hearing Duan Jinghong's question, Tongming was silent for a moment before she replied, if I'm trapped by Song Xian, would I still be called Tongming? I don't mind if everyone that tries to deal with me thinks that they've succeeded in their scheme and become complacent. Because, if they do, they will quickly expose their weaknesses. Duan Jinghong didn't understand, but she didn't force herself to understand. All she knew was that Tongming was more capable than she imagined. That was enough. In that case, take care of yourself. This was the only thing that Duan Jinghong could do for Tongming. Tongming smiled casually, my husband cares about this more than anyone else. After speaking, Tongming hung up the phone. Afterwards, Duan Jinghong stared at her phone in a daze. She was certain that Song Xian would soon call her back. Right now, the public is filled with rumors. Fans are saying that your commercial has been cancelled and are wondering if you are safe, whether you have been threatened or are in danger, Mo Ting said gently beside Tongming's ear as he bathed her. That night at home, as Mo Ting bathed Tongming, he whispered gently in her ear, find an opportunity to show your face. At least, let your fans feel at ease. After hearing this, Tongming smiled, yes, I know. It's the last time I appear in front of the public before I give birth. In reality, Mo Ting wanted to tell Song Xian to go out and give her a slap in the face. Song Xian thought that because of Elder Song's suppression, Tongming would disappear from the Beijing entertainment industry. But, she insisted on going out and telling Song Xian that Elder Song was not doing enough to stop her from controlling the entertainment industry. In that case, Ting, when do you think we should do it? In a few days, an internationally renowned perfume company will be holding a product launch. I gave Mom a phone call and confirmed that it is a business partner of Tangkor. So, it is only right for you to attend. Mo Ting lowered his head to wipe Tongming's back as he spoke in a gentle tone. Especially when his gaze landed on Tongming's stomach. Just the thought of being able to see his child soon filled him with excitement. It was an indescribable feeling. Ting, you are my manager. How come you don't have any reaction when I've suffered so much? Tongming asked confusedly. The film is only being submitted for approval, it's not like it won't be released again. Plus, you've always been naughty when I told you to stay at home until you gave birth. Now, I can teach you a lesson, Mo Ting replied in seriousness. Plus, Mrs. Mo, the fact that someone from a certain agency tried to blacklist you shows how influential you are. President Mo, is this what you call finding joy in the midst of suffering? Tongming turned around and wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's neck. It's not like you don't know that I love to play the game of pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Mo Ting glared at her, reminding her to behave. With such a big belly, she didn't seem to understand how hard it was for her. Who was Mo Ting? When had he ever made her suffer? This man was clearly the most vengeful. In the past, he would restrain himself a little and settle scores in front of her. But now, he had learned a new skill, and that was to plot behind her back without batting an eyelid. It made her miserable. Fine, I admit defeat. From now on, I won't care about anything else. I will just wait patiently for my baby to be born. Tongming raised her hands in surrender. Is that enough? Mr. Mo. Mo Ting did not say a word. He simply used his foam-covered hands to cup Tongming's cheeks and place a deep kiss on her lips. It was not until both of them were out of breath that he finally pressed his nose against hers and said in a seductive and husky voice, "If you don't give birth soon, I won't be able to hold it in any longer. I didn't ask you to endure it, but the doctor said we can't do it now." After speaking, Mo Ting hugged Tongming tightly without moving. He was trying to calm the flames on his body. Ting. No. Song Xian arrived at the Duan family home at night. She brought a lot of gifts with her. As usual, she coaxed Duan's parents and made them very happy. After seeing Duan Jinghong again, Duan Jinghong was tidying up her old photos at home. Especially when she was with Song Xian, they had taken the most photos together. Jinghong, what are you doing here? Duan Jinghong sat on the bed and closed her photo album before she hid it under her pillow. I saw everything. Song Xian's heart was a little moved. After all, the couple had been together for so many years that they were even closer than real sisters. Come back. Come back to work by my side. I thought you didn't trust me? Duan Jinghong asked as she sobbed. Weren't you afraid that I would betray you? I was simply too afraid. That's why I did what I did. I didn't do it on purpose. I now know that you will never betray me. Otherwise, you would have already announced everything about me to the public, Song Xian explained. Plus, Tongming has already been defeated by my grandfather. There's no need for us to hurt our relationship because of someone like her. You should come back to work by my side. Duan Jinghong turned her face away without saying a word. After your legs recover, we can go back to how we were in the past. We can pretend none of this ever happened and we can still be the best of sisters, Song Xian said as she looked into Duan Jinghong's eyes. My legs. Duan Jinghong said as she rubbed her legs, I don't know when they will recover. It's okay. I will wait for you. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you. After hearing Song Xian's words, Duan Jinghong lifted her head and revealed a look of anticipation. Can we really go back to how we were in the past? What if you abandon me again? I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Duan Jinghong thought for a moment and nodded her head, okay, give me some time. Let my legs recover. Actually, Tongming did threaten me, but I simply said one thing to her, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Accusing you is equivalent to accusing myself. I know better than anyone how many things I've personally done. No matter how stupid I am, I would never betray myself. Previously, Song Xian was doubtful of Duan Jinghong's words. But Duan Jinghong's last sentence completely dispelled her suspicions. Because Duan Jinghong was right. Most of the things she did were merely verbal orders and Duan Jinghong was the one who carried them out. Even if Duan Jinghong stepped forward, she would only be hurting herself. Thinking of this, Song Xian felt even more at ease with Duan Jinghong. After all, she still believed that Duan Jinghong needed to rely on her to survive. The public's rumors about Tongning were indeed ridiculous. They claimed that she had offended a high-ranking official, that she had been blacklisted by the industry, that she had disappeared because she had been placed under house arrest and that she had been called to a meeting. There were all sorts of different versions of the story. Her advertisement had been pulled and her film had been censored. Coupled with the fact that her peers had been hesitant to speak about Tongning, the public assumed that Tongning would most likely disappear from the industry forever. Song Xian would be the happiest when she heard this. From now on, I won't have to see Tongning's annoying expression again. How satisfying. Did Grandfather Song personally make a move? Duan Jinghong guessed. This time, Tongning must be in deep trouble. Being blacklisted by a government agency is different from being blacklisted by an entertainment agency. Blacklisted by an agency can usually be resolved through legal means or by switching to another agency. But, who would dare to go against a government agency's hint? This is what makes Grandfather amazing, Song Xian smiled proudly. How far do you plan to push Tongning? I'll make her suffer until she miscarries. Song Xian replied straightforwardly. Of course, this was merely Song Xian's wishful thinking. After all, was Tongning someone that could be manipulated by others? Soon, Song Xian would find out how wrong she was with her thoughts. A few days later, the launch of a famous perfume was held in Beijing. Of course, there was a figure that made everyone scream in excitement. The press release invited a popular male celebrity to endorse their perfume. As he appeared on the red carpet, he caused a crowd of fans to scream. This was understandable. But, no one expected that this famous perfume had an important partner, Tangkor. Soon, a beautiful figure appeared in front of the media and the public. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they began to take pictures of the woman. Why is Tongning attending this event? Didn't the rumors say that Tongning had become a taboo in the industry? How did she manage to make an appearance? Rumors can't be trusted. From the looks of it, Tongning hasn't been affected in the slightest. Tongning must have made an appearance to dispel the rumors, right? Tongning, look over here and smile. Tongning. No one expected Tongning to make an appearance. But, it was true that the public hadn't seen Tongning for a long time. So, now that they saw her again, they immediately chased after her. They wanted to find out from her mouth whether the rumors were true or not. It didn't take long for the internet to follow up on this incident. In fact, photos of Tongning in a light pink dress were also posted online. Of course, Song Xian quickly saw the scene. At the same time, she opened her eyes wide. After confirming that it was indeed Tongning, she gave Duan Jinghong a phone call. Did you see it? Tongning attended a perfume's product launch today. How did someone still dare to invite her? Actually, Duan Jinghong didn't know the reason either. But, she knew that Tongning had the ability to do so. No, this be *tch, I can't let her make a comeback so quickly. Faced with Song Xian's paranoid behavior, Duan Jinghong remained silent. She believed that Tongning was brave and fearless. Why is she doing this? Why? I'm going to ask Grandfather. At the same time, Tongning was also being interviewed. Miss Tang, rumors have been circulating that you've offended a high-ranking official and faced the biggest crisis of your career. Is this true? I'm sorry, but I'm not attending this event as an actress or artist. Please don't forget, I am still the boss of Tangkor. The reason I was invited to this event today is because Tangkor has a cooperative relationship with the company, so it's only right for me to show my support. In other words, she was now the CEO of Tangkor, not an actress under high. Rue, if Song Xian wanted to trap the actress, it might be easy. But, if she wanted to trap the CEO, she would have to bribe the Minister of Economic Affairs. This made Song Xian, who was watching the live stream, want to smash the tablet in her hands. Tongning, you really are something. In that case, from now on, will you be attending events as the CEO of Tangkor? Since Tongning wanted to change the topic, the reporters decided to change the way they asked their questions. In reality, they were simply asking Tongning if she had really offended a high-ranking official. At least this time. Tongning played Tai Chi with the media. She did not admit that she was being suppressed, nor did she deny it. Instead, she gave the reporters more room to imagine, I am the CEO of Tangkor, I can still serve everyone. After speaking, Tongning quickly left the interview area and entered the perfume event venue. Of course, Tongning's appearance made the fans feel a sense of comfort. It was good that he was fine. After all, the rumors outside were indeed a little scary. My Ning is fine. But, Mai Ning did not clarify whether she was bullied or not. The other party must not have expected that Mai Ning is not only a model, actress, but also a CEO. I think Mai Ning must have been bullied. Otherwise, why would she deny her identity as an actress? Actually, it's not bad for Mai Ning to be a CEO. No matter what she does, she is still Mai Ning. Mai Ning is mighty. What do you mean by being banned and placed under house arrest? Mai Ning should be the CEO and do a good job. Regardless, the fact that Tongning had appeared calmed the fans down. They no longer guessed that something had happened to her. Most importantly, Duan Jinghong felt that Tongning was declaring war on Song Xian even through the screen. Obviously, with the Song family's capabilities, it was impossible for them to do so. Because of this, Duan Jinghong couldn't help but laugh. It was indeed Tongning. No one could stand in the way of her dazzling brilliance. Everyone was envious and respectful of her. Because of this, Elder Song flew into a rage that night and made a phone call to his assistant. However, the assistant replied, apart from being an actress and a model, Tongning has many other identities. The most important one is the CEO of Tangkor. He could control Tongning's actions in the entertainment industry, but he couldn't control her freedom. He doesn't have that much power. In other words, from now on, when Tongning attends events as the CEO of Tangkor, you have no way of controlling her? Elder. Don't make things difficult for me. I have the phone number of the person involved. Why don't you give him a call and see if he's willing to destroy an outstanding enterprise for you? Let me remind you, Tangkor is a century-old perfume company that has contributed a lot to Beijing. Elder Song felt extremely embarrassed. He couldn't believe that he couldn't do anything to an actress. How was he to explain himself to Song Xian? Tongning sure is cunning. But, he had no idea that the cunning one had always been his own granddaughter. Tongning's slap to the face was like a slap to the old man's face. After all, if he broke his promise to his granddaughter, where would he put his face? Of course, this was the effect that Mo Ting and Tongning wanted to achieve. Was Tongning someone that you could trap just because you wanted to? What a joke. But, if Song Xian thought things would end so easily, then she wasn't Tongning. Tongning was going to make Song Xian pay for her stupid decision to make a comeback. Tongning needed to give birth, so she naturally wouldn't be active in the industry anymore. But, she could still make Duan Jinghong famous. How would Song Xian feel when she saw that her manager was on a higher level than her own career? Actually, Duan Jinghong never expected that Tongning would make such a crazy and bold suggestion. Think about it and give me an answer. But, everyone in the industry has their own specialties. How am I supposed to debut? Duan Jinghong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Plus, are you going to make me famous so that I can step on your head? If you have the ability, I'm not afraid of being stepped on, Tongning replied. You don't need to worry about me. When it's time for me to return, I will naturally return. If an ordinary person was given a chance to become famous, would that person reject it? The answer was no. Although Duan Jinghong hadn't been in the industry for long, she had experienced the extravagance of the entertainment industry. So, how could she be satisfied? If Duan Jinghong was given the chance to surpass Song Xian and gain fame and fortune, no matter how stupid she was, she wouldn't waste an opportunity like this. Especially since Duan Jinghong had always held a grudge against Song Xian. What should I do? Duan Jinghong was so emotional that she was speechless. Although this was a simple decision for Tongning, it was enough to affect Duan Jinghong's entire life. I also need to make a plan. After speaking, Tongning hung up the phone and turned to look at Mo Ting. On the surface, this man appeared calm and collected, but he clearly understood Tongning's plan from the beginning. Her experience with Duan Jinghong had obviously given Tongning a lot of ideas. Packaging Duan Jinghong was undoubtedly the best way to make Song Xian suffer. At the same time, it was to prevent Song Xian from doing anything to Tongning and the child in her stomach and to divert her attention. As for Elder Song, because the child was about to be born, they decided to slow down and wait for the baby to be born. But, for now, all she wanted to do was wait for the baby to be born. The next morning, Mo Ting asked Lu Che to look through Duan Jinghong's information and see what she had to offer. If she was talented, she could directly sign with Hai Rui as an intern. But, if she wasn't capable enough, they would find another way. With Duan Jinghong's experience, it wouldn't be difficult for her to become famous. This Duan Jinghong is average-looking and comes from an average family. She doesn't have any special talents. Apart from one thing. She's really good at dancing. If she debuts as a group, she should be quite good. Then let's do it this way. Tell Feng Yu to make the necessary arrangements and follow the requirements of an intern. If she doesn't meet the requirements, kick her out of the group. Wasn't Duan Jinghong the madam's enemy? But, why did Mo Ting not only support her, but also make her famous? Mo Ting knew what Lu Che was thinking, so he replied coldly without lifting his head, it's because of her past crimes that we need to use her as a shield. Why don't we deal with Song Xian directly? From Song Xian to the Song family, to the complicated relationships behind them, it's hard to sort everything out in a short period of time. In other words, the Mo family's baby was about to be born and he didn't have the time to deal with these people. No matter how important things were, they had to make way for the birth of his child. Understood. As expected, according to Mo Ting's temperament, he would have immediately gotten his revenge. So, why would he specially train Duan Jinghong to deal with Song Xian? So, this was why. Because the little darling of the Mo family was about to come out. President, you must be very nervous, right? Mo Ting did not say a word. He simply lifted his head and glared coldly at Lu Che. Wasn't he just spouting nonsense? No matter how calm Mo Ting was, this was his precious baby. So, it was normal for him to be nervous. I want you to do what you need to do. Also, help me make an appointment with Bureau Chief Lung. Is the president going to make a personal appearance? This time Mo Ting did not respond. Lu Che tactfully backed out of Mo Ting's office. Tongning was about to give birth, so Mo Ting needed to keep the news under wraps. Since Song Xian liked to fight, then he was going to let her fight with her former best friend. Of course, Duan Jinghong didn't deserve any sympathy. When Tongning suggested this, she did not force Duan Jinghong. In other words, Duan Jinghong could have rejected Tongning, but she still chose this path. So, from now on, she would have to bear the consequences herself. Soon, Duan Jinghong received her contract from Hai Rui. Although she was only supposed to be an intern and could be kicked out at any time, she still treasured the opportunity in front of her. She really wanted to see what expression Song Xian would have when the time came. Of course, during this time, Song Xian did not just sit around. She filed a lawsuit against Hai Rui and demanded that they cancel their contract. She also demanded that Hai Rui pay for breaching the contract. The only reason she dared to do this was because she had Xianxia and the Song family to protect her. Elder Song hadn't done his job well, so he couldn't expect Song Xian to fulfill her promise and enter politics. Song Xian knew that Elder Song would keep his promise, so she pretended to be confused and continued to stay with Xianxia. She was prepared to cancel her contract with Hai Rui and make a comeback. In the end, The Lost Relative was released in theaters. Although it wasn't as exciting as it was in theaters, the public still had nothing to say about Tongning's performance. As a result, even if film fans were dissatisfied, they weren't dissatisfied with the film or the actors. Although the box office wasn't as good as it was when it was first released, it was still far better than other films that were released at the same time. Song Xian decided that her and Tongning's battle would be a lose-lose situation. Although she didn't gain anything from it, Tongning didn't gain anything either. So, the situation at hand was simply ugly. Of course, this was because Tonning hadn't actually given her the present that she had prepared for her yet. While Song Xian and Hai Rui were fighting their lawsuit, Tonning had already moved into the maternity ward. Her and Mo Ting's first child was about to arrive. The media had no idea about this because Mo Ting had kept the news under wraps. With the addition of Song Xian's lawsuit, the media's focus was all on this matter. So, no one had thought to pay attention to Tonning's birth. Bai Lihua and Xia Yuling both put down their work and went to the hospital. Both in-laws had jerk husbands, so they regretted not meeting each other earlier. So, it didn't take long before they became like real sisters. Tang Jingxian also took Su Qingyan to the hospital every now and then as he waited for his nephew to be born. He refused to come out. Bai Chendong was also dragged to the hospital by Han Xiner once. He glanced at Tonning's stomach and scoffed, "We don't want a child." Han Xiner quickly stepped on his foot, "Who wants to have a child with you? I can't stand fatty. You're perfect like this." After hearing this, Tonning couldn't help but laugh as she asked Han Xiner, "Has this rascal gotten rid of his laziness? I don't have any hopes for him." Han Xiner shrugged. "So, what did Mo Ting do?" He directly kicked Bai Chendong out of the hospital room and said, "I'm afraid he will affect the good genes of my child." Afterwards, Chen Xingyan also visited Mo Ting. Although she was still a little uncomfortable with Mo Ting, she still called him Big Brother. In fact, she didn't call him Big Brother for herself. She simply wanted Mo Ting to make things easier for Nzihao in the future. That night, in the dead of night, after all the patients had left, Tonning finally noticed Mo Ting's tired expression. "Get some sleep. If you don't sleep properly, you will tire yourself out before the baby is born," Tonning said as she looked at Mo Ting. "I'm not that delicate. I want to see my child for the first time. Plus, you've been in pain these past few days, yet I haven't been able to share your burden. Every time I think about this, I feel guilty and can't fall asleep. I'm willing to do all of this. I want to give birth to children for the man I love," Tonning replied emotionally. "Come up here and sleep with me for a while. I'm afraid of squeezing you." Seeing this, Tonning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is a double bed. The media did not try to dig up any information about Tonning. Song Xian, on the other hand, used all sorts of methods to ask around within the industry. Unfortunately, apart from those close to Tonning, no one knew about her current situation. Especially those at Hai Rui, their lips were tightly sealed. Song Xian refused to give up. In the end, she even hired a private investigator. But, even so, Mo Ting arranged for a large number of bodyguards to take turns guarding the hospital. So, not to mention information, even taking a glance at the hospital was difficult. Mo Ting found out about the existence of a private investigator from the bodyguards. During his free time, he asked Lu Che, "How is Duan Jinghong? Her leg injury healed a long time ago. Although she was forcibly added to the group, she worked hard and quickly adapted to it. As long as she catches up, she will be able to debut with the whole group very soon," Lu Che said. "Then let's make Song Xian suffer." "I understand." According to Song Xian's temper, if she found out that Duan Jinghong, who had been in contact with her all this time, had suddenly debuted and became an artist with a better future than her, how would she feel? That expression should be interesting enough. Song Xian knew nothing about this. As usual, Song Xian tried to contact Duan Jinghong, but she couldn't find her. Duan Jinghong was currently living in a practice room arranged by Hai Rui, but Song Xian assumed she had returned to her hometown to recover from her injuries. "Jinghong, your leg injury has already recovered for some time. When will you return to my side? We can still make a comeback. At that time you will still be my most capable manager." "Manager?" Duan Jinghong sneered. Wasn't he going to help her do evil? "Yes, I'm ready. We'll meet soon. In that case, it's a deal. I will terminate my contract with Hai Rui soon. When that time comes, we can go back to how we used to be." Hearing this, Duan Jinghong felt disgusted. So, he put his phone aside and let Song Xian reminisce about the past. People always looked forward to the future. Since Duan Jinghong had been injured so badly by Song Xian, no matter how stupid she was, there was no way she would continue to be Song Xian's lackey. After all, there was another path in front of her. Hai Rui had given her layer after layer of difficulties, but she had overcome them all. Although she was lacking in many aspects, when it came to dancing, even the members of the group couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Jinghong, why aren't you saying anything? The reception here isn't good, Duan Jinghong replied as she stretched her legs. That's true. You're in the countryside, right? Then let's meet again when you come back. Okay. After speaking, Duan Jinghong hung up the phone. She did not want to continue playing around with Song Xian. Actually, she knew what she meant to Tongning. Tongning was currently in labor, yet Song Xian was still trying to find out more about her. So, her role was to give Song Xian a head-on blow, mess her up and divert her attention. But, this was what she owed Hua Jingjing and Tongning. If this was the price she had to pay for becoming famous, then she was willing to shoulder it. She was going to protect Tongning. This was her way of atoning for her sins. A few days later, a brand new Asian girl group announced their debut in South Korea. Hai Rui was very smart about this. They first gave the 4 girls some gold on the South Korean stage so they could get used to the stage and compete with other South Korean girl groups. They would ride on the popularity of the South Korean entertainment industry and then return to China to gain some experience. So, the day after her phone call with Song Xian, Duan Jinghong flew to South Korea. The group consisted of 4 people and each had their own strengths. At first, the members of the group did not care about her at all. But, in the end, they were so shocked by her dance that their faces turned red. Song Xian was completely caught off guard. The last time she spoke to Duan Jinghong on the phone, she sounded very excited. Jinghong, I'm about to win my lawsuit with Hai Rui. At that time, Duan Jinghong thought to herself, it's not that you're about to win, but that Hai Rui is about to give you another blow. Where are you? Before Duan Jinghong could reply, Song Xian sounded even more excited. I'm overseas. How did you end up overseas? Song Xian was unhappy that she didn't know Duan Jinghong's whereabouts. To lessen the scars on my leg. Thanks to your bank card, my leg is recovering well. When can we meet? Duan Jinghong turned to ask the group leader after hearing Song Xian's question. The group leader was in the middle of doing her splits. Seeing Duan Jinghong blink, she smiled and replied, my flight is in the morning the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow? Duan Jinghong replied. Great. Tell me your flight number and I'll pick you up. Okay, Duan Jinghong nodded. After putting down her phone, Duan Jinghong looked at the 3 members behind her and shrugged. The 3 members had more or less heard about Song Xian's situation, so they couldn't help but laugh. When the time comes, don't embarrass our group. You are the sword that will stab Song Xian. Good luck, I have high hopes for you. Since she dared to go to court with Hai Rui, I've never liked her. I'm going to stab her to death. Actually, I am Tongning's fan. I came to Hai Rui because of my Ning. In the end, that Song girl played so many dirty tricks behind my back. F***ck, I really want to go up and slap her in the face on behalf of my Ning. I'm sorry, I was rude. The group leader quickly covered her mouth in embarrassment. If you make Song Xian break down, I'll treat you to a month's worth of seafood. The 3 members cheered Duan Jinghong on. But, they couldn't help but sigh. I wonder if Ning has given birth yet and whether the baby is a boy or a girl. Once Ning recovers, Song Xian will be sent back to the furnace to be reconstructed. Everyone was waiting for the baby to be born. But, the baby had already passed its due date, yet it was still not out. After the doctor checked and confirmed that everything was fine, he advised Tongning to wait a little longer. Although Tongning did not say anything, Mo Ting felt worse than a pregnant woman. Because every day the baby stayed in her stomach, she would feel worse. When Duan Jinghong returned to China, because she needed to meet with Song Xian, she split up from the rest of the group and boarded a flight on her own. Song Xian said she was going to hold a welcome party for her, so she was waiting outside the airport. However, Duan Jinghong had already arrived in front of Song Xian, but she did not recognize her. In the past, Duan Jinghong was always dressed in sportswear or gender-neutral clothing. Since when did she ever wear jeans, a trench coat and high heels? Most importantly, Duan Jinghong suddenly had an outstanding aura. In comparison, Song Xian felt that her casual outfit made her look more like Duan Jinghong's follower. How did you suddenly get so good at dressing up? Perhaps even Song Xian herself didn't realize that her words carried a hint of jealousy. I didn't know how to tidy myself up in the past. Since I went to South Korea, I decided to learn a few things. What do you think? Not bad, right? Duan Jinghong asked with a smile. I'm still used to the old you. Song Xian couldn't tell Duan Jinghong that she couldn't be prettier than her, so she could only tactfully say that Duan Jinghong's outfit didn't suit her. Duan Jinghong knew what Song Xian was thinking, but she pretended not to care. She opened the car door and sat beside Song Xian. Where are we going next? I haven't heard from Tongning recently. Have you heard anything? The first person Song Xian asked Duan Jinghong about was Tongning. Although she didn't know why she asked Duan Jinghong, she knew that Duan Jinghong wouldn't know. Perhaps she was too desperate to know how Tongning was doing. In reality, Duan Jinghong did know, but she couldn't possibly tell Song Xian. Don't you know this better than me? Why did you suddenly ask me? I was just asking casually, Song Xian said. By the way, I received the verdict from Hai Rui today. Although I suffered quite a bit of loss, at least I've left Hai Rui and I'm free. Let's go have a drink to celebrate my freedom. Okay, Duan Jinghong replied casually. It had only been a month or two, but the world seemed to have changed a lot. She was no longer a small-time manager that Song Xian could casually use. She had now debuted as one of the most eye-catching girl groups in Hai Rui. Perhaps it was because of Duan Jinghong's outfit, or perhaps it was because of the change in her temperament, but as soon as they entered the familiar and safe bar, many men had their eyes on Duan Jinghong and completely ignored Song Xian. You're too ostentatious. You should change into your old clothes. Otherwise, if someone finds out that I'm drinking here, it'll be headline news again. Song Xian was quite dissatisfied. She felt uncomfortable in her heart, especially when she saw that the follower beside her was actually more attractive than her. That feeling of defeat made her feel like 1,000 ants were biting her back. Who was Duan Jinghong? How many years had he been with Song Xian? How could he not know what she was thinking? So she just smiled in the dark. I'm already dressed in the simplest way. Why don't we go to your house and drink? Song Xian didn't want to lose to Duan Jinghong again, so she nodded her head. Okay, my grandfather hasn't seen you in a long time. After that, the two of them walked out of the bar and headed for the Song family. After entering the house, Song Xian's confident smile quickly returned to her face. Even though Duan Jinghong had become prettier, she would never have a grandfather that was a government official, nor would she have such a good background. The two women entered Song Xian's bedroom as usual. Song Xian pulled out a glass of red wine from the wine cabinet and poured it for Duan Jinghong. I'm really happy that we can go back to how we were before. Duan Jinghong received the wine glass and clinked glasses with Song Xian. However, after a few glasses of red wine, Song Xian suddenly stood up from the carpet and said to Duan Jinghong, I bought a lot of new clothes. I even received some from fans. I won't be able to wear them all. Bring some home later. Duan Jinghong watched as Song Xian busied herself and finally realized how Song Xian had been trying to find a sense of superiority over her all these years. She had been relying on charity. Duan Jinghong did not immediately react. She simply held her chin and said to Song Xian, leave them here, I'll bring them home later. Seeing that Duan Jinghong had not changed, Song Xian finally relaxed and returned to her side. Xiao Yuhe has decided to open an agency for me. That way, we will have more freedom. Not bad. Duan Jinghong nodded. No matter what, Jinghong, welcome back. Song Xian stretched out her arms and hugged Duan Jinghong. I really need you. Let our friendship last forever. Let's fight against the storm at Hai Rui together. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find out any news about Tongning. That B*TCH should be giving birth soon. You'll find out eventually. Duan Jinghong took a sip of red wine as her eyes flashed with a light that Song Xian couldn't understand. But, it doesn't matter. After all, that B*TCH has already been banned from the entertainment industry. It won't be long before she's past her prime. But, have you heard? Hai Rui has recently formed a girl group. Heard, Duan Jinghong sneered to herself. Not only had she heard, she was also a member. Song Xian told Duan Jinghong a lot of things that had happened in Beijing, but Duan Jinghong already knew about them. Like this, the two women chatted from morning until afternoon. Song Xian originally wanted to drive Duan Jinghong home, but Duan Jinghong directly rejected her. I forgot to tell you that I'm moving. I'll go home and pack a bit first before I give you my address. Although Song Xian was confused, she did not insist. She simply handed Duan Jinghong some new clothes and escorted her out of the house. However, Duan Jinghong threw the luxurious clothes into a bin not too far away from the Song family home. She then gave her agency a phone call and a nanny van arrived not long after. Duan Jinghong was taken back to the apartment that her agency had arranged for her. As soon as she returned home, the other members of the girl group immediately approached her and asked, "What did the B*TCH say? Why didn't I think Song Xian was so disgusting in the past? Who told you to be disgusting along with her in the past? It's good that you've learned from your mistakes. Let's give that B*TCH Song Xian a big present." Duan Jinghong nodded her head and felt a little amused. Did you guys know? Because I changed my appearance, Song Xian felt that I had stolen her limelight. So, she told me to change back into my old clothes. To prove that she was nobler than me, she gave all the clothes that she didn't want to me. Ignore that idiot. Your future is limitless. She's nothing. Let's get ready. Performing in Beijing isn't going to be easy. In order to make Song Xian vomit blood, we need to be in our best condition, the group leader encouraged. You're right, let's hurry and practice. On the other hand, because Tongming had not given birth yet, the hospital was on high alert. When a pregnant woman exceeded their expected delivery date by more than 2 weeks, their unborn child would be in greater danger. Bai Lihua was well aware of this. So, deep into the night, she whispered to Mo Ting, "We need to prepare medication to hasten the pregnancy. Otherwise, the risk to the unborn child will increase as the pregnancy goes on." After hearing this, Mo Ting turned his head and looked at Tongming, who was lying on the bed in silence. If he had known that there would be so much danger and that Tongming would suffer so much, he would not have wanted to have a child in the first place, and he would not be like he was now. His entire heart was tied to Tongming and his heart was filled with anxiety. Tongming wasn't actually asleep. After listening to the mother and son's conversation, she struggled to sit up and said in a hoarse voice, "Just do as Mom says, I can get through this." But, the stronger Tongming appeared, the more guilty Mo Ting felt. But, Tongming still revealed a gentle smile. It was the best comfort in the world. Mo Ting calmed down and nodded his head. "I'll discuss it with the doctor in a bit." After hearing Mo Ting's request, the doctor smiled and explained, "We will decide whether to induce labor based on Mrs. Mo's condition. Don't worry, Mr. Mo, we will do our best to ensure the health of Mrs. Mo and the child in her stomach. Is there anything absolute in this world? As long as there was a risk, Mo Ting would be worried. Ting, you've never been like this before. I'm simply giving birth, it's not that dangerous." Deep into the night, inside the hospital room, surrounded by a yellow glow, Mo Ting held on to Tongming's hand tightly. "After the baby is born, I will definitely not be nice to him. After staying in your stomach for so long, I won't even let him out. The baby probably knows that you're going to steal his warm embrace, so he wants to stay in my stomach a little longer." Mo Ting was silent for a moment before he suddenly said, "Mom said pregnant women are also in danger. So, these past few days, I've been thinking about what I should do if something happens to you. But no matter how I think about it, I still don't know what the answer is. I only feel fear that I have never felt before. Don't be afraid. The child and I will be by your side. We won't go anywhere. We will continue to be by your side until we grow old." That night, Tongming could feel Mo Ting sleeping carefully in her arms, while she had a sleepless night with her eyes wide open. She had never seen Mo Ting like this. He was the king of the entertainment industry. He had always been invincible, but at this moment, he was like fragile glass. Tongming's heart ached, so she kept praying that the baby would be born soon. That way, his father would be able to rest easy. The next day, the doctor performed a series of tests on Tongning. In the end, they confirmed that she could administer an injection to induce labor. She comforted Mo Ting and told him not to worry too much. While Tongning was waiting in the delivery room, Mo Ting wanted to stay by her side. But, Tongning understood Mo Ting's temper. If he saw her in pain, he would forever remember her. So, she refused to let him stay by her side. It didn't take long before the pain hit her. Tongning felt her breathing tighten as she found it hard to breathe. Outside the delivery room, everyone waited anxiously. Only Mo Ting sat quietly on the bench. His entire body was tense. Although he did not say a word, no one could ignore his presence. Tongning, you've already overcome all obstacles. Can't you give birth to the child of the man you love? With this thought, Tongning's body was filled with energy. Tongning, you can do it. I can already see the baby's head. Inside the hospital room, Tongning was in so much pain that she almost fainted. Outside the room, everyone could tell how much pain Mo Ting was in. Why does this brat have so many disasters? Elder Tang couldn't help but sigh at the doorway. It didn't take long before a nurse walked into the delivery room and grabbed onto Elder Tang's hand. Are you Tongning's family member? Yes. I am. Congratulations, the baby has been delivered. Both mother and child are safe. In a moment, a nurse will carry the baby out for the family to see. Don't worry, Tongning is fine. Hearing the word baby, everyone let out a sigh of relief. At this time, the nurse asked, who is the husband of the pregnant woman? Everyone turned to look at Mo Ting. Mo Ting stood up and walked over to the nurse. I can tell that you love your wife a lot. This is the first time I've seen a pregnant woman give birth so bravely. She didn't want her husband to worry. You and your wife are a loving couple. Congratulations again. Can I go in now? As Mo Ting spoke, his voice was not as cold as usual. Instead, it sounded a little raspy with a slight tremble. He was afraid. It seemed he had yet to focus on the fact that he was now a father. All he had on his mind was Tongning and his lover. Yes. After the nurse spoke, Mo Ting immediately entered the delivery room. Seeing Tongning covered in sweat, he immediately ran over and held onto her hand. It's okay. It's okay. Tongning couldn't hold back her tears as they rolled down her cheeks. After all, she had just made a bet with the nurse. Most husbands, after their wives gave birth, would focus all their attention on the child. It was rare for a husband to directly ask his wife about it. In fact, there were even cases of husbands leaving after giving birth because it was a daughter. Tongning said her husband wouldn't. Because, in his heart, she would always be number one. The nurse was envious of their relationship. Of course, she also congratulated Tongning. Have you seen the child? Mo Ting shook his head. He wanted to hug Tongning, but he was too afraid to move. Are you worried about me? Mo Ting's voice trembled. Outside the delivery room, everyone was still waiting. Soon, the nurse arrived with the child Tongning had given birth to. She was ready to introduce the little one to the family. But, the most surprising thing was, the nurse was carrying one child on each side. So, you guys didn't know? Mrs. Mo gave birth to twins, a pair of sons. A pair of sons. That jerk Mo Ting sure is lucky, Bai Chendong sighed as he stood to one side. But, his voice was filled with envy. Looking at the two white and tender babies in the nurse's arms, the entire family was overjoyed. It's great to have twin brothers. Perhaps even Tongning didn't know that she had given birth to two babies. Because, during prenatal checkups, she only cared about the health of the babies. As for other surprises, she told the doctor to keep it a secret. So, all she cared about was the pain a moment ago. By the time the pain subsided, she had already forgotten everything. End of chapter 7:15. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.